Zhongli traverses the world of pirates, merging with the template of Morax. He possesses the ability to manipulate all rock elements and joins the Straw Hat crew. Zhongli, save me. As Zhongli deftly raises his shield, the members of the Straw Hat crew exclaim, Zhongli's shield is truly reassuring. Chapter 1. Transmigration, the Morax template. My head aches. Upon opening his eyes, Zhongli discovers himself lying in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Stepping out of the room, he collides with an orange-haired girl. The orange-haired girl is startled, but upon seeing Zhongli's bewildered expression, she feigns calmness and maneuvers around him, exclaiming, Run! Zhongli glances at her, still unable to comprehend her meaning, when he hears a commotion behind him. A man clad in pirate garb approaches. Are you the accomplice of that little thief? I am the notorious pirate with a bounty of 3 million berries. Captain of the Mink Pirates, Jocko Phyllis. How dare you lowly pirates come aboard and steal my treasures? Such insolence cannot be forgiven. Little thief? Pirates? Stealing? Am I in the world of One Piece? Have I transmigrated? Was that orange-haired girl Nami? As Zhongli regains his senses, he sees the captain of the Mink Pirates throwing a punch at him. Alarmed, he rolls aside just in time to evade the blow. Oomph. Not bad, but with my next punch, you're finished. Without Phyllis's reminder, Zhongli is acutely aware of his impending doom. In the world of One Piece, anyone who emerges as a pirate is akin to a monster. With Zhongli's slight frame, a single hit would spell his end. Others have golden fingers upon transmigration. Where's mine? Will I suddenly awaken the Conqueror's Haki? Or will a celestial goddess descend to save me? Ding! A host has summoned. The binding of the Morax template has commenced. What? There truly is one. And it's the template of Morax, the rock god. It seems I am benefiting from the coincidence of sharing the same name. Even my attire is identical. Thank you, Lord Zhong. But could you expedite the binding? He's coming at me. Seeing the binding progress at merely 20%, Zhongli panics as Phyllis closes in. Why aren't you dodging, you idiot? Just as Zhongli descends into despair, a tremendous force pulls him aside. He looks up to find that the source of this strength is Nami, who has returned. It's you, little thief. Phyllis's eyes glint with lust upon seeing Nami. Quickly return my treasure, and if you spend the night with me, I shall let you go. Oomph. Dream on, let's go. Nami grabs Zhongli and attempts to flee, but Phyllis is not inclined to grant them that chance. Suddenly, Phyllis doubles his speed, rapidly closing the gap on Zhongli and Nami. This is bad, he's catching up. Damn it. Had I known I shouldn't have returned to save this idiot. The villagers are still waiting for me. I cannot perish. Nami struggles internally, torn between abandoning Zhongli to escape alone and the fact that his misfortune was her doing. If it were an ordinary pirate, she would have long since moved on, but Zhongli's clear, bewildered gaze is not easily dismissed. He is still someone worth saving, Nami thinks, gripping Zhongli's wrist tighter, summoning all her strength as they dash toward the deck. Just then, Phyllis's attack arrives. Die, lowly pirate. Phyllis's blow is aimed at Zhongli, as he intends to vent his anger on Nami. Watching the fist grow larger, Zhongli resigns himself and closes his eyes. The golden finger hasn't been acquired, and I'm going to meet my end? Is this a joke? Ding! The binding of the Morax template is complete. Host, commence your performance. All right, Jade Shield. As the binding concludes, the fundamental skills of the Morax template flood Zhongli's mind. With no time to ponder, he quickly casts a shield around himself, prioritizing survival. Phyllis's fist collides with Zhongli's shield, which remains unscathed, while Phyllis's arm fractures instead. This, Nami gasps, astonished at Zhongli's unexpected ability. Zhongli seizes Nami's arm, urging her to halt. Rest assured, he cannot defeat me now. With an air of confidence, Zhongli crosses his arms and examines his personal status panel. Name, Zhongli template. Morax, rock god. Current fusion degree. 1. East Blue Arc / Mundane Wanderer. Mundane Wanderer, fusion degree increases with each arc completed. Rock element proficiency. 20 skills. Normal attack. Rock rain. Combat technique. Earth's core. Burst. Celestial star. Unlocked. Talent. Vast knowledge. Mastery of all weapons. Blade of the Peak. Spear of the Rainbow. Spear of the Rainbow. With a flick of his wrist, a long spear radiating golden light materializes in Zhongli's grasp. What a splendid weapon. Twirling the spear, he charges at Phyllis. With the talent of mastery of all weapons, Zhongli can swiftly learn and master any weapon he wields. I'm a pirate with a bounty of 3 million berries. How dare you provoke me? Despite the pain from his fractured arm, Phyllis approaches Zhongli, fear evident in his gaze, yet feigning bravado. Hey, you there, did you hear that? His head is worth 3 million berries. Nami, unaware of Zhongli's name or the reason for his sudden prowess, merely envisions berries in her mind, nudging Zhongli. It appears Phyllis cannot defeat Zhongli. Perhaps they can trick him out of the bounty. As Nami anticipated, within 3 exchanges, Phyllis's head is severed by Zhongli's strike. I'm not you there. I am Zhongli. And you are. Picking up Phyllis's head, Zhongli approaches Nami. What? I thought my little thief's reputation was well known in the East Blue. Yet you are unaware. I am Nami. While she speaks, her gaze remains fixated on Phyllis's severed head. Observing this, Zhongli casually tosses the head at her feet. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life. Really? Nami exclaims with delight, but quickly regains her composure. No, it seems I don't need to save you. You are quite capable of surviving. By the way, how did someone as powerful as you end up here? Let us cleanse this ship of its pirate presence before we discuss further. The previous battle took place within the cabin, and the commotion did not alert the pirates on deck. All right, this ship now belongs to us. After disposing of the pirates' bodies into the sea, Zhongli puts away the spear of the rainbow and approaches Nami at the helm. So you came aboard for the ship? I had assumed you were a hapless soul, captured and forced into piracy. Well, what you say is not entirely incorrect. Having traversed into the world of pirates and found myself aboard this ship, how could one not be considered an innocent? Nami, it seems you are in dire need of funds. Would you like me to assist you in hunting down pirates? Are you a bounty hunter? I am not. Then why would you offer me your help? You saved my life. Can I not repay that life-saving grace? Nami gazed at Zhongli in astonishment, then suddenly crossed her arms and exclaimed, You cannot possibly harbor any ulterior motives, can you? Let me assure you, that is out of the question. Yet at that moment, what Nami truly contemplated was, I must not drag another into my abyss. Soon, I shall amass 100 million berries. The village will soon be free. Chapter 2. Joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Hey, why must I resort to thievery like you? On board a merchant vessel, Nami and Zhongli were disguised as they infiltrated the ship. Did you not promise to assist me in earning money? Zhongli retorted. Surely, I could simply confront a few pirates directly. Just as Zhongli attempted to rise, Nami yanked him back. Absolutely not. It's far too perilous. Furthermore, once we complete this heist, we shall part ways, and your debt of gratitude will be repaid. The cat burglar pirate ship had already been sold, and with the bounty on Felice, Nami had amassed 500,000 berries, which brought her joy for several days. As for the remaining funds, it wouldn't be long before Nami could pilfer them herself. Fine, after this job, I shall depart, Zhongli acquiesced. Nami preferred that Zhongli did not accompany her, yet Zhongli had no alternative. After all, besides Nami's beauty, he aspired to join the Straw Hat crew. Judging by his integration panel, it seemed that only by boarding Luffy's ship could he experience the various chapters of becoming the Pirate King, thus enhancing his fusion rate. With Nami's route proving unfeasible, how could he possibly join the Straw Hats? Should he venture to Windmill Village? It was uncertain whether Luffy was even at sea. Perhaps he could go to Shell's Town? That seemed plausible. He could wait for an opportunity. Resolute in his decision, Zhongli began collaborating with Nami to infiltrate the nobles' quarters aboard the ship for their theft. Oh no, pirates are here. It's the notorious pirate, Yerlita, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Yerlita? Isn't that the minor villain Luffy faced upon his debut? Zhongli thought, elated at the serendipity. He was eager to step outside to see if Luffy was present, hoping to become his ally. Hey, where do you think you're going? It's dangerous out there. Nami hurriedly obstructed Zhongli's impulse to venture out. Do you think I can't handle Yerlita? I don't care whether you can or not. Help me move this treasure chest to our ship, and then we shall part ways. Nami's refusal to acknowledge her true feelings for Zhongli was evident as she impeded his path. Zhongli felt warmth in his heart as he hoisted the chest alongside Nami. I am Monkey D. Luffy. I will be the Pirate King. Gum Gum Pistol. Boom. A massive figure was sent flying, crashing into the sea. Is this a joke? Yerlita was just knocked out of the way. And what about that fellow's arm? How can it stretch so far? Nami, elated at her newfound treasure, was taken aback upon witnessing Luffy's display of power. That guy named Luffy has consumed a devil fruit, granting him extraordinary abilities. Though he has the disadvantage of being vulnerable to seawater, Zhongli mused, pleased to witness such a dramatic moment. Devil fruit. Consuming one grants such immense power? What about you? Have you consumed a devil fruit as well? Nami scrutinized Zhongli, but apart from manifesting weapons out of thin air and conjuring shields, he seemed unremarkable. As for me, I certainly have not consumed one. My abilities are innate. I had them upon my arrival, which should be considered inherent. right? You seem quite interested in that fellow. Nami observed Zhongli's keen interest in Luffy and Kobe, her gaze tinged with complexity. Indeed, he found Luffy fascinating. What if I were to approach him now and express my desire to join him? Do you think he would acquiesce? What? You scoundrel, wish to become a pirate? I must have misjudged you. I thought you were my friend. Nami's expression shifted to one of menace as she brandished a small knife toward Zhongli, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. Hey, so we are friends now. Did you not say we would part ways? Zhongli teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Nami, however, remained serious. If you wish to become a pirate, then you are no longer my friend. Please leave my ship. Seeing Nami's sincerity, Zhongli immediately donned a smile. Oh, come now, don't be so stern. Since Miss Nami considers me a friend, why would I pursue being a pirate? Isn't it better to accompany you? Truly, you want to become a pirate? Of course not. Zhongli chuckled inwardly, confident that his current resolution would waver once he joined the Straw Hats. I sense you are thinking something improper. Am I? Certainly not. By the way, Nami, where are we headed next? Having noticed Luffy's departure, it seemed they should also be on their way. To Shell's Town. After resupplying, I shall leave. And what of me? Who cares about you? Nami replied with a haughty demeanor. Then I shall become a pirate. You dare. Bang, bang, bang. Nami swiftly dealt several blows to Zhongli's head, leaving him with a few lumps. Shell's Town was established on an island where the Navy was stationed, overseen by Colonel Monka. One would expect that the presence of the Navy would ensure the residents of Shell's Town lived in happiness. Alas, the oppressive rule of Monka, enchanted by the Black Cat Pirate's hypnotist, had led him to a nefarious path, wreaking havoc in Shell's Town. The inhabitants had long suffered under his tyranny. Upon hearing about the bounty hunter Zoro, Nami clenched her fists tightly. Zhongli glanced at her, understanding her agitation. In her 8 years of thievery, Nami had encountered numerous malevolent sailors, which was precisely why she forbade Zhongli from becoming a pirate and had not suggested he join the Navy. I heard there are navigational charts of the Grand Line in the Navy base. I'm leaving, so don't follow me. Nami finished her juice and turned to depart. Zhongli sighed, watching her retreating figure, feeling helpless. Even if he offered to help Nami defeat Arlong, she would doubt him and question how he knew of her situation. He could only take it one step at a time, his attention shifting to Luffy, who was voraciously devouring his meal. I've made up my mind. I will recruit Zoro as my partner. Luffy shouted, finishing his meal and leaving the tavern in search of Zoro. The plot was about to unfold. Zhongli decided to join the fray. He climbed the walls of the Navy base, where 3 heads appeared. Hey, who are you? Luffy, watching a little girl deliver rice balls to Zoro, suddenly noticed Zhongli picking his nose. I am Zhongli. I heard you were looking for companions, so I thought I would see if I could join you. Indeed, Zhongli had begun to take action. If he could join, splendid. If not, he would simply tag along for the ensuing events. Primarily, he had Nami as a safety net. With her, even if he could not officially join the Straw Hats, their relationship would not deteriorate. Really? That is fantastic. Kobe, did you see that? I have a partner now. He. Luffy exclaimed joyfully to Kobe, leaving Zhongli at a loss for words. It appeared he had overestimated Luffy's intelligence. Chapter 3. The Conclusion of Shell's Town. Hey, what made you choose that fool as your captain? Zoro inquired of Zhongli, who had helped him break free. Because he is Luffy. He is destined to become the Pirate King. Really? You actually believe that? Why wouldn't I? Isn't it worthwhile to follow someone who harbors such dreams? Or are you mocking someone else's aspirations? Upon hearing this, Zoro fell silent. Indeed, how could Luffy's dream be ridiculed? After all, Zoro's own dream was to become the world's greatest swordsman. What difference was there between their aspirations? They both sought to be the strongest. My apologies for my earlier words. Not at all. After all, Luffy truly is a fool. Zhongli chuckled heartily. At that moment, the Navy arrived, halting before the 3. Mr. Zhongli, the Navy is here. The Navy has arrived. Kobe cowered behind Zhongli, trembling. Weren't you eager to join the Navy? Why are you so afraid of them now? Did you hear that, Mr. Zhongli? But we are currently causing a ruckus at the Navy base, so I doubt I can join them now. Kobe hid behind Zhongli, sorrowfully exclaiming, be careful. As Zhongli and the others continued their conversation, the Navy suddenly opened fire. Zoro had just issued a warning, but the bullets were already hurtling towards the trio. In that critical moment, Zhongli's shield activated instantaneously, while Luffy arrived just in time to intercept the bullets. Being a rubber man due to consuming the gum fruit, Luffy was impervious to the Navy's ammunition. Wow, Zhongli, what are those glowing shields around you 3? They look so cool. I want one too. Upon seeing the radiant shields enveloping Zhongli and his companions, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fervently expressed his desire for a shield of his own. Their bullets can't harm you. What do you need a shield for? Although Zhongli retorted in jest, he still conjured a shield for Luffy. What of the devil fruit? I am Monka, Colonel of the Navy. Get ready. Colonel Monka swung his arm, commanding his men to charge at Luffy and the others. I don't know which sword is yours, so I brought out all three here. Luffy grinned as he handed 3 swords to Zoro, encouraging him to select his own. Zoro took hold of all 3, wielding 2 in his hands while biting down on the third. All 3 of these swords belong to me. I practiced the 3-sword style. 3-sword style? That sounds amazing, Luffy exclaimed, though he had no real understanding of what it entailed, simply captivated by the sound of it. I can use a sword too, but a spear suits me better. Conqueror's Spear. A luminous spear suddenly manifested in Zhongli's hand, eliciting astonishment from Luffy and the others nearby. That's incredible. Where did you pull that from? As Luffy was about to inquire further, Zhongli swiftly interrupted. Enough chatter. Let's finish this and deal with the Navy. All right. Luffy quickly geared up, as the ordinary Navy soldiers posed no challenge to him. Zoro and Zhongli were equally adept, and the 3 of them effortlessly dispatched the Navy personnel present. Only Colonel Monka remained. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. It seems I must handle this myself. Wah! Just as both sides prepared to engage, a voice rang out, causing Zhongli to exclaim in alarm. You scoundrel, Zhongli. How dare you run off to become a pirate behind my back? From atop the Navy's headquarters, Nami shouted at Zhongli. Oh, this is bad. In that moment, Zhongli felt a pang of guilt akin to being caught in the act. Little thief cat? How did she end up on the headquarters? Monka fumed, barking orders to the not-so-seriously injured Navy soldiers. Yes, sir. The able-bodied soldiers, albeit limping, made their way towards Nami. You scoundrel Zhongli, I never want to see you again. Realizing someone was coming to capture her, and that the navigational charts of the Grand Line had already been stolen by Buggy the Clown, Nami felt there was no longer any reason to stay. Forget Zhongli. I won't bother with him. Initially seeking an excuse to travel with Zhongli for a while, she dismissed the idea upon feeling betrayed. As Nami departed, Zhongli felt a tinge of helplessness, but reassured himself that they would meet again soon. However, he pondered whether Nami would still hold a favorable impression of Luffy after their encounter with Buggy, thanks to his actions. Hey, don't get distracted during battle. Zoro stepped in front of Zhongli, blocking Monka's attack. Ah, my apologies. I never intended to steal your prey. Oh, very well, leave it to us. Zoro flashed a wicked smile at Zhongli, quickly joining Luffy to defeat Monka. After the battle concluded, the 4 returned to the inn to indulge in a meal. On their way back, news of Monka's defeat spread joyously among the residents and Navy soldiers alike. Huh, you only have a tiny boat? No way. Zhongli, how could you be tricked into boarding with him? Zoro looked at Zhongli in disbelief. I had no idea about that. I came with the woman from the Navy headquarters today. Little thief cat? What is your relationship with her? We are friends. Zoro was taken aback by Zhongli's reply, questioning the plausibility of being friends with a thief. Hey, you're not also a thief, are you? After that idiot's treasure? Zoro mused, only to be met with Luffy's mouth full of food as he defended Zhongli. You can't call Zhongli a thief. He is my partner. While I did steal something with Nami once, I am not a thief. Zhongli chuckled, addressing Luffy. Though Nami is a thief, she is also an exceptionally skilled navigator. A navigator? Is that true? Luffy's eyes lit up as he sought confirmation from Zhongli. Of course. Humph. You've finally revealed your true intentions. You just want to steal, Zoro remarked, sipping his drink. You insufferable mosshead. I've tolerated you for long enough. Huh. What did you say? Do you want me to chop you to bits? Soon enough. The two were embroiled in a scuffle, while Luffy watched the playful brawl with a grin. At that moment, some Navy soldiers entered, asking Luffy and his companions to leave. Mr. Luffy, As the trio prepared to depart, KB fidgeted, seemingly wanting to say something. Oh, KB, are you going to join the Navy? Luffy asked cheerfully. Yes, Mr. Luffy, but I don't know. Upon seeing the Navy at Shell's Town, KB felt lost, realizing that the Navy could have villains too. You scoundrel. Observing KB's confusion, Luffy delivered a punch to him. You must believe in yourself. Luffy raised his fist, laughing heartily at KB, with tears brimming in his eyes. KB stood at attention, declaring, Yes, Mr. Luffy, I will definitely become a true Navy officer. Chapter 4, Buggy the Clown. I'm so hungry. Luffy and the others had not eaten for several days, drifting aimlessly at sea, feeling both famished and bored. Wow, what a gigantic bird. All right, I've decided to eat you, Luffy exclaimed, spotting a large bird soaring in the sky, and propelled himself upward with his rubbery elasticity. I got bitten on the head. Zhongli, Zoro, help me. You idiot, Luffy. Zoro cursed as he hurriedly paddled the boat, trying to catch up to Luffy. Hey, Zoro. Watch out. There are 3 people ahead. Huh. Zoro paused his paddling, turning to see three individuals calling for help. Hey, save us. Help us. The trio waved their hands frantically. Those three don't look like good people, Zoro remarked. It doesn't matter. They can help us row the boat, right? That makes sense. Thus, the two rescued the three individuals who, as expected, attempted to seize the boat. After Zoro taught them a lesson, they could only smile sheepishly, serving as laborers for Zhongli and Zoro. During this time, the three explained to Zhongli and Zoro why they were at sea. Of course, Zhongli was aware of their predicament, having been deceived by Nami, who manipulated the weather to sink their ship. A weather-manipulating individual? She must be an impressive navigator, Zoro concluded. See, I told you Nami is a remarkable navigator, but you didn't believe me. You fool. The woman they mentioned may not be the Nami you speak of. Huh. With orange hair, and she set sail before us. It must be her. Zhongli was too weary to engage in further banter, lying down to rest. By now, Luffy should have encountered Nami on Buggy's island. Boom. Boss, we hit that giant bird. All right, go catch it. While Buggy commanded his men to capture the bird, Luffy, having been blasted down, plummeted. What the heck? Nami, who was being chased by Buggy's men for stealing, was startled as something suddenly fell from above. Ah, where's this? Luffy, picking his nose, stood up and inquired of Nami. Why you are? Nami recognized the man in the straw hat before her, the pirate who had stolen Zhongli. Regrettably, Luffy failed to recognize Nami. In fact, he couldn't even recall what she looked like. Upon hearing Nami's seemingly questioning tone, Luffy burst into laughter, exclaiming, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Hee hee. Who cares about you, you bastard? Nami shouted, but she quickly regained her composure. Captain, you've come. Luffy, puzzled by the sudden address of Captain from the woman, noticed that Buggy's crew had swiftly surrounded them. So you're the little thief as captain? Humph. Come along quietly to meet Buggy. During the ensuing scuffle, one of Buggy's lackeys accidentally knocked Luffy's straw hat, inciting Luffy's wrath as he effortlessly knocked several of them down. No one is allowed to damage my treasure. Luffy dusted off his hat and placed it back upon his head. At that moment, the hidden Nami emerged before Luffy, proposing a collaboration. A thief? A navigator? Huh. Are you a friend of Zhongli? Huh. Who's his friend? Nami retorted with a hint of pride. Oh, so you're not? What a pity. My navigator can only be a friend of Zhongli. Nami slapped her forehead and asked, So, do you want to collaborate? I can duplicate a map of the Grand Line that I stole. No, a friend of Zhongli will definitely lead us there. Bastard. I am a friend of Zhongli, Nami. Is that enough? Hearing her name, Luffy smacked his right hand into his left palm. It really is you. All right, I'll listen to you. Luffy obediently allowed Nami to bind him, but at that moment, she began to wonder, could he truly be a pirate? Just a friend of his crew. And he trusted her so easily. What a fool. Soon, Nami brought Luffy to the lair of the clown Buggy. Little thief cat, Nami, are you really going to abandon your captain and join us? The red-nosed clown seated at the head of the table glared at Nami. Indeed, this is my letter of intent. Nami pushed Luffy forward, eliciting laughter from Buggy's crew. Ha ha ha, excellent. To welcome our new companion. Let our little thief cat witness the power of Buggy's cannon. Buggy's henchmen adjusted the cannon's aim and lit the fuse. Boom. A whole street was obliterated in a single shot. Nami was taken aback. By the time she regained her senses, Buggy had aimed the cannon at Luffy. What do you intend to do? In response to her question, the clown Buggy approached Nami, speaking sinisterly. Of course, to send your former captain on his way. As the fuse burned down, Buggy's crew awaited the cannons firing with smug expressions. Bastard, stop right now. Seeing the fuse being consumed, Nami disregarded everything else and rushed over, extinguishing the flame with her hands. At that moment, Luffy, trapped in a stone cage, finally spoke. Nami, can I speak now? Who cares about that? Nami's hands were burned, tears streaming from the pain. Yet Luffy maintained his carefree demeanor, saying to Nami, Thank you for saving me, Nami. Hearing Luffy's gratitude, Nami, her eyes still wet with tears, looked at him incredulously. He was thanking her even after she had caused him trouble? Saved you? I wouldn't he say so. Boys, attack. Eliminate the little thief cat and that straw hat wearing bastard. That straw hat. Buggy despises that hat. Yes, Captain Buggy. Buggy's henchmen surged towards Luffy and Nami. Oh no. Nami gasped, realizing that her combat abilities were lacking. Am I going to die here? Where's Zhongli? Luffy is here, but where did Zhongli go? Just as Nami thought of Zhongli, Zoro appeared. Three-sword style. Zoro materialized behind Nami, blocking all incoming attacks. In no time, he had dispatched several of Buggy's lackeys. Then, Buggy emerged, still exuding the oppressive aura of a villain. Armed with a knife, he charged at Zoro. Humph. So many openings. Zoro disdainfully drew his sword, swiftly defeating Buggy. Just as Zoro was about to sheath his sword, a hand wielding a knife lunged at him from the air. But before Zoro could be struck, a shield appeared beside him. "Hey, Zoro, don't let your guard down," Zhongli, now appearing before everyone, said with a smile. "What's with that hand?" Nami asked. But before Zhongli could respond, the clown Buggy interjected. "I am a splitter thanks to the chop fruit. My body can not only split freely but also ignore slashes. You all shall perish." Chapter 5. Nami temporarily joins the crew. Although Buggy spoke fiercely, when Zhongli granted everyone a shield, Buggy found himself at a loss. "Bastard. What is this ability?" No matter how Buggy attacked, all his efforts were thwarted by Zhongli's shield. "Hey, Red Nose, how about taking a break?" Zhongli taunted while shattering the stone cage that held Luffy. "Damn it, who are you calling Red Nose? Just wait. Finally free." Haha. Luffy, adjusting his straw hat, laughed heartily. "What do we do now? Should we send this guy flying?" Zhongli asked, arms crossed. Observing Buggy's erratic attacks, Zhongli felt a bit bored. Not only did Zhongli find it dull, but so did Zoro and the others. Indeed, Zhongli's shield was remarkably reassuring. "All right, let us send them flying." With Luffy's encouragement, the three quickly dispatched the remaining members of Buggy's crew. At that moment, the beast tamer Moji and Kabeji approached, and Buggy, who had initially wanted to flee due to his lack of subordinates, suddenly regained his bravado. "Moji, Kabeji, get in there." "Yes, Captain Buggy." Soon, Zhongli confronted Moji, and Zoro faced Kabeji, leaving Luffy to battle Buggy alone. A man and a lion stood before Zhongli. "Kid, don't think you can flaunt yourself just because you took down some lackeys. Prepare to die?" Holding the crescent pike, Zhongli faced off against the duo with ease, showing no concern for them. Yet, he did not defeat them immediately. Instead, he blocked their attacks while contemplating how to manipulate the Geo element. Drawing from Morax's template, Zhongli possessed the ability to control the Geo element as well. However, his proficiency in Geo was only at level 20, necessitating more practice to master the element fully. "Kid, are you just going to dodge? Fight me head on," Moji taunted. Meanwhile, Zoro had already dispatched Kabeji with a swift strike. Seeing Zhongli still engaged, he inquired, "Need help?" "No. Just keep an eye on Luffy," Zhongli replied, refusing Zoro's assistance. Zoro hoisted his sword and headed towards Luffy's battlefield. On Luffy's side, the battle between him and Buggy was fiercely contested. This was primarily due to Buggy's ability, which allowed him to deftly evade Luffy's attacks. Although Buggy's knife countered Luffy's rubber powers, Zhongli's shield rendered Buggy incapable of inflicting any harm on Luffy. "That straw hat makes me so angry just seeing it. Why? This hat was given to me by Shanks. He's a good man." Luffy held the hat, smiling as he gazed at it, seemingly reliving the moment when Shanks had bestowed it upon him. "Shanks, it's all because of that bastard that I've become like this. I will despise him for eternity." Buggy suddenly erupted in rage, attacking Luffy furiously. At that moment, Zhongli's shield began to show signs of cracking under Buggy's relentless assault. "Shanks is a good man. I won't let you speak ill of him." Luffy couldn't hold back any longer, launching a punch that sent Buggy flying. As Buggy soared through the air, he regained his composure and prepared to continue the fight, only to see Nami stealthily pilfering his treasure. "Little thief cat, you're courting death." Buggy, controlling his upper body, soared towards Nami. However, before he could approach her, his lower half was struck by a swift kick from Luffy, causing him to collapse onto the ground. "Damn it, my groin," Buggy exclaimed in pain. He then utilized his devil fruit powers to summon his entire body back, except for his feet left behind on the ground. "Hee feet." Luffy chuckled as he spotted the pair of feet remaining in place, immediately commencing his mischief. Meanwhile, Buggy, who was grappling with Nami over the treasure, struggled to endure Luffy's antics, but suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Without warning, he was sent flying by Luffy's enormous slipper, his body parts scattering across the ground. "Cursed! Cursed!" Buggy shouted. "Body, come back!" In his fury, he attempted to retrieve his body, but alas, his dismembered parts had already been bound by Nami. He was left with only his head, arms, and legs, forming a new figurine of Buggy. Behold, Rubber Rocket. As the moment arrived, Luffy stretched his arms back, gathering strength, and then propelled Buggy away with a single strike. "Excellent. Finally sent him flying, hee. Luffy laughed joyfully as he leaned against his straw hat, only to catch sight of Zoro nearby. "Hey, Zoro, where did Zhongli go?" "Playing with the circus tamer." "Tamer? How impressive. Shall we go take a look?" "No need. I'm back." Zhongli reappeared, having sheathed his shield before the trio. In the previous battle, he had successfully used his Geo element to conjure a soil snake that incapacitated Machi and the lion. However, after summoning the snake, he had become exhausted. which was why Luffy's shield had nearly been shattered by Bucky just moments before. Just then, Zhongli noticed Nami stealthily trying to slip away with Bucky's treasure. "Hey, Nami, are you leaving already?" Zhongli did not suggest joining them, as that was the captain's prerogative. Luffy turned his head, extending his arm until it reached Nami. "Nami, become my navigator, will you?" He. "No. Why not?" "Because you are pirates, and I will never become one." "Why wouldn't you want to be a pirate?" "Pirates are free." Luffy grinned broadly, but Nami shook her head in response. "Freedom? Pirates are nothing but cunning, selfish scoundrels who bully the weak. I will not become a pirate navigator. You should seek someone else." "That is not true. The kind of person you're describing isn't a pirate. True pirates are the freest souls upon the sea," Luffy replied earnestly. Seeing that Luffy's persuasion had no effect, Zhongli interjected, "Nami, the kind of pirates you speak of do exist, but do you see Luffy as that kind of pirate? And Zoro and me? If you don't believe us, you can come aboard and observe us first before deciding whether to join us. What do you think?" Zhongli's final question was directed at both Nami and Luffy. For ultimately, Luffy was the captain, and any proposal required his consent. "All right, it's settled then." He. "Zhongli, you've truly been a great help." Why am I being assumed to have agreed?" "You annoying Zhongli, I can't stand you." Despite her words, Nami acquiesced to Zhongli's suggestion. Luffy was indeed different from the pirates she had known, but to join a pirate crew? That was a dream. The villagers were still waiting for her to save them. And if Arlong discovered she had boarded another pirate ship, it would surely spell doom for Zhongli and the others. Although they were already as strong as monsters, he was still Arlong. No one could defeat him. Chapter 6, Usopp. Syrup Village. At long last, Luffy and his companions set foot on the long-absent land. "There should be a village here. Let us see if we can find a sturdier ship," Nami suggested to Luffy and the others. Who are those people?" As soon as Nami finished speaking, Zoro spotted 4 figures on the slope. At that moment, 3 of the figures instantly vanished, leaving only one long-nosed man standing before the 4. "Hey, you all stop right there. I am Usopp, captain of the Usopp Pirates. Syrup Village is now under the control of my Usopp Pirates. You'd better leave quickly, or my 8,000 men won't let you go." "What a boast," Nami replied nonchalantly. Usopp's grin faltered. "No way. Did I just get caught? You hit the nail on the head. Damn it, so you tricked me. What a clever woman." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nami's forehead. Why was she not pleased by the compliment? Ha. Usopp, you're quite the character." Luffy laughed heartily, provoking Usopp's ire. "Hey, are you laughing at me?" "Laughing? Not at all. I know you. Your father is Usopp, right?" "You know my father?" Usopp was taken aback. His father, Usopp, had left him when he was very young to join the red-haired pirates. Even after his mother passed away, Usopp had never returned to see him. Lacking parental figures, Usopp spun tales to capture the villagers' attention, earning him the moniker Liar Usopp. After their brief reunion, Usopp led the 4 to a tavern for a meal. Finding companions and a sturdy ship? This must be quite the adventure. Usopp exclaimed loudly. "Right," Luffy replied cheerfully, continuing to gorge on meat. Then, Usopp informed the 4 about Kaya, suggesting that if they sought a ship, Kaya's family could be of help. "In that case, let us try somewhere else," Nami suggested. As she felt it wouldn't be right to disturb Kaya, whose parents had passed away, she wished to seek a ship elsewhere. Zhongli, who was also eating, nodded in agreement. How could he not support such a kind-hearted Nami? This is bad. I have to go," Usopp exclaimed hurriedly, leaving without the others knowing what he was up to. "Where's Usopp going? He's not planning to dine and dash, is he?" Nami remarked. "Let us go see," Zhongli proposed, and Luffy immediately agreed, not waiting for the 3 little ones to catch up. They followed Usopp to the window of Kaya's room, where he regaled her with tales of adventure, causing her to burst into laughter. At that moment, a round of applause drew their attention. "It's you. These people. Do you know them, Usopp?" "Of course. They are the new members of my Usopp Pirates." Usopp draped his arm around Luffy's neck. "Not quite," Luffy replied seriously. "Then you are." "I'm here to ask for a sturdy ship." Kaya was about to agree when a refined butler approached. The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro." Zhongli smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. "Hey, Zhongli, what are you planning?" Nami, sensing Zhongli's malice, furrowed her brow in inquiry. "What am I planning? I'm here to eliminate unnecessary complications." "Unnecessary complications, you say?" Before Nami could voice her question, the quarrel between Kuro and Usopp reached a boiling point. "You're the son of a despicable pirate. You must hate him, don't you? That greedy father who abandoned his family. Bastard. I won't allow you to insult my father. You've gone too far, Kuro. I demand you apologize to Usopp." "Miss Kaya, I'm only speaking the truth," Is it necessary to apologize to such a savage who was born with a father but raised without one? Kuro. Kaya cried in outrage, never expecting her usually graceful butler to utter such hurtful words. Enough. Usopp punched Kuro, knocking him to the ground. I'm proud to have a pirate for a father. He is the greatest warrior of the sea in my heart. I have never concealed the fact that pirate blood runs through my veins. I am the son of a pirate, and I take immense pride in it. Usopp bellowed at the fallen Kuro. Pirates are despicable, and the son of a pirate is the very epitome of depravity. Hey, I cannot abide such slander against pirates. At that moment, Zhongli interjected, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Just as he was about to continue, Luffy, with a serious expression, restrained him. This is Usopp's matter. We mustn't interfere. You must be unable to contain yourself either, right? Just wait. I assure you, there will come a time for you to strike him. Kuro, noticing that Luffy and the others were also pirates, furrowed his brow but sneered all the same. So you two are pirates, brought in by Usopp, I presume? It appears Usopp has approached Ms. Kaya solely for her wealth, and now he has summoned his allies. What is this? Do you intend to forcefully seize her? This time, even Zoro and Nami could no longer restrain themselves, glaring fiercely at Kuro. I must say, it's no wonder they call you Kuro the Schemer. Your deceitful antics are quite impressive. Kuro the Schemer? Everyone present, except Zhongli and Kuro, looked bewildered. Wait, Kuro the Schemer? Isn't that the pirate who was executed by the Navy 3 years ago? Zhongli, what on earth are you talking about? Usopp snapped back to reality, addressing Zhongli. Indeed, he is a vile pirate. If you wish to slander me, at least choose a more credible identity. As Usopp mentioned, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro the Schemer, has been dead for 3 years. Kuro maintained his facade of calmness, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. Is Kuro truly dead? I have observed you for quite some time. That gesture of yours. Zhongli mimicked Kuro's action of pushing up his glasses and continued. Isn't that Kuro's signature move? TCH, what does one gesture signify? Kuro retorted dismissively. A gesture may not reveal much, but I have heard that the Navy officer responsible for capturing Kuro was named Monka, and he was the only one who survived that operation. However, he underwent a drastic change in personality, becoming entirely different from before. I have also heard that the first mate of the Black Cat Pirates was a hypnotist. Considering Kuro's cunning nature, I suspect he merely staged his own death. Let me guess, your appearance beside Miss Kaya is roughly 3 years ago? Upon receiving a nod from Kaya, Kuro's forehead finally broke into a cold sweat. Thus, adding your glasses pushing gesture to the mix. While coincidences may occur, too many coincidences provide me ample reason to suspect that you are indeed the Kuro who faked his death. Chapter 7. Kuro's scheme regardless. It is merely your conjecture. Do not defame the innocent without evidence. Kuro calmly asserted, adjusting his glasses. Zhongli, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked calmly behind Kuro, drawing forth the crescent spear. Regrettably, since we are pirates, it suffices for us to suspect someone. We need not present any evidence. Luffy. All right. Without further thought, Luffy launched a gum-gum pistol at Kuro. Luffy. No. Usopp and Kaya, realizing what was happening, were astonished by the sudden turn of events. In truth, Zhongli's lengthy exposition was primarily directed at Luffy, for if a confrontation were to ensue, even after Zhongli's analysis, others might hesitate. But Luffy would not. As Kuro, fixated on Zhongli's spear, heard the exclamations, he swiftly turned to see a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling towards him. Weighing the odds, Kuro made the decision to evade. Silent step. Kuro vanished just before Luffy's fist could connect, causing Luffy to retract his punch swiftly. Clautel, Kaya gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. If she had harbored any doubts regarding Zhongli's suspicions, Kuro's effortless evasion of Luffy's attack had solidified his true identity. Soon after, Kuro reappeared before the group. So you are a devil fruit user. Fortunately, I chose to evade. Otherwise, that punch would have thwarted my subsequent plans. He adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with indignation. With Kuro's identity exposed, the Straw Hat crew immediately shifted into a combat stance. Zoro drew his 3 swords and stood alongside Luffy. Usopp, go protect Kaya with Nami. It's time for our battle. Hey! Usopp and Nami hurried into Kaya's room, promptly closing the window. Kuro, are you ready to take a beating? Your weapon is not in hand. Zhongli pointed his spear at Kuro, positioning himself behind him to prevent any escape. After all, he understood Kuro's incredible speed. Even surrounded by 3 opponents, Kuro retained an air of elegance. You are impressive. You are the first intelligent pirate I have encountered. Thank you for the compliment, but I prefer not to engage in unnecessary banter. Luffy, Gum Gum Whip. Having missed with his Gum Gum pistol, Luffy now employed a broader attack with his kicking whip. Silent Step. Demon Slash. Kuro utilized Silent Step to evade, only to find Zoro's strike immediately following. TCH. Kuro once again employed Silent Step to dodge Zoro's attack. Despite the failed probing attacks by Luffy and Zoro, their confidence remained intact as they contemplated how to match Kuro's speed. Your speed is indeed remarkable. However, once it dissipates, you are nothing. You speak the truth, yet, regrettably, my speed is not something that can simply vanish. Kuro smiled confidently, having gleaned sufficient insight into Luffy and Zoro's offensive strategies. Zhongli refrained from attacking, likely fulfilling the role of strategist aboard their vessel. Once the next wave of attacks concluded, he would make his escape, intending to return with the 10 blades. The plan had commenced. Minor setbacks were inconsequential, so long as he could eliminate these individuals. He was also intrigued by the bounty on these pirates. An additional profit would be most welcome. As Luffy and Zoro charged at him once more, Kuro smirked derisively, ready to employ Silent Step to evade their attacks and flee. Yet, his calf became ensnared by the suddenly upheaved ground. With his mobility compromised, he could only brace for Luffy's punch and Zoro's slash. Although Zoro's strike did not aim for Kuro's head, it nevertheless severed one of his hands. Luffy's punch obliterated Kuro's eye, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping in agony. Humph. I await the moment I can manipulate the rock element. What do you await? Zhongli mocked, observing Kuro's legs still buried in the earth. Why you two are a devil fruit user? Kuro was astonished. In the weakest East Blue, devil fruit users were exceedingly rare, yet there were 2 among this pirate crew. Is that true? Zhongli, are you a devil fruit user as well? Luffy exclaimed, beaming at Zhongli. Apologies, Luffy, I have not consumed a devil fruit. The ability to manipulate rock elements is an innate talent of mine. Is that so? How impressive. Luffy's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Enough of this chit-chat. Kuro, tell us what your plan truly entails. You have unraveled my identity. Why not see if you can unearth my plan as well? After all, I have already been apprehended by you. The plan holds little value now. Kuro panted, eyes closed. Zhongli smirked. You still hope to turn the tide with your pirate crew? Have you considered the caliber of your subordinates? They are nothing but a motley assortment of miscreants. To indulge in your theatrics, I shall graciously oblige. Let me ponder. Your role as Miss Kaya's steward must serve a purpose, especially with her parents deceased. Thus, the inheritance of the Kaya estate is what you have gone to such lengths to disguise yourself for over 3 years, is it not? Once Miss Kaya is dead, you can forge a will, and the wealth of the Kaya household will be within your grasp. At that moment, the window of Koya's room suddenly swung open, revealing her tear-streaked visage. Is it true? Clahatel, do you truly think so? She exclaimed. Ha ha ha, you are indeed impressive. Losing to you is no disgrace. Although Kuro appeared to be praising Zhongli, a shadow flickered in his gaze, mingled with a hint of pride. Wow, Zhongli, you are so intelligent. You knew this all along. This commendation came from Captain Zhongli, yet for some inexplicable reason, receiving praise from Luffy never seemed to bring her joy. I haven't finished speaking yet. If I had my way, Kuro could have acted long before Koya's parents passed away. There was no need to wait for such an extended period. Thus, you must have conceived another plan, am I correct? The Black Cat pirates still existed, albeit with the captain now being the hypnotist Zango. Monka's drastically altered temperament could be attributed to hypnosis, indicating that the hypnotist was involved throughout your scheme. Ultimately, your fake death, which allowed Kuro's identity to vanish from existence, suggests that you aim to legally seize Miss Koya's inheritance. Let me take a guess. You intend to have Zango hypnotize Miss Koya into signing the will, thereby rightfully acquiring her family's estate and continuing your life. And the simplest way to ensure Miss Koya's premature demise would be to have your subordinates raid and pillage in Syrup Village, wouldn't it? Impossible. How do you know all this? Kuro was genuinely terrified. The man before him was too formidable, and today was ostensibly their first encounter. How could he deduce his elaborate plan from just a few fragments? Chapter 8. The Sword God and the Sword Saint. Why must it be like this? Why? Koya sobbed into her hands, murmuring to herself. Hey, Zhongli, are you saying that the Black Cat pirates will come to Syrup Village? Is that true? Given this fellow's reaction, it seemed plausible. Zhongli responded to Usopp, nearly causing him to burst into tears, but upon seeing Koya beside him, he managed to maintain his composure. Very well. Let Captain Usopp protect the village. Well said. If not for my trembling legs, Nami would have almost believed it, she retorted. Wow, Usopp is so cool. Luffy laughed heartily. Someone actually believes it, huh? Nami wished she could pry open Luffy's head to understand his thoughts. Yet, their primary concern remained the Black Cat pirates. Zhongli, do you know when the Black Cat pirates will arrive? Huh, Nami, do Do you think I'm a god? How could I possibly know that? Zhongli was at a loss. How could he ascertain such details? Although it seemed like only a night had passed in the manga, in this pirate world, precise timing was inherently unpredictable. Come on, Zhongli. Take another guess. Luffy said, picking his nose. You brat. Get lost. Zhongli retracted his spear and threw a punch at Luffy. Humph. Whatever the time. We can just guard the main road to the village, can't we? Zoro chimed in. Exactly. Besides, we've already dealt with Kuro. His subordinates are merely a rabble. Really? There are only 4 of us. They must have a multitude of members, right? Not just 4. Adding me, Captain Usopp, we have 5. Usopp proclaimed, hands on his hips. Though his legs were still shaky. 5 people won't make much difference. Nami shouted in exasperation. Just then, a pair of hands flew in, seizing Usopp. Those hands belonged to Luffy. Since you've joined us, Usopp, let's go. Luffy pulled Usopp out and sprinted toward the villa. Wait a moment. Unfortunately, Luffy didn't give Usopp a chance to speak, and he quickly vanished. I'm going too. I hope those pirates allow me to have some fun chopping, Zoro said, a wicked grin on his face, yet he unknowingly wandered off in the opposite direction as he exited. This directionally challenged fool. Zhongli slapped his forehead but chose not to correct Zoro. He would likely find Luffy eventually. As for the ensuing matters, I shall leave the 2 lovely ladies to await at home? No, I want to keep an eye on those 2 fools, Nami retorted, though deep down, she was looking for an opportunity to escape. All right, my little thief cat, do act within your means. Who is your little thief cat? Humph. Nami's cheeks flushed as she haughtily jumped out of the window and left the villa. So adorable, Miss Nami, Koya mused. Her spirits lifted somewhat as she watched Nami's departing figure with a smile. Miss Koya, please rest well at home. I too must take my leave. Farewell. Zhongli seized the bewildered Kuro and prepared to depart. Mr. Zhongli, thank you. No need for thanks. I merely guessed correctly by chance. Upon hearing this, Koya shook her head. Regardless, you saved my life and now fight for the villagers. Once this matter concludes, I will help you find the ship you need. If you require any specific renovations, do let me know in advance, and I shall arrange it with the shipwright. Very well, then we shall comply. Zhongli left with a smile. Where are you taking me? Kuro finally regained his senses and asked Zhongli. To catch the thief, one must first capture the king. Since we have captured the king, we might as well make good use of him. Zhongli flashed a bright smile, causing Kuro to feel somewhat dizzy. Eventually, the group awaited the Black Cat Pirates' attack, albeit without Kuro. The Black Cat Pirates were easily defeated by the group, marking the end of the defense of Syrup Village. Did you kill Kuro? Nami asked as she approached Zhongli aboard the Going Merry. What else? Kuro's bounty had long since expired. Keeping him was pointless. Oh, so the bounty expired. What a pity. Nami expressed her regret at not being able to escape, thus deciding to continue following Zhongli and the others. With the bounty gained from defeating the Black Cat Pirates, Nami concluded that accompanying them could work out after all. Hey, Luffy, the pirate flag is ready. Yes. Usopp has also boarded the ship. As Luffy and the others prepared to leave, Usopp was eager to embark on his own adventure. However, invited aboard by Luffy, the proud Usopp insisted he had to supervise Luffy and the others to ensure they would care for the Merry, which led him to join the Straw Hat crew. Oh, Usopp, your drawing is quite good, Zhongli remarked, glancing over in admiration. What? Mine is clearly more attractive, Luffy protested, holding up his distorted skull drawing. Bang, bang, bang. Stop causing trouble, Nami scolded, having hit Luffy on the head. Subsequently, due to Usopp's remarkably accurate cannon fire, which struck a distant rocky hill, Luffy assigned him the role of sniper. I've made my decision. Before we enter the Grand Line, we need another member. While the 5 were dining in the kitchen, Luffy suddenly declared, Indeed, it is truly a waste to have such a large kitchen without a professional chef, but if the pay is right, I could manage. Nami said with her chin resting on her hand, smiling. Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed, a long journey cannot lack a cook. A musician. Just as Zoro was about to suggest they needed a chef, Luffy interjected, inciting the group's ire. Zhongli chuckled, shaking his head. Trying to follow Luffy's train of thought was quite the challenge. At that moment, a taunting voice echoed on the deck, prompting Luffy to rush out, compelled to fight. Ultimately, Zoro emerged, recognizing the bounty hunter he had encountered previously, which brought the battle between Luffy and the newcomer to an end. Brother Zoro, what should I do? My partner, who has been with me for so many years, is about to perish. Johnny sat beside John, whose body was drenched in blood, lamenting his fate. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp were frantically apologizing, as part of John's grievous injuries stemmed from their cannon fire accidentally striking the rocky hill where they had been resting. Enough with the apologies, Luffy, Usopp, head to the kitchen and squeeze some orange juice. He is suffering from scurvy, lacking in fruits and vegetables. And after he drinks the juice, he should feel a bit better. I didn't expect you to possess some nautical knowledge. Nami nudged Zhongli with her elbow. Please. I've traversed worlds. Lacking such basic knowledge would render me better off finding a tofu block to collide with. Naturally, he didn't possess the culinary skills typical of most travelers. Otherwise, what need would there be for Sanji? Once John recovered, he and Johnny struck a pose. Introducing themselves with flair, I am Johnny, John. We used to be bounty hunters alongside our brother Zoro. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Chapter 9. The Baratie Sea Restaurant. After the Sword God and the Sword Saint joined the crew, they learned that the Straw Hat Pirates were in search of a chef. They recommended that the crew head to the famed Baratie Sea Restaurant in the East Blue. Consequently, the group immediately set a course northward towards the restaurant. Just as the Mary was preparing to approach the Baratie, a naval warship drew near. The naval lieutenant aboard introduced himself as Iron Fist Hachi. Zhongli, unable to tolerate pretentiousness, scoffed. Iron Fist Hachi? Who is that? I've only heard of Iron Fist Garp. Is he your grandfather? Luffy, who had previously shown no reaction, immediately recoiled behind Zhongli upon hearing the name Garp. Humph. Pirates, today you are fortunate to encounter me on my day off. The next time we meet, you won't live to tell the tale. Though he spoke with bravado, he couldn't shake off the sting of Zhongli's mockery, and thus ordered his men to fire upon the Mary. Damn it. Watch this, rubber balloon. Luffy inhaled deeply, his body inflating like a balloon. Take that. Luffy forcefully propelled the cannonball away, initially expecting it to return, only to have it land directly on the Baratie. We're doomed. Ha ha ha, Luffy, you fool. Zhongli laughed heartily, only to receive a punch from Nami. What is so funny? We'll have to pay for this, you idiot Zhongli. In order to assess the damage, Zhongli and the others pushed the instigator, Luffy, out to the Baratie to check on the situation, while the others were unaware that Luffy had become an unwilling janitor. Zhongli proposed, why has Luffy been gone for so long? Let us go in and have a look, and perhaps grab a meal. Agreed. Brother Zhongli, you all go ahead. We'll remain here to guard the ship, Johnny insisted, citing the need to watch over John. All right, I'll bring you back something. Yes, thank you, Brother Zhongli. The four ventured into the restaurant, each placing their orders before indulging in their meals. Oh, isn't this our janitor captain? Zhongli's keen eyes spotted Luffy. I've heard you're to work for a year. Zoro teased Luffy. Meanwhile, Usopp wore a smug expression. Excellent. It's time for the Usopp pirates to make their entrance. How dare you guys leave me to feast without me? This is outrageous. Luffy immediately dashed over, devouring all the leftover food from the table. Ah, the sea. How fortunate I am to encounter you here, beautiful lady. Wait, don't you see she has a male companion? Zhongli interrupted Sanji, who had rushed over to flatter Nami. Sanji halted, sizing up Zhongli, noting his elegant dark ensemble. He does seem a touch more refined than I, huh? You? What makes you think you're worthy of such a lovely lady? Sanji grumbled, lighting a cigarette before returning to the kitchen to fetch fruit desserts and sweet wine, presenting them to Nami. I truly apologize for my rudeness. Please enjoy this fruit cheesecake and Grand Marnier, princess. Wow, how considerate. Just so you know, I have no ties to that man. Nami winked playfully at Zhongli. Indeed, princess. Rest assured, at your command, I shall rescue you from any peril. Sanji glared menacingly at Zhongli, who merely smiled condescendingly. Oh dear, please don't quarrel over me. Nami feigned innocence. All right, that's just too adorable. While Zhongli maintained his composure, Sanji seemed completely smitten. By the way, chef, the food here is truly delectable, though rather pricey for me. Complimentary. It must be complimentary, Sanji exclaimed, his eyes turning into hearts, but he quickly regained his composure. Turning to Zhongli, but you all still have to pay. Unbelievable. Such double standards. Usopp exclaimed in disbelief. Zoro, sipping his drink, replied contentedly, watch out. I might accuse you of gender discrimination, you culinary scoundrel. Unfortunately, Sanji paid them no heed, knocking out the nonchalant Luffy and dragging him away. 2 days passed. Aside from mealtimes at the Baratie, Zhongli and the others spent their days aboard the Mary. Luffy, burdened with janitorial duties, was often at the Baratie. During this time, Luffy persistently invited Sanji to join the crew, yet Sanji remained resolute in his refusal. Damn it, I told you I want to become a pirate. Get over it. After another vehement denial, Sanji lit a cigarette. At that moment, an unexpected guest's arrival sent the Baratie into a state of panic. It was Captain Creek's ship, albeit in a dilapidated condition. Zoro, hand on his sword, observed sternly. Zhongli shot a glance at Zoro, noting his sensitivity, as he could even sense the faintest hint of sword intent emanating from the ship. Amidst the crowd's anxious gaze, Akin, who had previously been saved by Sanji's fried rice, entered the restaurant carrying a towering figure. It was indeed Creek. The patrons gasped in surprise. But upon seeing Creek collapsed on the ground, they erupted into mocking laughter. Zhongli paid little attention to the ensuing chaos, as he could not intervene. After all, that was Sanji's principle. Should Zhongli intervene? What if Sanji felt that the Straw Hat Pirates' ideals didn't align with his own and chose not to join? That would be disastrous. As for the subsequent Cake Island arc, of course, it was primarily because Creek posed no real threat and could be easily subdued. Presently, Zhongli found himself more preoccupied with the impending arrival of Mihawk. "Hey, Zhongli, are you going to check it out?" Zoro asked, concerned that Luffy might cross paths with Creek, and thus took Usopp along to investigate. "You go ahead. Remember to stay sharp, for an important trial awaits you." "Huh, is it Creek's men?" "Certainly not. You will find it enjoyable." "All right then, I shall await it eagerly." With a smile, Zoro seized his sword and stealthily entered the restaurant with Usopp. He had no doubt that Zhongli would deceive him. Through their daily sparring, Zoro had come to understand Zhongli's formidable strength. That unfathomable power fascinated him. "I can't wait to land a solid blow on that scoundrel. Since Zhongli said this upcoming battle is crucial for me, it must indeed be significant." Watching Zoro depart, filled with fighting spirit, Zhongli too was brimming with anticipation. He was equally eager to witness the world's pinnacle of combat prowess. However, at present, Zhongli's fusion template progress had only reached level 2. He could only vaguely sense that if bounty amounted to strength, he was likely merely a small-time pirate worth 30 million. Chapter 10, Hawkeye Mihawk. "Why aren't you going with Zoro and the others?" Zhongli remarked with intrigue as he cast a glance at Nami. "Are you planning to leave one side apart?" Nami appeared to have her innermost thoughts laid bare. Hastily waving her hands in denial, No, it's just that I'm concerned about Luffy. If you're worried about Luffy, you should go inside and check on him, rather than lingering on the ship." At this point, Nami found herself at a loss for words, falling silent beside them. "In truth, I believe you ought to place more trust in us. Arlong is indeed formidable, but we are not without strength." Zhongli's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Nami's face, his intense eyes rendering her unable to meet his stare. However, Nami quickly regained her composure. "How do you know about my relationship with Arlong?" With a confident smile, Zhongli tugged at the sleeve of Nami's shirt, revealing the tattoo emblazoned on her arm, symbolizing the Arlong pirates. "Of course I saw it." But before Zhongli could finish his laughter, a blushing Nami delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Nami, the captain, Zhongli, Big Brother, Johnny and John, who remained on the ship, looked on in shock as Zhongli was sent soaring by Nami's kick. "You pervert! How dare you spy on me while I bathe?" Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned, before Johnny and John nonchalantly whistled and wandered to the other side of the ship to admire the scenery. Simultaneously, Zhongli understood why Nami harbored such thoughts. Since their first acquaintance, she had always donned short sleeves that concealed her tattoo, carefully ensuring that Luffy and the others remained oblivious to its existence. Unless Nami removed her shirt, no one would ever know of the tattoo adorning her arm. Caught up in his own bravado, Zhongli had overlooked this minor detail and unwittingly accepted the blame for having spied on Nami while she bathed. "No, Nami, let me explain." "Oh really? Go ahead and explain." Faced with Nami's fierce gaze, Zhongli momentarily struggled to find a suitable justification, but soon devised a solution. "No, if anyone needs to explain, it's you. What is the story behind the Arlong pirate's tattoo?" Seeing Zhongli redirect the conversation back to Arlong, Nami chose to set aside the matter of Zhongli's spying and instead composed her thoughts on how to dissuade him from meddling in her affairs. Just as Nami was about to speak, Zhongli interrupted her. "All right, Nami, if you want to persuade me to back off, you should talk to Luffy instead. From here on out, I will demonstrate my capability to confront Arlong, so just be patient and watch." Suddenly, Nami was taken aback by Zhongli's declaration, as he slowly uttered 4 words, "all-encompassing shield." Instantly, a massive protective barrier enveloped the Mary, safeguarding it. Boom. A series of slashes abruptly severed the gigantic ship of the Krieg pirates docked beside the Mary with precision. "No, this can't be happening. What on earth is going on?" Nami and the sword god, Jian Sheng, were left agape with astonishment. Meanwhile, the shield guarding the Mary had fortunately only encountered a single slash. However, this singular strike was sufficient to shatter the shield Zhongli had conjured, and he immediately collapsed to the ground in weakness. "Zhongli, Big Brother Zhongli." Nami and the others rushed to Zhongli's side, helping him up. "Truly, you are the world's strongest, unbelievably powerful." Initially, he thought he could do as he pleased with the shield, but he never anticipated that even the most basic slash from Mihawk would prove insurmountable. "Zhongli, are you alright?" Seeing Nami's concern, The sword god and Jian Sheng refrained from further involvement. I'm fine, but what do you think? I told you I have the ability to deal with Arlong. Did you see it? Nami appeared momentarily confused. See what? That your shield was obliterated in a single blow. And that you're now exhausted? Observing Nami's bewildered expression, Zhongli awkwardly cleared his throat. He had envisioned stepping in after the duel between Zoro and Mihawk, showcasing his shield alongside his mastery of swordsmanship through a few exchanges with the world's foremost swordsman. That should have sufficed to demonstrate his competence, but fate had other plans. And he was swiftly taken down by Mihawk's strike, leaving him with little to say. Ahem, you know. The slash I just blocked was a full-force strike from the world's greatest swordsman. Zhongli opened his eyes wide, fabricating a story since Nami seemed oblivious to the significance of the shield's destruction, and he had to provide an explanation. The world's greatest swordsman? Who is that? Gazing at Nami's adorably bewildered face, Zhongli felt a surge of frustration. Fortunately, Zoro was there to provide a first-hand demonstration. Zhongli, are you all right? At that moment, Luffy and Usopp returned to the ship, relieved to see them merry and scathed. Thank you so much, Zhongli. If it weren't for you, the Mary would have been destroyed. And I wouldn't know how to face Kaya. Upon learning that it was Zhongli's shield that had protected the Mary, Usopp rushed into Zhongli's embrace, tears streaming down his face, while embellishing tales of Mihawk's might that he had heard from Zeph. This revelation finally allowed Nami to recognize Zhongli's prowess. Usopp, well done. Zhongli thought to himself, impressed, and then feigned profundity as he turned his gaze back to Zoro and Mihawk's duel. However, this battle concluded swiftly, with Zoro being utterly overwhelmed. This only reinforced Nami's perception of the immense strength of Zhongli's shield. If someone as formidable as Zoro could be so thoroughly bested by Mihawk, then Zhongli's shield indeed held remarkable power. Furthermore, Zoro had earned Mihawk's acknowledgement, which suggested that his own strength was commendable as well. Given this, it seemed plausible that Arlong could indeed be defeated. Witnessing Nami's internal conflict finally emerge, Zhongli steeled his resolve and declared, "All right, brothers." Zoro smiled and remarked, "The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman." Just as he prepared to face Mihawk's next strike, Zhongli conjured a shield to protect him. Though the shield shattered with a single blow, it had nonetheless blocked Mihawk's attack. Zhongli. Luffy and Zoro glared furiously at Zhongli for interrupting their duel. Hey, Zhongli. Don't. Just as Nami regained her senses, she saw Zhongli approaching Zoro and Mihawk's battleground. Ignoring her, he stepped before Mihawk. Disrupting another duel is a grave breach of etiquette. Mihawk tightened his grip on his black blade, a flicker of displeasure crossing his piercing gaze for the first time. I apologize, Lord Mihawk, and to you as well, Zoro. However, we may soon face a dire confrontation, and I wish to prevent you from being severely injured and incapacitated. The implication of foresight? A hint of confusion flickered in Mihawk's eyes, as he indeed foresaw Zoro sustaining grave, though non-fatal, injuries. Yet, could there truly be someone from the weakest East Blue capable of mastering such advanced foresight? Chapter 11. The Battle with Mihawk. I regret to disappoint you, Lord Mihawk, for I have not awakened to foresight. I merely care for my comrades, which is why I have taken this action. Zoro, are you all right? As Zhongli finished speaking, Luffy extended his arm to Zoro's side. I'm fine, but hey, Zhongli, what do you mean by a dire confrontation? Are you referring to Krieg? Of course not. I mean Nami. Her hometown has suffered under the tyranny of the Arlong pirates. Huh, that woman. Zoro was about to say something when Luffy immediately interrupted him. Really? Zhongli? Great. Then let us head to Nami's hometown. What a foolish captain. Zoro grimaced through the pain of his wounds, addressing Mihawk, who was observing the scene. I apologize, Mihawk. I will repay this blow to you later. But for now, my companions require my assistance. Mihawk smiled faintly. Very well, my name is Dracula Mihawk. Roronoa Zoro. Know yourself, know the world. Strive to surpass me. But as soon as he finished speaking, Mihawk's expression turned serious as he regarded Zhongli. Regardless, you have still interrupted our duel. Give it your all and strike at me. If my perception serves me right, among all the individuals present here, the one exuding the most palpable fighting spirit should indeed be you, correct? Enough, Zhongli. I have faith in you. I believe you can defeat Arlong. There is no need for you to engage in a battle that is utterly unwinnable. Nami cried out, tears brimming in her eyes, now fully aware of Mihawk's formidable prowess. And she feared that Zhongli might be recklessly challenging him. Utterly unwinnable. I fail to comprehend your words. Zhongli shrugged and drew forth the blade of the crescent moon. This fellow dares to make a lady weep. Sanji, with a grim expression, silently lit a cigarette. Your observation, Haki, is indeed terrifying. Can you perceive even this? Zoro, Luffy. Wait for me on the ship. It was the first time for both Zoro and Luffy to witness Zhongli draw his sword, leaving them somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, the others were intrigued by Zhongli's sudden conjuration of a blade. Hey, don't jest. Didn't you say you needed to conserve your strength? Zoro frowned. Luffy, with a serious demeanor, adjusted his straw hat and declared, All right, Zhongli, we'll await your return on the ship. Ultimately, only Zhongli and Mihawk remained atop the battered vessel. Your sword is quite intriguing. It is not a black blade, yet it possesses a similar sense of oppression. Zhongli glanced at the blade of the crescent moon, pondering, naturally. For it is the sword of the Geo Archon. I wonder if I might dare to impose upon you once more with a request. Mihawk, taken aback, replied, Oh? Speak. After this battle, should I earn your acknowledgement, would you be willing to teach me the methods for training in hockey and observation hockey? Are you insulting me? Not everyone is Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk, gripping his black blade, felt a genuine surge of anger. I am not one to seek shortcuts. I am earnestly discussing this matter with you. The mastery of hockey is paramount in the Grand Line. I wish for my comrades to grow stronger. Survive first. Then we shall speak. Weakling. Mihawk unleashed a sword slash toward Zhongli. Aware that Zhongli could summon a shield, he infused a modicum more strength into the strike. Can a mere human produce such a blade? The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sword slash, further shattering the already dilapidated Krieg pirate ship. It turns out that during his previous skirmish with Zoro, Mihawk had not even unleashed a fraction of his true power. You scoundrel! Zoro gasped for breath as he sat on the ship, equally astonished, but he quickly regained his composure, albeit with a hint of gravity in his smile. Is this truly the strength of the world's greatest? Zhongli, do not perish. Nami, clutching her mouth, slumped to the ground, regretting not having intervened sooner. Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and the others observed the battle with grave expressions, one even more overwhelming than Zoro's. Zhongli activated his shield, frantically evading Mihawk's slashes. This was still Mihawk holding back, delivering only 3 strikes each time, yet Zhongli found it a struggle to evade. You cannot even approach me, yet you seek my acknowledgement? With a surge of determination upon witnessing Mihawk's disdain, he charged toward him. The shield can only withstand 1 strike. 1 strike is sufficient for me to close the distance. After Mihawk unleashed another trio of slashes, Zhongli finally found an opportunity to swing his sword at Mihawk. However, his shield was inadvertently struck and vanished. Mihawk casually raised his black blade to parry Zhongli's sword, stating, True battle is only realized in bloodshed. One cannot grow while cowering in a shell. With a single hand, Mihawk disarmed Zhongli, then followed up with a swift slash. Just as the onlookers anticipated Zhongli would be injured, he twisted his body and countered, deflecting Mihawk's sword. A rather thoughtful strike. I have shifted my perception of you, albeit slightly. With that, Mihawk resumed his assault on Zhongli. At this moment, Zhongli felt the incredible force from Mihawk, causing his hands to tingle, yet he persisted in his defense. Zhongli understood that Mihawk was currently engaging in a duel akin to his prior confrontation with Zoro, relying solely on swordsmanship and refraining from employing any other powers. Thus, when Zhongli had utilized his shield earlier, Mihawk had chosen to utilize slashes. You employ other abilities, and I shall do the same. If you refrain, I shall too. This is Mihawk's mercy toward the weak, yet it also presented an opportunity for Zhongli. As he gradually acclimated to Mihawk's strength and began to exchange blows, Zhongli found himself growing more adept. His innate talent for mastering various weapons allowed him to swiftly learn and excel with any armament. You are quite fascinating. Your swordplay lacks formality, responding fluidly to your opponent's movements, yet it seems to flow harmoniously with nature, quite peculiar. Mihawk paused, regarding Zhongli with a curious gaze. In my homeland, there exists a classification of swordsmanship divided into 4 levels: holding a sword in hand yet not in heart, holding a sword in hand and in heart, holding neither sword in hand nor heart, and holding neither sword in hand nor heart. The ability to triumph without technique is a hallmark of the 3rd level. Hey Zoro, what on earth is Zhongli saying? Luffy asked, bewildered, turning to Zoro. Zoro, however, paid him no heed, instead immersing himself in the theoretical discourse presented by Zhongli. An intriguing theory. Might you share the location of your homeland? I wish to pay homage to this master. Mihawk inquired with keen interest. My homeland. Would you venture to Blue Star? Ahem. Interrupting the banter, Zhongli addressed Mihawk. I must regretfully inform you, Lord Mihawk, that the individual who proposed this theory is weaker than I. After formulating this theory, he was slain by pirates before he could put it into practice. Is that so? A great pity. Mihawk sheathed his black blade and approached his small boat. There is no need for further conflict. I acknowledge you. Your theory is quite intriguing. The knowledge you seek will be placed upon the execution platform of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, you may retrieve it yourselves. Chapter 12. Defeating the Krieg Pirates. Loguetown. Excellent. Coincidentally, my captain has been clamoring to become the Pirate King. With Zhongli triggering the key phrase, Luffy excitedly raised his hand and shouted, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. An amusing crew. I wish you success. Ignoring the attempts of Krieg to thwart him, Mihawk swiftly vanished from their sight. Damn scoundrel. Although there was a minor hiccup, it is of no consequence. Krieg crossed his arms, feigning nonchalance. Men, since our ship has been destroyed, let us commandeer this floating restaurant. With this vessel, we shall no longer fear the Grand Line. The captain speaks wisely. Onward. Seize the ship. Krieg's subordinates cheered. Their spirits ignited. Hey, Luffy, the next phase is up to you. Zhongli gasped as he sat on the ground, exhausted. The recent battle with Mihawk had drained all his energy, leaving him unable to fight further. All right, watch me. Luffy grinned, and then turned to Zeph, saying, Uncle Zeph, if I drive them away, can you spare me from being a deckhand? That would be preferable. If you truly remain with me for a year, how would I manage this restaurant? Luffy chuckled, grasped the railing, and leaned back, propelling himself toward Krieg's minions with the elasticity of his rubber body. Great scythe. Luffy extended his arm, swiftly knocking Krieg's subordinates into the sea. However, once the floating restaurant's fish fins were deployed, the pirates found themselves with a new foothold and quickly climbed back aboard. Humph. Do they wish to avoid damage to the restaurant and ship? Perfect. Men, take this vessel. Then locate the navigational log of red-legged Zeph. It must contain the secrets to surviving in the Grand Line. Excellent. The morale of Krieg's crew soared. Their fear of the Grand Line had driven them to madness. If there exists a method to survive in the Grand Line, it would be immensely enticing to them. Thus, when Krieg coerced them toward the Grand Line, they would harbor no complaints. Hey Zoro, what are you planning? Zoro, my brother. As Usopp witnessed Zoro struggling to rise, he hurriedly rushed to support him. I've recovered. I can still fight, Zoro declared, grasping the remaining sword, Wado Ikamanji, ready to leap into the fray against Krieg's subordinates. That's enough, Zoro. In your current state, you won't be of any help. It's best you stay aboard the ship. Indeed, big brother Zoro, Usopp is right. Why are you two speaking in such unison? Zoro retorted, yet he pushed Usopp away and strode resolutely towards the chaotic battleground. I must grow stronger. I need to become even more powerful. After Zoro descended, the Sword God and the Sword Saint, unable to quell their concern, followed closely behind him. Oh, it's not that I don't want to help, but the Mary requires my protection. Yes, exactly. Usopp comforted himself while hiding behind the ship's railing, his legs trembling. Listening to the sounds of battle below, tears streamed down Usopp's face. No, how can I call myself a warrior of the sea like this? But I'm too weak. What should I do? On the other side of the battlefield, Nami stealthily approached Chopper to shield him. Moments earlier, Arlong had intended to abduct Zeph, threatening the chefs to abandon their resistance. However, with his last ounce of strength, Chopper had managed to shield Zeph, averting the chef's crisis. Unfortunately, Chopper soon found himself targeted by the pirates, but the chefs fought valiantly, allowing him to continue recuperating. You mustn't be like Zoro, injured yet rushing into battle. Nami, Chopper exclaimed, beaming at her. Of course not, and besides, I truly lack the strength to fight. Humph, I'll be watching you from the sidelines. Nami settled beside Chopper, their relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting the fierce battle unfolding less than 50 meters away, where hundreds were engaged in a desperate struggle. At last, the great Usopp took action. Chopper chuckled as he observed Usopp, perched on the Mary, launching projectiles with his slingshot. On the battlefield, Luffy faced Krieg, while Zoro, gritting his teeth against pain, struggled against the formidable second-in-command of Krieg's crew, the Iron Wall, Palu. Just hold on a little longer. Once I deal with Arlong, I'll assist you. Sanji dodged Arlong's attacks while conversing with Zoro. Focus on your own adversary, you flamboyant cook. I don't require assistance. Zoro glared at Palu, whose pearl-adorned silver armor posed a significant challenge. Even with 3 swords, Zoro found himself at a disadvantage, as he had yet to reach the realm of cutting steel. Meanwhile, Sanji continued dodging Arlong's assaults. After being struck several times and spitting blood, Sanji suddenly had an epiphany. Executing a ground kick not aimed at Arlong's 2 massive hammers, but targeting Arlong's forearm wielding the weapon. How dare you threaten me with that old man? It's unforgivable. Counterattack. Oh no. The captain. As Arlong's weapon was sent flying, Krieg's subordinates gasped in shock. Rubber pistol. Just as everyone's attention was fixated on the clash between Sanji and Arlong, Luffy and Krieg's battle erupted. Are you eager to die, kid? Let me show you what real firepower is. Krieg's shield revealed a ring of gun barrels, from which conical bullets were unleashed. While ordinary bullets would not harm Luffy, the conical ones drew blood. Unfortunately, I lacked the strength. Otherwise, providing Luffy with a shield would make things much easier. Chopper sighed, watching Luffy's ensuing battle with keen interest. Soon, the skirmishes involving Sanji and Zoro reached their conclusion. To Chopper's surprise, Zoro had grasped the technique of cutting steel ahead of schedule. Although it was a moment of triumph, Zoro was gravely injured. His wounds akin to those he sustained after being slashed by Mihawk in the manga. Yet, having mastered the cutting steel technique was a silver lining. Sanji, also severely wounded, puffed on a cigarette while discussing life with the defeated Arlong. Now, all hopes rested on Luffy's battle. This isn't looking good for that kid. Observing Luffy leaping around to evade Krieg's barrage, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette. Just watch closely, he will prevail. Zeph approached Sanji, his determination unwavering. As if to punctuate his words, Luffy twisted his body and unleashed his final strike. Rubber hammer. With that tremendous blow, Luffy plunged into the sea, while Krieg, dazed, lost his will to fight. Chapter 13. Sanji aboard, departing for Arlong Park. Hooray! We won. Following Arlong's departure with Krieg on his back, the chefs of Baratie erupted into jubilant cheers. Did you see? We are incredibly strong. Chopper smiled as he rose to address Nami. However, Nami immediately turned her head away, pouting him. But you're not the strongest. One shouldn't speak to their companions in such a manner, Chopper remarked before striding towards Sanji, with Nami following closely behind. Your captain is gravely injured, and that green-haired fellow over there needs rest as well. Sanji, puffing on his cigarette, glanced at Chopper and, upon noticing Nami, immediately disregarded his own injuries to stand up and fawn over her. Ah, Miss Nami, you must be famished after a long day. What would you like to eat? I'll go prepare it right away. Nami began to refuse, but was interrupted by Chopper. Sanji, are you cooking? Perfect, make extra portions. They will recover faster with a good meal. But they are unconscious. Can they even eat? Rest assured, they will eat, especially with Sanji's cooking. TCH. I won't worry about it then. Flushed with flattery, Sanji, still holding his cigarette, made his way to the kitchen. Chopper dragged Luffy to an untouched dining table, while Zoro was carried over by the Sword God and Sword Saint. What is this? You're having a meal without calling me? Usopp descended from the Mary, joining Chopper and the others at the table. Due to the aftermath of battle, many chefs remained injured, huddling in the restaurant to recuperate, while others began preparing a feast to celebrate their victory. At that moment, a burly man with a broken leg and braided beard approached. Thank you for rescuing me. Otherwise, my floating restaurant would have been lost. No need for thanks, Mr. Zeph. Our battle was merely a fulfillment of a promise made by our captain. Now, it seems our captain's role as a handyman should come to an end, right? Haha, indeed. Zeph laughed heartily, though suddenly his laughter halted. However, I suspect you have ulterior motives for coming to Baratie? Chopper locked eyes with him. It was evident that Luffy had been intent on recruiting Sanji over the past few days, and anyone could deduce that their arrival held further significance. As you can see, our captain seeks a chef to join our crew, and it seems he has taken quite a liking to Sanji. In that case, do take that little scamp along. Set sail for the Grand Line. You old fool, mind your own business. I will not leave Baratie, Sanji exclaimed, approaching with a table full of food, angrily interrupting Zeph. All blue, is that not your dream? By joining us, you may never find it. You old man, how do you know? Sanji exclaimed in astonishment, dropping his cigarette on the ground. All blue, what is that? Usopp, frantically competing with Chopper for food, still found time to inquire. It is the legendary sea, said to be a mysterious ocean that holds all the ingredients from the four seas. Miss Nami is truly knowledgeable. Upon hearing Nami's response, Sanji shifted excitedly. Right. This is a special love steak prepared just for Miss Nami. Please enjoy. Thank you, Sanji, Nami said, patting Sanji's face in gratitude, causing him to exhale sharply. Observing Sanji's distraught expression, Zhongli shook his head. After feeling sufficiently sated, he immediately turned to the still unconscious Luffy and Zoro and announced, "The great swordsman has brought us delectable meat." Great swordsman? Delectable meat? The two instantly opened their eyes. Truly remarkable. The crowd looked on in astonishment as Zhongli, with a mere utterance, managed to awaken the two who had been impervious to all attempts to rouse them. Such terrifying prowess. Food. Luffy, disregarding the gazes of others, unleashed a voracious storm of inhalation, and in an instant, all the food on the table vanished. Bastard. Now I have nothing to eat. Beware, or I shall cleave you in two. Zoro roared angrily at Luffy. At this, Usopp, who had already filled his belly, patted his round stomach. Now understanding why Zhongli had chosen to awaken Luffy only after everyone was well fed. Was this part of his calculations? Truly terrifying. I shall prepare another batch. The now calm Sanji promptly made his way to the kitchen. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhongli said, Straw Hat Kid, take Sanji with you. Take Sanji away? I refuse. Why? This time, not only the chefs were taken aback, but Nami and the others were equally astonished. Didn't you always want Sanji to join our crew? Zeph questioned, puzzled. Luffy scratched the back of his head, but he said he wants to stay here, so no matter what you say, I want to take him. I see. Zeph nodded. Though the Straw Hat crew felt a tinge of regret, they soon cast aside the matter. Are you really not leaving? You heard them, right? They respect your wishes. This pirate crew is truly unique. In the kitchen, only Sanji and Zeph remained. Ah, yes, they are indeed a special bunch, Sanji murmured, his hands still busy preparing food. Then, a long silence ensued. Hey, old man, is all blue really as beautiful as they say? After preparing a grand feast, Sanji hoisted the platter, ready to leave. TCH, who knows? You can go see for yourself. Zeph's lips curled into a subtle smile as he watched Sanji walk past him. All right, I will find it. Upon closing the kitchen door, only Zeph was left alone. After another moment of silence, Zeph softly said, when you find it, do let me know. A single tear gently traced the wrinkles on Zeph's face. Yet it was casually wiped away before it could prove its existence. The next day, the Straw Hat crew was set to set sail. Sanji, with his belongings on his back, arrived at the Going Merry and shouted, take me with you. Let me join your adventure. Great. That is fantastic. Luffy raised his hands in enthusiasm, and the rest of the crew beamed with joy. Hey, Sanji, don't catch a cold. At that moment, amidst the throng of departing chefs, a voice familiar to Sanji echoed in his ears. Instantly, tears welled in Sanji's eyes as he turned and knelt. Boss Zeph, I've caused you much trouble over the years. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten. We shall meet again. You bastards. Amidst the weeping of the crowd, the Going Merry gradually drifted away. On the ship, Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji were all sobbing uncontrollably. Hey, why are you all crying? Zoro questioned, sipping his drink, bewildered. Isn't it touching? Next up, we'll be taking down Arlong. Nami, with tears in her eyes, smiled as she embraced Zhongli tightly. Ah, Miss Nami. How can you hug him? Just as Sanji regained his composure, he wilted once more. Finally, seated atop the ram's head, Luffy grinned and shouted, all right, next stop. Let us take down Arlong. Set sail. Chapter 14, Direct Confrontation. During their voyage to Arlong Park, Nami shared the tale of Arlong. The Arlong Pirates, a crew composed of fishmen, were a group of extreme racists who believed that fishmen were the true spirits of the world, and humans ought to be subservient to them. Thus, they arrived in the East Blue, commencing their dominion over various villages. Adults were forced to pay 100,000 berries, while children were subjected to a tribute of 50,000 berries to the villages under their control. Nami's village, Kokoyashi Village, was one such village ruled by Arlong. In fact, there were at least 20 such villages. His ultimate aim was to transform the East Blue into a fishman empire. What a group of scoundrels. Sanji puffed on a cigarette as he brought forth the last dish. During the meal, apart from Luffy, the others were engulfed in a dreadful silence. For Nami had revealed that she had been saving money for 8 years, striving to amass 100 million berries to buy Kokoyashi Village from Arlong. She hoped for a chance to redeem her village so that Luffy and the others would not have to confront Arlong. Fool, how can you trust a pirate like that? Zoro scoffed, taking a swig of his drink. Green Algae Head, how can you speak like that? Miss Nami is concerned for our safety. Sanji yelled angrily at Zoro, then turned to Nami with an apologetic look. However, I too cannot endorse your proposal, Miss Nami. But Nami wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhongli. All right, Nami. We have come with the intention of completely liberating you. Shouldn't you save your berries for yourself? 100 million berries are mine. Nami's eyes sparkled with joy, but it quickly faded into calmness. Indeed, with Zhongli's arrival, Nami had already earned 100 million berries ahead of time. However, stop the buts. You must trust us. All right. Right, Luffy? Hee, that's right. We will definitely take down Arlong. Luffy chuckled, and soon, the meal reached its conclusion. Zhongli glanced at Nami, aware that she had yet to disclose the matter of her adoptive mother, Belmere, to the others. This was perhaps for the best, as it was a scar Nami was most reluctant to reveal. Just as they finished their meal, a colossal figure appeared next to the Going Merry. What is that thing? It looks like a cow and a fish. Usopp screamed, clutching his head. That's a pet of the Arlong pirates. A sea cow demon. Nami exclaimed in disbelief. Why is it here? Ha ha, so impressive. It's enormous. Luffy shouted with excitement. The sea cow demon, upon catching the scent of the food that had been devoured by the crew, grew furious and aimed to sink the Going Merry. Bastard! What do you think you're doing? Neck meat kick. One sword style, aye aye lion song. The two struck simultaneously, directly injuring the sea cow demon. Realizing it was outmatched, the sea cow demon attempted to flee, only to be captured by Luffy at Zhongli's behest. Hey, Zhongli, why are we capturing it? Usopp questioned. Of course, to make it our laborer. Our current sailing speed is too slow. Let it take us to Arlong Park. Luffy, don't let go. I got it. Luffy replied earnestly, gripping the sea cow demon's horn, and soon, the Going Merry began to move swiftly. After sailing for a while longer, they finally spotted an island on the horizon. Here we are. How about we rest at my home for a bit? Nami said with joy, though the depth of her unspoken concerns was unknown. Really? Miss Nami, can we really go to your house? Sanji, overcome with excitement, began to twist his body. Humph. Perverted chef, we came here to take down Arlong. What did you say? Green Algae Head. Is visiting Nami's house not important? Huh. Who are you calling Green Algae Head? Do you want to fight? Let us consider it a warm-up before I take down Arlong. Humph. You should be more concerned about not being taken down by me. Bang. Bang. The two effortlessly engaged in a spirited brawl. In the end, it was Nami, the earliest user of Haki, who landed a single punch, finally bringing their antics to a halt. Very well. Let us heed Nami's suggestion and rest at her abode for a day. What do you think, Luffy? I refuse. I am eager to confront Arlong this very moment. Oh, come now. I've heard that the oranges at Nami's home can be transformed into a delightful orange soup. Orange soup? That sounds exquisite. All right. Let us first visit Nami's home. Hee hee hee. Thus, after the Merry anchored, Johnny and John stayed behind to guard the ship, while the others made their way to Nami's residence. Zhongli, how did you know I had oranges at home? Nami inquired as she was the last to enter her house. I merely guessed, and to my surprise, it was true. Zhongli replied with a playful wink and a cheeky smile. Seeing that Nami remained stationary, he continued, Go and give it a try. Follow your heart. For we shall always have your back. With tears glistening in her eyes, Nami silently turned to head towards Arlong Park. Nami, Zhongli suddenly called out. I am truly sorry for not appearing before you sooner. With that, he turned and stepped inside Nami's home, fully aware of the reason behind his knowledge. Nami stifled a sob, covering her mouth to suppress her cries, and resolutely departed. She intended to inform Arlong that the 100 million berries had been gathered, and that she and Kokoyashi village would finally be free. Hey, you made Nami cry. As Zhongli entered, he spotted Sanji leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. I apologize. If you make her cry again, I shall not let you off lightly, Sanji retorted, taking a drag from his cigarette as he turned to enter Nami's living room. Inside, upon learning that several of them were Nami's companions, Noki, Nami's sister, was astonished yet warmly welcomed everyone. I never anticipated that you would be Nami's friends. How intriguing. A complex smile adorned Naka's face. Hee hee, Nami is my navigator. She is truly remarkable. Luffy chuckled, munching on an orange he snatched from Usopp, who glared in annoyance. By the way, where's Nami? Why hasn't she come in? Usopp, realizing he couldn't best Luffy, glanced around and noticed Nami's absence. Indeed, even after finding her comrades, she still wished to fulfill her steadfast resolve of 8 years. Noki seemed unsurprised, recalling how Nami had called her from outside, urging her to entertain Luffy and the others. She understood that Nami wanted to make one final attempt. Hearing this, Usopp expressed his confusion. Why? With Luffy and the others assisting. Why does Nami still want to face Arlong alone? Noki sighed softly, recounting the story of their adoptive mother, Belmere. The fact that Nami brought you to our home signifies her acceptance of you as friends. But she does not wish for her companions to suffer the same tragic fate as Belmere, and hopes you can understand. Just then, the door swung open, and Nami entered with a radiant expression. Everyone, I did it. I have redeemed Kokoyashi village. Really? Nami, does this mean we no longer need to confront Arlong? Usopp was the most elated among them, relieved that he would not need to fight. However, Sanji, Zoro, and Zhongli remained silent, awaiting further explanation. Why? Hasn't Arlong harmed Nami? I'ma send him flying. Luffy frowned, visibly displeased. Truly, there is no need for concern. Arlong has promised me that once the 100 million berries are in hand, he will liberate Kokoyashi village. I will count the berries now, and in a few days, he will send someone to collect them, and then I shall be free. We can set sail for the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at Arlong Park, a naval warship approached. A battalion of Marines disembarked, brazenly making their way into Arlong Park. The pirates, who were evidently adversaries of the Marines, paid them no heed, allowing them to enter unimpeded. Isn't that Captain Mouse? What? Have you also received orders to eliminate us? Arlong sneered disdainfully from his seat. The other fishmen in the park wore hostile expressions. A recent wave of Marines had attempted to capture them, but were easily vanquished. We are partners. How could I sever our financial ties by reporting your activities to headquarters? Oh, then what brings you here? Captain Mouse bowed respectfully, stating, in future operations, our profit sharing will shift from a 70-30 split to an 80-20 split, as an apology for the recent surprise attack from the 77th Marine Branch. Ha ha ha. Excellent. You are quite astute. Let us finalize that arrangement. In fact, I have a task for you. Arlong suddenly recalled that Nami had just informed him of her success in gathering the 100 million berries to redeem Kokoyashi village. How foolish. Does she truly believe she can escape my grasp? What is it that you wish for me to do? Captain Mouse inquired. Arlong's expression turned cold. Go to Kokoyashi village. Find a woman named Nami and seize the 100 million berries she has collected. I trust you know how to proceed? Captain Mouse appeared taken aback. The little thief Nami? Isn't she one of yours? Do not inquire beyond what is necessary. Simply tell me if you can accomplish this. Of course. My position as a Marine is solely to combat pirates. I shall take my leave now and await your favorable news. Captain Mouse strutted away, reveling in his anticipated fortune. Even with an 80-20 split, he would still pocket 20 million berries. After Captain Mouse's departure, an octopus fishman spoke up. Humans are indeed a vile species. I long to eliminate that rodent-like fellow. Forget it, Xiaoba. We cannot afford to provoke the Marines just yet. Once Arlong's empire is established, we shall deal with the humans as we please. Though Arlong believed fishmen to be superior, he could not shake the memory of that grotesque, shimmering Marine. Back at Nami's home, Luffy, frustrated that he could not confront Arlong, angrily chugged 3 bowls of orange soup. Nami, I want more. Luffy clanged his bowl, demanding refills. Can one truly consume so much of such sour soup? Usopp, having only managed a single bowl before feeling overwhelmed by the acidity, gazed incredulously at Luffy as he downed yet another bowl. Who said this soup was sour? It's absolutely perfect, Sanji remarked, grimacing as he approached Nami. Your own face has twisted from the sourness. Usopp exclaimed loudly. This is Belmir's recipe. I drank it this way when I was a child. Now that everyone was aware of Belmir's story, Nami finally opened her heart to them. Is it truly that simple? Ugh, it's so sour. Zoro, who had sat beside Zhongli, inquired, fully cognizant that not all pirates were as noble as Luffy and his crew. Betrayal and bloodshed are the norm among pirates, especially for someone like Arlong, who utterly despises humans. Well, who knows? But we can afford to wait a few days. If Arlong fails to uphold his promise, we shall simply take him down. Yet doing so would only cause Nami further heartache. Sanji, still smoking, joined the two. What? Do you wish to confront the Arlong pirates right now? Zhongli shot Sanji a sidelong glance. Such thoughts have crossed my mind, but that would only upset Nami. Let us go secretly, Zoro suddenly suggested, and the three exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus, just as they prepared to rise. Bang, bang, bang. Nami suddenly appeared behind them and delivered a punch to each. Are you planning to sneak off? What? Are you heading to fight Arlong? Luffy, oblivious and picking his nose, sauntered over, only to receive a punch from Nami as well. Stop picking your nose, you idiot. Furthermore, the matter with Arlong has been resolved. Once he collects the berries, we shall set sail without needing to confront him. Nami was still seething with anger. How could these 4 individuals be so intent on sending Arlong flying? At that moment, Johnny's voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the door. Zoro, are you in there? Johnny, unaware of Nami's residence, had only managed to find this place after receiving directions from the villagers. Johnny, what happened? Usopp opened the door, allowing Johnny to enter. Bad news, everyone. The Navy is on its way. Oh, is it the Marines coming for the Arlong pirates? Zoro replied. Considering that the Straw Hat pirates had no bounty on their heads, making it unlikely for the Navy to pursue them. No, I don't know who they are after. But they're heading towards Coco Village. Most importantly, they've been docked at Arlong Park for a while. Everyone in the room was puzzled as to why the Navy would be at Arlong Park without attempting to apprehend them. It was simple logic. Arlong ruled over 20 villages, and it was implausible that no one had reported him to the Navy. Yet, Arlong had maintained his dominion over the East Blue for 8 years, which indicated that information about him had not reached the Navy headquarters. To put it plainly, there were likely Arlong's informants within the Navy's ranks, and they held considerable influence. Zhongli, well versed in the storyline, spoke up with an air of familiarity. So that is how it is. I used to think the villagers were too afraid of Arlong to notify the Navy. Moreover, the Navy squads that have come before were indeed no match for the fishmen. It turns out the Navy headquarters is entirely oblivious to the situation in Cocoa Village, which is why they haven't dispatched any real powerhouses. Nami felt tears welling up once more, realizing today was perhaps the day she had shed the most tears. After all, she was such a cheerful girl. Just as everyone was fuming over the Navy's actions, a commotion erupted outside the house. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Division. This is the home of the woman named Nami, correct? Search the premises. Retrieve the treasures that the thief Nami has stolen. Hand them over to the government for safekeeping. Chapter 16. Beat up the mouse. Go after Arlong. What? Nami exclaimed in shock, immediately rushing outside, with Sanji right behind her. Hey Luffy, are you ready? Zhongli asked the sullen Luffy. Ready for what? Ready to send Arlong flying. Really? Nami agreed. All right, let us go, Luffy said joyfully as he stepped outside. Zhongli sighed and followed suit. Arno, I have a condition that makes me perish at the sight of fishmen. I'll wait for you all to return here. Usopp shivered. And Zoro shot him an exasperated glance before stepping out the door. Fine, just don't interfere with my fishing. Usopp, I'm leaving too. Johnny quickly followed Zoro. Bastards. I'm a valiant sea warrior. I'm not afraid of fish. Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face as he trudged forward mechanically. What an amusing bunch. Nami, you found yourself some splendid companions. Noki observed, resting his chin in his hand, contemplating the empty house. This time, Cocoa Village should truly be liberated. Meanwhile, as Luffy stepped outside, Sanji had already dealt with the Navy. You lot made Nami cry. That's unforgivable, he declared angrily, stepping on Colonel Mouse's head while puffing on a cigarette. You pirates dare to lay a hand on the Navy? You're doomed. Although Colonel Mouse continued to shout, he naturally cowered upon seeing Luffy and his crew emerge. Zhongli. Upon seeing Zhongli, Nami hurried to him and embraced him. Nami-san. Sanji was crushed to see Nami in Zhongli's arms. This wasn't merely the heartbreak of a lovesick fool. It was the sorrow of a girl like Nami, who had not received the protection of a true prince. I, Sanji, am no lovesick fool. You, perverted cook. What good does it do for you to rush out so quickly? Nami didn't choose you. Zoro mocked from the side. Bastard green algae head. I am upholding the chivalry of protecting girls. What do you know? Huh? What did you say? I only see a golden retriever loser. Bastard. Do you want to fight? Soon, the two began to brawl again. Zhongli, enveloped in the embrace of a beautiful girl, merely found the noise between them bothersome. If I hold you, you must help me. Nami lifted her tear-streaked face, revealing a mischievous expression. Yet Zhongli knew that Nami's current mood was far from playful. Just as Zhongli was about to speak, he was interrupted by Luffy's furious shout. Of course, after Usopp appeared at the door, seemingly in a daze, Luffy casually remarked, "Let us go?" All right. Zoro and Sanji ceased their fighting. Zhongli released Nami from his embrace, and Usopp continued his mechanical strides. The four silently followed Luffy, who walked ahead. Nami, big sister. Johnny stood rooted in place, unsure of what to do, as he and Nami were left behind by Zhongli, who forbade them from heading to Arlong Park. At that moment, the villagers of Cocoa Village had gathered at Nami's doorstep. The Navy had long since retreated. Damn the Navy for colluding with the pirates, making our beloved Nami-chan cry so heartbreakingly. Let us go, brothers. For 8 years, Arlong has merely toyed with Nami's kindness. We shall confront him. Yes, Nami's friends have gone. We cannot fall behind. Let us battle Arlong. The villagers picked up their weapons and rushed towards Arlong Park. Everyone don't. Nami shouted. This is your choice. Do not hinder them, just as you did not stop me from becoming a thief back then. Noki stepped forward, wielding a wooden stick, patting Nami on the back as he joined the villagers. Noki, Nami, big sister, let us go. Even though Zhongli won't let us, if big sister Nami goes. Zhongli can't say anything. All right, we're going to. Wiping her tears, Nami grabbed a wooden stick and rushed towards Arlong Park. Hey, wait for me, Nami. On the other side, the battle had already commenced. Zoro and Sanji were competing over who could defeat more fishmen, while Zhongli equipped the others with shields and entered the fray to blast fish. With Zhongli's protection, Usopp grew bolder, taking shots at the fishmen. Naturally, with Zhongli's arrival, Luffy avoided the embarrassment of falling into the water. Ha ha ha, a devil fruit user? Truly inferior humans, abandoning the embrace of the sea. Arlong, having been sent flying by Luffy's punch, wore a grim expression, revealing his jagged teeth as he grinned wickedly at Luffy. Enough with the small fry. Leave them to Usopp. How about we each take on a cadre? After yet another fishman was felled, and seeing a few stragglers, Zhongli suggested to Zoro and Sanji. That suits me. I'll take that octopus, Zoro said, drawing his sword against the fishman known as Hachi. Humph, Roronoa Zoro. How dare you slay so many of my kin? I will not let you off. Hachi brandished 6 blades, engaging Zoro in combat. TCH. Then I'll take the one with the 2 braids, Sanji said as he approached a robust fishman, finishing his last puff of smoke before gearing up for battle. I'm a 40th degree fishman karate master. You're as good as dead. You won't know until we fight who will live or die. You lot who made a girl cry deserve to perish. What the heck, leave me the weakest. Finally, as Zhongli chose his opponent. He looked at the long-snout fishman in disbelief. If I remember correctly, this guy was defeated by Usopp, right? Why leave an opponent for me? Hey Zhongli, can you handle them easily? Usopp shouted, clutching his head. Sure, I'll take care of those 3 little monsters first. Can you hold off this one for me? Usopp beheld the furious visage of Hyo, and his eyes instantly sparkled with clarity. Arno, I shall not trouble you any longer. These 3 little monsters will be my responsibility. However, as soon as Usopp uttered his words, the 3 fishmen glared at him with indignation. How dare you refer to us, the noble fishmen, as mere little monsters? Such insolence is unforgivable. Ah, Zhongli, help me. Upon witnessing the trio of fishmen charging towards him, Usopp completely forgot that he was still encased in Zhongli's protective shield and took to his heels. In response, the 3 fishmen hastily followed suit. Usopp, why are you running? The shield has a distance limit. Alas, no matter how loudly Zhongli shouted, Usopp could not hear him. But it mattered little. In the comic, Hyo had already been dispatched by Usopp, so these 3 little monsters should pose no challenge for him. Human, did you just claim I am the weakest? Hyo had never anticipated being so belittled by a mere human. Isn't it the truth? Allow me 3 strikes, if you can break the shield before me. I grant you the freedom to do as you please. Chapter 17, The Disposition of the Cadre. Human, dare to underestimate me? Prepare to die. Water iron cannon. From Hyo's elongated mouth, a water projectile was rapidly expelled, hurtling towards Zhongli's shield. However, upon collision with the shield, the water bullet left not a single mark. Zhongli extended his palm, curling 4 fingers. Proceed, continue. You bastard, witness my 100 shots water iron cannon. Transform into a honeycomb. A multitude of water projectiles erupted forth in a rapid-fire barrage. Yet, it was all in vain. The shield repelled every single shot, and Zhongli, arms crossed, even let out a yawn. Continue. Is that all you've got? Or does your so-called superior race possess such meager strength? Faced with Zhongli's mocking taunts, Hyo's fury reached its zenith. You will pay for your insolence. Hyo swiftly approached the edge of the pool, thrusting his elongated snout into the water and began fervently siphoning seawater. What is that fishman doing? At that moment, the villagers had also arrived at Arlong Park, only to discover that the majority of fishmen had been subdued, with only Arlong and his cadre still engaged in combat. Nami's companions were locked in fierce battle with the remaining fishmen. Yet, why was that elegantly dressed gentleman merely observing? The villagers have arrived. You are not needed here. Return whence you came, Hyo sneered. How dare you? Nami is our kin. We too wish to teach these ruffians a lesson. The leader of the Cocoa West Village Police, Ajian, shouted vehemently. Indeed, however, the remaining fishmen are not foes you can handle. Stand back and observe, Zhongli replied, bestowing a shield upon each of the villagers in the front row. Given the influx of villagers, Zhongli's stamina was insufficient to provide a shield for everyone. You dare divide your focus while battling me? Prepare to perish. Water cannon. Hyo inflated his belly and unleashed a torrent of water towards Zhongli. Fall back. The villagers behind Zhongli urged those behind them to retreat upon witnessing the overwhelming force of the attack. Those with shields in the front row will be unharmed. Zhongli stated calmly. The villagers heeded Zhongli's words and quickly regained their composure. Is he dead? Hyo gloated, believing he had unleashed his most powerful technique. Bolstered by the largest volume of water he had ever absorbed after Zhongli's mockery, no one could emerge unscathed from such a strike, not even Brother Arlong. Unfortunately for Hyo, his expectations were dashed. As the torrent subsided, the impenetrable shield remained steadfast before him. Even the villagers shielded by Zhongli stood unharmed. Hyo's mightiest blow had merely left the unshielded villagers dampened. Look at the drenched Nokigo-chan. She looks marvelous. Sanji, engaged in combat with the fishman cadre black belt, caught a glimpse of the soaked Nokigo out of the corner of his eye and immediately began to sway with excitement. What is this? Is this your knightly spirit, human? Black belt scowled, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Sanji. In that case, prepare to die. Uppercut. However, before the attack could land, Sanji executed 2 swift backflips, evading the strike. One sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro sheathed his sword, while the 6 blades held by the now unconscious Xiao Ba erupted with a spray of crimson. Zoro became the first to conclude his battle. This was hardly surprising. After all, even in the original narrative, Zoro, despite enduring severe injuries, had managed to overpower Xiao Ba. Now, fully recovered and having grasped the realm of cutting iron, Zoro had shown considerable restraint by not dispatching his opponent immediately. TCH, useless chef, you're falling behind. If you don't hurry, you'll be the last one, Zoro remarked, glancing at Sanji, who had just evaded Black Belt's attack. What is so impressive about defeating a dullard octopus? I even allowed my opponent 3 strikes. Otherwise, I would have finished this long ago. At that moment, Zhongli approached, noting that Hyo was far weaker than he had anticipated. With just a series of regular attacks, Zhongli had effortlessly subdued him. The astonished Xiao Ba and Hyo, having been swiftly defeated, looked on as Black Belt watched the trio converge with a hint of trepidation. What? Are we ganging up on you now? After uttering those words, Black Belt noticed Zoro and Zhongli regarding him as if he were a fool, their gazes tinged with a hint of pity. Yet, before Black Belt could grasp the underlying significance, Sanji charged at him with fervor. Are you underestimating me? Very well. I shall make this quick. Neck meat kick, shoulder meat kick, back meat kick, saddle meat kick, chest meat kick, leg meat kick, lamb cannonball, perish. Sanji unleashed a seamless series of strikes, leaving Black Belt no opportunity to retaliate before he was mercilessly knocked unconscious. Not bad. Average. Zoro and Zhongli exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. You two fools are courting death, aren't you? Soon, the three were embroiled in a brawl, neglecting Luffy's battle. At that moment, Nami finally arrived, astonished to find that Arlong's 3 major cadres had been dealt with in such a brief span of time. Now, only Arlong remained. Everyone, Nami called out to the trio engaged in combat. It's Nami. Sanji was the first to cease his efforts, twisting his body to approach her. Nami-chan, no Kigo-chan, rest assured. We will certainly defeat Arlong and his crew. Yes, I believe in you. Nami smiled and nodded, then turned her gaze towards Zhongli. Just then, no Kigo interjected. That kick technique was quite splendid, Sanji-san. Instantly, Sanji, who had just regained his composure, began to sway once more. Ah, it is my honor to serve you. Useless cook. What did you say, Algae Head? Just as the two were on the verge of clashing again, Aegean suddenly exclaimed, Aren't you going to lend a hand? Can that straw-hatted kid really handle this alone? Worry not, he is our captain, Zhongli replied, smiling at Nami before redirecting his attention to Luffy's battle. Now that the shields for the other villagers had been retracted, he could allocate more stamina to Luffy's protection. Rubber pistol. Another rubber pistol sent Arlong flying once more. Yet this attack, like the previous, failed to inflict significant damage upon Arlong. Nami, you've arrived. Arlong emerged from the smoke, disdainfully observing the gathered crowd with his gaping maw. TCH, ha ha ha, it's good that you're here, Nami. I shall give you one final choice. Arlong grinned menacingly, his fierce gaze causing the villagers to instinctively retreat a step, as if they were being hunted by a ferocious beast. I present to you the final choice. As long as you agree to resume your role as my measurer, I can easily overlook the defeat of my compatriots. I shall only eliminate these 4 individuals. Should you refuse, then every single human present shall meet their demise. Chapter 18, Luffy vs. Arlong. Do not. Huh. What nonsense are you spouting, Straw Hat? Arlong sneered disdainfully. Nami is my navigator. She will not serve as your measurer, Luffy replied with grave seriousness. Such an irritating gaze. I have changed my mind. Today, you shall all perish, including you, Nami. With that, Arlong shot a menacing glare at Nami, who stood before Zhongli. Yet, Nami remained unperturbed, her expression brightening instead. Is that so? Then you must first defeat my captain. Very well, the warm-up is over. I shall send you flying, Arlong. Huh. Then give it a try. Arlong bared his serrated teeth and lunged at Luffy. This was his method of attack, utilizing the superior biting force of a fishman to potentially crush his opponent. However, Luffy did not flinch or evade. Instead, he swung his fist directly at Arlong's mouth. Not good. Arlong's biting force is formidable. Straw Hat's hand is surely at risk. The onlooking villagers outside Arlong Park exclaimed in alarm. Should Luffy's hand be incapacitated, the scales of advantage would tip in Arlong's favor. Foolish brat, perish, Arlong thought, clearly underestimating Luffy's resolve. He dared to accept a bite, and thus must be prepared for defeat, even if this boy bore a shield capable of defending against attacks. Arlong knew from their previous encounters that Luffy's shield could not withstand a single bite from him. What he did not notice, however, was that the light emanating from Luffy's shield had grown significantly brighter than before. Soon, their attacks collided. Luffy's shield did not shatter as Arlong had anticipated. Instead, it absorbed the blow, while Luffy landed a powerful uppercut on Arlong. Rubber bullet. Ugh. Arlong's mouth was forcibly shut, and in that moment, his prized teeth were shattered by Luffy's strike. What? The villagers were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Well done, Straw Hat, take him down. After their initial shock, the villagers rallied to support Luffy. Don't be ridiculous. You think that level of power can defeat me? Arlong sat up, his teeth having miraculously regrown. Your teeth have healed? Luffy remarked nonchalantly. You do not comprehend. Sharks can continuously regrow their teeth. Each time they grow back, they are stronger than before. And they can grow back countless times. Countless, Arlong proclaimed, brandishing 2 sets of his teeth as weapons. Now do you understand? Fishmen are an exceptional race. Iron teeth technique. Yet you still cannot break through Zhongli's shield, Luffy commented while picking his nose. Clang, clang, clang. Arlong frantically assaulted Zhongli's shield, but it showed no signs of yielding. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Realizing his attacks were futile, Arlong leapt into the water. Huh, has Arlong fled? There's a shark in the water. Luffy exclaimed in panic to those nearby. That shark is Arlong, you fool. Usopp's voice came from a nearby wall. It's Usopp. Did you take care of those 3 little monsters? Zhongli inquired with a smile. Of course. I am a brave sea warrior. However, Zhongli, you needn't leave me any small monsters next time. I have matured into a seasoned sea warrior. You all need the training more than I do. Usopp waved dismissively, adopting an elder's tone. So you mean you will take on the officers next time? Splendid. I knew I was right about you. Usopp, Zhongli expressed with feigned surprise, only to hear Usopp's voice filled with trepidation. And no, that's not it. Enough teasing Usopp. Luffy is in danger. Sanji inhaled deeply, his tone growing somber. Zhongli was well aware of Luffy's peril. The moment the shield was shattered, he sensed it. Yet, he felt powerless against Arlong's formidable abilities, which had managed to break through his defenses. Nami, please hold on to my straw hat. After narrowly dodging another of Arlong's assaults, Luffy quickly removed his hat and, utilizing his rubber abilities, handed it to Nami. Yes, I will take good care of it. Nami cradled the straw hat carefully, recalling how Luffy had declared it his treasure upon their first meeting, forbidding anyone from touching it. She never anticipated he would voluntarily hand it over to her. Hey, Luffy, get out of the way. Usopp's shout snapped Nami back to reality. She saw Luffy on the shore striking a peculiar pose, preparing for Arlong's attack. Sharken darts. Rubber shield. Since Zhongli's shield had been compromised, Luffy resolved to create his own. Quickly, the 2 forces met, and Luffy was sent flying by Arlong's impact. But he had blocked it. The crowd gasped. Rubber net. Once again, Luffy thwarted Arlong's advance, delivering a powerful kick that sent Arlong reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. In a fit of rage, Arlong ceased holding back and brandished his ultimate weapon, the saw hammer, swinging it at Luffy. Why is this room filled with paper? As Luffy dodged, he found himself in a chamber overflowing with paper. Arlong followed with a sinister grin, exclaiming, Haha, this is the place where Nami has drawn sea charts for 8 years. Do you understand? Only I can fully utilize her talents. Only I can wield her charts to dominate the world. Soon, the entire world shall become my empire. Boy, can you truly harness her abilities so effectively? Utilize? What do you take her for? Luffy roared, unleashing a furious punch, undeterred by Arlong's counterattack. Damn it, stop this. What do you intend to do? Arlong fumed, enraged that this boy dared to destroy such invaluable sea charts. Luffy's face mirrored Arlong's fury. This room is the root of all evil. I shall dismantle the place she despises. Rubber. Luffy kicked his left leg into the air, breaking through several floors and shattering the roof. It is coming to an end, Zhongli remarked calmly upon witnessing Luffy's maneuver. The others watched intently, eager to learn the outcome of this decisive blow. Sharken gear. Battle axe. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Arlong Park collapsed in ruins. Luffy. Nami rushed forward immediately. As the onlookers pondered who would emerge victorious from this battle, a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. Nami, you are my comrade. Chapter 19. Departure, Loguetown, all bounties. Naval Base, 16th Division. The Navy Colonel Mouse, having endured a beating from Sanji, was on the line with Navy headquarters. Hello? Is this headquarters? I am Colonel Mouse from the Navy's 16th Division. Navy ID 00733. I wish to file a request. There is a pirate named Luffy, wearing a straw hat, along with 5 subordinates, totaling 6 individuals. They are a gang of ruthless pirates who view the government as their enemy. Given their ability to eliminate Arlong and his crew at Arlong Park, they pose a significant threat. I request a bounty be placed on them. Capture alive or kill them. Either is acceptable. On the other end of the line, the response came. Understood. We will verify your information promptly. Do you have their photographs? Indeed. I have captured their images. Diverging from the original tale, Colonel Mouse was thwarted by the Straw Hat crew at Nami's residence. Harboring resentment, he dispatched the Navy to shadow Luffy and his companions to Arlong Park. Should Arlong emerge victorious, it would require no further action. However, if he were to be defeated, the Straw Hat crew would be captured in photographs. It was the opportune moment to employ these images. Upon receiving the photographs of Luffy and his companions, the headquarters operator promptly escalated the matter, leading to the work of the examiners. Meanwhile, in Cocoa West Village, the villagers were engaged in a grand celebration to commemorate the defeat of Arlong's gang and the liberation of their village. Days later, on the morning of the Straw Hat crew's impending departure, the Sword God and the Sword Saint expressed their desire to continue their pursuits as bounty hunters, bidding farewell to Luffy and the others. Take care, brothers, they declared, striking a rather ostentatious pose. You all take care as well. As the group awaited Nami's arrival, a figure could be seen sprinting towards them from afar. Nami. The villagers gathered to send them off were perplexed. What could be the reason for her frantic dash? Set sail at once, Nami shouted as she ran. Understanding her intent, Zhongli chuckled at Luffy, saying, Since Nami has urged us to depart, shall we heed her call, Luffy? All right. Usopp, set course. Why am I the only one being called? Usopp exclaimed, his expression turning fierce. The Mary slowly drifted away from the shore, while Nami, evading the villagers in pursuit, leapt onto the deck. Why, Nami, must you do this? IGN was now quite furious, questioning why they could not have a proper farewell. However, their anger quickly escalated. Nami lifted her shirt, revealing not any scandalous sight, but instead a multitude of wallets tumbling to the ground. Ah, my wallet is missing. Mine too. Amidst the astonishment and anger of the crowd, Nami mischievously grinned. Take care, everyone. You little thief. Come back and return my wallet. Yet, despite the words of reproach, smiles and tears adorned the faces of the villagers. I'm off. Farewell, everyone. Nami laughed heartily, waving her hand as the figures on the shore grew more distant, fading away. Belmere, I'm leaving. Days later, Usopp was on the deck concocting a new secret weapon, the Pepper Star. He noticed that the bandage around Nami's left arm had been removed, revealing a tattoo of a windmill entwined with an orange. Nami, your tattoo has changed. Ah, Nami-chan, even with a new tattoo, you remain as adorable as ever. Sanji rushed over, directing hard eyes towards Nami. Since the tattoo from Arlong cannot be erased, I had to cover it with another. Does it look good? Nami revealed her tattoo to everyone, directing her final question to Zhongli. It looks splendid. Anything Nami chooses to adorn herself with is lovely. Oh, it's not as wonderful as you say, Nami feigned shyness, giving Zhongli a gentle pat on the shoulder. Huh, it seems a lecherous Kappa has become overly sentimental. Zoro, who had been napping nearby, suddenly interjected. Huh, green algae head, who are you calling lecherous? Whoever speaks, I'll address. You bastard, do you want to fight? Come on. I'm not afraid. The two immediately engaged in a scuffle. At that moment, Luffy, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, stealthily attempted to pilfer the orange tree that Nami had planted on the Mary. You scoundrel. I shall protect Nami's grove. Just as he was about to succeed, Sanji appeared abruptly and kicked Luffy away. What the heck? I just wanted one. At this juncture, a newsbird flew onto the Mary, seemingly inquiring if anyone desired a newspaper. Zhongli handed over 100 berries and retrieved a copy, his intention clear, to see if Luffy's bounty had been issued. Indeed, it had. What is it? At Zhongli's exclamation, everyone flocked to his side, eager to discover the news that had elicited such a reaction. It's the bounty notice. It seems we all have one. Zhongli spread out the freshly minted bounty notices, which exclusively featured the Straw Hat crew. What? A bounty notice? For all of us. The crew quickly caught sight of their respective bounty amounts. Nami, the little thief, position, navigator, bounty, 990,000 berries. Usopp, the slingshot, position, sniper, bounty, 1 for 190,000 berries. Zhongli, the shield, position, fighter, bounty, 10,000 berries. Sanji, the black leg, position, cook, bounty, 11,000 berries. Zoro Roronoa, the pirate hunter, position, fighter, bounty, 12,000 berries. Luffy Monkey D, the captain, bounty, 30,000 berries. Haha, my bounty is 30 million, Luffy exclaimed, clutching his bounty notice and laughing heartily. Damn it, I can't believe I'm 1 million less than Green Algae Head. And who on earth is this bizarre face depicted? Gazing at the peculiar visage illustrated on the bounty notice, Sanji's complexion drained of color. Ha ha ha, it's clearly you, curly brow. Hey, you over there with the 2 million. Why are you so silent? At that moment, Sanji recalled that Zhongli's bounty was 1 million less than his own. At least there was still one reason to rejoice. Meanwhile, Zhongli was too absorbed in his thoughts to pay attention to Zoro and Sanji. He was engulfed in a profound sense of isolation. It was understandable that his bounty was only 10 million due to having faced weak opponents in the clash against Arlong's gang. However, the title, Shield Zhongli, who had the audacity to bestow such a name upon him? Zhongli truly wished to kneel and beg Morax for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Geo Archon. Your name has been sullied by my incompetence. Who could have imagined that a dignified Morax template would be reduced to being called Shield? Oh, the template fusion progress is only at 4? Well, that's a relief. Although Usopp and Nami's bounties did not even surpass 200,000, they were still ensnared in a frenzy of distress. Why are Usopp and Nami crying? Isn't a bounty a good thing? Luffy made a face of disdain, scrutinizing Usopp and Nami. Bang, bang, bang. Not everyone is like you, Nami shouted, pounding Luffy. Soon, Zhongli regained his composure, noticing a small island drawing closer. The final stop of the East Blue, Loguetown, is upon us. Chapter 20. Is Luffy in danger? In Loguetown, within the Navy office, Colonel Smoker, who had remained in Loguetown for years capturing pirates attempting to venture into the Grand Line, was puffing away in his office. On his desk lay the bounty notices of the Straw Hat crew, a newly emerged pirate crew. Humph, dare to come to Loguetown, and you shall meet your demise. Furthermore, that guy Mihawk had the audacity to threaten the Navy just days ago. Unforgivable. Finally, they had arrived, Loguetown, as the last stop of their East Blue journey. Loguetown is also known as the town of beginnings and endings, for it is the birthplace of the pirate king, Gold, Roger, and the site of his execution. After docking their ship, Luffy and his companions disembarked, eager to explore this legendary town. All right, I'm off to see the execution platform, Luffy declared, hands on his hips, and ventured off on his own. Hey, Luffy, I want to go too, wait for me. Zhongli called out to Luffy's retreating figure, but unfortunately, Luffy could not hear him. Never mind, I'll go by myself then. Why? Aren't you coming with me to buy clothes? Nami inquired, puzzled. I need to retrieve the hockey training method left by Mihawk at the execution platform first, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Hockey? What is that? The group was curious about the hockey Zhongli mentioned. What exactly is it? What could make Zhongli so invested? You'll find out later. I want to elaborate now. See you soon. Zhongli hastily ran off, wanting to avoid any disruptions from Buggy later on. That audacious fellow actually dared to decline Nami's invitation. Sanji took a puff of smoke, but he did not mention joining Nami, as he intended to procure some ingredients first. Of course, the primary reason was that Nami had not asked him at all. Then I shall set out to gather supplies, Usopp declared enthusiastically as he departed. In such a large town, there must be an abundance of peculiar items. I too wish to make purchases, Zoro suddenly interjected, addressing Nami. He aimed to complete his collection of swords before embarking on the Grand Line. Otherwise, wielding only one sword as a three-sword style practitioner felt oddly unsettling. The reason for confiding this to Nami was straightforward. Zoro was devoid of funds. Among the entire crew, only Nami possessed a substantial amount of money. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Nami immediately grinned and replied, I'll lend you the money, but it will be at double the interest. What? Double interest? Fine. Grabbing the 100,000 berries Nami offered, he set off in search of a weapons shop. Hey, why is it that everyone has run off? Leaving this beautiful girl all alone? Nami muttered unhappily. However, she soon found herself wandering through various splendid clothing stores. At the execution platform, Zhongli had arrived at the very square where the Pirate King had once met his demise. He scanned the area but saw no sign of Luffy. Had that fellow gotten lost? Never mind him. As Zhongli circled the platform, he could not locate the method for cultivating hockey that Mihawk had left behind. Surely, Mihawk would not play tricks on him. That was not the character of such a formidable individual. Could it have been taken by someone else? That would be a significant loss. Just as Zhongli continued to ponder, Luffy's voice rang out behind him. Zhongli, what are you doing? Turning around, Zhongli saw Luffy picking his nose while staring at him. Luffy, you're just in time. Go check the execution platform to see if anything is up there. The execution platform? Great, I was just about to take a look. Luffy chuckled mischievously and then stretched out his arms to climb up. Wow. Is this the view that the Pirate King beheld before he perished? Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he surveyed the area from the platform. inadvertently attracting the attention of many in the square. Luffy, did you find anything? Is there something up there? Noticing that Luffy had forgotten his own words, Zhongli could not help but call out loudly. At that moment, Luffy noticed a thick book beneath his feet. He picked it up, realizing he could not comprehend its contents, and handed it to Zhongli. Is this what you're looking for? Luffy extended his arm, offering it to Zhongli, who took a glance. Well, it certainly is. But how could Mihawk so brazenly leave it here without the Navy noticing? A naval soldier burst into an office, reporting to the smoking smoker. Report. Straw Hat Luffy has taken the offering left by Mihawk from the execution platform. Oh, Mihawk threatened the Navy, using his warlord status to prevent us from investigating that offering. Now that the Straw Hat brat has taken it, even if we don't capture him, he is likely to meet his end at Mihawk's hand. Though he spoke thus, he immediately stood up. However, capturing pirates is my job. Let us go. Deploy the troops to apprehend the Straw Hat crew. After securing the method for cultivating haki, he turned to find Nami. What? You say that Luffy will be publicly executed by Buggy soon? Absurd. Luffy has Dragon Dad to protect him. Zhongli decided not to involve himself in the matters of the father and son duo. After all, Luffy was not going to die, and Nami was far more important. Moreover, Luffy's smile held great significance, as it related to Smoker's transformation and whether Bartolomeo, the barrier fruit user, could become Luffy's subordinate. The Straw Hat Grand Fleet. The name alone carries such grandeur. Soon, Zhongli located Nami, who naturally commanded him to carry her burdens. A storm is approaching, and I've finished my shopping. Let us return, Nami said to Zhongli, who was laden with packages. A storm? Is it due to the dragon's fruit abilities? Although he did not understand why they would summon a storm to bid farewell to Luffy, the deed was done, and he lacked the power to prevent it. After returning to the Mary and placing the items down, Zhongli prepared to venture out once more. Are you going to find them? It's perfect timing to call them back quickly. We must set sail soon. Nami was ready to embark, and as soon as the others arrived, she could depart. After all, the winds of the impending storm were unpredictable. With the west wind blowing now, it was the ideal moment to sail. After dealing with Machi, who had been sent by Buggy to set fire to the ship, Zhongli found himself back at the execution platform square. At this point, chaos reigned. Zoro and Sanji were fiercely battling pirates, doing their utmost to reach the execution platform. On the platform, Buggy brandished his knives high, poised to strike at the bound Luffy below. Usopp, armed with a slingshot to cover Zoro and Sanji, spotted Zhongli rushing toward them and shouted, "Zhongli, quick, shield Luffy." Just as Usopp spoke, Luffy's voice echoed in his ears, "Zhongli, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Usopp, sorry, I'm about to die." Hee. Chapter 21, Escape from Loguetown. No sooner had Luffy finished speaking than Buggy's blade descended. Just as it was about to graze Luffy's neck, a spark of electricity flickered across Buggy's sword. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning connected heaven and earth. Remarkably, it struck the execution platform where Luffy stood. Boom. The platform collapsed under the force of the lightning, and torrents of rain began to pour from the sky. Reflecting on Luffy's smile from the platform, Zhongli was momentarily at a loss for words. He remained calm, knowing that a flash of lightning would save Luffy. But Luffy, in that moment, was blissfully unaware. His smile represented a genuine acceptance of death. The shock of that scene could only be truly appreciated in person. Watching it in a manga or anime could not compare to experiencing it firsthand. No wonder Bartolomeo idolized Luffy. Zhongli himself felt on the verge of reverence. Yaha, I'm still alive. What luck. Luffy, impervious due to his rubber insulation, donned his straw hat once more and laughed heartily at Zoro and Sanji, who rushed to him. The crowd in the square was still reeling from the recent spectacle. Who could have imagined that Luffy would escape such a dire predicament? Hey, do you believe in the divine? Sanji remarked, tossing aside his drenched cigarette, but as he spoke to Zoro. Enough with that. The Navy is closing in on us. We must hurry. All right, let us go. Feeling exuberant after narrowly escaping death, Luffy charged ahead. Ah, Zhongli, you're here too. The Navy is after us. Run. Wait for me. Hey, Sanji, can't you carry your own groceries? Usopp yelled at the three leading the way. What the? This fish is enormous. Fine, I'll take it. Let us run. Zhongli joked at Usopp's expense, then grabbed the large fish and began to flee. Wait for me. Once the Straw Hat crew had departed, Buggy awakened from his stupor. Unbelievable. The Straw Hat brat cannot escape. Everyone pursue them. At Buggy's command, his subordinates immediately responded, launching into action. Scatterbomb car. Explosive engine. Slipslide ski track. Buggy and his ally, the pirate Alvida, who had consumed the slip fruit, prepared to chase down the Straw Hat crew. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that in Loguetown, there was also the infamous Marine Colonel, Smoker, known as the White Hunter. White Smoke Bomb. As a wielder of the smoke fruit, Smoker effortlessly captured Buggy and his crew in an instant. How impressive! With just a single move, he vanquished Buggy's gang. Smoker's formidable prowess elicited gasps of astonishment from the Marines. Do not be astonished. Quickly bring me my bellow amateur cycle. The Straw Hat crew is mine to apprehend. Soon. Smoker mounted his vehicle and sped toward the direction where Luffy and his companions were fleeing. Hey, Zoro, flirting with the girls, are we? Corey, who was lagging behind with Usopp, jested as he observed Zoro dueling with Smoker's subordinate, the Marine Lieutenant Tashigi. You idiot Corey, what nonsense are you spouting? Zoro and Tashigi bellowed in unison. Only then did Corey take a moment to scrutinize the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zoro's childhood friend. Somewhat dull-witted, but not unappealing. Though her physique leaves much to be desired, she must still be developing. Corey, cease provoking the Marines. We must make our escape, Usopp exclaimed, his face a mask of terror at the sight of Tashigi's ire, eager to drag Corey away. You two go ahead, I will defeat her. Despite his irritation, Zoro took it upon himself to ensure their rear guard. Thus, Corey and Usopp pressed on, only to find yet another obstacle in their path. Sanji and Luffy were battling in a 2-on-1 scenario, yet they failed to land even a single blow on Smoker. Gum. Luffy launched another punch, but Smoker evaded with his elemental transformation. Then, Smoker pinned Luffy down, preparing to deliver a strike with his jit. You think you're worth 30 million? Your luck has run out. Not necessarily. Just as Smoker was about to strike, a broad, powerful hand pressed down on his weapon. Simultaneously, a protective shield appeared around Luffy, repelling Smoker. At that moment, both turned their gaze toward Corey. You all continue. Carry on. Haha, Corey chuckled awkwardly, tossing a book to Dragon as he passed by. This is a token of gratitude. Thank you for saving our captain. With that, he pulled the recovering Luffy along as they dashed away. What? Who saved me? Luffy glanced back, spotting a peculiar figure clad in a green cloak. Dragon furrowed his brow, glancing at the cover of the book Corey had thrown. The Great People's Liberation thought. How strange, that child. Well, let us set sail. Dragon pondered why Corey would toss such a book to him. Did he know who I am? Did he foresee my presence here? Only Corey could provide those answers. But alas, he had already been swept away, soon returning to the Going Merry. Wow, that was thrilling. If it weren't for that green-cloaked figure, we would have been caught by that Marine, Luffy exclaimed, his tongue sticking out in relief. Observing Luffy's ignorance of Dragon's identity, Corey burst into laughter. What's so funny? Corey? Luffy inquired. After some thought, Corey decided to enlighten him. You fool. That green-cloaked man is your father. Father? I have a father? Luffy, nonchalantly picking his nose, seemed unfazed. However, the other four were utterly shocked. Luffy's father? Is that true? The one who just blew us away is Luffy's dad? Absolutely, Monkey D. Dragon. Moreover, the storm we are currently experiencing is likely of his making. What? That's impossible. How could anyone manipulate the weather? As a navigator, Nami was incredulous. Yet Zoro suddenly grinned. It must be his devil fruit ability, right? He could blow us away in an instant. So it must be related to the wind. Sanji nodded in agreement with Zoro's assertion. He must be in the Grand Line, right? Another pirate? Zoro's excitement grew. Were all the powerful beings in the Grand Line like him? How intriguing. By the way, Corey, how do you know he is Luffy's father? Have you met him? Usopp seized the opportunity to inquire. Indeed, I met him previously when he sought to recruit me into his organization, which I declined. Encountering him this time was serendipitous, and I hoped to share some of my thoughts with him, believing they might prove beneficial. Corey's vague words left the others bewildered. So what is his organization? Upon hearing that Luffy's father belonged to an organization, everyone was immediately intrigued. Corey smiled slightly and revealed 3 words: the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 22. Departure, the Grand Line. The Revolutionary Army. The group gasped, while Luffy remained puzzled. The Revolutionary Army? What is that? Is there a revolutionary king? Thud. Nami delivered 2 punches to Luffy, explaining. The Revolutionary Army is an organization formed to overthrow the world government and the Celestial Dragons. I can't believe Luffy's father is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Nami turned to Corey, astonished. Even more surprising is that you were invited by the Revolutionary Army. What do you mean? Nami, the book I wrote is rather impressive. Corey replied, noticing their disbelief but unwilling to elaborate further. Dragon must have recognized its value. It is the pinnacle of revolutionary philosophy. At that moment, after seeing Luffy off, Dragon, preparing to return to the Revolutionary Army headquarters at Baltigo, suddenly felt a stirring within. He pulled out the book Corey had given him, The Great People's Liberation thought, to ponder its significance. However, One glance turned into an entire night of reading. When his subordinates knocked the next morning to summon him for breakfast, Dragon finally realized he had spent the entire night absorbed in the book. Dragon gazed at the book with teary eyes. At last, we have a path that leads us to victory. His heart brimmed with joy as he promptly arranged for the printing of the Great People's Liberation Thought. He ordered that every member of the Revolutionary Army receive a copy of this profound work. Corey, you have truly surprised me. Dragon felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the years of struggle had finally illuminated a guiding light. That day, the military funding allocated to the four armies inexplicably increased. The army leaders were puzzled by their leaders' newfound generosity, yet they celebrated nonetheless. Returning to Luffy's side, training hockey? What exactly is that? The Going Merry was steadily navigating toward Reverse Mountain, so Corey summoned everyone to the kitchen to discuss another crucial matter. Hockey was of paramount importance to the Straw Hat crew, especially as they entered the Grand Line, where the number of Devil Fruit users would inevitably increase, particularly those with Logia-type abilities. For instance, the crew's first formidable opponent, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, a user of the Sand Fruit. Although in the original story, Luffy defeated Crocodile by exploiting his weakness to water, Corey regarded that as a contrived plot device. How could someone capable of draining the moisture from Luffy's body be afraid of water? As for wanting to claim Whitebeard's head, Luffy declared, I still aspire to become the Pirate King, but do I possess the strength for that now? To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative that Luffy learn to wield armament hockey. How can I explain this to you? Luffy, do you remember that Marine you fought in Loguetown? The one you and Sanji battled 2 against 1? The Smoke Man? I recall him. No matter how Sanji and I attacked, we couldn't touch him. Luffy glared at his fists in frustration, feeling for the first time that he had encountered an enemy he could not hit. Indeed, that Smoke Man is the wielder of a Logia-type Devil Fruit, whose most prominent characteristic is its elemental transformation. Elemental transformation? This means that no matter how we attack, he can evade effortlessly, rendering him virtually invincible. Usopp's voice trembled, his body quaking with fear. In paradise, Logia-type Devil Fruits are indeed formidable, but in the New World, nearly every pirate has mastered hockey, and once hockey is in play, the terror of Logia-type powers diminishes considerably. Paradise? The New World? The terms thrown out by Zhongli captivated everyone's attention. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Grand Line, but what brings you to the East Blue? Zoro had always found it perplexing that a powerhouse like Zhongli remained obscure in the East Blue. Furthermore, having received an invitation from the Revolutionary Army, it was unlikely he would simply reside there. Yet, this was indeed Zhongli's first time being placed on a bounty, albeit a lesser one, and he had mocked Zhongli before. However, he certainly did not believe that reflected Zhongli's true capabilities. After all, even the swordsmanship that Zhongli rarely employed far surpassed his own. I merely read extensively. One of my ancestors once traversed the Grand Line, yet he never penned a logbook of voyages, and the tales merely passed down orally to me. Zhongli casually explained, choosing to move past that topic and instead produce the hockey training method left by Mihawk. This was the technique he had agreed upon with Mihawk prior to their battle, which he had won. Upon examination, it was indeed a method that would enable all of us to cultivate hockey, though it was particularly advantageous for Zoro. This was because it included techniques on how to better infuse hockey into weaponry. The mention of Mihawk sparked Zoro's interest, instantly shaking off his fatigue as he eagerly picked up the book. The others gathered behind Zoro to observe together. Observation hockey, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey. Astonishing. Such powers exist in this world. Their expressions were filled with wonder, especially those of Zoro and Sanji. They had believed themselves to be significant figures. Yet in the eyes of true strongmen, they were merely 2 insignificant ants. Excellent. From this day forth, let us train in hockey together. Luffy's eyes sparkled with determination. Once he mastered hockey, he would surely become the Pirate King. After some time, the group finally spotted the guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line is upon us. Everyone, Nami exclaimed joyfully. Great. Before we enter the Grand Line, let us partake in a ritual together. Sanji brought forth a wooden barrel and placed it on the deck. The first to step upon the barrel was he himself. I seek to find all blue, Luffy declared defiantly. I aspire to become the Pirate King. Zoro chuckled softly. I aim to become the world's greatest swordsman. Soon, Nami and Usopp expressed their ambitions as well. I wish to draw the world map. I strive to be a brave warrior of the sea. Now, only Zhongli remained silent. Zhongli, what is your ambition? Faced with his companion's inquiries, Zhongli appeared perplexed. Yes. What is my ambition? Everyone here ought to have one. They all gathered on Luffy's ship for their respective dreams. What about me? merely to achieve a fusion degree of 100 with the Morax template, allowing me to survive in this perilous world of pirates. It seemed he had never contemplated his own ambition. Hey, Zhongli, hurry up, we are nearing the entrance. Nami urged with her hands on her hips. Surely, you don't lack an ambition, do you? Sanji bluntly remarked. Zhongli coughed a couple of times and lifted his foot onto the barrel. How could I possibly lack an ambition? My ambition is to truly wander the mortal realm with ease. The others did not quite grasp Zhongli's words, but were nonetheless pleased for him. With a resounding crash, all 6 of them used their feet to shatter the barrel. Let us set sail. Towards the Grand Line. The 6 of them cheered together amidst the storm. Chapter 23. Twin Cape, Island Whale Laboon. Remember to steer well. Don't drift into the doldrums. Amidst the torrential rain, Zhongli shouted at Sanji and Usopp, who were controlling the stern. Ha ha. Sitting at the bow, Luffy laughed heartily, undeterred by the rain splattering on his face. Incredible. Nami, Zhongli, Zoro, do you see that? Such heights. In the pouring rain, the towering red line loomed before them. Truly astonishing, like a dream. Zoro, peering through his telescope, was awestruck by the grandeur of the red line. However, after the initial shock, Nami's expression turned serious. Now is not the time for such musings. Sanji, Usopp, you must steady the course. If we fail to align with the current, we could face disaster. Hey, Nami-chan, leave it to me. We'll definitely reach the Grand Line smoothly. Unfortunately, no sooner had he spoken than the steering lever snapped. Oh no. The group was left in despair as they approached the archway entrance, and Nami yelled at Zhongli, Zhongli, quickly, provide the Mary with a shield. That won't work. If we collide with the archway using a shield, it would be a direct impact, and the Mary's direction would spiral out of control due to the swift current, putting us in even greater danger. So what should we do? Is there anything that can cushion the Mary? Luffy, rubber balloon. Seeing that the others were at a loss, Zhongli shouted at Luffy. Upon hearing this, Luffy understood immediately, rushing to the front of the Mary. Rubber balloon. Luffy inhaled deeply and instantly inflated himself. As the Mary collided with Luffy, the elasticity redirected it back to a safe course. Luffy, quickly, get back on board. Zoro extended his hand towards Luffy, who promptly reached out, and Zoro pulled him back onto the ship. Hooray, we made it. The Mary successfully surged into the path leading up the inverted mountain, and the 6 of them leaped with excitement. Who would have thought a ship could actually sail up a mountain? What an eye-opener. Zoro rested his hands behind his head against the ship's wall, relaxing. Everything was back on track, and Luffy's crew finally felt at ease. The Mary reached the highest point and then proceeded down the only available path. The thrill and novelty of the experience made the 6 of them eager to reach the Grand Line. Wait, am I seeing things? Why is there a massive mountain in front of our course? Usopp, the sharpshooter, exclaimed, looking through his telescope. A mountain? Impossible. Behind Twin Cape should be an endless sea. Their confusion did not linger for long, as a colossal black shadow, hundreds of meters high, appeared before them, blocking their path. Zhongli recognized this as the island whale Laboon, with whom Brook's crew had made a pact. However, he had not anticipated such a gigantic creature. Ah, it's not a mountain, it's a whale. Nami and Usopp, the timid pair, ran around in terror, weeping profusely. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji hurried to control the broken steering lever. Jade shield. As they were about to collide, Zhongli quickly summoned a shield for the Mary to prevent damage. Bang! The sudden halt sent the 6 of them tumbling across the deck. Phew! Thank goodness, we're safe. They all sighed in relief before promptly setting sail again, aiming to navigate around the massive whale. Zhongli wiped his brow, reassured that the bow of the Mary was unharmed, hoping Luffy wouldn't engage the whale. After all, how would they encounter Vivi then? Nevertheless, it seemed that the world had a way of correcting itself. They should encounter her around Whiskey Peak, most likely. Before Zhongli could regain his composure, Labu cast a glance downward and, to his astonishment, spotted them. What? This whale has seen us. Nami exclaimed with a look of terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy launched a punch directly at its eye. Do you intend to attack us? Luffy assumed a battle stance, brimming with eagerness. Naturally, this reckless action attracted the ire of his companions. Nami and the others were flabbergasted. The creature merely glanced at him, yet he responded with such aggression. Meanwhile, Zhongli pondered. The world's corrective force is indeed swift. Even this can provoke Luffy into action. As the others were still reeling from Luffy's outburst, Labu had already opened its massive mouth, ready to swallow everything in sight. You scoundrel! Do not dare to consume my companions. Luffy's fury ignited, and he extended his arm to strike Labu's head with a flurry of punches and kicks. Unfortunately, aside from a hit to Labu's eye, the rest of Luffy's assaults went entirely unnoticed by the whale. Having finished its meal, Labu was convinced it had dealt with its attacker and swiftly dived down, intent on crashing into the red line. Realizing his attacks were futile and that the whale sought to retreat into the depths, Luffy, in a panic, noticed a door atop Labu's head. Despite his confusion, he hastily took refuge inside. Meanwhile, Zhongli and the others, swallowed by the whale, soon encountered a peculiar bald old man who introduced himself as Coloccus, the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Though bald, the old man was adorned in such a way that he resembled a flower from a distance. Zhongli scrutinized the elder, who appeared rather unremarkable, yet he would not underestimate him, for this man was, after all, the ship's doctor aboard the pirate King Roger's vessel. He would undoubtedly be capable of besting them with ease. As the group prepared to follow Coloccus' guidance to exit the whale's belly, a violent tremor forced them to halt. What is happening? They wondered. Coloccus then explained, the whale has begun its assault on the red line. With that, he plunged into the gastric fluid, swimming towards the stomach chamber to administer a tranquilizer to Labu. Impressive. Observing Coloccus emerge unscathed, Zhongli had to concede that the crew of the Pirate King were indeed a remarkable bunch. He was certain that without a shield, he could never endure such a duration in gastric fluid. Finally, the chaos subsided. Nami sighed in relief and glanced at two strangers, a man and a woman, who had suddenly appeared and fallen into the gastric fluid alongside Luffy. Who are you? She inquired. Yet the two merely murmured to one another, disregarding her question entirely. Just as they were about to attack Coloccus, who had protected Labu, Luffy intervened, delivering a punch to each of them, incapacitating them with ease. Subsequently, Coloccus recounted their backgrounds and shared Labu's tale with Luffy and his companions. Labu was originally a whale residing in the West Sea. It had ventured into the Grand Line alongside a band of pirates whose captain, well aware of the impending dangers, had promised to return for Labu after their circumnavigation of the globe. He entrusted Coloccus with Labu's care. However, 50 years had elapsed without a word from that pirate crew. Chapter 24. Luffy and Labu's Pact. 50 years without a single visit, which implies. Upon hearing Labu's story, Luffy and the others fell into silence. At that moment, the bound woman spoke up. Since its owner has abandoned it, we might as well kill it. After all, it would provide us with several years' worth of provisions. You scoundrels, do you possess no shred of compassion? Usopp shouted at the two. Compassion? The only thing I know is that human lives are paramount. Zhongli glanced at the blue-haired woman who spoke. Ms. Wednesday, the undercover princess of the Alabasta kingdom, Vivi. As she spoke, she momentarily regained her royal tone, but quickly reverted to her previous demeanor. This whale is enormous. We have long coveted it. Surrender it promptly, or else. Despite Vivi's relentless taunts, the others ignored her, which seemed to relieve her. After Coloccus led the Straw Hat crew out from the whale's belly, Zoro kicked the two intruders into the sea. These ruffians. Though the two, disgruntled by their expulsion, recognized the futility of their situation and swam away in defeat. Coloccus guided Luffy and his companions to the lighthouse he tended. Yet, why does Labu persist in crashing into the red line? Usopp questioned. Even if that pirate crew has not returned, wouldn't it be better to wait here? Generally, that would be the case. But reliable intelligence has led me to believe that crew perished long ago in the Grand Line. Therefore, I informed Labu, hoping it would cease its waiting and return to the West Sea while it was still small. Regrettably, Coloccus sighed, gazing at Labu, which had begun to roar towards Reverse Mountain, relentlessly ramming its body against the red line. It seems to hold an unwavering belief that the pirate crew will descend from the mountain any moment now. In truth, I regret telling Labu that news. After all, waiting with hope is far better than waiting in vain. Moreover, if it continues this way, it will inevitably meet its demise. Luffy and his companions fell silent, while Zhongli looked at them, contemplating revealing that one of the pirates from that crew still lived. However, he hesitated, unsure of how to articulate it, and thus chose to remain silent. After all, once they reached the Thriller Bark and encountered Brook, everything would be clarified. As the group fell into silence, observing Labu's anguished cries, Luffy suddenly shrieked, snapping the main mast of the Mary and charging towards Labu's newly inflicted wound. He forcefully thrust the mast into it. Rubber flower. The intense pain sent Labu thrashing wildly, flinging Luffy away. Regaining his footing, Luffy launched another punch at Labu's eye, engaging in a fierce clash with the whale. Eventually, amidst the bewildered and astonished expressions of the onlookers, Luffy ceased his assault, grinning as he said, "We are evenly matched. So let us have another bout after we circumnavigate the Grand Line." Standing at the shore, Luffy extended his fist towards Labu. "This is our pact." Labu paused for a moment, then gently nudged its head against Luffy's fist, sealing their agreement. "Splendid, Luffy." Usopp joyfully approached Luffy. throwing his arm around his neck with a smile. With Labu's matter resolved, Zhongli informed Sanji that he need not prepare his meal, then stepped aside to practice his control over the Geo element. Heaven's mercy, the Morax template possesses the ability to manipulate the Geo element. Yet this is the world of One Piece. Time spent at sea far surpasses that on land. Other than a brief trial during the skirmishes with Machi and the bounty hunter, as well as a day or two of training in Cocoa Village, Zhongli had little opportunity to wield the Geo element, unless his mastery of the Geo element grows to the extent that he can conjure it from thin air. However, such a feat would require at least a proficiency of 40 or above in Geo currently. Zhongli only possesses a proficiency of 25. Thus he resolved to practice diligently to facilitate easier control over the Geo elements he could manipulate. Additionally, he was in the process of developing his own techniques. Though the Morax template had skills, Zhongli could currently only utilize the basic attack Rock Rain and the combat skill Earth Heart. In the realm of combat techniques, the Earth Master could only summon a protective shield, yet he remained incapable of materializing the towering rock constructs. As for the explosive celestial phenomena, that was an entirely different matter. Without a mastery of 40 in Geo elements and a template fusion degree of 20, he had not even unlocked such abilities. The only silver lining was that the Eastern Sea arc had concluded, and his template fusion degree had reached 5. If his assumptions held true, an increase of 5 for each arc would mean that after traversing 3 more arcs, he would be capable of manipulating the very essence of the world. The thought stirred a tinge of excitement within him. However, his immediate focus was on how to cultivate his own techniques. In the battles preceding this, his opponents had either been overwhelmingly weak or excessively powerful. He had yet to encounter an adversary of equal standing, leaving him uncertain of his true capabilities. With his eyes closed, Zhongli sought to sense the earth element beneath his feet within the crimson soil of the continent. Lo and behold, it was teeming with an abundance of Geo energy. Upon perceiving the vast reservoir of rock elements, Zhongli felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, akin to returning home. Yet, when he attempted to harness this energy, it wholly disregarded him. Family, it is I, the Geo Archon, Zhongli. Confounded, he endeavored once more to summon the rock elements. But to no avail. Could it be that after declaring it felt like home, his family had turned their backs on him? Zhongli opened his eyes, grappling with an existential crisis. The Geo elements were undeniably present, so why did they refuse to yield to his command? Was he not the Geo Archon? Had he not completed the necessary fusion? Oh, then it was of little consequence. With a hint of regret, Zhongli rose and cast his gaze upon the crimson continent obscured by clouds. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to control the Geo elements here. Just wait. Once I fully fuse with the Morax template, I shall not be dissuaded. With Geo manipulation off the table, Zhongli redirected his focus toward honing his haki. After all, his template fusion progress was still too low to unlock many techniques. Just then, the boisterous crew, led by Luffy, confirmed their arrival at the first destination of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Hey, Zhongli, wake up. We're about to set sail. Nami called out. Having misconstrued Zhongli's closed eyes as a sign of fatigue rather than a meditative state for sensing Geo energy, she restrained the others from causing a ruckus, striving to minimize their disturbance to Zhongli. As the departure approached, Nami approached with a softer tone than usual, which piqued Zhongli's curiosity. Having just lamented his inability to practice Geo control, Zhongli was taken aback by Nami's gentle demeanor, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Did he unwittingly do something wrong? We're setting sail? Zhongli, ever composed, grasped the situation, but Nami's radiant smile hinted at something amiss. Nami, you seem rather cheerful, he remarked. Uncertainty etched on his face. Nami maintained her oddly cheerful expression. Of course, I'm happy. Zhongli, you must always stay by my side, understand? Though it sounded like a confession, there was an underlying tone that felt off. Nevertheless, Zhongli nodded in acquiescence. All right, I understand. I knew you were the most reliable. Nami laughed heartily, patting Zhongli's shoulder before striding toward the Mary. What was going on? This was all rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to Zhongli, they had just acquired a precious log pose from the unfortunate duo that had crossed paths with Vivi. The significance of this log pose was immeasurable, and Nami was intent on safeguarding it. Unfortunately, in a moment of chaos, it was shattered by Luffy and Sanji's antics, prompting her to angrily kick them overboard. With the log pose destroyed, navigating the Grand Line would have been impossible were it not for Kuroka's goodwill in gifting them another. Having secured a new log pose, Nami sought someone reliable to help protect it. Scanning the surroundings, she dismissed Luffy, Sanji, who was the instigator of the mishap, Usopp for his perceived weakness, and Zoro for his constant slumber. Ultimately, Zhongli seemed the most dependable choice. Furthermore, with his shield, he was the perfect guardian. Thus, Nami approached Zhongli, charmingly enticing him, and quickly won his loyalty. Indeed, Zhongli was a man of security. After bidding farewell to Kuroka's, the Straw Hat crew set sail toward Whiskey Peak. So, we are heading to Whiskey Peak for these two miscreants? Zhongli inquired knowingly. At that moment, Sanji appeared with 2 desserts for Nami and Vivi. How do you speak to ladies like that? Hey, why does Ms. Wednesday get one and I don't? Am I not also your guest? Mr. Nine complained. Humph. You are merely passengers on a favorable tide, Sanji retorted dismissively, though his gaze soon softened into hearts as he turned to Vivi. But don't worry, Ms. Wednesday. I will treat you like a guest. What a double standard. Vivi merely smiled awkwardly, while Mr. Nine grumbled in discontent. Meanwhile, Nami wore a serious expression. Observing Luffy and Usopp building snowmen on the deck, a sense of unease creeping into her mind. Indeed, snow was unexpectedly falling upon the sea. A stark contrast to the sweltering heat just moments before. What is going on, Nami? Zhongli, uninterested in Sanji's flattery towards Vivi, addressed Nami beside him. I'm merely contemplating the erratic weather patterns of the Grand Line. The extreme fluctuations in weather, appearing and disappearing so abruptly, defy everything I have learned about navigation. Hearing Nami's words, Vivi and Mr. Nine erupted in laughter. If I'm not mistaken, you've been sailing for quite some time without anyone at the helm, allowing the currents and winds to guide you? Vivi's words were a reminder tinged with mockery, aimed squarely at Nami. Irritated, Nami sent them off to clear the snow from the deck, then skeptically glanced at the log pose on her wrist. Indeed, the ship was off course. Zhongli, Sanji, quickly take the helm. Nami dashed onto the deck, calling out to Usopp and Luffy. Usopp, Luffy, adjust the triangular sail. Turn the sail to catch the wind. And pivot the ship 180 degrees to the left. Hey, Zoro, wake up. We need your help. Usopp shouted at the sleeping Zoro, but alas, he remained in a deep slumber. Oh no, the wind has shifted. The waves are rising. Wow, look, dolphins over there. Hee hee hee. Watch out. We're heading for an iceberg. Jade shield. This storm is too fierce. After a grueling struggle, Luffy and the crew finally arrived in a relatively calm sea. The ever-sleeping Zoro stirred awake, surveying the scene of his companions sprawled across the deck. Though the weather is pleasant now, it's not wise to sleep on the deck. Falling ill would be quite troublesome. You're so slow. Exhausted and unwilling to move, Sanji was momentarily stirred by Zoro's sarcastic remarks, which ignited a spark of ire within him, prompting an angry outburst directed at Zoro. Unfazed, Zoro's attention shifted to Vivi and Mr. Nine aboard the ship, pondering their unexpected presence while suddenly recalling their names. What did you say your names were? He inquired. I am Ms. Wednesday, came the reply. And I am Mr. Nine. From Baroque Works, correct? At that moment, the weary Zhongli, who had refrained from discussing the peculiar climatic variations of the Grand Line with Nami, sought to witness firsthand the extent of the unpredictable weather. Having experienced it, he candidly admitted, I must confess, I beg for mercy. I shan't dare again. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, both Vivi and Mr. Nine's pupils dilated in surprise. Baroque Works? No wonder. Zoro's explanation was abruptly cut short as an irate Nami delivered a swift reprimand. What are you doing? As Zoro attempted to respond, Nami landed another punch, exclaiming, You, who could not be roused no matter how loudly I called, have the nerve to speak. Just then, Vivi and Mr. Nine positioned themselves atop the ship's railing, addressing the group. Since you are aware of our identities, it matters little now. Whiskey Peak awaits. We shall meet again. With that, they leapt into the sea, vanishing from sight. Chapter 26, The Welcome Town of Whiskey Peak. What on earth was that about? Those two, Usopp remarked, perplexed as he witnessed their departure. Ms. Wednesday has left, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette, feeling a twinge of regret over Vivi's exit, though it was fleeting. He swiftly resumed his attempts to charm Nami, who wore a serious expression as she stepped forward to address the group. I sincerely apologize for my oversight that subjected us to such tumultuous seas. I have finally grasped the terrifying nature of the Grand Line. In this expanse of ocean, my navigation skills are rendered utterly ineffective. But fear not. I shall ensure our safe passage henceforth, for this is my vow. With a beaming countenance, Nami gazed at the approaching Cactus Island. Despite the tumultuous journey, they had ultimately arrived at their destination, marking a promising commencement of their adventure towards becoming the Pirate King. By the way, Zhongli, what is this Baroque Works you mentioned? Sanji suddenly recalled Zhongli's reference to Vivi and Mr. Nine as members of Baroque Works, inquiring about the organization. Before Zhongli could respond, Zoro interjected with an explanation. Baroque Works is a criminal organization that recruits bounty hunters as its operatives. When I was a bounty hunter, they attempted to recruit me, but I declined. The members are unaware of each other's true identities, only referring to one another by code names, while the highest-ranking boss remains enigmatic, with no one knowing their identity or whereabouts. Who would have thought that such a slender and beautiful Ms. Wednesday was a bounty hunter? Sanji mused, taking another drag from his cigarette. Thus, Whiskey Peak merits further scrutiny. Huh, Zhongli, what do you mean? Usopp asked, confusion etched on his face. After a moment of contemplation, Nami articulated, Zhongli implies that Whiskey Peak could potentially serve as a stronghold for Baroque Works. There's a significant likelihood, though it remains uncertain. We must observe further. What? Whiskey Peak could be a base for Baroque Works? Do we still need to go ashore? Aren't bounty hunters primarily known for hunting pirates? Despite having 2 members of the timid trio already, Nami displayed no signs of trepidation at that moment. Instead, it was Usopp who appeared fearful, reluctant to disembark. Regardless, we cannot leave now. The log pose must record the island's magnetic field before we can proceed to the next island. Moreover, this is merely Zhongli's conjecture. Let us assess the situation first. Nami showcased the log pose in her hand to Usopp, who immediately wilted under the realization. At that moment, Zhongli approached Usopp, saying, What are you afraid of? We are quite formidable. If trouble arises, I shall provide you with the sturdiest shield. Bolstered by Zhongli's assurance, Usopp regained his resolve, replying, All right. Let us go ashore then. The Mary slowly navigated the inner river of Cactus Island, with Luffy and the others remaining vigilant of the banks. Quickly, alert everyone. Pirates. Pirates are coming. What? The Straw Hats exchanged puzzled glances, having seen no one, yet hearing numerous voices shouting. As they finally caught sight of the town's buildings, a throng of cheerful townsfolk emerged to welcome the pirates. Welcome. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. The Straw Hats found themselves bewildered by the enthusiastic reception from the townspeople. Pirates are the heroes of the sea. It seemed there was still a lack of understanding regarding the more cultural aspects of piracy. The townspeople's peculiar behavior prompted Zhongli and the others to exchange glances, each bearing expressions of knowing anticipation. The reason for the 4 of them together was that Luffy and Usopp were happily accepting the townsfolk's flattery, arms draped over one another's shoulders. Upon disembarking, a curly-haired gentleman approached them. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. I am the mayor, Igaram. Hospitality is our proud tradition. Please allow us to host a banquet in your honor. Would you grace us with your presence? After hearing the mayor's invitation, the group looked to Luffy, who responded with a bright smile. Yay, curly-haired uncle. Let us have a feast together. As night descended, Whiskey Peak was imbued with a festive spirit. Usopp was regaling a crowd with tall tales while Zoro and Nami engaged in drinking contests. Luffy and Zhongli were competing for food, and Sanji had succumbed to the charms of a gentle companion. Everything was vibrant and joyous. Finally, as the night wore on, the banquet concluded, and the Straw Hats collapsed in the banquet hall, deep in slumber. Once the townspeople departed, apart from Luffy and Usopp, Zhongli and the others gradually opened their eyes. Humph. I thought your alcohol tolerance was truly abysmal. Just 13 people, and you were bested. Nami teased Zoro with a playful wink. As a swordsman, I refuse to let alcohol dictate my actions. After all, I drank less than you and managed to win against 3 others, you useless green-haired fool. At least I drink rather than lying amidst a horde of women and taking advantage of them. You lecherous turtle. The 2, having found mutual offense, instinctively began to brawl. Look, they are at it again, Zhongli remarked, chuckling as he pointed at the fighting pair. Clang, clang. Just as Zhongli's words left his lips, Zoro's sword strike and Sanji's kick were unleashed upon him. Yet, as if foreseeing their actions, Zhongli activated his shield in advance, blocking their assaults. All right, cease this brawl. Now, what shall we do? Shall we take the initiative or wait for them to come to us? Nami regarded the trio with a hint of exasperation. Sanji, ever obedient to Nami, promptly ceased his aggression. Yes, wherever you go, Nami, I shall follow. Very well, I shall remain here. Sanji, you must protect me. Nami winked at Sanji, who broke into an ecstatic grin. Then I shall step outside for a moment. Having feasted, I need to digest. Zhongli's suggestion was met with Zoro's agreement, and the 2 ventured out of the banquet hall in search of Baroque Works members. On a rooftop, Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9 observed a curly-haired man approach, reciting poetry. You truly are a poet, Mr. 8. Ms. Wednesday, or Vivi, identified the curly-haired mayor as a member of Baroque Works, known as Mr. 8. Soon after, another woman appeared, vociferating her confusion over why the curly-haired mayor would host such a grand banquet for the Straw Hats, primarily with the intent to intoxicate them. Mr. 8 smirked as he unveiled Luffy's bounty poster. Ms. Monday, take a look. This is the bounty on their captain. 30 million. Both Ms. Monday and Vivi were taken aback by the staggering bounty amount. They never imagined that the bounty on the Straw Hat crew would be so exorbitantly high. Now you understand why, despite our food shortages, I felt compelled to host this banquet, right? Well then, while they are still in slumber, let us bind them and hand them over to the world government for the reward. At that moment, a voice interrupted the thoughts of the four. Excuse me. If you wish to claim our bounty, let us see if you possess the strength to do so. Chapter 27. The revelation of Princess Vivi's identity. What is the matter? Aren't the people in the room sound asleep? Mr. 8, the curly-haired mayor, gazed in astonishment at the two figures that appeared atop the roof. Soon, bounty hunters disguised as townsfolk began to emerge, allowing Mr. 8 and his companions to breathe a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it be easier if you just let us deliver you to the Navy? Showing up before us now is akin to courting death. One bounty hunter sneered, while Zhongli, uninterested in engaging with such feeble opponents, drew forth his spear and addressed Zoro. Enough chatter. Let us dispatch them swiftly and return to our slumber. Very well. Let us see who can take down the most foes, shall we? Zoro tied a bandana around his head, brandishing 3 swords to become the 3-sword style Zoro. Zhongli glanced at his stance, somewhat speechless, feeling it unnecessary to take things so seriously. Yet, Zoro believed that having finally encountered some opponents, he should engage in a good fight, lest he grow rusty. Don't shield me. If I'm constantly protected, it will be exceedingly difficult to cultivate observation haki. Saying this, Zoro cast a meaningful glance at Zhongli, as if urging him to forego the shield as well. From Mihawk's method of haki cultivation, it was clear that observation haki sharpens the 5 senses, allowing one to perceive the presence of living beings, and thus make predictions or evade attacks. The most effective way to awaken observation haki is to dodge blows. However, within Zhongli's shield, there is an excess of comfort, devoid of the tension inherent in battle. Under such circumstances, awakening observation haki would be exceedingly challenging. One day, when they successfully awakened their observation haki, they could always don Zhongli's shield afterward. Contemplating this, Zhongli found Zoro's reasoning sound and replied, "All right, then today we shall forego the shields." With that, he leaped down. "You scoundrel, you lack honor in combat." Seeing Zhongli dash off, Zoro, though speechless, immediately pursued. "How dare they look down upon us? They are indeed a group of bumpkins just arriving in the Grand Line." Hearing Zoro and Zhongli casually divide their targets, who could endure such indignation? Thus, they all rushed forward, eager to subdue the two. Unfortunately, aspirations were grand, but reality was harsh. In the original work, Zoro had already effortlessly dealt with these individuals. Not to mention, he is now a swordsman at the level of cutting steel. In this battle, Zoro chose to close his eyes, seeking to awaken observation haki sooner. How infuriating. This green-haired guy is so arrogant. Brothers, since he has his eyes closed, let us take him down. A bounty hunter snarled, raising his blade to strike Zoro. With his eyes shut, Zoro found himself engulfed in darkness. Though he could hear the footsteps of those around him, the direction of their attacks eluded him. Soon, he was struck by multiple blades, leaving him in a wretched state. "Hey, Zoro, is it really necessary to go all out? Aren't we just having a friendly competition? At this rate, I might just win." Zhongli, leveraging his innate mastery of various weapons, effortlessly maneuvered among the bounty hunters, sending one flying with a casual strike. Zoro recognized that time was running short. If things continued this way, he might genuinely meet his demise at the hands of these foes. There simply hadn't been sufficient time to cultivate haki since they acquired the methods. First, they needed to locate the entrance to the Grand Line. Then they were swallowed by a whale, and after a lengthy tale, they set off for Whiskey Peak, all while encountering various extreme weather conditions. There was no time to cultivate haki. Aware that awakening was futile today, Zoro opened his eyes and began to clear the weak hunters. With his 3-sword style in full swing, blood blossomed wherever he struck. Seeing Zoro's astonishing speed, Zhongli also set aside his casual demeanor, manipulating the earth element to form a dirt dragon, starting to reap the remaining standing bounty hunters. Once the battle concluded, only Vivi and the upper echelons of Baroque Works remained. "I've taken down 66 of them. I win." Zhongli twirled his weapon, approaching Zoro. "All right, I concede this round. Now there are 4 left. Shall we call it a second round?" Zhongli pretended to ponder. "Not really. You bastard." Having expected Zhongli to agree, Zoro was caught off guard by his retort and found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, before either could act, their adversaries could no longer contain themselves. Bastards. Extraordinary strength. Feel my punch. Ms. Monday felt that these two were utterly dismissive of them. Thus, she decided to show them her might. Though Ms. Monday had grand intentions, the furious Zoro was not one to be trifled with. Seeing the enemy dare to attack, he unleashed a swift slash, knocking Ms. Monday unconscious. Are they truly this formidable? Is their captain really only worth a bounty of 30 million? It seems these two alone are worth far more than that. Vivi and her companions were left in stunned disbelief, realizing that their 100-man force was on the verge of annihilation, while their opponents were merely two individuals. Demons. How can these two be so powerful? They can even conjure dragons out of thin air. Just as Zoro prepared to incapacitate Vivi and her companions, Zhongli intervened. Hey, why are you stopping me? Zoro sheathed his sword, looking at Zhongli in confusion. Just as Zhongli was about to speak, a figure with an explosive hairstyle and a woman holding an umbrella appeared before them. It was Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine from Baroque Works. What a bunch of useless fools. You have so many people, yet you can't even subdue two pirates who just arrived in the Grand Line. Ha ha. This is the difference between us and you. Isn't it? A man and a woman, in perfect harmony, belittled Vivi and her companions. Upon their arrival, Zhongli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Had they not shown up, he would have struggled to find a reason to stall. Oh, how did you know someone would appear? Have you awakened observation hockey? Zoro drew his sword, sensing that these two indeed carried a slightly higher air than Vivi's group, readying himself just in case. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how Zhongli had foreseen their arrival. Could it be that he truly awakened observation hockey? No, I merely had a clear view of them approaching. Once Zhongli finished speaking, he chose to observe, knowing Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine were excessively arrogant, completely dismissing both him and Zoro. As Zhongli anticipated, Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine strode directly toward Vivi and her companions. There was no need for excessive taunts. So you've come to assist us in capturing these pirates? Mr. 8 began to sweat nervously, clearly anxious. Did you think such trivial matters would warrant our presence at the end of the Grand Line? We are here for the lady beside you, Ms. Wednesday, are we not? The Princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari Vivi. Chapter 28, Saving Vivi. The Princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari Vivi? Mr. 5's words drew puzzled expressions from Mr. 9 and Zoro alike. Are you familiar with the Alabasta Kingdom? Zoro turned to Zhongli, who remained expressionless, and asked. Zhongli met Zoro's gaze, contemplating for a moment before replying. It's a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line. Beyond that, I am not well informed. A superpower? Well, it doesn't concern us at the moment. Zoro sheathed his sword, sitting down to observe the unfolding events, and Zhongli did likewise. Observing the two individuals seated on the ground with an air of nonchalance, Mr. Five and his companions were left utterly speechless. Humph, ignorant fools. Once I settle matters concerning the princess, it will be your turn. Mr. Five wore a disgruntled expression as he turned his attention back to Vivi and her two companions. Still unwilling to admit the truth? Very well, it matters not. In the name of the Baroque Works leader, we shall eliminate you both. Princess Vivi and the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, Ikaram, Mr. 8. Huh, am I not involved in this? Mr. 9 exclaimed in surprise. However, before a response could be offered to Mr. 9, Ikaram opened fire directly at Mr. 5 and his companion. Die. Spikeball blast. Unfortunately, Ikaram's firepower proved futile as Mr. 5 and his partner nimbly evaded the attack. Subsequently, Mr. 5 launched a nose-picking bomb, which detonated as it neared Ikaram, sending him crashing to the ground, incapacitated. What? A nose-picking bomb? How revolting. Zoro, observing from the sidelines, wore a look of disdain, while Zhongli struggled to suppress a laugh. Mr. 5, the bomb man who consumed the bomb fruit, had the ability to detonate various parts of his body. Yet he seemed to favor using his nose-picking bombs, which were both highly damaging and deeply insulting. Ikaram. Vivi rushed to Ikaram's side, attempting to assist him to his feet. But Mr. 5's partner, Ms. Valentine's Day, soared into the air before crashing down heavily towards Vivi. Watch out, Ms. Wednesday. Iron stick of determination. Mr. 9 shoved Vivi aside, hoping to retaliate, but despite his good intentions, his lack of strength rendered him unconscious under the immense weight of Ms. Valentine's Day's attack. This was under the condition that her attack hadn't even hit him directly. Mr. 9. Vivi gasped in shock, and in an instant, she found herself the only one still standing. Rage surged within her, but she recognized that there was nothing she could do. The only chance for survival lay in fleeing. Yet Mr. 5 and his companion would not grant her that opportunity. How vexing. Why can't you all just accept your fate and die? Such tedious loyalty is a waste of my time. You scoundrels, do not underestimate me. Realizing her escape route was blocked, Vivi suddenly spotted Zhongli and the others observing from the sidelines. Their earlier display had caught her attention, if they were willing to intervene. This was her final opportunity. Thus, she addressed Zhongli and his companion. You two must have heard, correct? I am the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. If you can ensure my safe return to Alabasta, I shall reward you handsomely. Huh, don't drag us into your troubles. We were enemies just moments ago. Zoro retorted disdainfully. Zhongli remained silent, for he was not one to sell his services for gold. He awaited Nami's arrival. Humph. Desperate times call for desperate measures, huh? You two lowly pirates who have just entered the Grand Line think you can thwart us? You might as well accept your demise. Nose-picking dream cannon. Oh no. It's all over. Forgive me, father. I could not save Alabasta. As Mr. Five's attack bore down upon her, Vivi closed her eyes in despair. She knew she could not withstand this blow. Zhongli, shield up. At that moment, Nami's voice rang out from behind, perfectly timed with Zhongli's intention to act. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Nami's warning prompted Zhongli's action, though in truth, Zhongli had acted first, coincidentally coinciding with Nami's call. Bang! Well done. Nami's voice chimed in cheerfully beside her. Turning to see, Zhongli found Nami and Sanji standing before them. Indeed, Nami had come. You scoundrel! How dare you make a girl cry? Sanji puffed on his cigarette, gazing at the weeping Vivi on the ground. Ah, Ms. Wednesday, I never imagined you were a princess. How fortuitous, for I too am a prince. Sanji approached with a tender expression, kneeling on one knee, yearning to take Vivi's hand, but was thwarted by Zhongli's shield. You idiot Zhongli, remove your shield. Sanji angrily shouted at Zhongli. TCH. Perverted Kappa. Zoro shot back at Sanji. You guys? Vivi watched as Zoro and Sanji clashed, while Zhongli and Nami stood together. A sudden sense of security blossomed within her. Oh, you newcomers truly dare to oppose us? Ms. Valentine's Day scoffed disdainfully beside Mr. Five. Newcomers? Who are you referring to? Zoro and Sanji glared furiously at the two. Mr. Five shared their disdain, retorting, of course. I refer to you lot, a bunch of ignorant fools who dare to obstruct the mission of Baroque Works. Your deaths will be of little consequence. As he spoke, he prepared to strike at Zoro and Sanji. Nose-picking dream cannon. Boom. As the smoke cleared, both Sanji and Zoro emerged unscathed, with Zoro still poised to slice. You bastard. Did I just slice a nose-picking bomb? Ha ha ha. Green algae head. Is this your swordsmanship? Ha ha ha. Slicing a nose-pick? I want to let you off. Provoked by Sanji's taunts, Zoro charged at Mr. Five, but halfway through, he was forced back by a descending figure. 10,000 kilograms of weight. The dust stirred. But Zoro performed 2 backflips to evade. Humph. We are not alone. Ms. Valentine's Day grinned wickedly. Ah, yet another beautiful lady. Sanji rubbed his hands together, grinning. Zoro glanced at Sanji. You take that woman. I'll deal with the nose-picking man. Yet before Zoro could finish, Sanji rushed to confront Mr. Five. I'll take on that explosive-haired fellow. My chivalrous spirit forbids me from striking a lady. As the two chose their adversaries, Nami, fearing accidental injury, requested Zhongli to shield her as she approached Vivi. So, you are the princess of that kingdom? How much reward can you offer for ensuring your safe return? Vivi fell silent, unsure of how to negotiate a price. Too little, and they would surely decline. Too much, and she feared Alabasta lacked the funds. After all, Alabasta was still embroiled in conflict. What do you wish for? Vivi asked weakly. Nami's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully extended a single finger. 1 billion berries. No deception. Chapter 29, Agreement reached. 1 billion? Vivi was taken aback by Nami's outrageous offer. No, that's impossible. We don't have that much money. Nami raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Aren't you a princess of a nation, a superpower from the first half of the Grand Line? Surely, 1 billion berries is not beyond your means. Nami had already inquired about the strength of Vivi's nation from Zhongli earlier, which is why she made such an audacious offer. Do you not know about the current state of the Alabasta kingdom? We have only just entered the Grand Line. How could we be aware of your nation's situation? Nami replied matter-of-factly, while also surmising that there must be hidden circumstances regarding Vivi's kingdom. Otherwise, why would a bona fide princess become a bounty hunter? I see, Vivi nodded, and then explained to them the plight of the Alabasta kingdom and her reasons for infiltrating Baroque Works as Ms. Wednesday. So, Princess Vivi is undercover to uncover the mastermind threatening the Alabasta kingdom? How brave of you, Princess Vivi. Sanji, who had easily dispatched Mr. Five, immediately approached Vivi, eager to offer his support. To seek the usurpation of a kingdom? How intriguing. Baroque Works. Zoro, who had previously received an invitation from Baroque Works, now regarded the situation with interest. That perverted Kappa has already finished his battle. You might as well surrender. One sword style, lion song. Initially, the anxious Ms. Valentine's Day, shaken by Mr. Five's defeat, could scarcely evade Zoro's onslaught and succumb to his blade. So, have you discerned the identity of the Baroque Works leader? As Zoro approached, he gathered with the four. Upon hearing Zoro's inquiry, Vivi frantically gestured to the others. It would be prudent for you all to refrain from questioning the identity of the boss. Otherwise, your very lives may be in jeopardy. It is none other than Crocodile. One of the Shichibukai, is it not? Yes, indeed. Wait, how do you know that? Vivi instinctively responded to Zhongli's question, only to immediately cover her mouth upon realizing her slip. Just then, everyone suddenly spotted a bird soaring away with a sea otter in tow. This is dire. That is Mr. 13 and Ms. Friday. They now know the identity of the boss. They will undoubtedly report back, and then you shall be in peril. Regrettably, none among them possessed the ability to fly, leaving them helplessly watch as the bird and beast disappeared into the distance. At that moment, Zhongli weakly remarked, I merely guessed. Bang, bang, bang. Damn you, Zhongli. What nonsense are you spouting? Now we find ourselves being hunted by the Shichibukai right after entering the Grand Line. My apologies. Zhongli, with several lumps on his head, raised his hand. After striking Zhongli, Nami, overwhelmed with fear, buried her head in her arms and wept. After all, they had witnessed Hawkeye's formidable prowess firsthand, and it was likely that any individual with the title of Shichibukai possessed similar strength. Encountering such a formidable adversary upon their arrival, who could withstand that? The Shichibukai? Where? Luffy, appearing from nowhere, cheerfully addressed the crowd. Luffy, how are you awake? Hee. I overindulged and needed to work off some calories. At that moment, Luffy still bore a rotund shape, though it quickly reverted to normal. What transpired? Why were the townspeople subdued? Initially irritated by the sight of the fallen townsfolk, Luffy, noticing Zhongli and the others, sensed that something significant had occurred. He approached and overheard Nami's lamentations. Zoro then recounted the events to Luffy. Although Zoro had not intended to speak, with Zhongli injured and the chef comforting Nami, only he and Vivi were left to elucidate the situation to Luffy. I see, so we are to confront the Shichibukai? And no, Luffy, we must flee. To face the Shichibukai this early is simply too. Upon hearing Luffy's question, Nami donned a conciliatory smile, attempting to persuade him to depart immediately. But before she could finish, Luffy cheerfully exclaimed, This is simply too exhilarating. I'm such a fool, truly. Nami, sitting weakly on the ground, appeared heartbroken. Fear not. I have a plan. The curly-haired uncle, Icolum, donned a high ponytail and Vivi-esque attire, solemnly addressed the group. You are now aware of the boss's identity. He will undoubtedly send pursuers after you, so we should collaborate. You shall safely escort the princess back to Alabasta, and in turn, she will expose Crocodile's scheme, leading the world government to revoke his title as Shichibukai. Afterward, he will be preoccupied with the Navy's pursuit and will pose no threat to you. A win-win situation. Do you not agree? Are you certain that the princess can unveil Crocodile's conspiracy upon her return to Alabasta? Zhongli inquired at an opportune moment. Certainly. Our royal family in Alabasta holds significant prestige. To this, Zhongli merely smiled, choosing not to refute her assertion, as his query served to encourage Vivi and her companions to boast. If the Straw Hat crew was willing to escort them to Alabasta, they needed to reassure Nami and the others. As a princess, and for the sake of saving her nation, Zhongli believed Vivi would undoubtedly act accordingly. I must apologize, for I cannot guarantee that I will be able to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. Vivi closed her eyes, aware that uttering those words might jeopardize her chances of receiving the Straw Hat crew's assistance. However, it was enough. She wished to spare others from being ensnared in Alabasta's turmoil. Princess Vivi? Icolum was somewhat taken aback by her decision. After all, in his view, utilizing the Straw Hat crew seemed entirely reasonable, considering they were attempting to save a nation on the brink of collapse. Enough, Icolum. No need for further discussion. Vivi waved her hand, then turned to Luffy and the others, stating, What I wish to convey is this. I cannot guarantee that I will unveil Crocodile's conspiracy, but we can still negotiate a deal, as Nami suggested. 10 billion. 10 billion? What 10 billion? Icolum and Luffy exchanged puzzled glances. 10 billion. You safely return me to Alabasta, and if I succeed in exposing Crocodile's plot, I shall reward you with 10 billion berries. But if you fail, not only will you perish, but we shall also meet our doom, no? Nami sighed, and then said to Luffy, You are the captain. You must decide. Nami felt exhausted. She merely wished to earn some easy money, yet somehow found herself entangled in such a grave predicament. Luffy, however, quickly provided his response, grinning widely as he declared, Excellent. To Alabasta we go. Chapter 30. Robin makes her entrance. Really? You all agreed? Vivi's face lit up with joy. Icolum was equally surprised that Luffy would indeed consent to escort the princess back to Alabasta, and he excitedly bowed to the group. By the way, curly-haired uncle, Why are you dressed like that? Luffy asked, picking his nose, only to be swiftly punched away by Zoro, who could not abide anyone picking their nose. Oh, my original plan was to disguise myself as Princess Vivi and head directly back to Alabasta, drawing the attention of Baroque Works, allowing the princess to return home safely via a more conventional route. Although I now have your protection, I still hope to proceed with my plan. After all, it is for your safety as well. Ikelim wiped the sweat from his brow upon witnessing Luffy being struck. The others found this plan feasible, and Ikelim retrieved the permanent pointer that recorded Alabasta's magnetic field before bidding farewell to the group and departing ahead. Zhongli gazed at the receding ship, silently praying. Though in the original narrative, Ikelim was rescued by Robin, that event had yet to transpire. Everything remained uncertain. One could only hope he would indeed be saved by Robin. However, since his connection with Ikelim was not particularly profound, he felt little concern. Boom. As Zhongli regained his focus, he beheld Ikelim's ship being obliterated by cannon fire. Damn it, has the pursuers arrived so swiftly? Sanji's face darkened. Nami, has the pointer been recorded? Yes, it has been recorded. Nami glanced at the pointer and replied. Excellent. Let us depart, Vivi. Move out. Zhongli called to the group as they made their escape, only to notice Vivi standing motionless. He understood that she was in a state of deep sorrow, thus he reassured her. Fear not, Ikelim will be fine. We are now on our way to save your kingdom. Nami immediately embraced her. We will ensure you reach Alabasta safely. Vivi gritted her teeth and fell in line with the group. Sanji rushed to bring Usopp along, while the others hurried back aboard the ship, setting sail without delay. Steer the ship upstream. There is a tributary that will allow us to reach the route sooner. Understood. Zoro and Zhongli jointly controlled the steering wheel, while Sanji tossed the bewildered Usopp aside and unfurled the sails. What is happening? Sleepy-eyed Usopp, seeing everyone hurriedly departing, expressed his confusion. Upon spotting Vivi and her pet duck Kuro on the ship, he immediately awakened. Ms. Wednesday, what are you doing back on the Mary? There's no time for explanations. We need to get Vivi back to her kingdom. Hurry up and check the lookout for any approaching enemies. Enemies? Vivi? What on earth is going on? Nami, however, did not engage in further conversation with him. She merely delivered 2 punches before sending him off to scout the enemy's movements. Just as the Going Merry finally navigated through the tributary and emerged into the open sea, a voice, exuding an air of sophistication, resonated in the ears of the crew. After such a struggle to escape from pursuers, make sure to sail well. The crew, taken aback, immediately became vigilant towards the source of the voice. Upon turning, they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with ebony hair and a cowboy hat standing before them. Sanji was the first to speak, his eyes transforming into heart shapes as he gazed at her. What a lovely lady. Might I inquire what brings you aboard our vessel? Who are you? What is your purpose on my ship? Luffy bluntly questioned. Meanwhile, Vivi looked on in horror at the dark-haired beauty. Ms. All-Sunday, are you the one who killed Ikarim? What are your true intentions? Ms. All-Sunday, who is her partner? Sensing the established patterns of the Baroque Works, Zoro drew his sword and addressed Vivi. Her partner is Mr. Zero, the boss himself. She is the only one aware of his identity. I only discovered the boss's identity by tailing her along with Ikarim. In fact, I intentionally allowed you to uncover the boss's identity, Robin remarked, elegantly resting her chin on her hand, smiling. So you are a good person. Luffy interjected nonchalantly, only to be met with Nami's righteous fury as she delivered a punch that sent him flying. Idiot, can you not see the situation clearly? This woman is undoubtedly treacherous. I cannot deny the term treacherous, Robin replied, shifting her gaze to Zhongli. I am merely curious. Did you truly deduce the boss's identity? Or did you know it all along? Zhongli paused, taken aback. Why does this concern me? You are not following the script. Nevertheless, he responded, it is quite simple. When I heard that Crocodile was hailed as a hero in Alabasta, I couldn't help but laugh. A notorious pirate, suddenly becoming a hero in a nation without reason? Redemption does not apply to someone like him. Coupled with Vivi's words about the boss of Baroque Works concealing his identity and his objective to usurp a nation, the clues became glaringly obvious. I have seen such schemes before. The mastermind is invariably someone whose reputation is improving on the surface. So, you are not mistaken, indeed. I made a guess, but it was after confirming his identity. Impressive, Vivi found herself momentarily speechless. After Zhongli's elucidation, the direction of the evidence seemed abundantly clear. Moreover, Zhongli, having merely listened to her intelligence, was able to deduce Crocodile's identity within a short span of time. What did that make her and Ikarim, both spies and fugitives? Did that qualify as remarkable? The primary reason I could guess is largely due to Princess Vivi uncovering the ultimate goal of the Baroque Works boss, which is admirable courage for a princess of a nation. Sensing Vivi's existential crisis, Zhongli immediately attempted to console her. The rest of the crew, excluding Luffy, nodded in agreement after hearing Zhongli's explanation, finding his deductions quite reasonable. At that moment, Robin appeared composed on the surface, yet internally, she was tumultuous. She had not anticipated that Crocodile's seemingly flawless scheme could be so easily unraveled in the eyes of others. Many had questioned Crocodile's motives for coming to Alabasta, yet none had succeeded in guessing them. To her astonishment, it was this nameless pirate, whom she had never even met, who had laid bare the truth. It was simply magnificent. A smile graced Robin's lips as she winked at Zhongli. Impressive, young man. If it were you all, I trust you could manage? Of course, you may choose to trust us. Robin tossed a permanent pointer towards them, stating, your next destination is Little Garden. Venturing blindly could cost you your lives. This permanent pointer indicated the island closest to Alabasta, wishing them smooth sailing. However, before the pointer could reach Zhongli, Luffy snatched it and crushed it in his hand. No, the direction this ship takes is not for you to decide. Chapter 31, Robin's Heritage. Luffy's decisive action momentarily stunned the crew, but Robin was the quickest to recover. Do as you wish, but don't die too quickly, Benji. I'm leaving. A sea turtle swam near the Going Merry, and Robin leaped onto its back, distancing herself from the group. Once Robin departed, Vivi finally collapsed to her knees in despair. That woman. I simply cannot fathom what she truly intends to do. Fear not, Vivi, you may not comprehend, but someone else does. Nami approached Zhongli, seizing his collar, her playful and adorable face almost touching his. Come on, Zhongli, tell me what riddle you and that woman were playing at. And was conversing with her truly that delightful? You even encouraged her to trust us. Wow, what a reliable young man. Nami's teasing did little to rattle Zhongli. He merely smiled slightly, saying, the woman you just met is Nico Robin, who at the age of 8 was offered a bounty of 79 million berries. Known as the Demon Child. A bounty of 79 million at the age of 8? Unbelievable. Nami gasped in astonishment. Was it really that woman? 79 million? Had I known, I would have struck her down. Ah, so she is not only beautiful, but also extraordinarily powerful. Is this truly the real identity of Ms. All-Sunday? Zhongli's statement left the crew in shock. They had never imagined that the woman they had just encountered possessed such a high bounty, and that she had been wanted since the age of 8. What a wicked woman she must be. No wonder she was dubbed the Demon Child. Witnessing the astonished crew, Zhongli nodded, previously uncertain of how his vast knowledge would prove useful. After all, this was the world of pirates. Knowledge from Teyvat within the Morax template offered him no aid. Now, he understood, for having seen through Crocodile's scheme previously and now unmasking Crocodile's identity. He had earned the trust of Nami and the others. Therefore, when Zhongli shared additional information, they instinctively chose to believe him. This was the effect of his profound knowledge being activated. At that moment, as Luffy observed the sea turtle carrying Robin swim away, he turned to Zhongli and inquired, so why was she wanted at the age of 8? Well done. It was still essential to rely on Luffy, for all his previous words were merely to draw out Robin's background. The group, upon hearing this, would likely exclaim in wonder without delving deeper. What I am about to share is crucial. I wonder if you have heard of the archaeological island O'Hara? No. Ah, well, asking was futile. O'Hara, the island of archaeology, is home to the world's largest number of scholars and the library with the most extensive collection, the Tree of All Knowledge. However, 20 years ago, the scholars of O'Hara sought to uncover the history of the blank century that transpired 800 years ago through historical texts, only to be met with the world government's apprehension, leading to the issuance of the Buster Call against O'Hara. In the end, all the scholars on the island perished, save for Robin, who became the sole survivor. Hence, at the tender age of 8, she was offered a bounty of 79 million berries and branded as the Demon Child. All because she wished to study history, and only one person survived the annihilation of the entire island? The world government is utterly tyrannical. Indeed, wouldn't it be a cause for celebration if the scholars of O'Hara succeeded in uncovering the history of the blank century? Not quite. Vivi interrupted Usopp and Nami's condemnation. The world government had explicitly forbidden anyone from researching that blank century's history, so the scholars of O'Hara were indeed in violation of the taboo, which led to their destruction. However, that does not serve as justification for annihilating the entire island's populace. Surely, there must have been innocent civilians in O'Hara, right? Usopp countered Vivi's argument, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing the heated debate surrounding the O'Hara incident, Zhongli wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, this is not the crux of what I wanted to convey. Such matters are subjective. After all, they belong to the past. What I wish to highlight is Robin, the sole surviving scholar from O'Hara, who can indeed be regarded as the world's only archaeologist. The moment Luffy heard the term archaeologist, his spirits lifted, only to quickly deflate again. Noticing Luffy's reaction, Zhongli felt a tinge of confusion. What troubles you, Luffy? What do you wish to express? I really want her on the ship, but she killed that curly-haired old man. I despise her. So that was the issue. It turned out Luffy's desire for Robin to join stemmed merely from her title as an archaeologist. Yet, regarding Akaram's words, it is perhaps prudent to place our trust in Robin. Therefore, Zhongli cleverly proposed, if Akaram is unharmed, would you extend an invitation for Robin to board the ship? This left Luffy in a quandary, his lips pursed in contemplation. Hey Zhongli, are you jesting? That wicked woman is a subordinate of Crocodile. How could we possibly allow her on our ship? Usopp's expression was grave, and the sentiments of the others echoed his. Listen to me. To reach the final island, we must acquire and decipher 4 historical texts. To interpret these texts, one must comprehend ancient scripts, and Robin is our best chance at understanding these historical documents. Zhongli's words illuminated Robin's significance to the Straw Hat crew, further complicating Luffy's internal struggle. Luffy's face twisted in distress. Vivi sighed, poised to reassure the group that they need not concern themselves with her feelings when Luffy suddenly shouted, "No, she killed the curly-haired old man. I refuse to let her on board. Even if I cannot become the Pirate King, I am certain I will become the Pirate King." Vivi, listening to Zhongli and Luffy's exchange, found herself at a loss for words, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Mr. Luffy, I still hope you can make an effort to secure Ms. Nico Robin's presence on your ship. If you aspire to become the Pirate King, she would undoubtedly be a significant asset, wouldn't she? You only need to ensure my safe return home. You should consider your own interests as well." Nami, observing the resilient girl, sighed and addressed Zhongli. "On what grounds do you believe Robin will sever ties with Crocodile? What assurance do you have that she will join us?" "I already said I wouldn't allow her on board." "Absolutely not." Luffy crossed his arms, discontent evident in his tone. Zhongli, witnessing this, offered a slight smile. He had never anticipated that they would accept Robin so readily. This was merely a prelude. Should the time come when Luffy genuinely invites Robin aboard, he hopes it won't be met with outright rejection. After all, Zhongli feared that if his arrival allowed Crocodile to be easily defeated by Luffy, it might diminish the bond between Luffy and Robin, resulting in Robin not willingly joining. Thus, he needed Luffy to take the initiative, provided, of course, that Akaram was indeed rescued by Robin. Chapter 32. Forward to the Little Flower Garden. Robin's lineage destined her to attract much attention, leading me to believe her joining the Baroque Works was not of her own volition. Otherwise, she would not have revealed Crocodile's true identity to Vivi and the others, nor would she have sought our assistance in defeating him. Us? Defeat Crocodile? Are you jesting? Nami's expression transformed into one of fierce determination as she prepared to lash out at Zhongli, only to be halted by his raised hand. "I speak sincerely. Do you recall my earlier conversation with her? That was a form of negotiation." "Negotiation?" "Indeed, a negotiation. If we manage to defeat Crocodile, she will be inclined to trust us and offer a chance for collaboration. But that seems utterly impossible. How could we possibly defeat a warlord of the sea?" Nami and Usopp remained steadfast in their refusal, while Zoro and Sanji maintained a neutral stance despite their eagerness for battle. "Zhongli, did I not say I wouldn't allow Robin on board? You mustn't interfere with the captain's decision." All right, let us drop the matter for now. We shall go with the flow." With Zhongli no longer insisting on Robin's inclusion, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Yet Luffy's next statement caused them to hold their breath once more. But according to Zhongli, Robin was coerced into joining Crocodile and is seeking our help, right? Then we must go and send Crocodile flying. We will rescue Robin. While I have no desire for Robin to join us, those who force others into companionship deserve to be defeated, do they not? Hee. Observing Luffy's unwavering conviction, Zhongli could not help but smile. It was indeed Luffy who could find a reason to fight. Or perhaps it was the wicked forces of fate at play. Are you truly willing to confront a warlord of the sea, Luffy? Nami and Usopp, the two timid souls, clutched their heads and wailed in distress. Hey, if it comes to that, it will be a matter of life and death. Zoro, filled with a warrior's spirit, unsheathed his 3 swords. Humph, green algae head. If you're scared, just hide behind me. I guarantee you won't be harmed. Sanji lit a cigarette, happily exhaling the smoke. Huh, you better hide behind me instead. You pervert. Vivi, taken aback by the sudden shift in the ship's atmosphere, marveled at how a discussion about inviting someone aboard had transformed into a rallying cry against the warlords of the sea. Isn't it fascinating? Just a single remark from Luffy seemed to provide us with direction. Regaining her composure, Vivi turned to find Zhongli grinning beside her. I apologize, Mr. Zhongli. I understand your eagerness to invite Robin aboard, and even Luffy's desire, but I never anticipated that a harem situation would cause Luffy such resistance. I am truly sorry. Not at all. After all, my assumptions regarding Robin are merely conjecture, and whether we can invite her aboard remains uncertain. Huh, then why did you say it like that? I had to say it. Otherwise, how could we persuade Robin to join? If the crew does not welcome her, why would she choose us? We can always discuss the invitation later. I see. You wish to dismantle Nami and the others' prejudices against Robin, correct? Precisely. Unfortunately, Luffy does not agree, making it difficult to voice anything. However, there is an unexpected stroke of fortune. Luffy's willingness to take down Crocodile bodes well for Robin and for you. Zhongli winked at Vivi, but she shook her head. Once you return me to my homeland, you should leave swiftly. Crocodile's strength surpasses what you can imagine. No, I will definitely send him flying. At that moment, Luffy, having overheard Zhongli and Vivi's conversation, interjected with dissatisfaction. Crocodile is indeed formidable, but we are not weak either. Zhongli replied with a smile, then turned to Luffy, continuing, Luffy, if you truly wish to defeat Crocodile, you must master the art of Haki before then. Why must I learn Haki? Luffy's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Crocodile is a user of the sand fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. If you do not wish to suffer the same fate as when you fought against Smoker, where you could not even touch your opponent before being defeated, you must train diligently in Haki. What? That warlord is also a Logia user? Luffy grimaced, thoroughly annoyed. He absolutely despised opponents he couldn't hit. Haki, what is that? Vivi, completely in the dark, inquired curiously. It is a means of confronting foes. Only by mastering Haki can we hope to defeat Crocodile. Zhongli's explanation was rather superficial, leaving Vivi only partially enlightened, while Luffy, his demeanor serious, declared, I understand. During the ensuing voyage, aside from contending with sudden weather changes, Zhongli, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy devoted themselves to honing their Haki, specifically the armament Haki. Of course, Nami and the others were not idle either. They were compelled by Zhongli to engage in training as well. In the training room, Zhongli had constructed a massive pendulum to assist everyone in practicing their evasive maneuvers and refining their observation Haki. However, before any significant progress could be observed in their training, the Straw Hat crew had arrived at their next destination, Little Garden. Wait, this lush and towering rainforest doesn't appear to resemble Little Garden at all, Usopp exclaimed, shading his eyes with his hand as he curiously surveyed the island's surroundings. As the Mary sailed further into the heart of the jungle, more of its wild and untamed visage unfolded before their eyes. Birds resembling lizards and a tiger over 5 meters tall lay slain in a pool of blood. What on earth was happening on this island? We must depart as soon as the log pose records the magnetic field. Luffy, you rascal. Where do you think you're going? Nami shouted furiously upon seeing Luffy with a small bag slung over his back. Off to seek adventure. Are you coming? Have you lost your mind? This island is perilous. Precisely because it is dangerous that it is an adventure. Fine, I concede to your madness, Nami lamented, almost in tears, as she reluctantly allowed Luffy to leave. To her surprise, Vivi decided to join Luffy on his escapade, claiming she needed a change of scenery. Subsequently, Sanji and Zoro also departed the Mary to compete over who could hunt the heaviest prey. You're the best, Zhongli, Nami said with a look of gratitude as she prepared to embrace him, only to find that he had just opened his eyes. Have we arrived at Little Garden? Excellent. I can resume training the fallen rock element. Nami, what are you doing? Awakening with vigor, Zhongli was met with Nami's frozen smile. Why did you hit me? Baffled, Zhongli was met with 2 unexpected punches from Nami, which left him quite displeased as he made his way deeper into Little Garden. Ultimately, only Nami and Usopp remained on board. As Zhongli observed the towering trees and the occasional appearance of dinosaurs, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the Grand Line is filled with wonders. Even islands from the age of dinosaurs have survived to this day. Chapter 33, The Giants Battle. First, let us locate Mr. 3's base, eliminate those few first, and then train properly. I wonder if Mr. 3's plan has been executed yet? Scratching his head, Zhongli resolved to seek out the mastermind behind their journey to Little Garden, Mr. 3. If he could eliminate him, everything else would fall into place, and he might even acquire a permanent log pose for free. With that thought in mind, Zhongli began to wander through the forest. Meanwhile, the battle between the giants, Buggy and Dory, was nearing its conclusion. After once again smashing their shields against each other's faces, both giants collapsed to the ground. 7-3-4-6-6 battles, a draw. Haha, Dory, I procured some liquor from a guest. Buggy laughed heartily, revealing that prior to their battle, he had found the Mary and requested some drinks from Nami and Usopp. Wonderful. It has been ages since I've had a drink. Share some with me. Before long, the two giants returned to their respective territories, ready to celebrate with a drink. Ah, so it was your companions? Much obliged. What is this? Nami and Usopp claimed they wouldn't disembark, yet here they are adventuring. Luffy chuckled. Well then, can we consider this liquor as a gift from you? Dory laughed heartily as he tore off the lid of a barrel, preparing to quench his thirst. If you wish to avoid injury, it's best not to partake in that liquor. As Dory opened his mouth wide to savor the fine wine he hadn't tasted in years, Zhongli emerged to offer his warning. It turned out that after wandering around, Zhongli had yet to locate Mr. 3's base and had decided to take another look when he encountered Dory and his companions preparing to drink. Who are you? Dory regarded Zhongli with a wary expression. Zhongli, you're off the ship too, Luffy exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. Oh, are you also one of their companions? If you're preventing me from drinking this barrel of liquor, then you must provide me with a reason. You might find it hard to believe, but the liquor you're holding has been rigged with explosives by those pursuing us. Therefore, for the sake of your upcoming duel or whatever else it may concern, it would be wise not to drink it. What? Is what you say true, Zhongli? Luffy's anger flared. It was utterly unforgivable that someone would attempt to sabotage such a sacred duel. Are you certain? Dory's gaze sharpened. If what Zhongli said was accurate, he would surely lose to Buggy if he were injured. Zhongli gestured toward the liquor in Dory's hand, saying, if you don't believe me, try pouring it out to the side. Obediently, Dory poured the liquor aside. Boom. The explosive sound startled the three of them. The power was unexpectedly immense. Damn it. Who could it be? A group pursuing us, but it doesn't involve you. You are merely collateral damage. We? Oh no. My liquor was all gifted by Buggy. Dory hurriedly dashed toward Buggy's territory, desperate to prevent him from drinking. Hey, Zhongli, what do we do now? Watching Dory leave with Luffy in tow, Vivi was momentarily at a loss. After all, these two giants were incredibly formidable, and should a conflict arise with the Straw Hats, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Fear not. Did I not say it was the Baroque Works pulling the strings? Just wait. They will certainly make an appearance. However, once they do, it will be the perfect opportunity for these two giants to side with us. With that, Zhongli led Vivi away, undeterred in his quest to find Mr. 3's base. Buggy, do not drink that liquor. As he approached Buggy's territory, Dory began to shout urgently. Haha, my friend, what brings you here? Seeking an early battle? Buggy chuckled, sipping his drink. Hey, Buggy, is your liquor safe? Haha, Dory, you're lacking the dignity of an Elbaf warrior. How could there be any issue with liquor gifted by a friend? Exactly, big giant uncle. Our liquor is perfectly fine. Usopp protested, displeased with Dory. Not so, Usopp. Uncle Dory's liquor indeed poses a threat. It contains explosives. Explosives? Impossible. Nami and Usopp gasped, while Buggy merely shook his drink, still unfazed. I understand now. Someone intends to use explosives to injure one giant, while focusing on defeating the other. It is far simpler to confront one giant than two. Nami's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated that someone would dare to harm a giant. Boom, boom. The island's volcano erupted, signaling the commencement of the duel between the two giants. Haha, our battle is about to commence once again. What a splendid day. The two giants quickly sprang into action, prepared to head toward the battleground. Hey, Master Buggy. There are still hidden enemies. Perhaps we should refrain from battling. Usopp shouted at the two giants. Haha, Elbaf warriors do not abandon a sacred battle for such trivial matters. With that, they strode away with bold strides. Usopp, we must hurry and follow. Zhongli mentioned the one who rigged the liquor with explosives is among those pursuing us. What? We must go quickly. Watching Luffy and Usopp depart, Nami felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Was it that none of them cared about her? Just as she contemplated chasing after Luffy, a man and a woman stepped before her. Humph. Mr. 3's plan isn't all that perfect, is it? It has already been exposed. Sneered the man with the explosive hairstyle. Nami gasped. You're those two from Whiskey Peak. Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine. It seems you remember us well. Splendid. Now, come along quietly with us. Nami turned and fled, yet alas, with her capabilities, she could not escape the grasp of Ms. Valentine, who possessed the ability of flight. A weight of 10,000 kilograms. Boom. Ms. Valentine landed directly in front of Nami. Had she not done so, she could have crushed Nami instantly. It was over, caught between a rock and a hard place. I advise you against futile resistance. Otherwise, the pain of flesh wounds may be quite unpleasant. Mr. 5 said, picking his nose and placing the booger in his hand, aiming it at Nami. Hey, can I just go with you? Put that disgusting thing away. Nami, who had initially intended to resist, immediately complied upon seeing Mr. Five's booger. After all, she would rather be knocked unconscious by Ms. Valentine than come into contact with that repulsive object. This is for the best, Ms. Valentine. Take her to Mr. 3. Chapter 34, Zoro captured. Whether or not to go to Mr. 3 was of little consequence. Could you please just put away your booger? It would be rather unfortunate if my dear Nami were to be disgusted. From the jungle emerged a man and a woman clad in shields. None other than Zhongli and Vivi. Upon seeing the familiar faces, Nami breathed a sigh of relief, and a radiant shield gradually materialized beside her. Zhongli, your timing is impeccable. Nami exclaimed joyfully. Are you part of the Straw Hat crew? Humph. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Ms. Valentine declared. All right then, a 10,000-kilogram guillotine. Floating in the air, Ms. Valentine instantly increased her weight and lifted her leg to strike Zhongli's neck. Vivi watched Zhongli, arms crossed and motionless, feeling anxious. Zhongli dodged. However, just as she uttered those words, Ms. Valentine's attack was already upon them. Want to evade? Too late. Ms. Valentine confidently aimed to crush Zhongli beneath her. But when her attack met Zhongli's shield, her smile began to fade. Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort. Ms. Valentine shouted. Come back, booger cannon. Mr. 5 called as a booger was launched toward Zhongli. This time, Zhongli did not take it head-on and hurriedly dodged to the side, while Ms. Valentine returned to Mr. 5's side. Oh, so you fear explosions? What a coincidence. I am your nemesis. Mr. 5 thought to himself, feeling rather accomplished as he saw Zhongli scrambling to evade his booger. No longer aiming at Zhongli, he turned his attention to Nami, who was watching the spectacle. Hey, you over there. I advise you to surrender quietly. Your shield cannot withstand my explosions. If you don't back down, I will blow this woman to pieces. When has my shield ever feared your bombs? Nami retorted defiantly. Humph, still trying to act tough? If that's the case, then this woman shall perish. Nami. Vivi gasped in horror, fearing that Zhongli's shield might not withstand Mr. 5's explosive projectiles. Yet she forgot that it was Zhongli's shield that had previously saved her from Mr. 5's bomb at Whiskey Peak. Nami understood Zhongli's intentions perfectly. He was deliberately avoiding contact with Mr. 5's booger. Thus, she remained unafraid, even feeling a hint of amusement. Lady, it is not I who shall bring about your demise. Remember to find a worthy man to trust in your next life. Mr. 5 scoffed. Just as he was about to launch the booger, when the ground heaved, forming a dirt ball that enveloped Mr. 5. Boom. An explosion reverberated from within the dirt sphere, and the situation changed so rapidly that everyone barely had time to react. Mr. 5. 10,000-kilogram pressure. Ms. Valentine shouted in terror, immediately striking the dirt ball to shatter it. An explosive man injured by his own bomb? How amusing. Nami's spirits soared as she witnessed Mr. 5 being dealt with, and she skipped joyfully over to Vivi's side. Nami, are you all right? Vivi asked anxiously. You saw for yourself. Their attacks could never breach Zhongli's shield. You two should go find Luffy and inform him that the troublemaker this time is a fellow named Mr. 3, who has likely placed bombs in the giant's liquor as well. All right, take care of yourself, Vivi nodded, and together they departed, intending to share the enemy intelligence with Luffy. After Nami and Vivi left, Zhongli approached Ms. Valentine. You have lost. Take me to Mr. 3's base, and I shall spare you. Ms. Valentine, however, wore a wary expression. Humph, don't think for a moment that even if we take you there, you would let us go. Zhongli was left speechless. He hadn't expected her to be so astute. Yet, Mr. 3's base was exceedingly well concealed. He had searched several times without success, only to stumble upon Nami being captured by Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine. Had he known, he would have allowed them to take Nami to Mr. 3 first, then followed to rescue her afterward. Had it not been for the concern of Nami getting hurt, he would have surely done so, or perhaps switched Nami with someone else. However, with the quest to locate Mr. 3's base now thwarted, he decided to let it go. He would knock Ms. Valentine unconscious, hide her away, and then sit down to meditate. After all, Mr. 3's plan had already failed. The subsequent events would be left to the omnipotent forces of world correction. In the clearing where the giants fought, Luffy and Usopp observed the battle with earnest expressions. Although no one had been injured by the bombs, they remained deeply concerned about the well-being of the two giants. Master Buggy is sure to win this time. Nonsense. Uncle Dory will emerge victorious. Luffy and Usopp were at odds, their focus shifting from the giant's safety to the outcome of their duel. What is taking so long? Why haven't the giants settled the score yet? Mr. 3, hiding in the woods, pondered in confusion. Even if the giants were injured, they still possessed such enduring fighting power? Never mind. The longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it became for him. By the way, Ms. Golden Week should have helped Mr. 5 capture the Straw Hat Crew's swordsman and navigator by now. Why are they not back? At that moment, a small girl with twin ponytails dragged the unconscious Zoro to Mr. 3. Where's everyone else? Where are Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine? After I subdued this swordsman, they knocked him out and let me bring him back first. They said that the navigator lacks combat prowess and that they could handle it themselves. Fine. Let them do as they please. Are we not starting yet? Just a moment. I don't know why those two giants have persisted for so long. Weren't they said to be evenly matched? Mr. 3 felt somewhat irritable, but had no choice, as long as he could pick them off one by one. The heads of the Straw Hat Crew and the two giants would belong to him. Thus, Mr. 3 sat down, preparing to strike as soon as the giants concluded their battle. Hey, who are you? At that moment, Zoro finally regained consciousness. He remembered dragging his hunted prey while on his way back to the ship, when he suddenly spotted a silent Nami. Upon approaching to greet her, he was suddenly overcome by a wave of sorrow and inexplicably fainted. Oh, you woke up rather quickly. Mr. 5's bombs weren't that impressive, after all. Zoro turned his head to see a little girl kneeling on a blanket, sipping afternoon tea. Wait, Mr. 5? Bombs. You mean to say I was knocked out by Mr. 5's booger bomb? Zoro's expression was one of disbelief. I didn't expect you to realize what knocked you out. Impressive indeed. It seems the fault lies not with Mr. 5. Damn it. I will slay you all. Chapter 35. Luffy versus Mr. 3. You should conserve your strength. I am the Candle Man, having consumed the wax fruit. Your arms and legs are bound by my wax, so do not even think of escaping. After all, the hardness of my wax, once solidified, rivals that of steel. Ha ha. Mr. 3 laughed heartily, filled with pride. However, Zoro's response to his words was merely a smirk of indifference. Indeed, it is remarkable that wax can rival the strength of steel. And what about you, little one? What abilities do you possess? Little one, referring to Mr. 3's partner, Ms. Golden Week, completely dismisses Zoro, indulging herself in her desserts. Ms. Golden Week, why not share your abilities with a lifeless body? It matters not. Go on, speak for yourself. Noticing Ms. Golden Week's evident disinterest in Zoro, Mr. 3, sporting a devious grin, turns to Zoro and declares, Ms. Golden Week possesses a remarkable talent for manipulating human emotions with her paints. She is my most capable assistant, a true realist painter. Ha ha. Ah, I see. It was indeed your handiwork that abruptly plunged my mood into despair. Now, Roronoa Zoro, spare me that grim visage. Bound by my wax. Do you truly believe you can wriggle free? As he speaks, Mr. 3 melts the wax bindings on Zoro's hands. Look, even with your hands liberated, what can you achieve? Ha ha. Naturally, this was merely Mr. 3's attempt to flaunt his superiority. Just as he intended to restrain Zoro's hands once more, the latter, seizing the opportunity while Mr. 3 was distracted, drew his sword. Using his shoulders as leverage, Zoro executed a backward somersault, raising his legs high and slicing through the wax bindings between his feet with deft precision. You insolent fool! How could this be possible? Mr. 3 exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he witnessed Zoro severing his wax restraints. Meanwhile, Ms. Golden Week, having finished her dessert and leisurely sipping tea, sighed softly, shaking her head, muttering, Fool. Humph, what of the steel-like hardness? I can cleave through steel now. Having cleared the remnants of wax from his feet, Zoro regarded Mr. 3 with a malicious grin. Mr. 3 felt a surge of dread. What do you intend to do? Humph, do not revel in your triumph, Ms. Golden Week. Let us join forces and capture him once more. Yes, yes, Ms. Golden Week set down her teacup, retrieving her paintbrush and canvas, preparing to confront Zoro alongside Mr. 3. Yet, despite their intentions to strike, Zoro harbored no such desire. Though I long for the opportunity to cleave you both asunder. I presume Luffy and the others remain unaware of your presence as adversaries. I must first share this intelligence. Luffy and Usopp's voices should be nearby. Until we meet again. With that, Zoro sheathed his sword and sprinted away in the opposite direction from Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week. Observing Zoro's retreat, Mr. 3 appeared perplexed. Isn't that Straw Hat Kid just behind us? Where on earth is he running to? From my earlier observations, he seems to be utterly directionless. Given this, we shall disregard him. Fortuitously, the two giants have concluded their battle. Let us seize this opportunity to capture them both. Mr. 3 grinned with confidence, as if victory were assured. By the way, where are Mr. 5 and the others? They should have apprehended a defenseless navigator by now. Yet they have taken far too long. Mr. 5 and his crew have also failed. How do you know? Mr. 3 inquired, bewildered. Ms. Golden Week gestured towards Luffy's direction. I just saw the Straw Hat Crew's navigator alongside their quarry, Princess Vivi, heading that way. What? Darn it, one after another. They truly are a source of constant worry. Hearing Mr. Three's lament, Ms. Golden Week found herself speechless. Who was it that foolishly attempted to flaunt their prowess and allowed Zoro to escape? Humph. Despite the chaos of our plans, the giants are now gravely wounded. There is no way the Straw Hat crew can defeat us. Let us proceed and capture both the Straw Hats and the giants. Since Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine's mission has failed, they shall receive not a single berry from the giant's bounty. With that, they stealthily approached the two exhausted giants lying on the ground. Wax. Mr. Three's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Why, you are the Mr. Three that Zhongli spoke of? Vivi questioned, eyeing the oddly coiffed man with suspicion. Zhongli? Who is that? Oh, I see. Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine's failure must be attributed to him. What has he done with Mr. Five and the others? You wish to disturb Uncle Dory and Uncle Broggy's battle, do you? Behold my might. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy shouted angrily at Mr. Three, only to have his attack thwarted by Mr. Three's wall of wax. Conserve your energy. My wax is comparable to steel. Even these two giants cannot break free from my grasp. Damn it. You underestimate me. The expressions of Dory and Broggy, bound by wax, grew grim as they realized their struggles were futile. If only they had time to regain their strength, they might be able to shatter the wax. Luffy. Upon witnessing Luffy's ineffective assault, Nami and the others couldn't help but express their concern. Enough chatter. I will certainly send you flying. With that, Luffy launched another attack against Mr. Three, Gum Gum Gatling. Countless fists manifested before Mr. Three, resembling a flurry of strikes aimed at a master. However, Mr. Three would not grant Luffy such an opportunity. Wax Champion. Champions battle, clear the path. Mr. Three, utilizing his wax, forged a remarkably resilient wax armor and began to brawl with Luffy. Bang, bang, bang. Gum Gum Stamp. Realizing that his ordinary punches could not penetrate Mr. Three's wax armor, Luffy resorted to a more powerful attack. Unfortunately, Mr. Three merely blocked with his hands, nullifying Luffy's formidable kick. Seriously? Luffy's attack was completely thwarted? Color Trap, Blue of Sadness. Just as Nami and her companions marveled at the clash between Luffy and Mr. Three, Ms. Golden Week made her move. She painted the trio, compelling them to kneel upon the ground, lost in contemplation. It's over. Luffy is going to lose. We are doomed. I'm sorry, Alabasta. I cannot save you. Damn it. What have you done to them? Luffy shouted furiously at Ms. Golden Week upon seeing his companions attacked. Chapter 36. Zhongli's New Technique. Enough shouting. Simply submit to our defeat. You pathetic little pirates are not worth my effort. Had it not been for the convenience of obtaining the heads of these two giants, you would have been captured long ago. Damn it. I will defeat you without fail. Ha ha ha. What use are such declarations? Simply accept your demise. And then I shall capture your swordsman, cook, and fighter one by one, completing my mission perfectly. So, Zhongli and the others are unharmed? Excellent. Zhongli, Zoro, Sanji, we are here. Luffy suddenly shouted into the air, eliciting laughter from Mr. Three. You truly are amusing. You believe this will summon help, even if you gather together. What can you do against me? Ah, this place is quite lively. Zoro, see? I told you they would be here. Just as Mr. Three finished his taunt, Zhongli, carrying Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine, along with Zoro, emerged before everyone. Zhongli, you truly came. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Humph. I was merely heading in this direction and happened to encounter your group. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhongli, unwilling to argue with Zoro, who seemed directionally challenged, approached Ms. Golden Week, having just encountered Zoro going the opposite way. Your abilities are quite intriguing, but could you restore them first? I'm afraid not. We are still adversaries, and I won't allow them to recover. Very well, let the truth be revealed. As Zhongli spoke, he donned his shield and brandished his spear, the crescent moon, declaring, to confront Ms. Golden Week, you must first get past me. With a beaming smile, Mr. Three stepped forward to block Zhongli's path. Observing Mr. Three clad in his formidable wax armor, Zhongli couldn't help but smile slightly. Just in time. It's the perfect opportunity to test my new technique. Humph. Even your captain cannot shatter my candle champion. What makes you think you can? Whether you can defeat me will be revealed shortly. Hey, Luffy, Zoro. You don't mind if I take him down, do you? Zoro merely sheathed his sword in silence, while Luffy wore a conflicted expression. For 3 days of meat. The portion that belongs to me for the next 3 days will be all yours. Meat? Really? Hee hee. Then you should go ahead and send him flying. Humph. You little brats are truly infuriating. Ms. Golden Week, color my candle champion. I shall relish in dealing with these inferior pirates. Enough of your meaningless chatter. Prepare to receive my attack. Zhongli closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rock elements present in the little garden, and then commanded them to gather at the tip of his spear, the crescent pike. It was merely the most rudimentary application. Yet it could be regarded as my first developed technique. Upon opening his eyes, the surrounding rock elements began to stir violently, subtly outlining a majestic earthen dragon. With a flourish of the spear, the earth dragon, alongside Zhongli wielding the concentrated elements at the spear's tip, stood ready for action. Rock spear charge. Zhongli's voice resonated with an unexpected authority. Without raising his voice, he uttered the name of his technique in a low, powerful tone. Accompanied by the roar of the earth dragon, it evoked an impulse of reverence in those who heard it. As Zhongli and the earth dragon surged forth with unparalleled momentum towards Mr. 3, Mr. 3 was taken aback and hastily launched a punch, attempting to block Zhongli's assault. Champion battle, clear the path. Mr. 3 swung his arm, but as soon as it made contact with Zhongli's spear, the waxed gauntlet on his arm was effortlessly sliced apart. How is this possible? Before Mr. 3 could fully grasp his astonishment, a tremendous force slammed into his chest, and simultaneously, the earth dragon opened its gaping maw, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Bang! Mr. 3's candle champion shattered under Zhongli's strike, splintering into countless pieces. As for Mr. 3 himself, he was seized by the earth dragon and sent plummeting to the ground. Mr. 3 defeated. Phew! This move drained half of my stamina. Yet the outcome was quite satisfactory. With further refinement, it should become easier to wield. Color trap, friend of yellow-green. With Mr. 3 vanquished, the ever-cunning Miss Golden Week immediately flung hues of yellow and blue towards Zhongli, seeking to turn him into her ally and preserve her own life. You fool. Zhongli is certainly not your friend. Luffy shouted indignantly at Ms. Golden Week, taking her words at face value. Hey, this is bad, Luffy. If Zhongli touches that little brat's colors, he will genuinely become her friend, Zoro remarked, sensing the gravity of the situation. He understood that he could not withstand Zhongli's earlier move. If Zhongli were truly controlled, it would spell disaster. Really? This is bad. Zhongli, somewhat exasperated with the two fools, then turned to the perplexed Ms. Golden Week. Enough of your staring. Restore those 3 individuals, and I shall let you depart. Really? Wait, Zhongli. They're attempting to disrupt the Battle of the Giant. We cannot let them off. All right, I know. Zhongli waved dismissively, signaling Luffy to remain calm. I'll reiterate. As long as you restore Nami and the others, I guarantee your release. Okay. Realizing that refusal would be futile, Ms. Golden Week swiftly restored Nami and the others to their original state. You promised me you would let us go. Gazing at the pitiful Ms. Golden Week, Zhongli offered a warm smile. Rest assured, I shall indeed allow your departure. Luffy, see them off. Okay. Hee. Then, in the presence of Ms. Golden Week's fearful gaze, Luffy sent them flying, along with the still unconscious Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine. Hey, is it really alright to send them flying like that? The little garden is teeming with ferocious beasts, Zoro remarked nonchalantly. However, this was of little concern to him. He merely spoke casually and shifted his focus away from the Baroque Works members. Phew, what an uncomfortable feeling. Now back to normal, Usopp wiped his brow, suddenly recalling the 2 giants still bound. Rookie, how are you both doing? Gahaha, have those rascals been sent flying? Well done, you lot. Give me a little more time to recover, and I shall break free of this wax. Me too. There's no need for such trouble. I'll assist you. Zoro unsheathed 2 swords and swiftly severed the wax binding the 2 giants, instantly restoring their ability to move. Chapter 37, Departing the Little Garden. In Mr. 3's base, Sanji sat leisurely in Mr. 3's chair, sipping afternoon tea. To find such a tranquil spot amidst the jungle. Wait. This isn't the time for leisurely tea, as Nami and Vivi are waiting for me to protect them. Finishing the last sip of his tea, Sanji rose to leave Mr. 3's waxen hideout. Just then, a box emitted a buzzing sound, catching Sanji's attention. He retrieved the contents of the box and placed them on the table. Lo and behold, it was a transponder snail. Who could be calling? Sanji muttered to himself before picking up the receiver. Hello, this is the Dung Western Restaurant. Would you like to place an order? Don't play coy with me, you scoundrel. Why have you delayed reporting to me? A deep male voice emanated from the other end of the line. Report? May I ask who is speaking? It is I, Mr. Zero. Mr. Zero? The same one who attempted to usurp Vivi's kingdom, the warlord of the sea? While Sanji pondered this, Mr. Zero's voice came through again. It has been quite some time since I issued my orders, Mr. 3. Have you dealt with Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew? Sanji snapped back to attention, a slight smile gracing his lips. The task has been completed. Those who knew your secret have been entirely eliminated. There is no longer any need to send anyone else to hunt them down. Is that so? Well, you have my gratitude. Unfortunately, the harbinger of misfortune is already on his way to you. They will confirm the completion of your task, and bring along the permanent pointer to Alabasta. It is time for you and Ms. Golden Week to head to Alabasta. Our most crucial battle is about to commence. Await my orders once you arrive in Alabasta. As Sanji mulled over the harbinger of misfortune and the permanent pointer to Alabasta, he noticed a sea otter and a vulture outside the window, their gazes menacing. It's you two. Sanji recalled that these two creatures were the ones he had noted at Whiskey Peak, the culprits who had reported back to their boss, leading to the ensuing pursuit. The sea otter and vulture immediately launched an attack on Sanji, but he swiftly dispatched them with his legs. Are you the harbingers of misfortune? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, regarding the fallen beasts with disdain. What's the matter? The transponder snail relayed the boss's inquiry, prompting Sanji to hastily respond. My apologies. I didn't expect that straw-hatted fellow to fake his death and launch a sneak attack. But no worries, he has been taken care of. Rest assured. Oh, but didn't you just claim that the task was completed and they were already dead? The boss placed a flower into his wine glass, and as he spoke, the liquid in the glass was completely drained, along with all the moisture from the flower. I did say they were dead, but who could have anticipated that straw-hatted fellow would be so cunning? Well, regardless, you have given me a false report, haven't you? Oh, it's not a big deal, right? He is truly dead now, so there's no need to send anyone else to pursue. Enough with the trivialities. Proceed directly to Alabasta. Additionally, this will be the final communication via the snail phone, to prevent the Navy from intercepting our conversations. Future directives will be relayed as before, through official notices. Wishing you the best of luck, Mr. 3. Far away in Alabasta, Crocodile abruptly ended the call and promptly issued a command to Robin, who sat nearby. Ms. All Sunday, you and Mr. 2 are to pay a visit to the little garden and eliminate Mr. 3. How ruthless of you, Mr. 0, Robin retorted. Humph. What purpose does keeping him serve if he dares to deceive me? Or do you wish to challenge my authority? I would never, she exclaimed. I shall go at once. With a mysterious smile, Robin departed from Crocodile's sight, while he wore a brooding expression. Humph. One after another. Just wait until I acquire Pluton. Back with Sanji. After Crocodile hung up, he attempted to leave, but fortuitously discovered a permanent pointer leading to Alabasta that had dropped from the messenger of misfortune. What a lucky day. Sanji joyfully stepped outside, only to be met by a peculiar man with an unusual hairstyle descending from the sky, closely followed by a little girl. Then an afro-haired individual, and finally a beautiful woman wearing a hat. Isn't that Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine? Sanji wondered aloud. Have they been thrown away? After a brief contemplation, he surmised that the other two must be the newly arrived assassin duo, although it appeared they had been bested by Luffy and his crew. Relaxing at the thought that the enemies had been vanquished, Sanji tossed the four into the candle house and set off to find Luffy and the others. Thank you for saving us. The two liberated giants exclaimed, exuberant at having survived a dire predicament. No need for thanks, after all. This calamity was somewhat of our own doing. Zhongli smiled at the giants. Indeed, I genuinely apologize for their arrival on this island. It is my fault, Vivi added, remorseful. Fool. Who would blame you for that? You rascal Zhongli. Look at what you have done. Nami defended Vivi, seeing her apologetic demeanor. That is not what I meant. I mean, we all brought this upon ourselves. It is not solely your fault, Vivi, Usopp added, attempting to lift her spirits. As the playful banter resumed among the group, Vivi recognized that they truly held no grudge against her. Oh, everyone is here. Wait, what is the story with these two giants? Sanji emerged, cheerfully approaching the group. His curiosity piqued by the two giants. Both are my mentors. This is Buggy, and this is Dory. By the way, where did you go during the fight with Mr. 3? Usopp proudly introduced the giants to Sanji and inquired about his whereabouts. Sanji then recounted his conversation with Crocodile and revealed the permanent pointer leading to Alabasta. A genuine permanent pointer to Alabasta. How splendid. Zhongli sighed silently, having searched for so long without success, while Sanji had stumbled upon it so easily. It truly is infuriating how some can find things so effortlessly. But thankfully, we can embark again. Well then, chubby uncle and Uncle Dory, we shall take our leave. Oh, are you departing so soon? Buggy and Dory, engrossed in the hunting competition tales shared by Zoro and Sanji, came back to reality to bid farewell to Luffy and the crew. As the Going Merry was poised to sail out of the Little Garden's channel, the two giants stood on either side of the riverbank. What are they doing? Sending us off? Nami asked, puzzled as she observed the towering figures. With grave expressions, the giants addressed the Straw Hat crew. You have defended our honor in battle, thus your enemies are our enemies. Trust us, forge ahead with unwavering resolve. No matter what occurs, always move forward. I understand. We shall advance steadfastly, Luffy replied earnestly, commanding the ship to sail straight ahead. Wait, what is that? Nami exclaimed in horror as she beheld the swelling surface of the sea. Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged before them, a gigantic goldfish, several hundred meters long, slowly opening its massive mouth, poised to swallow the Going Merry whole. Luffy, turn back quickly, or we shall be consumed by that fish. No, we shall sail straight ahead. Enough, Vivi, your pleas are futile. Instead, pray that the giants can handle this beast, Zhongli reassured her, patting her shoulder, only to notice her tear-streaked face as she turned. Is that true? Perhaps. You scoundrel, you made Vivi cry? Zhongli chuckled awkwardly, only to be sent flying by a kick from Sanji. No, you were the scoundrel. It wasn't me who made Vivi cry. The two then began to bicker. Seeing the two feigning a fight to lighten her mood, Vivi finally smiled. Aren't you all worried about being swallowed by that fish? Of course we are. But this is our captain's decision, and we shall surely emerge unscathed. Before Zhongli could finish, the sky darkened. Perhaps, haha. Zhongli could only chuckle awkwardly, but just as the darkness enveloped them, an immensely powerful attack pierced the giant goldfish's belly, creating a gaping hole. Baroque Works. As the Going Merry burst forth from the fish's belly, the crew could still hear the names of the techniques shouted by the two giants. Wow, amazing. Luffy cheered, adjusting his straw hat with glee. Meanwhile, Usopp was in tears, realizing that even a creature as enormous as that goldfish could be vanquished. Such was the might of the Elbaf warriors. As laughter echoed from the giants, the little garden shrank progressively from view until it vanished entirely. Chapter 38, Nami's Affliction. Everyone, one day, I shall visit Elbaf, to see the homeland of my esteemed masters. Absolutely. Usopp, we shall journey to the giants' homeland together. Luffy and Usopp linked arms, singing and dancing upon the deck. Such spirited fellows, Vivi remarked, watching the two with a smile. That's just how they are, Nami agreed. At last, we can return to Alabasta. Indeed. I can finally go back to save my country. Wait a moment, Nami, what's wrong? Suddenly, Nami, who had been chatting with herself, collapsed. Vivi, taken aback, rushed forward to touch Nami's forehead, discovering it was alarmingly hot. Is she feverish? Nami-chan, what on earth happened? Sanji, who had just served the afternoon sweets to Nami and Vivi, panicked as he placed the desserts on the ground and hurried to Nami's side. As Luffy retrieved the desserts that Sanji had set down, munching as he rushed over with Usopp, Zhongli sighed and stepped forward to carry Nami back to her room. All right, everyone, let us not crowd around. Usopp, get a glass of water from the room. Sanji, check if there are any medical supplies on board. Understood. The crew swiftly sprang into action, while Vivi fetched a bucket of water, dampened a towel, and placed it on Nami's forehead. What ailment has befallen Nami? Why is her body so hot? Vivi expressed her concern. I just noticed a bite mark on her arm. I suspect she may have been bitten by something on Little Garden. Zhongli lamented, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. In the original tale, Nami was poisoned because her clothing was burned, causing her to be bitten by the insects of Little Garden. Now, since Nami had not been captured by Mr. 3, nor had her clothes burned, it seemed the insects had opted to bite her arm instead. Is this the malevolent force of the world's correction? Has she truly been poisoned? Sanji was taken aback, hastily attempting to lift Nami's blanket, only to be thwarted by Vivi's punch. What do you think you're doing, you scoundrel? Meanwhile, upon hearing the word poisoned, both Luffy and Usopp's faces fell. What? Is Nami going to die? You fool. Don't spout nonsense. Vivi retaliated with 2 punches directed at Luffy and Usopp. At that moment, it seemed Vivi was on the verge of usurping Nami's position as the captain of the ship. By the way, is there anyone on board who understands medicine? Upon hearing this, Luffy and Usopp immediately pointed at Zhongli. Hey, I only possess a slight knowledge of basic concepts. I'm no expert in medicine. Zhongli reluctantly raised his hand, realizing that if he was pressured to treat Nami, she might perish even faster. Oh, I have an idea. Let us give Nami meat. Eating meat will make any poison disappear, Luffy exclaimed, striking his right hand against his left palm, looking quite pleased with himself. He was promptly kicked out of the room by an irate Vivi. Stop causing trouble. Honestly, it was Vivi's first encounter with Luffy's unreliability, and she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Nami. No wonder Nami often hit Luffy. It was simply unavoidable. We must find a doctor immediately, or Nami will lose her life, Zhongli stated gravely. No, we can't. We have to reach Alabasta as soon as possible, Nami weakly protested. It's all right, Nami, it won't matter if I'm a bit late. Right now, finding you a doctor is our priority. No, you don't understand. There's a newspaper in my desk drawer. Vivi retrieved the newspaper, and after reading it, a look of panic spread across her face. How can this be? The 300. 000 royal troops have defected to the rebels? This completely reverses the situation. It appeared that the chaos in Alabasta was about to commence. And this was a newspaper from 3 days prior. I didn't want to worry you, so I hid it away, hoping you wouldn't blame me. As Nami spoke, she attempted to rise, but Zhongli hurried to her side and supported her. Are you really going to do this? Without a doctor, you could die? I can endure a bit longer. I should be able to hold on, Nami replied, forcing a pained smile as she leaned on Zhongli to exit the room. No, we must find a doctor at once. Vivi took a deep breath, wiping away her tears, and addressed Nami. But, no buts. I am immensely grateful to you for allowing me to board your ship to Alabasta. However, Zhongli just mentioned that you might be afflicted by an unknown poison. I cannot selfishly demand that you endure this suffering. If you were to die unexpectedly, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Therefore, we must prioritize finding a doctor to treat you before we set sail for Alabasta. Well said, Vivi. Sanji chimed in with a smile. Truly, you are a princess with admirable composure. Usopp gave Vivi a thumbs up in approval. At that moment, Luffy, who had been eavesdropping outside, shouted, All right, let's go find a doctor right now. What is going on? Zoro, who was steering the ship, looked quizzically at Luffy and then at a white cloud in the sky. The cloud's position hadn't changed, and the course seemed undisturbed. What on earth? Sailing is too easy. Back in the room, Zhongli gently placed Nami back onto the bed. It seems we haven't misjudged her. Vivi is indeed a principled princess. Zhongli smiled, then glanced at the others in the room, suddenly struck by an ominous thought. Who was at the helm? Oh no, what is that? A startled shout from Luffy erupted from outside the room. Everyone, excluding Nami, rushed out to see a colossal tornado connecting heaven and earth, sweeping through not far from the Mary. Phew, thankfully, it's not headed our way. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to calm down. Humph, with me at the helm, how could there be any danger? You're all making a fuss over nothing, Zoro remarked with a sly smile. Observing the panicked expressions of his companions, Zhongli approached him and, seeing the eternal log pose in his hand, said with exasperation, Indeed, thanks to you mismanaging our course, we would have sailed directly into that tornado. Huh, what are you talking about? The ship's direction has been perfectly straight. Is that so? Then perhaps you should check where the eternal log pose is currently pointing. Zoro glanced at the ship's bow and then at the direction of the log pose, realizing they were off by a full 90 degrees, leaving him momentarily speechless. All right, you may have inadvertently saved us this time, so I won't hold it against you. Vivi, could you take over as navigator for now? Although she had never served as a navigator, her time undercover in Baroque Works with Mr. 9 had equipped her with some nautical knowledge. Now relieved of the burden of steering, Zoro returned to his training, determined to master his haki as soon as possible. The crew began their journey southward. The following day, Zoro, feeling refreshed after finishing morning exercises with Zhongli, took on the role of lookout after breakfast. Suddenly, he spotted a person standing upright on the tumultuous sea. Hey, Zhongli, do you think someone can actually stand on the water? Of course, they must be a ninja. Huh, a ninja? Like the ones from Wano? Is that person standing on the water a ninja? Zoro tossed the binoculars to Zhongli, but he did not catch them. Looks like Wapol is about to make an appearance. So our course is correct. What do you mean? Is it a ninja from Wano? Ninja? Where? Where? Luffy and Usopp stood beside Zhongli, peering intently, and indeed, they saw someone standing on the surface of the sea. Arno. An awkward silence ensued. And just as Usopp was about to greet the individual, a massive creature erupted from the depths of the ocean. The towering wave it created forced the Mary back. Hey, what is happening? Vivi, take care of Nami. I'm going out to sea. The ship rocked violently as Sanji, who was bringing Nami her nutritional meal, stormed out of the room in anger. What are you all doing? Don't you know Nami needs to rest? Sanji shouted at Luffy and the others as soon as he stepped outside. Hey, curly brow, this isn't their fault. Can't you focus? Zoro, who jumped down from the lookout, ignored Sanji and instead gazed at the enormous ship that had suddenly appeared like a fortress. What is this? Witnessing the grotesque transformation of the ship, Sanji was left in shock. At that moment, Zhongli summoned the rainbow spear and addressed the group. That must be a pirate ship. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, prepare for battle. They've intercepted us for no reason, and I fear their intentions are malicious. Chapter 39, Arrival at the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Did we scare you? This is the Iron Barrel, a large-scale diving assault sailing ship. Is your vessel manned by only 4 of you? A brazen voice echoed from the Iron Barrel as a wooden ladder was lowered from the ship, and individuals began to swarm onto the Mary. Want to come aboard? Over my dead body. Zhongli was unyielding, taking down each intruder with a single shot, sending them plummeting into the water. You bastards! Are you opposing Lord Wapol? Another furious voice shouted at Zhongli. You're pirates. You don't even announce your intentions before trying to board our ship. I believe it's you who wish to oppose us. Zoro and Sanji noticed Zhongli single-handedly guarding the ladder and decided not to assist him. Lord Wapol, these people. The one Zoro had seen standing on the water grew anxious, glancing back as their crew struggled to board the Mary. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. Fine. I'm hungry anyway. If you don't want to listen to me, then I'll just eat this ship. Then I'll look for their log pose. Wapol jumped down, but was suddenly met with a fist the size of a sandbag. What do you intend to do with my ship? Luffy, who had been standing idly by, was incensed upon hearing Wapol's intent to consume his ship and threw a punch. With a single blow, he sent Wapol, who was suspended in midair, crashing into the sea. Oh no, this is bad. Lord Wapol has been knocked out. What? How outrageous. Lord Wapol is but a mere novice. Wapol's loyal aides exclaimed in terror, fully aware that they could not provoke Zhongli and his companions. They hurriedly summoned others to return and rescue Wapol. After exchanging a few harsh words, they swiftly made their escape. What on earth? Are these people dim-witted? Sanji remarked, puffing on a cigarette in disbelief. Just a bunch of insignificant pests. Let us press on, and we should reach an island within a day. Oh, Zhongli, how do you know? I guessed, I merely guessed. Zhongli chuckled, brushing aside the question. It was merely a minor incident. The Mary swiftly sailed for another day. The weather had stabilized considerably over the past few days, indicating a high likelihood of an island nearby. Usopp, be sure to keep a keen eye. Today, you will act as the lookout, Zhongli reminded. Usopp, armed with a telescope, scanned the horizon and gave Zhongli a thumbs up. Fear not, Zhongli. I shall not overlook a single clue. Vivi, the weather has turned abruptly cold. You ought to dress more warmly. Sanji playfully offered a thick jacket to Vivi, who, after putting it on, addressed the group. The sudden drop in temperature leads me to believe that a winter island lies nearby. A winter island? Indeed. The myriad islands along the Grand Line can largely be categorized into 4 types: spring islands, summer islands, autumn islands, and winter islands, each possessing its own unique seasons. Given the current stable climate followed by this sudden chill, it is highly probable that a winter island is close at hand. Vivi's assertion proved accurate. I see the island ahead, and it appears to be shrouded in snow. Usopp exclaimed excitedly as he peered through his telescope. Snow? A winter island? Is that true? Luffy burst forth from Nami's resting quarters, exhilarated as he perched at the ship's bow. You buffoon, remember to shut the door. What will happen to Miss Nami if it gets cold? Sanji shouted at Luffy. All right. Luffy is just being his boisterous self. Zhongli approached the door and closed it, shaking his head in exasperation. Soon, the Mary navigated into a river leading to the island and swiftly located a suitable docking spot. So, who will fetch the doctor? Zoro inquired after finishing his morning exercises, and immediately, Luffy and Sanji raised their hands high. You two, hurry back. I shall await your return on the Mary. Usopp proclaimed with a dignified air when, at that moment, a group of people appeared on the shore. Pirates, get out of here. Pirates, you shall not approach. Leave this place at once. We are here to find a doctor. Someone is poisoned. Vivi shouted at the island's residents. Do not attempt to deceive us, you shameless pirates. Leave immediately, or we shall sink your ship. As the residents hurled insults at the group, a man stepped forward and addressed them. Our nation's land does not permit pirates to set foot on the island. You must leave at once. And who are you to dictate our actions? Scoundrel, how dare you show disrespect to Mr. Dalton? Clearly, you are a band of ruthless pirates. Zhongli could hardly believe that his mere inquiry would lead to being branded as a villainous menace. Pirates, begone. Seeing that Luffy and his crew had no intention of leaving, several residents angrily opened fire upon them. Jade shield. Zhongli swiftly enveloped the Mary in a protective shield, rendering the residents' attacks harmless. Have you finished your little display? If not, I could join in the fun. Just as he spoke, Vivi stepped in front of Zhongli. What do you intend to do? We cannot afford to engage them in conflict. If you act recklessly, what will happen to Nami? Zhongli glanced at the anxious Vivi and replied with a smile. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. He gently moved Vivi aside, addressing the now silent residents. I understand you harbor strong sentiments against pirates, but as you can see, if I wished, you could not stop us. Yet, we are here to calmly discuss the matter of finding a doctor. Is there anything you find objectionable? Initially, Zhongli intended to escort Nami directly to Dr. Kureha's castle, but it seemed she was currently aiding villagers in the adjacent settlement. Uncertain of the location of this neighboring village, he had no choice but to negotiate with the residents. However, the residents only grew louder in their reproach. What? Is this how you plead? Truly, a band of pirates. So arrogant and conceited. Enough, everyone. The man identified as Dalton wiped the sweat from his brow. While the villagers could not discern the power of Zhongli's shield, he certainly could. After withstanding so many attacks unscathed, even in his human beast form, one would expect him to be injured. Furthermore, these pirates genuinely seemed to be searching for a doctor. It would be best to allow them to treat their patient and depart swiftly. With this thought, Dalton disregarded the villagers' bewildered glances and addressed the Straw Hat crew. You must guarantee that you will leave immediately after treating your patient, otherwise. Dalton transformed into his human beast form, revealing a half-man, half-bull figure before the group. Wow, how cool! Luffy and Usopp exclaimed, their eyes sparkling at Dalton's transformation. Is he demonstrating his devil fruit powers? This must be an agreement to our request. Very well, we shall treat our crewmate and leave at once. Chapter 40, Treating Sanji. Dalton, will you allow them to come ashore? Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on them, and they do not seem to be ill-intentioned. Please trust my judgment. With Dalton's endorsement, the residents fell silent and quickly dispersed. Please, follow me. Let us retreat to my home for a moment's respite. The now human Dalton led the way, and the group hastened to catch up with him, carrying Nami. Zoro, aren't you coming? I'll stay behind to guard the ship. I have yet to complete today's workout. Zoro bent down to begin doing push-ups, while Kuro imitated him, attempting to use its wings to perform the same exercise. Unfortunately, with only its wings to support its weight, it fell to the ground with a thud. Very well, you and Kuro can guard the ship. Humph. Even though we are rescuing Nami, do not neglect your training too much. I have a premonition that I shall awaken my haki soon. Zhongli smiled slightly. Indeed. When that time comes, we shall see who awakens their haki first. Following the main group, after completing 1,000 push-ups, Zoro tossed his shirt to Kuro. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to take a winter swim. Splash! Zoro dove into the frigid river and swam deeper. Left alone on the ship, Kuro remarked, "Who is guarding the ship? Me?" Upon arriving at Dalton's home, Sanji gently laid Nami on Dalton's bed, covering her with a thick blanket. Nami looks so unwell. We must find a doctor at once. Sanji exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Usopp and Luffy outside building a snowman, his frustration boiling over. You fools. This is not the time for playing in the snow. These mountains are quite peculiar. Is it truly possible for someone to climb to the top? With their chimney-like peaks inclined at nearly 90 degrees, can anyone actually ascend them? It is incredible to think that Luffy managed to carry 2 people up there. Those mountains are indeed challenging to scale. Which is why the former king built his castle atop the tallest one, fearing the common folk might threaten his reign. What did you mean by the former king? And what about now? Usopp inquired curiously. Now, there is no king. Residing atop that mountain is our sole doctor, Dr. Kureha, whom the locals refer to as the witch. The only doctor? A witch? The group was utterly astonished, except for Zhongli, who feigned surprise. Is there truly only one doctor in your entire country? Vivi incredulously inquired of Dalton. The doctor, who resided in such an inaccessible place, would descend periodically to assist the ailing, demanding as her fee all the items she fancied from her patients' homes. What? Isn't that akin to robbery? Both Luffy and Usopp lamented, having been forcibly ushered indoors by Sanji. Dalton cast a glance at the 2 absurd individuals. The reason she is referred to as a witch is that on a full moon night, someone witnessed her descending from the sky in a sled, and it is said she lives with a peculiar beast never before seen by anyone. Indeed, the title of witch seems quite fitting. Moreover, she is nearly 140 years old, yet still insists on being praised for her youthfulness. Otherwise. Oh. At this revelation, the group shared an awkward chuckle, as the notion of an elderly woman over a century old being associated with youth was undeniably incongruous. So, is our only option to wait? Vivi gazed at Nami's pained expression, her heart aching. At present, it appears this is indeed our only recourse. I shall spread the word among the neighboring villages that we have an urgent patient. If the doctor comes down to treat her, there is a good chance she may arrive here. Dalton proposed to the group. For now, that's all we can do. Sanji sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Luffy approached Nami and gently roused her. Hey Nami, did you hear? We must ascend the mountain to find the doctor. Let us go. You idiot, Luffy. What are you planning? Sanji retorted, displeased. To carry her up the mountain, of course. That's not possible. Nami's condition will only deteriorate. Vivi quickly interjected, pointing towards the towering mountain where the castle was situated. And look at that sheer vertical cliff. How could we possibly scale it, let alone with Nami? Zhongli, what do you think? Luffy, faced with opposition, turned to the silent Zhongli. Hey, Zhongli, please don't do anything reckless. Nami's body cannot withstand any strain. Then I must rely on you. Nami weakly implored Zhongli, her gaze pleading. After a moment of silence, Zhongli contemplated the situation. If they were to wait a little longer, they might receive news of Dr. Kureha from the neighboring village. However, if memory served, even if they rushed, they would likely miss her. Thus, the quickest solution indeed lay in scaling the mountain, especially since Nami's poison was difficult to treat. Only within Dr. Kureha's castle could a more effective remedy be administered. With this thought, Zhongli turned to Nami and smiled. Leave it to us. Nami offered a faint smile before closing her eyes to sleep again. Zhongli, are you truly willing to do this? Of course, we will succeed. Right, Luffy? Hey. Seeing that Zhongli and Luffy had made their decision, Vivi sighed, feeling powerless to stop them. She hadn't anticipated that the usually composed Zhongli could exhibit such impulsiveness. If you're going, then I must join, Sanji declared, lighting a cigarette and addressing the group. All right, then let us set off promptly to heal Nami. Before long, Nami was securely bound to Zhongli's back, and the trio hurried towards the castle. What a reckless endeavor. Are they truly unbothered? Dalton observed the departing four with a sense of nostalgia. Well, the three of them seem fine. It's Nami that truly worries me. Vivi could only sigh in resignation. By the way, Mr. Dalton, since that witch doctor occupies the king's castle, what of the king of this nation? After the four had departed, Usopp curiously queried Dalton. Allow me to recount the tale from the beginning. This country once had many doctors. However, several months ago, it was ravaged by a pirate crew known as Blackbeard's five-man band. The cowardly King Wapol, in fear of their might, abandoned the entire nation, fleeing with all the doctors. Usopp interrupted Dalton, astonished. What? Your previous king was Wapol? Oh, are you familiar with Wapol? Usopp pondered, recalling that just yesterday, he had attempted to attack their ship, but was repelled by Zhongli and Luffy. It is utterly disgraceful for a king to abandon his kingdom. Is this how a ruler should behave? Vivi and Usopp fell silent, observing Vivi's indignation. Dalton continued, nevertheless, this is precisely why Wapol's tyranny has ended. The island now belongs to the citizens who remained, all striving to build a peaceful nation. I see. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. Vivi smiled at Dalton. I have faith, yet I worry about Wapol's potential return and the restoration of his tyranny, something all citizens dread. Usopp nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wapol's attack on our ship was likely an attempt to trace the record pointers leading here. Considering we discovered this island in just one day, the chances of them rediscovering it are quite high. Oh, are they already so close? Dalton furrowed his brow, deeply troubled by the news. Rest assured, Mr. Dalton. Should Wapol dare to seize the nation while we remain on this island, I, Usopp, shall protect you. Usopp boasted confidently, prompting Vivi to facepalm in exasperation. Aha! That won't be necessary. I will safeguard the islanders. By now, they should have commenced their ascent up the mountain, provided they encountered the ravens. At that moment, Luffy and the others stood with grave expressions, confronting a group of robust rabbits resembling bears. Are these the rabbits Dalton spoke of? Sanji blinked in disbelief. They're larger than polar bears. How can you call them rabbits? I am quite certain what Dalton described should be called ravens. What nonsense. They look just like rabbits. Who has rabbits that large? Zhongli and Sanji collectively scoffed at Luffy. Enough. Nami's condition takes precedence. Using shield. Let us move. With his shield donned, Zhongli dashed through the throng of ravens without sparing them a glance. The ravens, affronted by the trio's apparent disdain, roared and swiped at them with their massive claws. Yet, Zhongli's using shield was remarkably resilient. As long as the damage did not exceed its threshold, it would remain unbroken, even dissipating the force of the blows. Thus, regardless of how many times the ravens struck, the three pressed on undeterred. No matter how many times your shield protects us, the sense of security it provides is unparalleled. By the way, your ability is truly not derived from a devil fruit, is it? My abilities far surpass those of a devil fruit, and I can swim. As you well know, truly, the world is vast and full of wonders, Sanji remarked, falling silent thereafter. The trio navigated through the crowd of ravens and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Since they had not harmed the ravens, an avalanche was averted. This mountain is approximately 5,000 meters high. Can we truly climb it? Sanji inhaled deeply, glancing upward yet unable to see the summit. We can do it. This is for Nami's sake, Luffy declared with unwavering resolve, shedding his oversized coat and beginning to climb barehanded. Zhongli observed Luffy, then looked at the towering peak, sighed, and closed his eyes. Hey, you're not afraid, are you? If you're hesitant, let me carry Nami instead. Sanji flicked away his cigarette butt and prepared to take Nami. Zhongli paid no heed to Sanji. After sensing the rock elements of this ironclad mountain, he simply lifted his foot and ascended. Hey, what on earth do you intend to do? Sanji exclaimed, and just as the words left his lips, he was astonished to see Zhongli walking directly up the mountain wall, step by step, utterly shattering his perception of reality. You are all so slow. Hurry up. After climbing for a while, Luffy, not hearing any sounds from the other two, glanced back in dissatisfaction, only to mirror Sanji's expression of shock. Incredible, Zhongli. You can walk vertically. How cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration as Zhongli, now holding Nami, approached him. You all need to hurry. I will wait for you at the top. With that, he continued to ascend, quickening his pace. Sanji, I'm going ahead. Catch up. Got it, I'm coming. The three rushed in succession toward the castle atop the mountain. This could indeed be considered a form of training. Zhongli mused silently, growing increasingly adept at sensing the rock elements beneath his feet. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous idea would yield such results, simultaneously honing his perception of the rock elements. What a delightful surprise. After approximately half an hour, Zhongli finally arrived at the summit. Having nearly run the latter portion of his ascent, his mastery over the manipulation of rock elements had reached an entirely new level. However, now was not the time for celebration. He needed to locate Dr. Kureha to treat Nami. Cradling her, Zhongli dashed toward the castle, calling out loudly, Doctor, is anyone home? We have an urgent case. After numerous calls without response, he reached the entrance and knocked forcefully on the door, yet still received no reply. Could they still be away? That shouldn't be the case. Before he could ponder for long, a reindeer pulling a sleigh descended slowly before the castle. What are you making all that noise for? The doctor isn't home. No amount of shouting will help. Upon hearing the voice, Zhongli turned to see an elderly woman wearing sunglasses and a short-sleeved top, exposing her midriff, casually strolling over while sipping on a drink. Are you the doctor here? Isn't that obvious? Who else would come to this place? All right, you're impressive, but if it weren't for the need to play along, I wouldn't ask such foolish questions. Though he internally scoffed, his demeanor remained affable. This young and beautiful doctor, my friend has been severely poisoned by a bug. I hope you can assist in her treatment. All right, enough with the insincere flattery. I'll accept the young part, but beautiful? I can't agree to that. And since you know my little quirks, pretending not to recognize me shows you have quite the cunning mind. I suppose I can help your friend. Doctor. Kureha's subtly knowing smile made Zhongli feel somewhat bashful. Well, perhaps I overstepped. However, when she turned her gaze to Nami, her expression immediately turned grave. Touching Nami's forehead, she quickly instructed the now diminutive Chopper. Chopper, she infected. Quickly prepare disinfectants, stimulants, and antibiotics. After a flurry of activity, Nami finally received treatment. Zhongli waited in another room when Chopper approached him. With a mild smile, Zhongli remarked, You must be Chopper? Quite impressive for a reindeer to serve as a doctor's assistant. Fool, even if you flatter me, it won't make me happy. Chopper retorted, a sly grin suddenly appearing on his face as he shyly added, I'm being serious. You're a doctor too, right? We happen to need a doctor on our ship. Would you like to join us? Join what ship? A pirate ship. A pirate ship? Those skeletons? Fool, I would never board your ship. I'm a reindeer. How could I possibly associate with humans? But Dr. Kureha is a human, isn't she? Don't you live with her? Oh, so in your eyes, I'm not human. Dr. Kureha, still drinking, entered the room where Zhongli was resting. Hearing her question, Chopper immediately panicked. I didn't mean it like that, Miss Kureha? Chopper fled in a flurry, leaving Zhongli alone with Dr. Kureha. You rascal, I kindly saved your companion. And you attempt to entice my reindeer. Ha ha, isn't it true that we genuinely need a doctor on our ship? Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Kureha, to join us? Hee hee. I wouldn't agree, but if you wish to take Chopper, I won't stop you. In fact, I would support it. However, ordinary methods won't suffice. He harbors a significant wound in his heart that even a doctor cannot heal. All right, once my captain arrives, we shall endeavor to make Chopper our companion. Once your captain arrives? You mean to say that others will climb up as well? Indeed. Outside the castle, Sanji and Luffy finally reached the summit, panting heavily. We finally made it. I wonder if Nami has received treatment. Sanji stood up, gazing at the enormous castle before him, filled with curiosity. Wow, what a magnificent castle. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as they spotted a remarkable creature attempting to hide its head behind the wall. It was Chopper, who had emerged. What is that thing? Chopper then realized he had hidden incorrectly and retreated behind the wall, peeking out cautiously. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Who are you? Wait a minute, Luffy. Did you hear that? This guy can talk. Yeah, and he walks on two legs. The two immediately exchanged glances and shouted in unison, a monster. Hearing their words, Chopper's mood plummeted, and he trudged toward the room where Nami was resting. Meanwhile, the two continued their discussion. That's a reindeer, right? But it's so small. It can walk on 2 legs and even talk. Amazing, Sanji. We should recruit him. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. I'm indifferent, but we need to find Nami and Zhongli. That reindeer should know where they are. Let us go ask him to lead us. Right. The 2 dashed toward the direction Chopper had taken. But by the time they reached the door to Nami's resting room, Chopper had already hurried inside. He went in. We should follow. Oh, bang. The 2 burst through the door, immediately spotting a flustered Chopper and Nami, who lay sleeping in bed. Nami, are you all right? Luffy cried joyfully upon seeing Nami, rushing to her bedside, only for Chopper to transform into his hybrid form and punch Luffy away. The patient isn't fully recovered yet. You mustn't disturb her. Though sent flying, Luffy was not angered. Instead, he was even more fascinated by Chopper's transformation. Wow, you can get bigger. How impressive. Hee, come be my companion. Fool. I'm a reindeer. Who would want to be friends with humans? Well, didn't you just say not to disturb the patient's rest? Let us save our discussion for later. Dr. Kureha interjected, guiding everyone into Zhongli's room. Zhongli, have you seen this reindeer? What do you think about making him our companion? Luffy grinned, holding Chopper tightly against his chest, despite Chopper's futile struggles to escape. Dr. Kureha, didn't I tell you? Once our captain arrives, he will definitely want Chopper on board. Dr. Kureha took a sip of her drink and chuckled. Indeed, you're quite the fools. Chopper, go ahead and set sail with them. I want to go. Miss Kureha, I'm a monster. I can only stay here. Monster? What do you mean? Luffy asked, scratching his head. I'm a reindeer, yet I walk on 2 legs, speak, and my nose is blue. What is so strange about that? Zhongli feigned understanding and then tugged on Luffy's face, stretching it. Chopper gasped. Your face has elongated. Luffy, a rubber man due to having consumed the gum-gum fruit, could stretch his entire body like rubber. You must have eaten a devil fruit as well, right? To the eyes of ordinary people, you may seem like a monster. But to us, you are one of our kind. Moreover, in the Grand Line, there are many beings like you. Do you not wish to venture out and see your kin? Chopper fell silent, recalling Dr. Hirulek, his adoptive father, and the first person who treated him without prejudice. It was because of him that Chopper chose to become a doctor. Dr. Hirulek once said, if you have the chance, set sail. You will realize that your troubles are trivial. My troubles, finding kin, will it truly be so easy on the sea? Chopper shook his head, breaking free from Luffy's embrace, and dashed out without uttering a word. It seems your persuasion had some effect, but not enough. Dr. Kureha remarked, laughing as she sipped her drink. Yet, the progress has been relatively smooth, has it not? Once he comes to terms with it, we should invite him again. Zhongli remained unconcerned. Believing Chopper would inevitably board the ship, a few minor setbacks were inconsequential. At that moment, Luffy scratched his head while watching Chopper retreat, then turned to Dr. Kureha. Granny, you're a doctor, right? You should join us on our ship. That way, Chopper will come aboard too. Luffy grinned, only to be kicked away by Dr. Kureha. Speak carefully. I am merely a youthful woman of 139 years. She retorted. Furthermore, I will not board your ship. You should seek Chopper instead. Just then, Chopper returned, his expression resolute. Dr. Kureha, I have made my decision. I want to set sail with them. I aspire to be part of the skeletons Dr. Hirulek spoke of. Chapter 43, Chopper boards the ship. Have you decided so quickly? Yes, Dr. Kureha. I wish to sail with them and develop a panacea that can cure all ailments. Chopper, if your reason for setting sail is such a trivial pursuit, then I cannot agree. At this moment, Dr. Kureha shifted from her previous demeanor, actively opposing Chopper's desire to sail. Why, Dr. Kureha? Dr. Hirulek said there is no illness that cannot be cured. Therefore, there must exist a medicine that can heal all. Honestly, what nonsense did that quack teach you? Dr. Kureha smacked her forehead, shaking her head in exasperation. That was merely an unattainable ideal of his. While I am pleased that you have inherited his medical heart, adopting his ideal is utterly impossible. Upon hearing Dr. Kureha's words, Luffy grew furious. Granny, why are you hindering Chopper from realizing his dream? I have already stated that I am a youthful woman of 139 years. Do you not comprehend human speech? Luffy snapped at Dr. Kureha and was promptly knocked over. What a formidable old lady. A good-natured one, ahaha. Sanji, about to call her an old woman, quickly altered his words upon receiving a glare from Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha, I believe your stance is misguided, Zhongli interjected, pointing at Sanji. Look at this fellow. He sails in search of the legendary All Blue, where all 4 seas meet. Sanji, slightly embarrassed by the attention, lit a cigarette as Zhongli continued. The ailing girl seeks to create a complete world map, and that ruffian captain you just kicked is on a quest to become the Pirate King. These ambitions seem quite similar to Chopper's, yet they strive towards them with determination. Luffy, suddenly ignited by the key phrase, bellowed, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. D. Dr. Kureha was taken aback upon hearing Luffy's name. Meanwhile, Chopper was profoundly shocked to realize that this group harbored such dreams. If that were the case, he should join them. Thus, Chopper shouted to Luffy, Luffy, take me with you. Let me be your ship's doctor. I will surely develop a cure for all ailments. All right. Wait, you're a doctor? Luffy's cheerful expression turned to one of confusion, echoed by Sanji's reaction. Zhongli, however, wore a look of astonishment, realizing they were unaware. A talking reindeer, Luffy declared solemnly. Food for extraordinary times, Sanji said just as Dr. Kureha kicked him to Luffy's side. Do not speak of such dreadful things with a straight face. Dr. Kureha, glancing at the startled Chopper, smiled. Well then, if you choose to board their ship, do not have any regrets. Is it too late for me to have regrets now? Chopper murmured weakly before quickly recovering. Dr. Kureha, do you agree? Humph. Can I stop you if you wish to leave? Very well, once that girl recovers. Prepare to set sail with them. May I ask when Miss Nami will recover? Sanji queried as he sat on the ground. Originally, it would take 10 days. But as long as she obediently takes my medicine, she should recover in about 3 days. 3 days? That's too long. Nami, wrapped in a blanket, appeared before them. Hey, you are a patient. You must not move around freely. Return to bed. Chopper admonished Nami with seriousness. You are the ship's doctor, right? Welcome aboard. Idiot. There's no need for such formalities. Chopper replied joyfully, covering his face and twisting his body in excitement. At that moment, Dr. Kureha approached Nami, brandishing a kitchen knife and placing it against her neck. From your tone, it seems you are eager to leave. Patients who disappear from my sight either recover or perish. Which do you prefer? Nami. Nami. Dr. Kureha. The three exclaimed in unison, while Zhongli remained calmly resting his chin on his hand, observing the unfolding events. Nami stared at Zhongli in exasperation. Zhongli, you've changed. I'm about to be threatened with a knife, and you don't even want to shield me? A shield? Doctor. Kureha would not harm you. Zhongli shrugged, then addressed Dr. Kureha. I apologize, but we are indeed pressed for time. A kingdom is on the brink of rebellion, and we must hurry to halt it. You are pirates, are you not? What does a kingdom's affairs have to do with you? Dr. Kureha sheathed the knife, perplexed. This is a long story. If you follow the newspapers, you will surely learn of it later. Now, with Chopper boarding, Nami's condition should gradually improve, correct? Of course. Chopper has inherited all my medical skills. However, if you are to meddle in a kingdom's insurrection, I do regret handing Chopper over to you. Upon hearing this, Chopper grew anxious. All right, I will allow you to accompany them, but should Chopper be harmed, I will hold you accountable. The last statement was directed at Zhongli and his companions. Then we may depart, correct? Nami asked, her face brightening. What? Do you dislike it here? Oh, that's not what I meant. Dr. Kureha tapped Nami's forehead with her finger. 38, 2 degrees, not bad. If you wish to leave, then hurry up. Chopper, remember to bring my medicine. This young lady will be relying on you in the coming days. Yes, Dr. Kureha. Chopper's eyes glistened with tears. Yet he remained resolute as he rushed to gather his belongings. The farewell came unexpectedly. All right, you lot, just leave directly. There is a cableway on the mountain, and Chopper will guide you down. There is no need to come looking for me. Dr. Kureha left, sipping her drink. It appeared she too wished to avoid facing the parting. Sanji remarked, puffing on his cigarette nonchalantly. This is her choice, is it not? Just as Nami, despite her ailment, resolved to depart for Alabasta. Zhongli feigned solemnity only to be met with a fierce retort from Nami. How can you even say that? What good is the shield you just provided me? Do you know how sharp that cleaver is? One wrong move, and I could perish. I apologize. Under duress. Zhongli raised his hand in concession. At that moment, Chopper approached the four with a bundle on his back. Where is Dr. Rena? He inquired. Ah, I am ready. We can depart at any time. Luffy adjusted his hat and smiled. Great. Then let us descend the mountain and rendezvous with Vivi and the others. Chapter 44, The Attack of Wapol. But where has Dr. Rena gone? Chopper asked, frowning. I don't know. She didn't mention it. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Enough about Dr. Kureha. She said as long as you return, we can leave together. But I haven't said my goodbyes to Dr. Rena. Perhaps she feared the sorrow of parting. All right, let us go. Noting Chopper's continued despondence, Zhongli encouraged, Chopper, you must become a true man. Forge ahead with courage. Upon seeing Zhongli's encouraging smile, Chopper finally regained his spirit. Yes, I understand. The group boarded the sled, pulled by Chopper as they raced down the cableway towards Kastad Town, the sole connection between the mountaintop and the valley below. As they departed, Dr. Kureha watched their retreating figures with teary eyes, momentarily speechless. She retrieved a bundle from her pocket. What a pity, without the key to the armory. Chopper will never see Dr. Hilulix's cherry blossoms. At the shore beyond the Great Horn, the iron barrel slowly docked, and soon the crew disembarked one after another. Aha! We've arrived. Is there still someone on guard? Wapple's advisor, Chess, disdainfully knocked out the villagers who attempted to impede him. Humph, just a bunch of unruly peasants. Black Marimo. My castle remains unscathed. The castle is as good as new, Lord Wapple, replied the former steward, Black Marimo, peering through his telescope at the distant fortress. Aha! Splendid. I have no desire to be a pirate. I wish to continue as king. Let us make haste to the castle. Just as the group was about to embark, a soldier rushed in to report. Lord Wapple, bad news. That pirate ship was docked by the river yesterday. He pointed at the Mary, moored along the shore. Oh, the Straw Hat crew dares to set foot in my territory? Perfect. I shall exact my revenge. But, Lord Wapple, there's no one aboard the ship. Their whereabouts are unknown. What? Wapple's face contorted with rage, having expected to confront the Straw Hat crew only to discover an empty vessel. At that moment, Chess interjected. The nearest location is the Great Horn. They may have gone there to procure supplies. Very well. Let us head to the Great Horn. I am the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, and my subjects are being harassed by pirates. I must protect them. Meanwhile, Vivi, Usopp, and Dalton had retraced Dr. Kureha's path down the mountain and returned to the Great Horn, where they encountered Zoro, who had gotten lost while winter swimming. In Dalton's home, Vivi expressed her concerns that Doctor should have returned to the castle. I wonder if Luffy and the others have made it up there. Zoro, now clad in Dalton's attire, remained unfazed. With Zhongli around, there shouldn't be any issues. Zoro was well aware that he would not dare engage in anything uncertain. Well, they are my companions, Usopp. They will surely be fine. I just hope Nami's illness doesn't take too long to heal. The situation in Alabasta is quite dire. The most pressing matter is Nami's recovery. The affairs of Alabasta can wait a few days. Though she spoke those words, the furrow in her brow betrayed her outward composure. Alabasta? Are you traveling from Alabasta? Dalton inquired, intrigued by Usopp and Vivi's conversation. Vivi quickly waved her hands. Oh no? We are currently en route to Alabasta. I see, but I must say, you look remarkably familiar. Before Vivi could formulate a response, a man burst in, panicked. Mr. Dalton. It's terrible. All the guards, except for me, have been slain. Please, we need your help. We stand no chance against them. Calm down. Who is responsible? It's Wapple. And his subordinates. They have returned. What? Dalton exclaimed. Where are they now? At the shore. But we don't know if they intend to come to the Great Horn or return to the castle. Understood. Let us go forth and confront them. Dalton and the messenger dashed out of the house, sprinting towards the village outskirts. At this moment, Zoro recalled Wapple. Is he the pirate who was driven away by Luffy and Zhongli yesterday? Usopp quickly affirmed. Indeed, and he was the former king of this country. A king? Is that for real? How can one be a king and still wish to be a pirate? That is precisely why he is the former king. He has longed to reclaim the throne, but the citizens here do not desire his return. Ah, I see. He seems to be quite a worthless king. Just then Vivi, who had remained silent, suddenly asked, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, did you leave Kuro alone on the ship? Ah yes, why? You fool. This is a serious issue. Usopp continued. With Wapple's return, he will likely spot the Mary docked at the shore, and if they damage the ship, we will be doomed. I need to go back and check. I'll accompany you. I can't leave Kuro alone on the ship. All right, you both return to the Mary. I'll see if I can assist Dalton. Naturally, Zoro was more inclined to seek a fight. Thus, the trio split into two groups. Zoro sought Dalton, while Usopp and Vivi hurried back to the Mary to assess the situation. Hey, Vivi, I seem to have forgotten something very important. If you forgot it, it must not have been very important. That is a valid point. Meanwhile, Zoro, searching for Dalton, found himself lost in the straightforward paths of the Great Horn. Not far from the Great Horn, Dalton encountered Wapple and his entourage. You, Dalton, you survived? Are you here to welcome me? Wapple regarded Dalton with a hint of amusement. Welcome you? You're mistaken. This kingdom does not welcome you. Originally, I tolerated you as the son of my former king, hoping you would one day come to your senses. But you abandoned all your subjects out of fear of pirates. I knew that day would never come. Humph. So you intend to rebel. Brothers, eliminate your former captain. Open fire. Wapple, with a nefarious grin, gestured for his men to shoot at Dalton. Do you think you can hit me? Dream on. As a user of the OXOX fruit, Dalton transformed into a hybrid form, easily evading the barrage of gunfire. You shall perish. You are unworthy of returning to this kingdom. At that moment, Chess, with a dismissive smile, drew back his bow and declared, "Humph. Arrogant fool. We have known your weaknesses for far too long." Here's a little surprise. 3 arrows flew at blinding speed toward Dalton. He could have evaded them, but a group of villagers rushed forward, wanting to fight alongside him. If he dodged, those arrows would strike many of the villagers approaching him. Just as Dalton closed his eyes, bracing to endure the arrows, a shimmering golden shield appeared before him. Chapter 45. Hello Wapple, farewell Wapple. Ah, what perfect timing. This is quite the spectacle. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, where a reindeer was sprinting with a sleigh in tow, carrying 4 individuals. Indeed, it was the 5 who had descended from the castle. Chopper executed a swift tail spin, causing the sleigh to drift to a halt beside Dalton, while he himself transformed into his hybrid form, readying for battle. Is that a monster? The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Chopper's transformation. Dalton, however, found Chopper strikingly familiar. You were there at that time after Dr. Hiluluk was schemed against and murdered by Wapple. There was a blue-nosed creature seeking vengeance. It must be him, Dalton mused. He then expressed his gratitude to Zhongli, for such a protective shield was a unique ability of that man. At that moment, Wapple also recognized Chopper, scoffing. You are that monster from before, right? Humph, you've arrived just in time. I shall eliminate you all in one fell swoop to quell the hatred in my heart. Zhongli chuckled, quite the bravado. Have you forgotten that just yesterday my captain knocked you out with a single punch? Humph, that was merely due to my carelessness. I didn't evade. Today, however, I've feasted on cannon butter roast meat, a cannon barrage, and explosive powder salad. Just wait and see the power of my gluttonous feast. Sanji, the chef, was perplexed. Huh? What on earth are you talking about? Are those even edible? Wapple sneered disdainfully. Just watch. Soon enough, the food will transform into flesh and blood. Merging with me. Wapple's house, transform. With that proclamation, cannons sprouted from Wapple's hands and head, and he laughed maniacally before the crowd. But that was not all. Wapple then swallowed the pieces on the chessboard along with Black Marimo. Wapple-sama. The soldiers behind Wapple looked on in terror, as they had never witnessed such a move and suspected him of engaging in self-destruction. The opposing party shared the same thoughts. He is not self-destructing. This is the power of the munch-munch fruit. Only Dalton and Zhongli understood the truth. Munch-munch fruit? A devil fruit? Nami queried, puzzled. Indeed. The munch-munch fruit enables Wapple to assimilate anything he swallows into his own body, allowing for fusion with the ingested objects. Fusion? How remarkable. Damn it. Now is not the time for such discussions. Nami delivered 2 swift punches to Luffy, then turned to Zhongli. Zhongli, take advantage of the moment while Wapple hasn't successfully fused those 2 yet, and send him flying. Zhongli was about to comply when Sanji preempted him. As you wish. Miss Nami. Sanji bolted out from the sleigh, charging straight at Wapple. However, not long after he started, Luffy seized Sanji and, using his momentum, propelled himself toward Wapple. Luffy. You. Let me handle this. Luffy declared. Rubber. Before he could finish the name of his technique, a dirt dragon suddenly erupted from the ground, biting down on Luffy. Keep laughing. Nami called for me, so just wait patiently. Zhongli chuckled as he ran past Sanji and Luffy, approaching Wapple. Zhongli, you're stealing my opponent. Luffy protested, but Zhongli ignored him, addressing Wapple. Greetings, Wapple. As Zhongli drew closer with the spear, Wapple began to panic. Wait a moment. Farewell, Wapple. Rock spear, sweeping through the legions. Zhongli swung his spear, and Wapple, unable to evade in time, was struck hard in the abdomen. Guh! Wapple was sent flying, expelling the fully fused pieces of chess and Black Marimo. Wapple-sama. Wapple skidded for several meters, his subordinates staring in disbelief at the scene. Wapple-sama was defeated? In a single blow? Dalton's group wore a similar expression, wiping their cold sweat as they approached Zhongli. Lord Zhongli, allow me to assist you. All right, I don't mind. The fused entity of chess and Black Marimo blocked the path between Zhongli and Dalton, while Wapple's medical team hurriedly prepared for surgery. Is it really acceptable to perform surgery right here on the spot? Zhongli remarked. Aren't these fellows worried about bacterial infections? And you lot, do you truly intend to stand in our way? Just as he finished speaking, Sanji, an irate Luffy, and Chopper joined Zhongli's side. You 5 are surrounded. Will you surrender? Humph. When Wapple-sama awakens, it will be your demise. The chess piece stubbornly retorted to the 5. At that moment, a doctor approached the fused chess and Black Marimo. My Lord Chess Piece. Lord Black Marimo? Although they were referred to as fused, they merely stacked atop each other, leaving the doctor unsure of what to call them. Just get to the point. Yes, my lord. It appears Wapple-sama has completely lost consciousness and may not awaken for a while. Furthermore, we require a better location to operate on Wapple-sama. The The previously boastful Chess and Black Marimo suddenly felt as if they had shot themselves in the foot. As they observed the increasingly benevolent smiles of the five, Chess and Black Marimo gulped nervously. However, since Wapple-sama may not awaken soon, we can discuss this later. Discuss later? Then I shall ensure he never awakens again. Rubber pistol. This time, Luffy, having learned from the past, did not wait for Zhongli to act and struck first at Chess and Black Marimo. Why you re-violating the rules? Before Chess and Black Marimo could finish their words, Luffy's punch sent them flying. Seeing their three leaders effortlessly defeated, Wapple's subordinates collapsed, dragging Wapple and Chess and Black Marimo as they began to flee. Where do you think you're running off to? Quick, pursue them. The villagers, who had been watching the spectacle from behind Zhongli and his companions, felt a surge of excitement at Wapple's retreat and were eager to chase after them. Stop. Just leave the task of driving them away to me. You all return. Dalton interjected, and the villagers, realizing they could offer no assistance and had nearly jeopardized Dalton at the beginning, complied with his command and ceased their pursuit. Gentlemen, I will handle the next steps, Chopper declared solemnly. All right, let us go together. Zhongli finalized the plan, and the five sprinted toward the direction Wapple and his crew had taken. At that moment, Wapple's subordinates were frantically fleeing with their leader, only to find themselves confronted by a green-haired individual blocking their escape route. Chapter 46. The Kingdom of Cherry Blossoms. Farewell. Get out of the way if you wish to live. The leading subordinate of Wapple impatiently shouted at Zoro. Huh, me? And who are you? Zoro pointed at himself, recognizing the familiar attire of these individuals. Oh, I remember now. You're with that Wapple, aren't you? What a coincidence. By the way, wasn't T. Dalton ahead of me? How come he is slower than I am? That guy can't possibly be directionally challenged, can he? As Zoro observed the subordinates carrying two individuals, he prepared to draw his sword with disdain. Right, I forgot to bring my sword. Never mind. I'll just grab one. Zoro charged toward the first subordinate who had spoken, then slowly closed his eyes. Hopefully, I can awaken my observation haki in one fell swoop. Wapple's subordinates, confused by Zoro's closed eyes, nonetheless swung their blades toward him with great speed. You're asking for death. Perish. Unarmed style, barehandedly intercepting the blade. Deadly lead star. Just as Zoro was about to intercept the blade from Wapple's subordinate, a lead ball struck his back, causing him to lose his balance and perfectly miss the incoming sword, instead receiving a blow to the head from Wapple's subordinate. Damn it, Zoro. What are you charging in for? At this moment, Usopp on the Mary shouted furiously at Zoro. Zoro covered his head and retorted with equal ire. You scoundrel. How dare you say that? It turned out that Wapple and his crew were fast approaching their ship, and in a fit of chaotic running, Zoro inadvertently found himself near the Mary, coincidentally encountering Wapple's gang. Usopp, noticing the situation on the shore, initially intended to assist Zoro by taking down the enemies charging ahead. But to his astonishment, Zoro charged directly at one of the foes, inadvertently allowing his attack to strike Zoro instead. Haha. The five members of the Chime, who had just arrived, could not contain their laughter at the scene. Ha ha ha, green algae head, what are you doing? Catching a blade with your bare hands? How is it that you're using your head to catch it? They jeered. Ha ha ha, Zoro, you fool. Chopper and Dalton, not particularly well acquainted with Zoro, laughed less heartily than the Chime trio. You idiot. Zoro kicked one of Wapple's subordinates away and seized the sword from their grasp. This is bad. They're catching up. Wapple's crew, momentarily halted by Zoro's bizarre antics, was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly pressed forward. Hey, you should at least have some limits to your contempt for others. I'm still standing right in front of you. Zoro glared, his fierce demeanor intimidating Wapple's men into inaction. It's over. We're surrounded. Surrounded, my foot. There's only one of him. Charged through. Wapple, who had been knocked unconscious by Luffy, groggily regained his senses and angrily commanded his subordinates while making a dash forward to clear the way for the others. Oh, may I interpret that as a provocation? Provocation. My foot. Wapple cursed, throwing a punch at Zoro. Just what I needed. Zoro countered, drawing his sword. One sword style, lioness song. In an instant, they passed each other, and without a sheath, Zoro made use of his hand as a scabbard. As his hand made contact with the hilt, a deep gash appeared on Wapple's chest, followed by a torrent of blood. Lord Wapple. Lord Chess. His subordinates cried out in shock. Dalton, witnessing the spectacle, was equally astonished. Incredible. Wow. So cool. Chopper had transformed into Zoro's enthusiastic admirer. At this moment, Zhongli addressed Wapple's subordinates. Your king has been defeated. Depart from this island immediately and never return, or the next time we meet, it will be your demise. Furthermore, the doctor shall remain. The rest of you, leave at once. Seeing Zhongli's willingness to let them go, Wapple's crew hurriedly carried Wapple and Chess away, scrambling to escape. The doctor left behind by Zhongli wore a bewildered and anxious expression, unclear of Zhongli's intentions. Mr. Dalton, a nation cannot be sustained by a single doctor. You shall take charge of these physicians. Dalton's heart soared at Zhongli's words. These doctors had been carefully selected by Wapple and possessed remarkable medical skills. Being allowed to stay and treat the villagers was indeed a blessing. I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Zhongli. At that moment, the doctors also came to their senses, saying, "Thank you for this opportunity, my lord. We were coerced by Wapple into compliance. Long ago, a rather inept doctor advised us never to give up, and we survived to pursue further medical research for the patients of this country." Hearing the mention of the inept doctor, Chopper immediately recalled Dr. Hiralik. "Hiralik, do you see? I am leaving this place to venture into the sea you spoke of. Enough talk. Since we are all aboard the Mary, prepare to set sail," Sanji declared, rushing back to fetch Nami. Chopper followed closely behind. "Sanji, wait for me. I need to grab my belongings." Subsequently, Dalton led the group of doctors back. Observing Zhongli managing various tasks with composure, Luffy grinned at Zoro. "Hey, Zoro. Bringing Zhongli aboard was a splendid idea. Humph. Only such fools would busy themselves helping you. By the way, why did you close your eyes while catching that blade with your bare hands? Wouldn't it be easier to catch it with your eyes open? You fool." "I was attempting to awaken my observation haki," Zoro exclaimed. "Huh. You need to close your eyes to awaken observation haki?" Luffy asked, picking his nose. Zoro was astonished. "Wait. Do you never close your eyes while training on the ship?" Luffy replied earnestly, "Of course not." Bang. "No wonder you've made no progress in your training," Zhongli interjected, punching Luffy lightly. Typically, he wouldn't monitor the training of the others aside from Nami and Usopp. He hadn't anticipated such a significant blunder. For future observation haki training, remember to close your eyes to dodge the training dummies. Understood? Yes. Luffy pouted in agreement. Finally, Sanji and the others returned to the ship, while Usopp raised the sails, preparing to set sail. Accompanying Sanji were Dalton and 20 doctors, along with a throng of villagers. While the villagers had hurled insults at them upon arrival, they now joyfully bid them farewell. "Thank you. You are noble pirates. Thank you for saving our country." The Mary sailed away from the island amidst cheers, and Chopper gazed sorrowfully at the castle atop the hill. "Take care, Nurse Rena," wiping away his tears. Chopper was about to return to the deck when a sudden cacophony erupted in the sky. "It's pink. How beautiful." Nami and Vivi, both girls, gazed in delight at the pink-hued sky. The others on the ship also wore smiles as they admired this unique farewell gift. "Nurse Rena," Chopper cried out towards the castle, his eyes brimming with tears. Outside the castle, Dr. Kureha wiped away her own tears. "Silly boy." After taking a sip of alcohol, she patted her injured leg. "Indeed. I am still a vibrant woman. The armory door is not so formidable after all. Ha ha ha. Hiralik, your cherry blossoms have finally bloomed." Chapter 47, An Unexpected Encounter with Mr. 2. So that's how it is. What a remarkable doctor. After listening to Chopper recount the story of Dr. Hiralik, everyone expressed their sentiments. However, Luffy and Usopp quickly regained their composure, seizing Chopper and breaking into a lively chopstick dance. "You knuckleheads, can you spare a thought for Kuro?" Nami remarked, watching Luffy and the others insert chopsticks into their nostrils while laughing heartily. "Come on, isn't he still alive?" Kuro trembled, lying in Vivi's arms. "I wish I could switch places with Kuro. Humph. Only a perverted cook would think of such a thing." "Huh. Green algae head, what are you saying? Want to fight?" Zoro sneered at Sanji, who retorted with a scoff. That scoff ignited their conflict. "You two stop it." After delivering a couple of punches to break up the impending brawl, he turned to Vivi. "So, why was Kuro in the river?" "Humph. It's probably because that clumsy fool fell in by accident." "Ha. Quack, quack, quack." Kuro quacked away, but no one understood. Chopper then translated for Nami. "It says it jumped into the river to find Zoro, who had disappeared while swimming and got frozen stiff. So it was you scoundrel." Nami and Vivi each gave Zoro a punch. "Wow. Chopper, you can talk to animals." Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's amazing." "You fools, even if you praise me, I'm not particularly happy about it." Chopper protested, though he was clearly delighted. Luffy and Usopp observed Chopper swaying joyfully and teased him. Zhongli, enjoying meat and drink, competed with Zoro and Sanji for the alcohol, while Nami and Vivi tended to Kuro. And Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper continued their exuberant chopstick dance. The Mary, laden with joy and beauty, was currently racing towards the desert kingdom of Alabasta at breakneck speed. The following day, what? How could the provisions I allocated vanish overnight? Luffy, do you have any idea what happened? Sanji glared menacingly at Luffy. Pouting, Luffy retorted. I have no clue. How could I possibly know? Is that so? Then why do you have remnants around your mouth? Zhongli interjected from the side. Luffy quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, did I not wipe my mouth properly? You scoundrel. Sanji kicked Luffy away and turned to Nami, saying, Nami, next time, let us buy a refrigerator with a lock. Otherwise, we will continuously face the issue of food scarcity. Nami nodded in agreement. Indeed, once we reach Alabasta, let us see if we can find one to purchase. Otherwise, it's not a viable solution. By the way, Zhongli, can your shield be placed around the refrigerator? Huh. Are you trying to exhaust me? Zhongli felt that Nami was coming up with all sorts of ideas just to save money. Well then, Luffy, hurry up and go fishing. Yes. Luffy pouted and joined Usopp and the others to fish. Nami looks terrifying when she is angry. Thankfully, they have no idea we also partook in the feast. Chopper sighed in relief. At that moment, Usopp anxiously interrupted. Idiot, don't say that. Oh, so you three are accomplices too? Nami approached the trio with a smile that was anything but friendly. Bang, bang, bang. Each of the duck, beast, and man received Nami as punishment. Days passed, and the four gluttons continued fishing. Sanji was busy wooing Nami and Vivi, while Zhongli and Zoro were in the training room exercising. Both had their eyes closed, wielding bamboo swords, engaging in a duel. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of exchanges, the two pulled apart, initiating a new round of confrontation. Zhongli tilted his ear to discern Zoro's position, and Zoro did the same. Just then, the door to the training room swung open unexpectedly, and the two, attuned to the sound, raised their weapons to strike at the intruder. Wait. The moment Sanji entered, he raised his hands and legs to block the oncoming attack. So it's just you, eyebrow boy. Turns out it's not the seaweed head. You brat. What did you say? Enough. Sanji, do you have something to discuss? Zhongli intervened, stopping Zoro, who was ready to retaliate against Sanji. Upon hearing Zhongli's question, Sanji snapped back to reality and said, Luffy and Usopp seem to have caught a strange person and want you all to come see. A strange person? Zhongli instantly realized it must be Mr. 2. No, wait. Mr. 2? Nami is in danger. Zhongli hurried out of the training room just in time to see Mr. 2 finishing slapping Usopp and Chopper, about to reach for Nami. He quickly cast a shield around Nami. Mr. 2 gazed curiously at the shield blocking his path, only to hear someone from above say, touching a girl without permission is quite an impolite act. Upon hearing this, Mr. 2 pondered for a moment and replied, You're right, I was being rather rude. As an apology, let me showcase my fruit powers a bit more. He then proceeded to demonstrate several faces he had previously imitated, receiving enthusiastic applause from Luffy and the others. However, upon witnessing Mr. 2's ability to mimic even bodies, Nami felt a chill of fear. She approached Zhongli and said, Thank you for stopping him. No need for thanks. It is indeed quite rude to touch a girl without her consent, right, Sanji? You're correct. But why do I feel that you acted to protect Nami because you were aware of this person's abilities? Ha. Let us not dwell on the details. Zhongli chuckled, deeming it unnecessary to expose Mr. 2's identity, especially since he found the little fellow rather amusing. A ship is approaching. Is it yours? Nami pointed to a vessel drawing near. Mr. 2 stood on the deck, leaving Luffy and the others with a parting glance. I hadn't expected the time for farewell to arrive so soon, but the depth of friendship is not determined by the duration of time spent together. We are good friends, aren't we? Mr. 2 turned, tears in his eyes, giving a thumbs up to Luffy and the others. Yes, we are good friends. Luffy and the others shouted in unison. Until we meet again. The quartet sighed in exasperation, overwhelmed with a multitude of sentiments. All right, everyone, let us set sail. Mr. 2 shouted excitedly from the bow. Yes, Mr. 2, Lord Von Clay. Mr. 2? Everyone, except Zhongli and Chopper, displayed expressions of shock. Soon, the two ships drifted further apart, leaving the Straw Hat crew in bewilderment. Chapter 48, Ace appears. That person just now, was he really Mr. 2? Amidst the astonishment of the group, Luffy turned to Vivi and asked, Hey, Vivi, didn't you know what Mr. 2 looks like? Vivi knelt on the ground, her face pale with panic. No, I've never seen the duo of Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 together, but I have indeed heard that Mr. 2 is a cross-dresser who favors swan coats. I never believed it until now. Moreover, when he transformed earlier, I saw a face that resembled my father's. What the heck is he planning to do with my father's face? At that moment, Zoro spoke up. I can't imagine any good coming from someone mimicking the king's face. Usopp frowned. We just let a troublesome guy slip away. So that person was an enemy? Chopper asked, bewildered. Yes, and a very troublesome one. Just now, he imitated all of your faces. If he realizes we are enemies, he could use the memories of your faces to impersonate one of you, and then we wouldn't be able to trust each other. Well, Nami, there's no need to be so pessimistic. We should consider ourselves fortunate that we encountered him first. After all, this gives us the advantage to devise a strategy. Oh, so you already have a plan? Indeed, starting now, let us mark our left forearms. Anyone bearing this mark is one of us, and if they don't, then they are Mr. 2, allowing us to take this opportunity to capture him and interrogate him about what he did with the king's face. What do you all think? Agreed. Upon hearing Zhongli's plan, Nami was the first to respond. I think it's a good idea. It's certainly feasible. Agreed. The group then turned to Vivi, who had remained silent. Of course I agree. Feeling the weight on her shoulders lighten as she saw everyone smiling, Vivi felt relieved. With unanimous consent, they quickly marked their left forearms and wrapped them with bandages. The crew gathered in a circle on the deck, raising their left hands. Luffy grinned. All right. From now on, no matter what happens, anyone with the left arm mark is one of us. Hee. Onward to the port of Alabasta. All right. Let us move. At the port city of Alabasta, Canola Flower. The moment Luffy disembarked, he dashed off, incessantly mumbling the word restaurant. Seriously, that fool. Doesn't he realize he is a wanted criminal now? Nami sighed, resting her forehead in exasperation. Zhongli approached Nami and remarked, let us not worry about him. Let us find a restaurant to eat. After days of hunger, it's finally time for a hearty meal. Haha. Let us just pray that Luffy doesn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat in peace. Just as the group was about to indulge in their meal, Vivi caught a glimpse of Mr. 3's ship. Wait a moment, everyone. That ship over there seems to belong to Mr. 3. What? That Mr. 2 seems to have also left for Alabasta. Does that mean they've already arrived in this country? The chief commanders of Baroque Works. Usopp spoke gravely, while Zoro appeared indifferent, declaring that he cared not for titles. If they simply eliminated them all, the matter would be resolved. Boasting will invite calamity, you green-haired fool. He retorted, his brows furrowed. What? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? My legs are no less formidable. As Zoro and Sanji prepared to brawl once more, Vivi promptly intervened as a peacemaker. Enough, you two. Let us first seek some food. Sanji was the first to relent, stating, I shall heed Princess Vivi. TCH. You colorless fool. The scene shifted to a tavern, where a pirate confronted a naval officer. Portgas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What brings you to Alabasta? Me? I am in search of my brother, Ace replied. Looking for your brother? A feeble excuse. I was actually hunting another pirate and have no interest in you. Then kindly let me be. What nonsense. As long as you remain a pirate and I a Navy man, I shall do everything in my power to apprehend you. Just as the patrons anticipated a fierce clash, an unexpected figure crashed into the scene, sending both the Navy officer and Ace sprawling, creating a gaping hole in the tavern's wall. Uncle, I want to eat. The culprit, oblivious to the chaos he had wrought, clamored for food. Do you even comprehend what you have done? What? I just want to eat. Luffy, undeterred by the tavern owner's protests, continued to demand his meal, even humming a tune. The tavern owner, resigned, served Luffy first, silently praying that any ensuing conflict would occur outside, lest the damages escalate further. Ace, recovering first, offered apologies to the neighboring tavern's patrons before preparing to confront the one responsible for his disarray. He then realized that the one who had knocked him down was none other than his long-lost brother, Luffy. Ace's demeanor brightened, and just as he was about to greet Luffy, he was restrained by an unseen force behind him. Straw Hat, you are indeed here. Luffy froze momentarily at the sight of the speaker, recalling him as the Smoke Man from Loguetown. Indeed, Smoker had pursued Luffy to the Grand Line, initially intending to report back to the Navy headquarters, but he intercepted a communication during his journey, an exchange between Sanji and Crocodile at Little Garden. Thus, he learned that the Straw Hat crew was en route to Alabasta and, upon discovering the princess's disappearance, suspected the Straw Hats were involved. Consequently, he was determined to apprehend Straw Hat Luffy to uncover the truth. Luffy stared at Smoker, who remained still, and thus he leisurely gathered his meal from the table. Seizing the opportunity while Smoker was distracted, Luffy gulped down his food and promptly turned to flee. You scoundrel, Straw Hat Luffy. Do not run, Smoker shouted, recalling that without the mastery of haki, he could not land a hit and urging himself to escape swiftly. Covering his mouth, Luffy chewed while devising a plan to elude Smoker's pursuit. Hey, Luffy, wait for me. After both Smoker and Luffy dashed off, Ace burst from the tavern, chasing after them. In the end, only the injured tavern owner remained in the chaos. with the Straw Hat crew, save for Chopper, now wanted. They could only send Vivi and Chopper to procure food and later enjoy it in a secluded location. Pirate, do not flee. After satisfying their hunger, they overheard the tumult outside, as it seemed the Navy was capturing pirates. Things sound quite raucous. The crew felt a surge of tension upon hearing the commotion outside. Zhongli surmised the situation, advising, prepare for a hasty retreat. If my assumptions are correct, the pirates being pursued outside are likely our captain. Chapter 49. Ace demonstrates hockey. Huh. Zhongli. That jest is hardly amusing, Nami remarked, struggling to believe her own words. The crew discreetly peered out to discern who was being pursued by the Navy. Ah, so you are here. You scoundrel. It truly is you. Quick. We have discovered the Straw Hat crew. Capture them. The Navy, led by Luffy, soon spotted Zhongli and the others. Do not lead them here. Zoro shouted at Luffy. Zhongli, hoisting the garments Nami had purchased, declared, quick, gather your belongings. We must return to the ship post-haste. The crew sprang into action, Zoro carrying the alcohol, Sanji the food, while the others hoisted their respective supplies, swiftly making their way towards the Mary. You cannot escape, Straw Hat crew. White Smoke Shell. Smoker finally arrived, aiming a punch at Luffy, who lagged behind. Flame eruption. Just as Luffy was about to be struck, a burst of fire dispersed Smoker's smoke. Apologies, but you are smoke, and I am fire. You cannot harm me. Who is that? Nami and the others were puzzled as they witnessed someone intervening to stop Smoker. Luffy's eyes widened in recognition. Ace, he exclaimed incredulously. Ace glanced back, saying, you truly have not changed at all, Luffy. But now is not the time for words. You must flee, and I shall catch up shortly. All right, be careful, Ace. Luffy, confident in Ace's ability to handle the Navy, hurried back to the Mary with his crew, preparing to set sail. Did you send Kuro back ahead to deliver the message? Zhongli inquired of Vivi, observing Kuro dart away. Yes, I instructed him to inform my father of our known intel, so he can prepare accordingly. Our immediate mission is to reach the rebel stronghold in Yuba and prevent further bloodshed. Very well, we shall follow your lead, as long as we can expose Crocodile's machinations. Our involvement should end there, Nami chimed in cheerfully. However, Luffy, displeased, interjected, that is not the case. We must send Crocodile flying. Forcing others into companionship while harming Vivi's homeland is unforgivable. Vivi felt a surge of emotion. Originally, the arrangement was merely for the Straw Hats to return her and unveil Crocodile's schemes. It was Luffy's disapproval of Crocodile's treatment of companions that spurred him to confront him. Now, due to her, there was yet another reason to vanquish Crocodile. Has he truly accepted me as a companion? Vivi pondered. At that moment, a voice interrupted Vivi's thoughts. So you intend to defeat a warlord of the sea? Quite an ambitious notion. Ace soared in, landing on the railing of the Mary. Ace. Luffy rushed forward to embrace him, and Ace graciously addressed the crew. I appreciate all your care for my brother. Thank you, everyone. Zhongli waved dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. After all, Luffy is our designated captain. Indeed, though it would be preferable if he caused fewer troubles. Nami sighed wearily. Ahaha, is that so? Ace was aware of Luffy's propensity for mischief and chose not to elaborate further. He then turned to Luffy, asking Luffy, I have come to ask if you would like to join the Whitebeard pirates? Your crew is welcome to come along. Luffy, unfazed, replied, no. Ha ha. I knew you would say that. Well then, take this. Recognizing persuasion was futile, Ace tossed his life card to Luffy. What is this? This is a life card. Keep it with you always. We will rely on it for our next meeting. Oh, very well. I shall keep it safe. Ace chuckled and continued. I leave my foolish brother in your care. I hope we meet again soon. Are you leaving so soon? We finally got to meet. Luffy's expression was one of discontent. Ace, who had already jumped onto the speedboat, turned to Luffy and said, I'm truly sorry, Luffy. I am currently in pursuit of a notorious criminal. He goes by the name of Blackbeard, but he was once a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, my subordinate. He has committed the gravest of crimes, having murdered his crewmates and plotted his escape. As their captain, it is my duty to bring him to justice. Luffy, when we next meet, we shall be at the pinnacle of piracy. Indeed, the next meeting will be at the summit. The Marineford War, what could be a greater peak? Zhongli silently commented. As Ace prepared to depart, Zhongli hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Ace, have you awakened the Busashoka haki? Ace was taken aback by Zhongli's knowledge of haki, but he sincerely enveloped his hand in Busashoku. See, good. But why didn't you use it against Smoker earlier? As far as I know, Smoker does not possess Busashoka haki. Oh, you mean that? It's because he was using his devil fruit ability, so I naturally had to reciprocate. Well, fine then. Is that all you wanted to ask? If you don't hurry, time will slip away. Ace smiled casually at Zhongli, glancing at the 5 ships belonging to the Baroque Works that were slowly approaching. Actually, what I truly want to ask is if you could demonstrate Busashoka Haki to Luffy once more. You know, without it, dealing with Crocodile can be quite troublesome. Ace then turned to Luffy with a grin, surprised to see that Luffy was not showing off this time. He cast a curious glance at Zhongli, marveling at Luffy's newfound maturity. Luffy watched closely. With that, a layer of darkness enveloped his hand once more. Mr. Ace, it would be best if you landed a few punches on Luffy to let him truly feel the Busashoka Haki. This suggestion left not only Ace astonished, but also the crew aboard the ship. However, Ace was quite adept at hitting his brother. And considering that he might not see Luffy for a long time after this departure, there was no better time than now. Ha ha ha, since your crew has suggested it, Luffy. I'm sorry. Wait a moment. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha. After giving Luffy a good thrashing, Ace felt an inexplicable sense of relief as he sailed on the speedboat towards the ships of the billion messengers that were intent on capturing them. Having thrashed his brother, it was only natural that he would also lend him a small favor. Ace smirked, deftly steering the speedboat alongside one of the ships, observing that the entire fleet was lined up in a straight line. Is that Fire Fist Ace? Fantastic. If we take him down, I'm sure to be promoted to commander. Unfortunately, the billion messengers aboard the ship were overly optimistic, as Ace brandished his fist, and a burst of flames erupted from his hand. Fire Fist. With a powerful swing, a massive inferno erupted from Ace's right fist, effortlessly obliterating the 5 ships in succession. Ace tipped his hat and declared, "Come on, let us reach the pinnacle of piracy." Luffy. Chapter 50, Arrival at Yuba. How is it, Luffy? Doesn't it feel great? Zhongli grinned at Luffy, who was covered in bruises. Luffy weakly replied, "It feels so familiar, almost like the feeling of my grandfather's iron fist of love." Of course. You ate the gum-gum fruit. To truly hurt you, one must utilize Busashoka Haki. But Nami hits me too, and it hurts. Has she awakened Busashoka Haki as well? Oh, well. Zhongli found himself at a loss for words, pondering if Nami might indeed be the first among the Straw Hats to master all 3 types of Haki. Shaking his head to dispel such peculiar thoughts, he earnestly told Luffy, "Regardless, you are now the only one aboard our ship who has experienced Busashoka Haki. So the responsibility of awakening it falls upon you. All right, I will definitely send Crocodile flying. That is not what I meant." Zhongli sighed, then turned to the crew, still awestruck by Ace's fire fist. Enough gawking. Ace, as the second in command of a Yonko crew in the New World, is undeniably powerful. Now that you've recognized the gap in strength, work hard to train. Indeed, after witnessing his brother's display, Luffy felt an even stronger desire to grow. Zoro clenched his fist and looked at the battered Luffy, sporting a mischievous grin akin to Zhongli's. Not only Zoro, but Sanji, Usopp, and Nami shared the same sentiment. The malice emanating from these 5 made Chopper and Vivi hastily retreat to the sidelines. How infuriating Luffy could be. After leaving the Canola Flower Port, the Going Merry sailed into the Santora River, crossing to the opposite bank and landing at the Alabasta Oasis. Is this Yuba? Where is the leader of the rebel army? Luffy, now less swollen, looked around excitedly, but unfortunately, found no signs of life. Vivi interjected, "Not yet, Luffy. This isn't Yuba. We need to head northwest for about half a day to reach it." "I see. So where are we now? There are so many dilapidated houses." Usopp inquired. Vivi, feeling somewhat conflicted, replied, "This is the Alabasta Oasis." Luffy's eyes widened as he searched for the oasis. Then he spotted a strange creature. Wow, what is that? It looks like a mix between a turtle and a seal. That's a Kung Fu Dugong. It's very strong, Vivi warned. Unfortunately, Luffy was quicker, and within moments, he had defeated the Kung Fu Dugong. What? It was weak. Vivi covered her face. You shouldn't have defeated it. If it loses, it will pledge itself to the victor as a disciple. That's the rule of the Kung Fu Dugong. That is pretty good. However, in a moment of distraction, Luffy had accumulated an increasing number of Kung Fu Dugong disciples. All right, Luffy, enough playing around. We need to head to Yuba and can't bring these Dugongs with us. Huh, why not? At this moment, Nami took over Zhongli's explanation. Duh, if we bring along such a large group of animals, we want to be able to enter any city. Fine. Thus, Luffy tearfully bid farewell to the Kung Fu Dugongs. Sanji kicked Luffy in frustration. It's all your fault. Luffy, we've lost so much food. Exactly. If Chopper hadn't negotiated with them, they probably would have followed us forever. It's all right. They're all my disciples, our own kind. This statement only strengthened Sanji and Nami's resolve to awaken Busashoka Haki. By the way, Vivi, didn't you say this was an oasis? Why does it look like this now? Usopp asked curiously. Vivi sighed and said, Not long ago, this was indeed an oasis. But it hasn't rained a single drop in 3 years. Moreover, for the past 3 years, most of the country has suffered the same fate, with one exception. Exception? Is it where Crocodile is? Not exactly. The exception I speak of is the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta, where rainfall has been more abundant than ever, leading the people to refer to it as the King's Miracle. Until one day, a large shipment of dance powder was exposed at the canola flower port, and it was learned from those transporting it that the dance powder was destined for Alabasta. Dance powder? What is that? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper tilted their heads in confusion. At that moment, Nami explained, dance powder, also known as rain powder, can induce artificial rain, but it has a fatal flaw. Places downwind will suffer from drought. Huh, why? Luffy asked while picking his nose. Because using dance powder for rain essentially siphons potential rain from other areas for one's own use. At this moment, Zhongli spoke up. So, at that time, Crocodile had already arrived in Alabasta, hadn't he? Indeed, upon reflection, it seems Crocodile's schemes must have commenced from that very moment. To spend 3 years instigating a rebellion by exploiting the citizens' doubts about their king? What a crafty fellow. Zoro licked his dry lips, chuckling lightly, just as Crocodile had calculated. A rebellion erupted in Alabasta, cities lay in ruin, and the people suffered in anguish. He stripped the citizens of their trust in the king. He deprived them of their very lives. He plunged the beautiful nation of Alabasta into turmoil. How dare he? What right does he have to act in such a manner? Vivi knelt on the ground in despair, as if to unleash all her pent-up resentment and fury. Heedless of the gazes upon her, she shouted in rage. Nami, filled with compassion, approached Vivi and gently embraced her. Vivi, it's all right. Let's go? I can hardly wait to send Crocodile flying. Luffy, adjusting his straw hat, placed a serious hand on Vivi's shoulder. Soon, the Straw Hat crew set forth once more, and with Zhongli present. There was no fear of being deceived by the trickster bird again. After an encounter with the camel's eyelashes, the journey became rather uneventful. As night fell, the Straw Hat crew finally arrived at their destination, Yuba. Nami looked quizzically at Vivi. Vivi, could this really be the stronghold of the rebel army? It looks as desolate as Alroma. I don't know. What has happened here? At that moment, a peculiar old man shoveling sand spoke up. Are you travelers from the desert? I'm afraid this city has fallen into ruin, but there are accommodations aplenty, so feel free to make yourselves at home. Ruined? How could this be? Isn't this the stronghold of the rebel army? The rebel army? What business do you have with them? Are you seeking to join their ranks? The old man, shoveling sand angrily, turned around, and the crew realized he was a gaunt old man. Chapter 51. I quit. Join the rebel army? Certainly not. Vivi shook her head vigorously. Upon hearing that the Straw Hats were not seeking to join the rebels, the old man continued shoveling sand and explained, the rebel army has long since abandoned this city. Since 3 years ago, it has frequently been besieged by sandstorms, halting the flow of supplies. Thus, the rebels could no longer use the city as their base. They have long since relocated to Kateria. Kateria? Vivi, where is that? Is it nearby? Luffy asked, puzzled. A look of panic crossed Vivi's face. Kateria was a nearby oasis, close to Canola Flower Port, from which a significant portion of the water resources was transported. At this moment, the old man, now curious, asked, Vivi, is that your name? With newfound attention, the old man scrutinized Vivi, who was also gazing back at him. Little Vivi, I am Uncle Dodo. Do you remember me? Uncle Dodo? Vivi stared at the frail old man, unable to reconcile him with the plump Uncle Dodo she remembered. Oh, your beard does seem familiar. Seeing Vivi hesitate, the old man confirmed that she was indeed the Vivi he knew. Tears welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, Ha! How wonderful! It truly is you, little Vivi. I've lost weight, so it's understandable you didn't recognize me, huh? Though the old man laughed, the Straw Hats could hear the sorrow woven into his laughter. Uncle Dodo, how could you have changed so much? Vivi's heart ached at the sight of the man who bore no resemblance to her memories of him. Uncle Dodo did not respond to Vivi's question. Instead, he tearfully addressed her, Little Vivi, I believe the king would never commit such a foolish act. The rebellion is utterly senseless, yet no matter how I tried to prevent it, it was in vain. The rebels have now reached their limit. Their next attack will be the decisive moment. Please, little Vivi, if anyone can stop this rebellion, it must be you. You must stop Kusha. Stop those fools. Vivi remained silent for a long while after hearing this, and the Straw Hats were equally quiet. After an extended silence, Vivi offered her handkerchief to Uncle Dodo to wipe his tears, forcing a bittersweet smile as she said, Rest assured, Uncle Dodo, I will certainly put an end to the rebel army. However, upon uttering this promise, the Straw Hats did not respond with great enthusiasm. Eventually, it was Usopp who urged everyone to rest quickly which unexpectedly escalated into a chaotic pillow fight. Once tranquility returned, Nami turned to Zhongli, who was sleeping in the adjacent bed, and asked, "Zhongli, I noticed you were rather silent since we arrived in Alruma. What is going on?" "Indeed. I have been pondering certain matters." "What matters? Can you share them with me?" "Well, there's nothing particularly special. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." "Time to sleep." "All right. But if anything comes up, remember to tell me." "Don't worry, I will." Soon, Nami fell asleep, and Zhongli, troubled by the thought of Uncle Dodo sending Luffy back, also drifted into a restless slumber. As the decisive moment approached, none among their party had yet awakened their haki, which left Zhongli feeling quite anxious. After all, he could not guarantee that merely getting wet would suffice to defeat Crocodile. The absence of haki as a safety net was indeed concerning. Yet, it had only been a little over 10 days since they began training in haki upon their arrival in Alabasta. Even for someone as gifted as Luffy, under the tutelage of the renowned Rayleigh, it took several months to awaken haki. Given the scant time they had, it was indeed too brief. Moreover, there was the matter of Robin. He had not informed the others that the rebel army's stronghold had moved to Kateria, not only due to his reluctance to concoct excuses to placate them, but also to avoid excessively disrupting the main narrative. Zhongli had previously thought that revealing Robin's origins and identity would compel Luffy to invite her aboard. To his surprise, it nearly had the opposite effect. Had it not been for the inexplicable world correction compelling Luffy to want to defeat Crocodile, Robin might have truly missed her chance to board. Robin was crucial to them. If it had been Brook boarding the ship, Zhongli would have been indifferent to the main storyline, but Robin was intertwined with the fabric of history. Thus, Zhongli dared not deviate too far from the path, obediently following the main narrative. As long as Akaram was still alive, Luffy would surely accept Robin aboard. Trust in the omnipotent world correction, trust in Robin. Zhongli silently reassured himself. The next day, as everyone awoke and prepared to set off again, Luffy exclaimed, "Water. Did the hole we dug last night yield water?" He held up a small bottle of water given by Uncle Dodo, joy radiating from him. Last night, while everyone else slept, Luffy had been outside digging with Uncle Dodo in search of water. Unfortunately, by the time Luffy fell asleep, they had not managed to find a single drop. Uncle Dodo nodded with a smile. "Indeed, after you fell asleep, I continued digging for a while longer and eventually reached a moist layer. I did my best to distill and filter this bottle of water. You've worked hard. I will treasure this." Luffy grinned as he hung the water around his neck. The group began their return to Alruma, intending to board a ship to Kateria. After walking for a while, they suddenly noticed Zhongli and Luffy lagging behind, no longer moving. Vivi retraced her steps to the two and asked, "What's wrong?" "Luffy, Zhongli, are your heatstroke symptoms worsening?" Luffy glanced at Zhongli and Vivi, then seriously declared, "I quit." "What do you mean, I quit?" Everyone but Zhongli expressed their confusion. "We're heading back, right?" "Indeed. We're retracing our steps to Kateria to thwart a colossal war involving 1,000,000 participants." "Boring." Luffy closed his eyes and replied to Sanji. At this moment, Nami addressed Zhongli. "Zhongli, what is going on? What do you intend to do?" "In a literal sense, rather than obstructing the rebel army, the plan is to confront Crocodile directly. If memory serves me correctly, Luffy and Vivi's arrangement has long been concluded, hasn't it? Luffy's objective in heading to Alabasta has always been to defeat Crocodile, hasn't it? Moreover, what difference would it make even if we reach Katerina? Will the rebels heed the Council of Pirates? Or do you believe that just because Vivi is a royal princess, she can command the loyalty of hundreds of thousands of rebels?" Taking over from Zhongli, Luffy addressed Vivi. "You wish for no lives to be lost in this conspiracy, don't you? Be it the citizens or ourselves. However, our adversary is a warlord, and the number of combatants exceeds 1,000,000. Your naivety is astounding. What is wrong with wishing for no sacrifices, regardless of who it is?" Vivi retorted defiantly. Luffy responded earnestly, "People will die, regardless of you or me." Chapter 52. The Dreamland Plan commences. "Bastard, I won't allow you to say such things," Vivi exclaimed angrily, rushing at Luffy, only to be intercepted by Zhongli. Hence, Vivi continued, "Neither the rebels nor the royal army are at fault. Why should they suffer? Clearly, all this is Crocodile's doing. Then let us defeat him." Luffy interjected, "Even I know that to save this nation, one must know what to do first. But how could I possibly defeat him? What do I have to contend with him? As long as we can halt the war between the rebels and the royal army, we can still save this country. My abilities only allow me to achieve that." "Bastard. Haven T, I said many times. I will definitely defeat Crocodile. Lead us to him. You can do that, right? Let us fight together. We are comrades." "Comrades. In fact, you desire to defeat Crocodile more than I do, don't you? So let us go. Tell us where Crocodile is." Vivi covered her mouth, leaning against Zhongli. silently sobbing. Luffy's unexpectedly sensible words today were quite a shock. Could it be that he has changed? Sanji lit a cigarette with a chuckle. Usopp then remarked with mock seriousness. Could it be that meeting his brother yesterday has matured him? Is that true? It seems that psychology does have cases of overnight maturation, but none of overnight intelligence, Chopper recalled with a serious expression. Zoro looked at Usopp and Chopper in disbelief. You two shouldn't be fooled by Luffy. A fool is a fool. How could he change? Huh? Is it that green-haired swordsman cannot bear to see anyone more intelligent than himself? You are just jealous, green-haired idiot. Indeed, green-haired. The three began to mock Zoro. Just as he was about to explode, Luffy cheerfully approached. I'll send Crocodile flying. Hee. I take back what I just said. Watching Luffy sing his silly song, Sanji and the others immediately raised their hands to retract their mockery of Zoro. Let us go. Crocodile's headquarters is in Rain Base. We just need to head north. As Zhongli approached, Sanji instantly came up to him, enviously saying, Bastard Zhongli. How fortunate you are to comfort the weeping Vivi. How I wish I had been there. Too bad it wasn't you, Zhongli sang indifferently. Heading north? Very well. Let us set off. Zoro took the lead, marching ahead. Hey, green-haired idiot, the north is this way. Sanji called out helplessly at Zoro, who was heading in the opposite direction. Is Vivi all right? Zhongli asked Nami, who walked at the back. Nami smiled. Yes, she is fine now. You see, once Vivi sets her mind to something, it's hard for her to back down. If it weren't for Luffy this time, she might have stubbornly tried to stop the war. You two are gossiping behind my back, Vivi said with a smile. Don't worry, this time, I will see it through to the end. After all, I have many comrades now, in the dream city of Rain Base. The remaining chief officers of the Baroque Works were summoned to a room in the largest casino, the Rain Feast. The five of them, apart from their partners, found each other insufferable, causing a cacophony in the room. At that moment, Ms. All Sunday, otherwise known as Robin, appeared before them. Mr. 2, who had been pacing the room, immediately greeted Robin with exuberance. Ms. All Sunday. Robin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before addressing everyone. Thank you all for coming from afar. It's wonderful to see so many of you gathered here. The crew cut Mr. 1 immediately interjected, enough with the pleasantries. Let us discuss where we are and why we've been summoned. Robin covered her mouth with a smile. Oh, how impatient you are. Very well. I shall get straight to the point. To know where we are, you will naturally find out after meeting your unseen boss. Until now, I have been directing your tasks in his stead, but that is no longer necessary. At that moment, the main chair, which had been facing away from them, slowly turned around, revealing a low, deep voice that resonated in their ears. Because the time has come, the operation is named Dreamland. This is the ultimate plan of our Baroque Works. Crocodile? A gasp of surprise echoed. Indeed, it is quite astonishing, isn't it? Despite his public identity as a warlord, he has established this organization. Crocodile glanced at Robin before addressing the others. The identity of a warlord is certainly impressive. But it is the artifact of this country that I desire most, the ancient weapon Pluton. Pluton, is such a thing truly here in this country? Mr. 2 exclaimed in excitement. I said it is, and it is. Crocodile distributed 5 slips of paper to the 5 of them. This is your final command. Once you complete your respective tasks, Alabasta will be within our grasp. In just one night, it will become our dreamland. The operation is set for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I wish you all success. At that moment, a battered Mr. 3 suddenly appeared before them. You, Mr. 3. Just in time. You've made me fail my previous command, and now I'll take you down. Crocodile immediately stopped Mr. 2, his face darkening as he spoke to Mr. 3. How did you get here? And what do you intend to do by appearing now? Bandaged from head to toe, Mr. 3 replied earnestly. Boss, it's my first time meeting you. I followed Mr. 2 and his group here. I've come to request another chance. Failing to complete the mission is my incompetence, so I hope the boss grants me another opportunity to redeem myself. Wait a minute. What do you mean by failing to complete the mission? Crocodile asked, puzzled. It means I allowed the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi to escape. Crocodile slammed the table in fury. What did you say? You claimed in the transponder snail that you had completed the mission. Transponder snail? I've never used a transponder snail. Damn it. In his rage, Crocodile disregarded Mr. 3's protests, draining the moisture from his body and feeding him to a bananas crocodile. Yet still felt unsatisfied. Turning to Mr. 2, he demanded, you said you encountered them on your way back, right? You even imitated the faces of the 2 new crew members, then mimic those 2 and take a picture. He then addressed everyone. Since they have long since escaped from Little Garden, they must have returned to Alabasta. Listen carefully. You must not allow these 8 people to enter Katarina, and under no circumstances let Vivi meet with Koza. Other than that, proceed as planned. Chapter 53, Crocodile. The sand alligator. As Baroque Works commenced their operations, the rebel army began their full-scale assault on Alabasta. Meanwhile, within the palace of Alabasta, King Cobra, having learned the entire truth from a letter delivered by Kuro, resolved to lead the royal army into Rain Base. As the three parties commenced their actions, the Straw Hat crew arrived in the rainy zone. Only an hour remained until the execution of the ideal homeland plan. We've arrived. All right, let's take down Crocodile. Luffy shouted enthusiastically. Seated on the edge of a lash, Nami turned to Usopp and inquired, Usopp, have you completed what you promised? Usopp nodded, retrieving a trio of iron rods from his backpack. All set. Behold, your new weapon, the weather stick. Weather stick? Nami questioned. Indeed, though it appears ordinary, its power is quite formidable. The attack direction varies depending on how the three rods are combined. At that moment, Zhongli approached, snatching the weather stick and the instruction manual, declaring, is that so? Let me give it a try. First, clear skies. Following the manual's instructions, Zhongli arranged the three rods into a triangle, from which two doves soared forth. After Zhongli experimented with several peculiar techniques, amidst the admiration of Chopper and Luffy, Nami furiously unleashed a series of blows on Usopp. Usopp, are you playing me? Usopp, now resembling a battered pig, raised his hand apologetically. I'm sorry. You fool, Usopp. What kind of weapon is this? What if Nami had to fight with this? Do you want her to perish? Sanji, having kicked Usopp, dashed over to woo Nami. At that moment, Zhongli handed the weather stick to Nami. This weapon does have its merits. The three rods can emit hot bubbles, cold bubbles, and electric bubbles, making it the most suitable combat tool for someone like you who can sense the weather. Oh, is that so? My apologies, Usopp. I struck you prematurely. Oh, is that the case? I was planning to use it for party entertainment, Nami retorted. It seems I struck you at just the right time. Following the farce, the group began deliberating their next course of action. What? Aren't we just going to take down Crocodile directly? Luffy asked, picking his nose. Sanji replied, you fool. We encountered Mr. 2 along the way and spotted Mr. 3's ship at the canola flower port. They must have known we were alive and could easily deduce that we have returned to Alabasta. If we recklessly charge in, Crocodile's entire rainy zone minions will become our enemies, and we do not have time to waste on mere pawns. So you suggest we hide first, locate Crocodile's whereabouts, and then engage in a decisive battle? At that moment, Vivi interjected, Crocodile will most likely be at the rain banquet. If we can infiltrate, we should be able to confront him directly. Rain banquet? What is that? An enormous feast? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Vivi explained. The rain banquet is the largest casino in the rainy zone. Once we enter, it will be immediately visible. What a disappointment. It's not a feast. Well then, let's go take down Crocodile now. Ignoring the others, Luffy dashed toward the rainy zone. Hey, Luffy. Honestly, I hope nothing too catastrophic occurs, Nami sighed, covering her head as she and the others prepared for action. Zhongli then stated, Luffy is certain to expose us. Let us not dwell on that. Everyone should scatter and regroup inside the rain banquet. How does that sound? All right. Zhongli took Nami, Chopper, and Sanji to protect Vivi, while Zoro teamed up with Usopp. Upon entering the rainy zone, everything appeared as usual, bustling with crowds. Zhongli handed a transponder snail to Chopper. Chopper, I now have a task for you. At a restaurant. Luffy shouted, Crocodile, get out here. You. Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker and Tashigi, dining inside, instantly recognized Luffy. What a surprise. Smoke man, what are you doing here? Isn't Crocodile supposed to be here? Vivi clearly said that Crocodile would be in a place visible upon my entrance to the rainy zone, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Idiot. How could Crocodile possibly be in a place like this? You should just surrender to me. No way. If I'm captured by you, I won't be able to take down Crocodile. With that, Luffy turned to flee. Before departing, Smoker said to Tashigi, Straw Hat Luffy is here. His crew must also be nearby. Quickly summon the Navy for his capture. Yes, Captain Smoker. Inside the rain banquet, Crocodile cackled wickedly. Straw Hat Luffy is in the rainy zone? Ha ha ha, it seems Princess Vivi is also here. What a foolish bunch. Since that's the case, allow me to entertain you properly. Oh, I'm quite curious about what methods you will employ to torment your enemies, Robin remarked with a sly smile, standing nearby. The gathered crew members in the rain banquet looked around. Where's Luffy? Zoro noted, surprised by his absence. And Chopper, Zhongli, isn't he with you? Usopp asked. Rest assured, I have assigned him a different task. At that moment, a figure burst in. Luffy. Ah, you all are here. Then Crocodile must be right around this corner. Crocodile, come out. I'm going to take you down. Smoker followed closely behind, noticing Zhongli and the others, and remarked, so you are all in the rainy zone. I don't care what relationship you have with Princess Vivi or what scheme you are plotting. Since you are all here, you will surrender to us. The Navy. The crowd gasped, just as the Rain Banquet's staff suddenly formed a path for the Straw Hats. Please proceed this way. This is the VIP room. Does he mean to invite us in? Vivi said begrudgingly. All right, let's go. Luffy charged ahead. Zhongli followed closely. Things are getting tense. VIP room? What on earth is happening between Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew? Although confused, Smoker continued his pursuit. Shortly thereafter, except for Vivi, the group found themselves in a cage. Zoro unsheathed his sword. You think this cage can hold us? Wait, Zoro, this cage is made of sea prism stone. You can't cut it, Zhongli cautioned. Huh. There's nothing in this world that can't be cut. If there is, it just means I haven't trained enough. So, have you trained enough? Zhongli queried, prompting Zoro to silently retreat to a corner. Hey, Zhongli, don't dampen the spirits of our own. Nami shouted in anger. At that moment, a burly man in a black fur coat laughed from outside the cage. Gwahaha, you all are heading to the afterlife together, so cheer up a bit. Chapter 54, The Ideal Homeland Plan. Crocodile. Smoker approached the cage, glaring menacingly at Crocodile. Wow, what with that gaze? As if you're going to devour me. Smoke man, it seems you've never trusted me from the start, especially since the Straw Hat Kid didn't even arrive in the rainy zone before you did. Regardless, this time I will report to the government that you perished in the attempt to capture the Straw Hats who threatened Alabasta, which will grant you a merit. Threaten Alabasta? Smoker surveyed the Straw Hat crew. Apart from the two cowards, Luffy was leaping around in fury, while the other three men sat quietly in the corner. The man named Zhongli was even idly toying with the transponder snail. These guys can threaten Alabasta? You bastard, are you Crocodile? Let me out. I want a one-on-one. Oh, why am I so weak? Luffy angrily charged forward, only to sag against the bars immediately. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. Don't waste your energy, Straw Hat. This cage is made of sea prism stone, specifically designed to restrain us devil fruit users. Otherwise, I would have escaped long ago. Sea prism stone? What should I do? I need to take down Crocodile and help Vivi reclaim her country. Reclaim her country? What on earth is going on? Smoker furrowed his brow as he gazed at Vivi. Bound across from Crocodile, he was acutely aware that Princess Vivi of Alabasta had been missing for quite some time, and her current association with the Straw Hats was indeed perplexing. The Navy, truly a bunch of inept fools. Such a significant upheaval in Alabasta occurs, and yet you remain utterly indifferent. However, this very negligence has afforded me considerable convenience. Crocodile cast a disdainful glance back at Smoker before turning his attention to Vivi. What an honor it is, Your Highness, the Princess of Alabasta. I formally invite you to join me for this kingdom's final breakfast. The final breakfast of Alabasta? Are you implying? Robin interjected from the side. Indeed, Princess Vivi, our ideal homeland plan is now set in motion. Within the Arabana Palace, the royal army had long since assembled, awaiting the king's command to march against the insurgents. Regrettably, the king was nowhere to be found. Far away at the rebel headquarters in Cartalea, King Cobra, who had mysteriously vanished from the palace, had audaciously proclaimed that he had employed dance powder to siphon the rainwater from across the nation and to conceal the dance powder incident, intended to obliterate the entire canola flour port. Following Cobra's departure, a large ship laden with weapons suddenly stormed into the harbor. In a fit of rage and despair, the insurgents seized the arms aboard the ship and, under the command of their leader, Kusha, launched an assault on Arabana, vowing to claim the king's head and liberate Arabana. Thus, a rebellion was born. Do you understand now? Whether it be the royal army or the insurgents, both believe themselves to be the guardians of Alabasta. Is it not laughable? Crocodile chuckled heartily. Despicable. Vivi roared in fury, a sentiment echoed by the Straw Hats and Smoker alike. Despicable? Consider the immense effort I invested in orchestrating this final plan. From establishing the Baroque Works, manufacturing the dance powder to ensnare the king, inciting discord in the parched cities, to having impostors masquerade as royal forces to sow chaos, leading to the gradual erosion of trust between the populace and the king. This culmination has taken me over 3 years of painstaking effort, and you dare to thwart me? Huh, Princess Vivi? Oh, I should say, Ms. Wednesday. I will stop you. I certainly will. Being obstinate is hardly a virtue. However, there remains a chance to intervene. If we head east towards Arabana, we might still prevent the insurgents from arriving in time. Yet, Crocodile produced a key, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I happen to be heading to Arabana as well, so will you accompany me, or will you take this key and save your pirate comrades? As Crocodile tossed the key into the lair of the banana crocodile, Zhong spoke up. What a crude form of amusement, Crocodile. What business do you have speaking here? Oh, right. You think a mere fake key can trick Vivi into running to the crocodile's territory? Your depraved sense of humor is quite predictable. Usopp, who had been in a panic over the key being swallowed by the banana crocodile, perked up at Zhong's words. Huh, it's fake? Humph. Ms. Wednesday, your dear companion truly cares for you. To ensure you feel no guilt in abandoning them, he resorts to such deceitful words. Companions? How dreadfully mundane. Vivi bit her lip, casting a glance at Zhong, clearly swayed by Crocodile's words. Crocodile sneered. Well then, I shall take my leave. This basement will automatically collapse in an hour, and the lake will flood in, submerging the room. Good luck, Miss Sunday, we're off. Robin, who had been observing the scene, shook her head with a soft chuckle. All right, boss. Before departing, Robin cast a profound glance at Zhong, who, astonishingly, was smiling. Unfathomable. Crocodile, I'm afraid this time you will be compelled to stay behind. Zhong's words immediately captured everyone's attention. Oh, what other tricks do you possess? Crocodile scoffed, but his smile soon faltered. Zhong pressed his hand against the sea stone railing, and with a flicker of thought, the railing remained unchanged. Are you toying with me? Zoro, strike. You claim to understand. Zoro grinned wickedly, unsheathing the Wado Ikamanji and slashing 3 times at Zhong's previous position, creating an opening in the railing. Wow. Finally out. Crocodile, watch as I send you flying. Luffy was the first to burst forth, launching a punch at Crocodile, only to have it effortlessly dodged as Crocodile elementalized. How is this possible? Sea stone is the hardest material in the world. Your blade cannot possibly sever it. Crocodile glared darkly at the emerging Straw Hats and Smoker. Oh, it seems the situation has changed. Are you really jesting in such dire circumstances? Do you wish to court death, Nico Robin? I've told you not to call me that. Robin replied, her expression menacing as she glared at Crocodile. Crocodile ignored her, instead directing his ire at Zhong. This is your doing, isn't it? Desert Sword. White Blow. Rock Dragon. Crocodile's attacks collided with those of Smoker and Zhong. How can this be? Seeing Zhong's attacks able to clash with their elemental forms, both Crocodile and Smoker were taken aback. At this moment, Zhong smiled slightly and said to Smoker, thanks to your battle with Ace, I devised a method to counter elemental beings with elemental means. Humph. What does it matter if you can block my attacks? As long as you cannot strike me, I remain invincible. Crocodile scoffed, raising his golden hook. Meanwhile, Zhong attached the rock elements absorbed from the sea stone to his spear, charging towards Crocodile. Is that so? Then take this. Chapter 55, Luffy's Banter and Robin. As Zhong charged forward, Crocodile did not flinch, allowing Zhong to approach unimpeded. Seeing Crocodile's audaciousness, Zhong switched tactics, launching a rock spear, a simplified version that sent Crocodile flying against the wall. Wow, Crocodile has been struck. Zhong, have you awakened your armament haki? Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he approached Zhong. Zhong shook his head. Unfortunately, I have not awakened armament haki. However, I have now attached the rock elements from the sea stone to my spear, which is quite similar to applying haki. Wow, how impressive. Brew 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 brew. Still reeling from the shock that Zhong could attack an elemental user, Smoker's din din mushi kept ringing in his hand. Seeing Zhong preparing to confront Crocodile, he reluctantly picked up the receiver, ready to hand it to Usopp beside him. Hello, your phone. Hello, what on earth is happening? Please respond. Is that Dashiki's voice? Smoker pondered. Hello, it's me, Smoker. What is going on? How do you have the Straw Hat's phone? Ah, Colonel Smoker, it is as follows. Not long ago, a little reindeer delivered this din din mushi to me, instructing me to listen without making any noise, and then I overheard Crocodile's plot to usurp the nation. After that, the connection abruptly cut off. I recalled that, Colonel Smoker, you were also trapped inside, so I called back. Now, Colonel Smoker, what should we do? If the insurgents truly clash with the royal army, even we cannot intervene. Dashiki's anxious voice resonated, prompting the Straw Hats to turn their attention to Smoker. It was then they comprehended the task Zhong had assigned to Chopper. A little reindeer? Smoker suddenly recalled the deer he had seen while pursuing the Straw Hats at Canola Flower Port, indeed carrying something, but was it truly little? However, Smoker soon regained his composure and addressed Tashigi. You must hasten to Alabasta at once to prevent the impending conflict between both factions. I will request reinforcements from above. Understood. Colonel Smoker. As he spoke, Smoker's thoughts turned to the Straw Hat crew and Crocodile. You need not concern yourself with those matters. Focus on your assigned duties. With that, Smoker hung up the din din mushi and tossed it to Usopp, casting a curious glance at Zhongli, intrigued by the man's peculiar maneuvers. Oh my, how surprising, Robin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she witnessed Crocodile struggle to rise. It was the first time she had seen him injured. Wow. Crocodile spat blood, glaring menacingly at Zhongli. How many years had it been since he had suffered even a single injury? Today, he had been wounded by a mere youth. Unforgivable. Noticing Crocodile's growing fury, Zhongli quickly addressed the others. Zoro, Sanji, escort Vivi to Alabasta. If we truly wish to avert this chaos, the navy might not suffice. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, realizing they had yet to awaken their haki and lacked the means to counteract Crocodile's elemental transformation. Knowing they could not be of much assistance, they departed with Vivi, Nami, and Usopp. Be careful, Sanji cautioned Zhongli. Hey, Luffy, you can't defeat Crocodile. Come with us to Alabasta, Usopp shouted. But Luffy, adjusting his hat, replied resolutely, no. I must defeat Crocodile. Enough, Usopp, you all should leave quickly. Zhongli was well aware that Crocodile was not an adversary to be trifled with. Luffy's presence was essential, as he still bore a small vial of water from Yuba around his neck, granting him some capability to fight back. As for those chief commanders from Baroque Works, without Zoro and Sanji's protection, Vivi and the others might meet their demise on the way. At that moment, Smoker approached Luffy, asking, are you certain you want to stay? Your attacks cannot harm Crocodile. I'll find out by trying. Luffy clenched his fists, grinning. Witnessing the fervent determination in the three, Crocodile's eyes flared with rage. When had this Shichibukai ever been so openly provoked? Zhongli turned to Robin, inquiring, Ms. Nico Robin, do you also intend to oppose us? Oh dear. You all seem quite formidable. Perhaps I should pursue Princess Vivi instead, Robin replied. You insolent fool, you're not going anywhere. As Robin prepared to leave, Luffy swiftly intervened. Gum Gum Pistol. 6 Petal Blossom. 6 additional arms sprouted from Luffy's body, bending him at the waist. I am a user of the Hana no Mi. I can sprout flowers anywhere. Strength and speed are of no consequence to me, little pirate. Thinking she had subdued Luffy, Robin smiled and attempted to depart, only to be taken aback when Luffy suddenly straightened up. My body is made of rubber. It's futile to bend me. Robin furrowed her brow, observing Luffy prepare to strike once more. A paramecia, how troublesome. As Robin readied herself for combat, she noticed Luffy drop his fists and halt his advance. Curious to see what trick he might employ. Tell me, why do you assist Crocodile? Did Zhongli not mention that you were coerced by him? He even asked me to bring you aboard, but since you killed the curly-haired man, I can't allow it. At Luffy's words, Robin was taken aback. Bring me aboard? Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. Bring me aboard? Do you even know who I am? Of course. Zhongli mentioned you are an archaeologist, wanted by the world government. He said that to become the Pirate King, you must join us. Do you know I can decipher ancient texts? But what does that have to do with becoming the Pirate King? Robin's expression darkened, confusion evident. Nevertheless, I am unconcerned with such matters. You killed the curly-haired man, so I cannot let you join. Seeing the seriousness on Luffy's face, Robin found it somewhat humorous and, almost instinctively, asked, what if I hadn't killed that curly-haired man? Would you invite me aboard, even though I am wanted by the world government? At this, Luffy's expression twisted in confusion, as if unable to grasp the notion of not having killed the curly-haired man. After all, he was already dead. Yet Luffy responded, of course. Zhongli said you would help me become the Pirate King, and I believe him. Still seeking to use me, are you? If I were to join you, the world government would hunt you all. As long as you are aboard, you are one of us. We must face it together. What is there to fear? Trusting your comrades? What a foolish man. I have no desire to converse further. Robin crossed her arms, stating, since that man holds me in such high regard, yet you refuse to let me aboard, do you not intend to become the Pirate King? Impossible. Luffy responded solemnly, I am determined to be the Pirate King. Even without your assistance, I have Zhongli, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Vivi. As long as they are with me, I will surely become the Pirate King. Chapter 56. 3-person combined attack, severely wounding Crocodile. Such unfounded confidence. Just as Robin was about to strike again, Crocodile suddenly appeared before her. Quite popular, aren't we, Miss Nico Robin? Crocodile glared at her with disdain. As Zhongli and Smoker approached Luffy, Robin smirked. Oh dear, you seem to have a rather unpleasant expression, but rest assured. Our agreement remains unbroken. I would not dare betray you. You'd best remember that. Retrieve Princess Vivi, and I shall come swiftly. Very well, I wish you good fortune. Robin replied, turning to Zhongli and the others, offering them her well wishes as well. Watching Robin depart, Crocodile's expression darkened further. That damned woman. Zhongli, are you all right? Luffy inquired, glancing at Zhongli and the slightly soiled Smoker. Zhongli twirled his gun, reassuring, fear not, we are unharmed. He cannot touch us, nor can we harm him. Crocodile's fruit abilities indeed possessed unique characteristics, and he also wielded haki not depicted in the original work. since Zhongli's gun could injure him. He would simply evade using his observation haki. However, even with haki, Crocodile's attacks could not penetrate Zhongli's shield, and the duo's assaults failed to inflict damage upon Crocodile, resulting in a deadlock. After exchanging a few words with Luffy and Smoker, Zhongli suddenly exclaimed, "This is all your fault, Smoker. As a Marine Colonel, you cannot even utilize haki. Huh, are you looking for trouble? Your gun can harm Crocodile, yet you can't even touch him." Seeing Zhongli and Smoker bicker, Crocodile impatiently unleashed his desert sword towards the trio. Now, Zhongli and Smoker each grasped one of Luffy's arms and hurled him into the air. As Luffy spun in midair, he forcefully threw both Zhongli and Smoker outward. Gum garbage toss. Damn it, Luffy. What did you say, Straw Hat? Zhongli and Smoker both expressed their dissatisfaction. But now was not the time for quarrels. Armed, they lunged at Crocodile. At that moment, Crocodile scoffed, "Foolish. Such simple attacks could never harm me." He preemptively elementalized to evade their strikes, then turned to face Luffy's incoming punch. "You are the greater fool. Their weapons cannot reach me, but you." Crocodile was still boasting when his observation haki suddenly sensed danger. Attempting a sneak attack from behind? Ridiculous. Instead of dodging Luffy's fist, he chose to evade Zhongli's gun thrust. What Crocodile did not anticipate was that while he successfully evaded Zhongli's attack aimed at his right chest, Luffy's fist, drenched in water, landed squarely on his head. In that moment of distraction, Smoker's assault arrived as well. Swiftly, Smoker thrust the front of his weapon, embedded with sea stone, into Crocodile's side. Upon contact with the sea stone, Crocodile's strength abruptly vanished, rendering his devil fruit powers significantly weakened. Meanwhile, Zhongli's spear remained lodged in Crocodile's body, prompting him to deliver a powerful horizontal slash. It nearly cleaved Crocodile in two. Alas, this strike from Zhongli had become a grievous wound, as Crocodile's entire right chest was severed, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. Such a pity. If only I had slashed to the left, I would have undoubtedly severed his heart. Nevertheless, delivering a debilitating blow to him is already a stroke of fortune. Had he managed to react and elementalize, our efforts would have been in vain. Smoker, exhaling smoke rings, was astonished that Crocodile was indeed struck by the water-laden punch. Isn't this guy made of sand that absorbs water? Initially, when Zhongli proposed this plan, Smoker was skeptical. Yet now, witnessing the severely injured Crocodile sprawled on the ground, even he could not deny it. "Hooray, we defeated him," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Crocodile struggled to rise, bellowing at the three of them. "Defeat me? Don't be absurd." Coughing, Crocodile wiped the blood from his mouth. "I have invested so much thought and resources for this day. How could you possibly thwart me? Let me be frank. At 4:30 this afternoon, the plaza in front of the Alabasta Royal Palace will be bombarded with powerful artillery. It is a specially designed bomb capable of obliterating a 5-kilometer radius. So, what will it be? Will you rush to save them with this news? Or will you persist in your futile pursuit of my demise? Feel it, Sandstorm. Crocodile, you shall not flee." Upon seeing Crocodile unleash an ability and hastily retreat, Luffy shouted and gave chase. "Hey, Luffy." Zhongli could not stop Luffy from pursuing Crocodile. "Hey, Smoker, where's my Den Mushi?" Smoker sheepishly replied, "I gave it to that long-nosed guy. I usually leave mine with Tashiji." Zhongli slapped his forehead, saying, "Forget it. The range of the attack Crocodile left behind is expanding, and this place is on the brink of destruction. We should leave at once." Just as the two managed to escape the rain banquet, an explosion echoed behind them. Thankfully, they were quick outside. Smoker felt a chill, as he was not a good swimmer. Zhongli, undeterred, remarked to Smoker, "Let us bid farewell, for I must seek my foolish captain. This collaboration has been quite enjoyable." "Brat, who would willingly collaborate with pirates? I was merely compelled to do so," Smoker retorted with a hint of pride. At that moment, two Navy officers approached. "Captain Smoker, Lieutenant Tashiji instructed us to await your arrival here." The two officers, with grave expressions, raised their guns toward Zhongli. "I detest having guns pointed at my head. Even if your weapon is unloaded, I would still slay anyone who dares to aim it at me. So, do you intend to shoot me?" Zhongli glared menacingly, causing the two Navy officers to lower their weapons slowly. "Are you so easily intimidated by a pirate? How do you expect to uphold justice like this?" After reprimanding the two Navy officers, Smoker turned to Zhongli. "Aren't you leaving? Hurry up, before I change my mind." "Very well, farewell," Zhongli said, heading eastward, pondering that Vivi and the others must have already boarded the giant crab that Chopper brought. A 7-hour journey? I must hasten. Summoning a soil dragon, Zhongli stepped onto its head and swiftly departed. Watching Zhongli's retreating figure, Smoker felt a sense of unease. There's quite a troublesome character among the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, a Navy officer beside Smoker handed him a din mushi. Captain Smoker, this was left by Lieutenant Tashiji. She said you could report any special situations at any time. Oh, it seems that the sword enthusiast possesses some wisdom after all. Smoker smirked as he picked up the din mushi and made several calls. Chapter 57. Heading to Alabasta. Zhongli pursued Luffy and, not far in the rain, spotted Luffy being rescued by Robin. Meet, Luffy groaned in pain. Robin placed Luffy's hat upon him, saying, "It's the first time I've seen Crocodile in such a disheveled state. However, it seems you still lost." "No, the one who lost is him." Zhongli, riding his rock dragon, approached the two, taking over Luffy's defense as he was too weak to speak. Robin chuckled lightly. "Oh, is that so? But regardless, he is now headed to Alabasta. If he succeeds, won't you still be the ones who lose? If we defeated him once, we can do it again. Once we reach Alabasta, it will be his end." Zhongli lifted Luffy into his arms and flew off toward the rain. Luffy was currently in dire need of nourishment. "Aren't you going to leave me behind?" Robin asked curiously. Though she had appeared calm during her conversation with Zhongli, she was internally quite anxious. Crocodile's injuries were indeed severe, despite Luffy and Zhongli arriving unscathed. The fact that Luffy had been easily defeated by Crocodile revealed that the true architect of Crocodile's injuries was undoubtedly Zhongli. Facing Crocodile and gaining the upper hand, Robin felt that not being anxious was simply impossible. Zhongli turned, perplexed. "Do you wish for me to leave you behind?" "Of course not. It would be best for me to leave freely. However, didn't the Straw Hat Kid say he wanted me on his ship? Why go through all the trouble to use me? Wouldn't it be simpler to just abduct me?" While Robin's face bore a smile, Zhongli could sense the coldness in her demeanor. Ignoring Luffy's incessant cries for meat, Zhongli spoke to Robin. "Do you know why Luffy was so adamant about defeating Crocodile from the start? Wasn't it to help Princess Vivi?" "Not at all. Originally, it was my intention to have Luffy invite you onto the ship, deceiving them into believing that I had made a deal with you." Robin was taken aback. "I do not recall us making any deal." "Precisely, which is why I said I deceived them. I claimed that you must have been coerced by Crocodile to become his subordinate. Otherwise, you would not have informed Vivi of Crocodile's true identity. I also stated that upon witnessing our successful escort of Vivi from Whiskey Peak, you placed your hope of salvation in us. As long as we could defeat Crocodile, you would grant us a chance to collaborate." Indeed, they believed it. "Oh dear, that was not my intention at all. However, aside from your so-called deal, you have guessed quite accurately. Given that we have only met once, you are rather formidable for an enemy." In Robin's eyes, it was astonishing that Zhongli could ascertain Crocodile's identity based solely on Princess Vivi's intel. Additionally, he pieced together her current circumstances from knowledge of her lineage, all while manipulating her captain. He was truly a person not to be underestimated. Naturally, had Zhongli been privy to Robin's thoughts, he would have remarked, "Buddy, you've got it all wrong." Did he truly believe that just because of this deal, the Straw Hat Kid would want to defeat Crocodile? Impossible. For he has always regarded me as a villain, preventing me from boarding his ship. How could he come to Alabasta to defeat Crocodile simply because of a collaboration with me? Zhongli crossed his arms, stating, "Indeed. He has consistently rejected my invitation for you to join his ship, but the underlying reason has always been that Icolum was killed by you. However, initially, it was indeed because of you that he sought to defeat Crocodile. Why? Luffy harbors a profound disdain for those who coerce their companions, firmly believing that every individual deserves the gift of freedom. Thus, in his quest to liberate you, he resolved to confront Crocodile, driven solely by the desire for your emancipation." Freedom. Observing Robin's silence, Zhongli continued, "Enough of this. If I linger, my captain may find himself starving. To Alabasta." With that, Zhongli ventured off to the rain base to procure sustenance for Luffy, leaving Robin alone amidst the desert sands. As time slipped away, aided by the assistance of a friend, the large crab scissors in rain base, and the students of Luffy, the combat-hardened manatees from the Alabasta oasis, Vivi and her companions successfully reached the opposite bank of the Santora River. At that juncture, there remained 3 hours until the clash between the king's army and the rebels would commence. Just as the group grappled with the lack of transportation, anxiously pondering how they might move en masse, Kuro arrived with the swift-running duck squadron. "It's Kuro. Splendid. Everyone, let's hurry," Vivi exclaimed, swiftly mounting Kuro and leading the charge. The others hastened to follow suit. As 2.5 hours elapsed, the chief commanders of Baroque Works stationed at the western gate of Alabasta were merely spectating. "Wow, the rebel army is almost here. Even if the princess does arrive, she cannot thwart this war," Mr. 2 mused, forming a heart shape with his hands and performing a swan dance. Mr. 1 interjected, his tone nonchalant. "Regardless, The boss instructed us to intercept Princess Vivi, and we shall comply. At that moment, Miss Christmas exclaimed, peering through her binoculars, "Hurry! The duck squadron is approaching." 6 individuals clad in identical cloaks. It must be Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew. But why are 2 of them missing? Identical cloaks? Does that mean we won't be able to distinguish which one is Princess Vivi? Ms. Doublefinger remarked, her hair fluffed. Among the rapidly advancing 6, 2 suddenly veered southward. The south was the direction of the rebel army's advance. One of them must be Princess Vivi. "Mr. 4, let us go," Miss Christmas declared, immediately pursuing them alongside Mr. 4. Zoro cast a glance at Mr. 1, a smile tugging at his lips, sharp and resolute. "I choose you as my adversary." As Zoro rode past Mr. 1 on his duck, Mr. 1 felt a provocative gaze and remarked to Ms. Doublefinger, "2 individuals are heading toward the western gate. Let us confront them." "Leave the last 2 to me," Mr. 2 said, twirling as he dashed toward the southwest gate. After everyone had departed, Vivi, trailing behind, urged Kuro toward the rebel army's direction. "Thank you all for covering me. I will surely put an end to this rebellion," she declared. "Are you members of the Straw Hat crew? That's quite problematic. We don't have Vivi here," Mr. 1 stated, gazing at Zoro and Nami as they removed their cloaks. His expression devoid of emotion. However, it matters little. Under the hands of those other individuals, Vivi would not survive, would she? Ms. Doublefinger replied confidently. At that moment, Zoro donned his bandana and drew 3 swords, exuding an air of combativeness as he addressed the 2. "You might want to prioritize your own survival before worrying about anything else." Chapter 58. Straw Hat Crew vs. Baroque Works. "Zoro, go." Nami and 2 members of the Duck Squad cheered him on. Zoro, baring his teeth in a fierce glare at the trio, retorted, "So you're not inclined to assist at all, are you?" "Oh, it's not that I don't want to. A frail lady like me shouldn't be involved in such violence." Nami feigned innocence. "Humph. I'm not a perverted kappa or a shield bearer. If you can't be of help, you might as well leave. I hope these 2 provide me with a good challenge." Nami pouted and departed with the 2 swift-running ducks. She too wished to fight for Vivi. But Usopp's latest weapon designs had frustrated her. It was best to wait until he improved them. Noticing Nami's intent to leave, Ms. Doublefinger twisted her body in pursuit, but was halted by Zoro. Meanwhile, Mr. 1 transformed his entire palm into a blade and approached Ms. Doublefinger, stating to Zoro, "To think you would dare to confront us both at once. Do not be so arrogant. I am the blade man who has consumed the quick-slash fruit. Since obtaining this power, no swordsman has been able to wound me. Swordsmen cannot defeat me. That's only because you've yet to encounter me, you narrow-minded fool. You have no idea how vast this world truly is," Zoro retorted, recalling a man whose eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. "Don't focus solely on Mr. 1. I am the thorn man who has consumed the thorn fruit. Be careful not to get pricked to death." Zoro smiled faintly and responded, "That sentiment applies to you as well. Be wary not to be cleaved in twain." Flash. Now, Zoro countered Mr. 1's blade-like palm strike with his sword, and just then, Ms. Doublefinger's attack followed closely behind. Thorn Hedge. After forcefully repelling Mr. 1, Zoro swiftly aimed his dual blades at Ms. Doublefinger. Once Ms. Doublefinger was sent sprawling, Zoro kicked off with his left leg and charged at Mr. 1. 3-sword style, Demon Slash. Annihilation. The 2 attacks collided, and at the moment of contact, Mr. 1 felt a sharp sting radiating through his arm. Shortly thereafter, he was sent hurtling into the air, crashing onto the ground. Staring at his blood-soaked forearm, disbelief washed over his face. "Your sword? How could it possibly harm me?" Zoro chuckled. "Thus, I assert that you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. There is nothing in this world that a swordsman cannot sever." Although Mr. 1 was expected to be Zoro's equal, the mere fact that Zoro could injure him caused a shift in his mentality, leading to a steady retreat before Zoro's onslaught. "Mr. 1. Damn it. Thorn Meteor Hammer." Realizing Mr. 1 was at a disadvantage, Ms. Doublefinger rushed to assist. "Don't bother me." Zoro repelled Mr. 1 once more and raised his blade to counter Ms. Doublefinger's assault. With Ms. Doublefinger's involvement, the battle regained equilibrium. "You've grown fearful, afraid of my slashes," Zoro taunted as he swung his blades. Mr. 1 remained expressionless. "As you say, your ability to cleave even iron indeed gives me pause, but victory shall ultimately belong to us." After all, Zoro was still facing 2 opponents, and the disparity between him and Mr. 1 was minimal. Zoro bore several wounds as well. After executing another demon slash that sent Ms. Doublefinger reeling, Zoro faced Mr. 1, spinning his 2 blades in opposite directions. 3-sword style, ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. This was Zoro's most formidable move, signifying his intent to conclude the battle. Mr. 1 observed Zoro's peculiar stance, recognizing it as a precursor to a decisive attack, and thus he too resolved to unleash his most powerful strike. Foam Daisy Slash. The two figures dashed past one another. Zoro vanished behind Mr. 1, who maintained his attack posture. In the next instant, Mr. 1's eyes rolled back as 3 deep gashes appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth. Zoro, removing the Wado Ikamanji from his mouth, addressed the stunned Ms. Doublefinger. Do you wish to continue fighting? You must hurry and save him. He might bleed out. Seeing Zoro relent, Ms. Doublefinger obediently approached Mr. 1's side. Die, Thorn Finger. One sword style, quick draw, lion song. In an instant, Zoro dispatched Ms. Doublefinger with disdain, declaring, I anticipated this outcome. The first round of the Straw Hat Crew versus Baroque Works concluded, with the Straw Hat Crew emerging victorious. Meanwhile, Sanji's battle against Mr. 2 was swiftly drawing to a close. Unable to mimic Nami and Vivi, Mr. 2 proved no match for Sanji, except for the somewhat abstract moves of the drag queen martial arts, which momentarily bewildered Sanji. He was soon left utterly defenseless against Sanji's relentless assault. Waist meat, nape meat, cowboy kick. Following a seamless series of attacks, Mr. 2 was knocked unconscious on the ground. Sanji, taking a moment to sit down and savor a cigarette, rested for a while. Rising to his feet, he dashed towards the palace of Alabasta. The Straw Hat Pirates faced off against Baroque Works in their second encounter, and emerged victorious. Usopp, are you alright? At the southeastern gate, Usopp and Chopper found themselves in dire straits against Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 4. One wielded the powers of a mole fruit, while the other, immensely strong, effortlessly coordinated with his pet, a wiener dog transformed by the dog fruit. In battle, Usopp and Chopper were battered and bruised, with Usopp particularly grievously injured. As an ordinary man, he had survived a fractured skull. Even the Grim Reaper would give a thumbs up and shout, impressive. At that moment, Miss Merry Christmas smiled at Usopp, saying, I completely fail to comprehend why you are fighting so desperately. Let me share some news with you. Straw Hat Luffy has already been slain by our boss. You lowly pirates believe you can stand against him? Such ignorance. What did you say? Luffy is impossible to defeat. He is destined to be the pirate king. There is no way he could have perished so easily. Moreover, Zoro is fighting alongside him. They will never succumb to that scoundrel crocodile. Well said, Usopp. Leave the rest to me, came a voice as Zoro appeared. Chopper joyfully exclaimed, Zoro, it's so great to see you. Usopp sighed in relief, saying, Zoro, I'm glad you're here. But didn't we agree to regroup at the palace after defeating our opponents? I was worried when you two didn't show up, so I came to find you. Now, Chopper, hurry and treat Usopp. The fight is mine, Zoro explained stiffly, before charging at Mr. 4. Hey, thank you so very much. The third round between the Straw Hat Pirates and Baroque Works commenced. Chapter 59, Zoro's Preliminary Awakening of Observation Haki. A swordsman has arrived. You should have left him for Mr. 1, but alas, you encountered us. Allow us to handle you. Ms. Merry Christmas, in her mole form, looked smugly at Zoro. She mistakenly believed Zoro was a member of the Straw Hat Crew who had not accompanied Princess Vivi, unaware that he had already dealt with Mr. 1 and Ms. Doublefinger. Only to chance upon Usopp and Chopper. I hope your mouths are as tough as Mr. 1's. Zoro grinned wickedly as he lunged at Mr. 4. Mr. 4 quickly swung his baseball bat to block. 4-ton bat. The impact sent Zoro staggering back several meters, his hand gripping the sword slightly numb. Not bad, you fatso. Zoro. Be careful, Chopper shouted, anxiously tending to Usopp. As Zoro momentarily lost focus, Ms. Merry Christmas stealthily burrowed underground to approach him from behind. Earth Dragon Banana Claw. Although Zoro managed to roll forward just in time, he could not evade the attack entirely and was struck in the back by Ms. Merry Christmas. Meanwhile, Mr. 4, in perfect synchronization with his pet dog and Ms. Merry Christmas's burrowing, unleashed a barrage of powerful blows from various angles upon Zoro. Zoro could only evade repeatedly, and with Ms. Merry Christmas's intermittent sneak attacks, he found no opportunity to counter. Has my stamina already depleted so quickly after just 2 battles? After narrowly dodging another onslaught, Zoro charged at Mr. 4 without fear. Chopper, go assist Zoro. I'm fine now. You fool. I'm the doctor. Your condition is far too severe to be remedied by mere bandaging. But Zoro. The teamwork of Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas was indeed flawless. Zoro's speed was insufficient to mount an attack against them. Just then, Usopp suddenly conceptualized a plan. Smoke Star. Zoro, it's your turn. Usopp launched a smoke bomb onto the battlefield, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist that concealed his form. Zoro smirked with satisfaction. Oh, just watch. I will claim victory. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing on the breaths of his enemies and the essence of all living things. Meanwhile, Ms. Merry Christmas, standing next to Mr. Four, glowered at the surrounding smoke. Humph, that long-nosed brat thinks he can play tricks? Unfortunately for him, I can sense my enemies through the weight transmitted through the ground. He has made a foolish move. Ms. Merry Christmas promptly returned to her burrow, leaving a bewildered Mr. Four behind. To think someone without even the slightest awakening of observation hockey dreams of becoming a grand swordsman? How laughable. Listening to the breath of all things? That resembles the realm of cutting through steel. Every inch of my skin is taut. Will overly tense nerves expedite my awakening, or will they hinder it? Standing amidst the smoke, Zoro was inundated with various thoughts, feeling as though he was always just one opportunity away from awakening his observation hockey. Is the sand moving? Is it that mole, or am I imagining things? Die, Earth Dragon Banana Claw. Just as Ms. Merry Christmas believed her attack was about to land, Zoro, with his eyes closed, instinctively blocked her strike with his left hand. Zoro sensed an unusual force against his hand, but the instincts of battle compelled his right hand to swiftly strike at Ms. Merry Christmas. How is this possible? You were clearly with your eyes closed. How could you have known I would attack? Ms. Merry Christmas exclaimed, blood gushing from the wound on her chest inflicted by Zoro's strike. Zoro opened his eyes, confidently striding towards Ms. Merry Christmas. Nothing is impossible. However, I must thank you. That last block has provided me with a glimpse into the awakening of my observation hockey. As a token of gratitude, allow me to grant you another strike. Three-sword style, demon slash. Bastard, I didn't ask for this. Ignoring her injuries, Ms. Merry Christmas hurriedly retreated underground. Running away, huh? No matter, I'll deal with that fatso first. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a hefty figure became vaguely visible. I see you. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro unleashed his technique and charged at Mr. Four, who was still caught off guard. Mr. Four could barely discern Zoro's approaching form, and by the time he could react, it was already too late to evade. The smoke cleared entirely, revealing Mr. Four fell to the ground, while Zoro remained vigilant, scanning the ground for the mole. To Zoro's surprise, the mole lay defeated before Usopp and Chopper. Usopp had anticipated that Ms. Merry Christmas would take advantage of the smoke to ambush them, distracting Zoro during his fight. Unbeknownst to her, this was all part of Usopp's plan. Should she dare to approach, Usopp and Chopper's combined technique, Iron Hammer Comet, would strike without hesitation. The Straw Hat Pirates vs. Baroque Works, Round 3. The Straw Hat Pirates emerged victorious. The rebel forces seemed to have stormed into Alabasta. Has Vivi failed? Chopper voiced his concerns while tending to Usopp and Zoro. We have done all that we can. Now, let us trust in Vivi, came the response. Within the city of Alabasta, Sanji and Nami successfully reunited as they rushed towards the palace. Ah, Nami, the first sight upon my arrival is you. What unparalleled happiness. Nami. Sanji. Just then, Vivi, riding the wounded Kuro, approached the two. What happened, Vivi? How did Kuro sustain such severe injuries? And what of the rebel forces now? Vivi sighed. They have already breached Alabasta. When I attempted to halt them outside the city, the royal army fired cannons that kicked up sand, obscuring the view of the rebels. And they never saw me. How could they do this? Nami exclaimed, indignant on Vivi's behalf. Sanji, remaining composed, remarked, if my guess is correct, those cannon-firing royal soldiers must be disguised members of Baroque Works. The pretense has become inconsequential. The impending clash between the royal army and the rebel forces is inevitable. I must return to seek out the vice-adjutant of the guard, Shaka, to deliberate once more on halting this war. At that moment, a naval officer approached the trio. The Straw Hat crew, along with Princess Vivi, exclaimed, at last, we have found you. A naval officer. Ah, is that the charming, bespectacled naval officer from Loguetown? Sanji exclaimed, twisting his body in excitement. Meanwhile, Vivi shielded Nami and Robin from view. I am not here to apprehend you, the officer stated. According to the intelligence provided by Captain Smoker, at 4:30 this afternoon, the plaza in front of the Alabasta Palace is set to be bombarded with powerful shells, special explosives capable of obliterating a 5-kilometer radius. Chapter 60, Crocodile arrives at Alabasta. Bombs. Bombardment. Crocodile. Vivi clenched her teeth as she uttered his name, then dashed towards the palace. Vivi. Princess Vivi. Dashiki, Sanji, and Nami were unable to stop her, allowing her to run ahead. Let her be. She knows what to do, Dashiki remarked, turning his blade towards Sanji and Nami. Straw Hat crew. Though I am unaware of the agreement you have reached with Princess Vivi and Captain Smoker, this is a critical moment for Alabasta, and I implore you not to undertake any actions that would jeopardize this nation. Fear not, naval officer. We are here to assist Miss Vivi, Sanji asserted. I sincerely hope so. Dashiki then turned to depart. Sanji returned to Nami's side and remarked, thoughtful Nami-chan is quite adorable as well. Nami, lost in contemplation, did not respond. How can I assist Vivi? I lack the combat prowess of Zoro, and my intellect does not rival his. Am I truly destined to merely stand idly by while my companions exert themselves, cheering them on from the sidelines? No, Nami. Surely, there must be something you can do. Nami, what is the matter with you? We need to locate the bomb before the 4:30 bombardment. Sanji questioned, puzzled by Nami's state, yet he felt compelled to remind her. Bomb. Yes, I can help Vivi find the bomb that threatens this city. Nami exclaimed. Then her expression turned to confusion. Alabasta is so vast. Where could the bomb possibly be hidden? At that moment, Nami glanced around and spotted the tallest structure in Alabasta, the clock tower, and an idea struck her. Sanji, can we ascend that clock tower? If we can survey from above, we should be able to spot our target more easily. If Nami-chan commands it, we shall certainly ascend. Shall I carry you up? Oh, that won't be necessary. Very well, then let us set off. By the way, we need to procure 2 binoculars as well. In the Alabasta palace, Vivi found Shaka, who was organizing the royal army's resistance against the rebels. Your Highness, is it truly you? Vivi closed her eyes and took a deep breath before speaking. Yes, I have a command I wish for you to execute. With the king absent, Your Highness, you are the highest authority in Alabasta. We shall dutifully carry out your commands. Very well, then heed my order. Demolish this palace. What? Your Highness, what are you saying? This palace boasts a rich history of 4,000 years. Lord Shaka, think carefully. The soldiers remaining in the palace voiced their protests, urging Shaka not to follow Princess Vivi's command. However, after a moment of contemplation, Shaka knelt before Vivi. I shall obey your command. Vivi sighed in relief at Shaka's loyalty and continued, I have made this decision because of Crocodile. That scoundrel intends to obliterate the entire Alabasta Plaza. Shaka and the soldiers were taken aback by Vivi's words. Your Highness, is this news true? It is from the Navy, so it should be indisputable. If the bomb detonates, the royal army and the rebels engaged there will suffer devastating losses. Therefore, we must make some noise to draw their attention. And only then can I relay this information to them. Shaka sighed. With all due respect, Your Highness, even if you convey this information to them, they will only perceive it as deceit. I understand, but we must at least try. Vivi closed her eyes in anguish. If it weren't for Crocodile, how blissful and prosperous this nation could be. How could there be such bloodshed among its people? At that moment, a voice that sent chills down Vivi's spine whispered in their ears, How obstinate, Ms. Wednesday. What do you intend to do to my new home? Crocodile, with blood trickling from his lips and a vast stain of crimson on his chest, wore a smirk that concealed a dark intent, increasing the pressure on both Vivi and Shaka. Crocodile, Alabasta will never yield to you. You shall never possess it, Vivi declared through clenched teeth. Crocodile spread his arms wide. Obtain Alabasta? No, no, no. What I seek is far beyond mere surface-level treasures, Pluton. I have heard that with a single strike, it can raise an entire island. The most nefarious of ancient weapons. And it, at this very moment, lies dormant somewhere in this nation. So, do you comprehend? My true aim is to acquire it. Obtaining Alabasta is merely a trivial matter. After all, a cornerstone of my ideal world is to forge a military power more formidable than the world government. With Pluton as its foundation, Alabasta is perfectly suited for this purpose. Pluton, an ancient weapon? Such a thing could not possibly exist in Alabasta, Vivi expressed in disbelief. This is precisely why you royal families are all the same. Naive, foolish, and self-righteous. Ms. Wednesday, bring Cobra to me. As Crocodile finished speaking, Robin appeared, dragging the bound King Cobra of Alabasta before the trio. Your Majesty. Father. Enough. I did not come to witness your familial reunion. Cobra, I advise you to clarify where the historical texts are located. Cobra struggled to open his eyes and replied, The historical texts? If you wish to go there, I can guide you, but Pluton, I truly do not know what that is. Very well, Ms. Wednesday, take Cobra, we shall depart. With that, Crocodile turned to leave. But just then, a falcon swooped down from the sky, transforming into a hybrid creature before Crocodile. You are far too arrogant, Crocodile, prepare yourself. The strongest warrior of Alabasta. Falcon Bell? Crocodile scoffed dismissively. And us, the Claw Brigade, Vivi exclaimed in surprise as 4 figures approached. At that moment, Shaka, having consumed a Zoan-type fruit, transformed into a jackal and joined the 4 in surrounding Crocodile. Ms. Wednesday, you go ahead. I will handle these pests. As you command, Mr. Zero. Robin seized Cobra and prepared to depart when a familiar voice echoed, "Crocodile, I will surely send you flying." Chapter 61, Before the Final Showdown. Luffy, carrying a barrel of water, charged at Crocodile with a punch. Unfortunately, Crocodile, anticipating the attack with perfect observation haki, effortlessly evaded. "Foolish child, do you think I would fall for the same trick twice?" Crocodile remarked, reconstituting his form. After missing his strike, Luffy swiftly adjusted his stance, readying himself for another assault. "Straw Hat Brat, can't you just lie down and die in the sand? Why must you persistently appear before me?" Crocodile did not attempt to suppress the fury swelling within him. His murderous intent towards Luffy was palpable. Luffy poured a little water from the bucket into his hand and declared, "I cannot fall before I send you flying." Thus, he shouted, "Take this. Rubber whip." Stretching his arm, he faced Crocodile, who, rather than evading with his elemental form, chose to envelop his hand with haki, aiming to seize Luffy's arm directly. "This is bad." Luffy hurriedly retracted his arm, but it was too late. Utilizing the elasticity of his rubber body, he propelled himself forward, extending his head backward. "Rubber bell." Luffy slammed his head towards Crocodile, but unfortunately, against an adversary wielding dual haki, he was utterly powerless. Crocodile's upper body transformed into sand, evading Luffy's headbutt. And with a swift motion, he grasped Luffy by the neck. Desert prison. Startled, Luffy quickly activated the spout of the bucket behind him, spraying water onto Crocodile, which allowed him to break free. "That was close." Luffy gasped, sticking out his tongue. "Mr. Straw Hat, we are here to assist you." Bell, Shaka, and 4 members of the Claw Troop surrounded Crocodile. "You little insects, wouldn't it be better to just die?" Crocodile sneered, transforming his arm into crescent-shaped blades of sand, spinning around him and ensnaring everyone except Bell, who could fly. "Die!" Luffy shouted in alarm, realizing that his animal friends would be drained of their moisture. He gulped down the water from the bucket, and thus, Water Luffy emerged. I'm here to save you." Rubber machine gun. Luffy unleashed a barrage of rubber bullets towards Crocodile. Bell, aware of his comrade's peril, transformed from his human beast form into a beast form and dove at Crocodile. Regrettably, they were still a moment too late, and after easily incapacitating Shaka and the others, Crocodile smirked, preparing to face Luffy. Rubber is impervious to physical attacks. So how about tasting my punch? He coated his hand with haki and exchanged blows with Luffy's rubber machine gun. Then, transforming into sand, he darted behind Luffy, landing a punch imbued with haki that sent Luffy, along with the water in his stomach, flying. Boom. Luffy crashed into the palace wall, which crumbled, burying him beneath the rubble. "Luffy!" Vivi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. At that moment, Crocodile turned his gaze towards Bell. "You're next." Just as Crocodile was about to strike Bell with lethal intent, 2 unexpected figures appeared before the crowd. Vivi cried out urgently, "Zhongli, Luffy is buried under that wreckage." Zhongli nodded, "I see." He then turned to the man he had brought along. "Did you see? Crocodile is the true culprit endangering Alabasta. Do you still have any objections to my interference in your battle?" Leader of the rebel army, Kusha, incredulously. Kusha realized that the so-called hero of the kingdom was actually the mastermind behind this conflict. Grinding his teeth, he thought they were the embodiment of justice, striving for a new hope for Alabasta. Yet, the reality was that they had been played, utterly deceived. "You bastard." Kusha attempted to rush at Crocodile, but Zhongli stopped him. "Enough. Go back and inform the rebel and royal armies of the truth. You cannot defeat Crocodile. Leave it to me." Zhongli brandished the crescent pike and charged at Crocodile. "Come forth. This time, your luck has run out. If I beat you to the brink of death, and you still claim it was merely luck, I have nothing more to say." Floral burst. As Zhongli closed in on Crocodile, he stirred up the dust from the ground and hurled it towards him. "Humph. A lowly tactic, die?" Crocodile soared into the air, striking down at Zhongli with a fist coated in haki. Jade shield. Rock dragon. Zhongli activated his shield, while a rock dragon emerged behind him, roaring as it charged at Crocodile. With the enhancement of haki, Crocodile easily shattered Zhongli's rock dragon with a single punch, sending Zhongli staggering back several meters. "Humph. Before, I was merely careless. This time, I will make you feel my pain. And as for your little shield, I will smash it to pieces before your very eyes. Is that so? Then let us see you try." Rock gun charge. Zhongli gathered his strength and charged once more at Crocodile. Just as Crocodile, with a look of disdain, prepared to dodge, he suddenly lost control over his body. Though he had transformed, he was entirely unable to manipulate himself. Crocodile's observation haki frantically warned him, but he could not execute any countermeasures. Zhongli's crescent pike pierced towards Crocodile's heart, and then the rock dragon lifted him into the air. After a flourish with his weapon, the rock dragon slammed Crocodile back down to the ground. Wow! Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping heavily as he lay on the ground. At this moment, Zhongli's Haki-infused rock element had already been exhausted, and since Crocodile was in his elemental form, this did not count as a lethal blow to his heart. Did we win? Vivi, kneeling amidst the rubble where Luffy lay, wept uncontrollably, while Kusha, in disbelief, quickly departed to inform the rebel forces of the truth behind the war. Oh dear, this is quite a predicament. Will our agreement still be fulfilled, Mr. Zero? Cut the sarcastic remarks, Nico Robin. If you wish to live, you must immediately have Cobra take you to the true history location. I will follow. Very well, I wish you luck. Robin's smile bore a hint of ruthlessness as she seized Cobra and left the palace. Cough cough. How amusing. I never anticipated that you possessed the ability to control my elemental transformation, Crocodile said, sitting up with a smirk. Zhongli, also seated on the ground, gasped for breath. I have plenty of abilities, but they remain unutilized. Familiar with all of Morax's skills, Zhongli understood that knowing and being able to use them were two different matters. His mastery of rock elements was inadequate at present. The skill that had prevented Crocodile from transforming was a spontaneous idea from Zhongli. Recognizing that Crocodile's power was sand, he surmised that when he transformed, his body must also contain rock elements. Thus, Zhongli took a gamble, and to his surprise, it succeeded. However, seizing control over Crocodile's elemental form took a tremendous toll on his stamina, leaving him with no strength to continue fighting. Chapter 62, Luffy. Haki. The final battle. You have truly caused me great trouble. Twice in a single day, you have inflicted serious wounds upon me, Crocodile remarked, his expression dark. Zhongli waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, it's nothing extraordinary, there's no need to flatter me. Humph. I hope you remain so confident in the coming moments. Dry earth. Erosion cycle. Crocodile transformed the palace floor into a cracked desert, which gradually crumbled into sand, becoming a parched wasteland. What have you done, you bastard? Bell exclaimed, attempting to stop Crocodile, only to be halted by Zhongli. Bell, right? First, take your comrades out of here. If they find water, they will recover. Leave the rest to us. Understood. Bell shifted into his human beast form, swiftly carrying for comrades and gripping one with his foot as he exited the palace. Humph. They can leave, but you shall not. Heavy sandstorm. Good luck. Crocodile recognized Zhongli's inability to continue fighting, yet he himself was severely wounded and nearly out of strength. With Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat Kid still present, he could easily ensnare them all. After unleashing a heavy sandstorm, he hurled a desert diamond blade at Zhongli before laboriously departing. Crocodile's assault shattered Zhongli's shield, compelling him to hasten to Vivi's side, bestowing her with a protective barrier before locating Luffy. All right, Luffy is rescued. We must make haste, Zhongli declared, taking Vivi with him as they leapt down towards the palace. With a thud, the trio landed on the ground, Zhongli's shield disintegrating entirely at that moment, leaving him breathless on the ground. Phew, that nearly took my life, he gasped, increasingly aware of the paramount importance of stamina. To become a formidable force in the pirate world, one must possess ample energy. What shall we do now, Zhongli? Vivi inquired anxiously. Crocodile's true objective is the ancient weapon Pluton. If he obtains it, even with the war now ceased, Alabasta will still fall into his grasp. Pluton? What is that? Zhongli feigned ignorance. Vivi hurriedly continued. Crocodile mentioned that with Pluton, he could sink an entire island. But alas, that is not our immediate concern. How can we thwart him? Zhongli shrugged. It's quite simple, really. We rely on our friend here. He roused Luffy from his slumber. Crocodile, watch me send you flying. Luffy launched a punch, prompting Zhongli to swiftly evade. So you're awake, huh? Now that you are, hurry and stop Crocodile. You're our only hope. Our only hope. Why is that? Luffy questioned. Aren't you going to join me in defeating Crocodile? What do you mean again? I was merely trying to halt the war, all right? Yet here you are, so easily bested by Crocodile once more. Upon hearing this, Luffy's expression turned serious as he adjusted his hat. This time, I will not lose, he declared, channeling his haki. After being struck by Crocodile's punch, I've learned haki. This time victory is assured. Zhongli mused silently, impressed. Truly, he was the protagonist. While Ace's repeated blows with haki had failed to awaken his understanding, a single strike from Crocodile had been sufficient for Luffy to awaken his abilities. Snapping back to reality, Zhongli pulled Luffy back. You managed to strike Crocodile with water before and still lost, right? He has now awakened his observation haki. So you must capitalize on his arrogance and resolve him swiftly. Do you understand? Got it. Luffy grinned. Zhongli released his grip, allowing Luffy to sprint ahead. Is everything truly alright? Vivi expressed her concern. Zhongli sat up. Leave it to Luffy. By the way, Crocodile has dispatched 2 members to bombard Alabasta at 4:30. You must find someone to deal with them at the clock tower. The clock tower? So that is where they are. Vivi had nearly forgotten about the explosives due to Crocodile's presence, unaware of the current situation with the Navy, Nami, and Sanji in their search for the bombs. Meanwhile, atop the clock tower, Sanji had Mr. Seven beneath his foot, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke. Just moments later, he turned to Nami, who had defeated Ms. Father's Day with remarkable efficiency. Ah, Nami, you truly dispatched the enemy with such flair and even located the bombs. Truly impressive. After discovering the bomb's location, Nami and Sanji engaged in battle with Mr. Seven and Ms. Father's Day, respectively. Though their opponents were not particularly strong, Nami still exerted considerable effort to emerge victorious. Hearing Sanji's praise, she felt a swell of happiness. Right, we should take the bombs away. Nami suddenly snapped back to reality, addressing Sanji. He retrieved a bomb from the cannon, noting its size and potential power. Let's hand this over to the Navy. After that, it will no longer concern us. In the underground palace of the West Wing's mausoleum, Robin had finished deciphering the historical texts. Quickly, recite the contents of that tablet to me without missing a word. Huh. Robin turned to see a more severely injured Crocodile before her. Your injuries seem worse, Mr. Zero. Oh, do you think you can resist me now? Crocodile replied, his expression darkening. Robin smiled slightly. Of course not. She then began to recite a lengthy passage about Alabasta's history, but Crocodile impatiently interrupted. Enough. I have no interest in such trivial matters. Where is the world's most malevolent ancient weapon, Pluton? Tell me at once. I apologize, Mr. Zero. But this text only records the history of this nation. It makes no mention of Pluton. Huh. Nico Robin, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? We made a pact. I would show you the historical texts, and you would provide me with information about the ancient weapon. Now that you offer no information on Pluton, well, you can perish. Crocodile swung his desert scimitar at Robin, who swiftly dodged and threw a small vial of water at him before drawing a dagger to stab him, but was swiftly subdued instead. Foolish. Did you truly think that mere water could harm me? As Crocodile prepared to eliminate Robin, a fist imbued with hockey struck him from behind. Chapter 63, Luffy vs. Crocodile. With Crocodile holding Robin, he remained unaware as Luffy's punch sent him flying, thus liberating Robin. Cough, cough. Oh dear, I didn't expect you to be my savior, Robin chuckled, rubbing her neck. Luffy merely glanced at her before focusing his attacks on Crocodile. I am here to send Crocodile flying. Gum Gum Gatling. Crocodile struggled to rise, only to see Luffy's barrage of punches raining down upon him. Straw Hat Brat. It's you again. The sudden surge of emotions rendered Crocodile unable to use his observation hockey, forcing him to elementalize in an attempt to evade. Ugh. Crocodile's injuries worsened. Simply elementalizing drained him of strength, leaving him to rest in place. Not disheartened by his failed assault, Luffy launched a rubber whip towards Crocodile. Damn you, Crocodile. Gathering his strength, coated his right hand in hockey, preparing to seize Luffy once more. Understanding that being caught would mean his end, Luffy swiftly shook his right leg, transforming it into a wave-like shape due to its rubber properties. As Crocodile nearly seized Luffy's leg, it suddenly retracted, followed by a powerful upward kick. Rubber wave whip. With hockey infused in his foot, he struck Crocodile squarely in the left chest. Boom. Crocodile crashed into the wall of the underground mausoleum. As Luffy noticed Crocodile attempting to rise again, he recalled Zhongli's advice to finish the fight swiftly and continued to throw punches. Yet, at that moment, fatigue washed over him. I'm so tired. Luffy's feeble fist landed on Crocodile, producing only a cloud of sand. My hockey. Luffy gasped in shock. Humph. You dare squander your newly awakened hockey? Straw Hat Brat, this battle is mine. Crocodile locked Luffy's right hand and reached for his neck with his other hand. Desert Prison. 6-wheel flower ropes. Just as Crocodile was about to succeed, 6 arms emerged from the ground behind Luffy, pulling him free and evading Crocodile's attack. Crocodile clutched his chest, a dark smile spreading across his face as he looked at Robin. Nico Robin, do you wish for death so eagerly? Desert Scimitar. With a sweeping gesture, Crocodile unleashed a blade of sand that hurtled towards Robin with alarming speed. As memories of her past flooded her mind, Robin chose not to evade, resigning herself to the embrace of death. At that moment, Luffy leaped in front of her, intercepting the deadly strike. Why didn't you dodge? Crocodile sneered, his sand blade having left Luffy bloodied and struggling to rise. Dodge? Why should I? But you, why did you shield me? Luffy adjusted his hat, breathing heavily. You idiot. If you don't dodge, you're as good as dead. You've saved me twice. I'm merely returning the favor. A smile graced Robin's lips as she absorbed this revelation. Crocodile, meanwhile, cackled with sinister glee. What a heartwarming scene, Nico Robin. It's touching to see someone risk their life to save a woman whose life is steeped in betrayal. It's a pity, though, that your moment of sentimentality is at an end. You shall all descend into hell. Sandstorm. Robin gasped. Have you lost your mind? Using a sandstorm in such a confined space. Crocodile dismissed her concern. And why not? There's no intelligence about the Pluton here. The only ones to perish will be you, not me. In that case, allow me to join the festivities, Cobras interjected, finally asserting his presence. As he spoke, the entire underground chamber began to tremble violently, sand surging in from every direction. What have you done? Crocodile's expression darkened. Cobras chuckled lightly. Oh, nothing much. Just causing this underground palace to collapse. Apologies, Straw Hat. I believe Vivi asked you to rescue me, but regrettably, you shall be trapped here to await your demise. Huh. Who are you, old man? Luffy asked, picking his nose. Cobras widened his eyes at Luffy before relaxing. So, you're not here to rescue me? Then what is the point of all this chatter? Cobras, you truly are a foolish king. My powers can turn even stone into sand. Dreaming of trapping me here is sheer folly. As for you, I'll ensure your deaths are not too painful. Watching Luffy grit his teeth to protect Robin amid the storm of sand, Crocodile smirked triumphantly. Straw Hat, you really are foolish. Protecting someone who isn't even your ally with such fervor. Do you not realize that companions are the most tedious of burdens? If you wish to achieve greatness, it is far more advantageous to partner, collaborate, and exploit rather than cling to your so-called friends. You bastard. Companions should not be exploited. As the sandstorm intensified, Luffy stretched himself, shielding Robin and the now-revealed Cobras behind him. The abrasive sand tore at Luffy's flesh. Crocodile sat on the ground, barely maintaining his elemental form, quietly awaiting the demise of Luffy and the others. Words are futile. Victory belongs to me, and you shall all perish here. I refuse to die. Luffy gritted his teeth, reaching out to push aside the sandy barrier. I must help Vivi reclaim her country from you. I need to fulfill my friend's dreams. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy roared, shoving aside the sand, finally catching sight of Crocodile not far away. Crocodile. Gum Gum Rocket. Crocodile, who had intended to mock Luffy's ambition to become Pirate King, was taken aback when he heard Luffy shout his name and charge at him. You fool. How can this be possible? The audacity of someone daring to charge through the sandstorm stunned Crocodile, yet it was too late. Luffy's attack was swift and decisive. Even with Crocodile in his elemental state, Luffy's strike would find its mark if he did not actively evade. Bang! Crocodile was flung against the wall, and Luffy followed up with an uppercut that sent him crashing into the ceiling. Gum Gum Storm. Luffy inhaled, inflating into a rubber balloon, twisting his body, and releasing the air within, soaring upward while unleashing a barrage of rubber bullets upon Crocodile. As Crocodile, already exhausted from 3 fierce battles, was caught off guard by Luffy's sudden onslaught, he had no choice but to concede defeat, being propelled from the underground palace into the open air. The Straw Hat Crew versus Baroque Works, with the Straw Hat Crew emerging victorious. In the aftermath, outside the funeral hall, Zhongli observed the fallen Crocodile, his eyes rolling back, and the panting Luffy, who was receiving treatment from Chopper. He gave Luffy a thumbs up. You did it, Luffy. You defeated Crocodile. Yay, that is fantastic. Luffy beamed, then suddenly remembered. Oh no, Robin and the old man are still down there. Relax, get some rest, I'll go rescue them. Zhongli leaped through the hole Luffy had created, only to be met by a violent sandstorm, quickly donning his shield. Is this the sandstorm? Crocodile has gone too far. Soon, Zhongli found Robin and Cobras huddled in a corner, utilizing their powers. After shielding them, he had them stand on a rock dragon formed from condensed rock elements, escaping the underground palace through the hole. Father. Vivi, concerned for Luffy's well-being, rushed to Cobras, tears streaming down her face. What is the situation now? Cobras immediately inquired upon seeing his daughter. Oh dear, shouldn't you be more concerned about your daughter's injuries first? Asking about the state of the kingdom right away. You truly are a wise ruler. You needn't meddle, Ms. All Sunday. All right, I spoke out of turn. However, the Baroque Works are now but a shadow of their former selves. I hope Princess Vivi will still call me Robin. Robin chuckled. She didn't mind people calling her by her name, but she took great offense if they included the prefix Nico. Well then, Robin, would you like to join me over by Luffy? Robin hesitated before replying with a smile. Perhaps not. Your companions may not be too fond of me. I'll take my leave first. With that, Robin departed, and Zhongli shrugged, returning to the circle surrounding Luffy, comprised of Nami and the others. Why did the dark-haired sister leave? Zhongli, why didn't you let her stay for dinner with us? Was that for dinner? I'd be too embarrassed to point that out. Teasing Sanji, he sat beside Nami, only to hear her sarcastic voice. Oh, so you do know how to return. Do you fancy that big sister? Sanji quickly chimed in. I quite like Miss Nami's cute style. Who asked you? Zhongli shoved Sanji away, then bowed to Nami. I feel very sorry. Bang, bang, bang. Nami dusted off her hands, her head turning away in a haughty manner. Zhongli raised his hand. I truly apologize. Haha. Seeing Zhongli in disarray, Zoro and Usopp couldn't help but laugh. But Usopp, imitating the wrong person, ended up with a similar look crafted by Zhongli. I truly apologize. Usopp lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Vivi and Cobras approached. Vivi has already informed me. Thankfully, with everyone's assistance. Alabasta has weathered this crisis. From this point forward, you are the heroes of Alabasta. Please follow me back to the royal palace. I shall host the grandest banquet in your honor. The title of hero doesn't matter much. As for the banquet, the one who loves feasts is still sleeping. Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette nonchalantly. Ah, I should have considered that. Cobras had thought Luffy, being so fierce, would be fine. But now it seemed they would wait for their champion to awaken after defeating Crocodile before hosting the grand banquet. However, that wait turned into 3 long days. Wow. That was a refreshing sleep. Oh no, I'm so hungry. As soon as Luffy opened his eyes, an exhilarating rush surged through him, and he promptly sat up, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Naturally, this was to be expected, considering he had been asleep for 3 whole days. 3 days. Have I truly missed out on 15 meals? Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. Zhongli slapped his forehead, remarking on Luffy's quick calculations. Thanks to Zhongli's initial intervention. When Crocodile returned to inform everyone of the truth, they were spared from the machinations of the Baroque Works infiltrators hidden within the royal army and the rebel forces, successfully bringing an end to the war. After Cobra's rescue, he and Vivi went to express their gratitude to the soldiers, and under the repentant gaze of the rebel forces. A national turmoil that involved over 1 million people was declared over. The specially designed bomb, which was Crocodile's trump card, was handed over to the Navy by Sanji and subsequently sunk into the ocean far from Alabasta's shores. Crocodile and his Baroque Works members, with the exception of Mr. 2, were captured by the Navy, and Crocodile was stripped of his title and power as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Amidst the dining table, the Straw Hat crew was devouring their food with wild abandon. After all, if they didn't hurry, their captain would finish off everything on the table. Hey, Luffy, leave some for us. Usopp exclaimed between bites. Luffy, however, remained silent, escalating his gluttony to the point where he consumed all the food on the table, including Chopper's share. You jerk, Luffy. Bang, bang, bang. It was only when Nami intervened that the feast could proceed smoothly. Ha ha ha. Everyone, take your time. My wife has 30 years of culinary experience, so she can surely keep pace with your appetites. Ah, it's Uncle Curly. Luffy exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Ikaram as he stuffed food into his mouth. So you didn't die after all, Zoro added, equally astonished. Ikaram wiped away the awkward sweat from his brow, chuckling. Indeed, I was rescued by Ms. All Sunday. So she truly is a good person. Luffy grinned. The dawn's light illuminated the land of Alabasta, streaming into Princess Vivi's chamber. She gazed out the window, gently stroking Karu's head while murmuring, I'm sorry, Luffy, everyone. At that moment, Luffy and his companions had hurriedly arrived at the banks of the Santora River. After rekindling their bond with Mr. 2, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper began dancing together with him. What a bunch of fools, Nami remarked, exasperated. Isn't it wonderful? Being a pirate isn't just about fighting. There's also humanity to consider. Zhongli, Sanji, and Zoro were busy transferring supplies gifted by King Cobra onto their ship, and soon after, they set sail alongside Mr. 2's swan ship. Will Vivi choose to sail with us? Nami pondered with concern. In just a few hours, we'll have our answer, won't we? For now, let us focus on how to break through the Navy. Given the gravity of Crocodile's treachery, the Navy dispatched numerous warships to blockade the other pirate crew involved in this conflict, namely, the Straw Hats. A bounty of 100 million. Tina gasped in astonishment. As the Navy colonel assigned to this blockade mission, she found herself burdened by the new bounty on the Straw Hats. Just as she had anticipated, under Mr. 2's selfless sacrifice, the Mary managed to break through her encirclement and escape. At noon, the Mary slowly sailed past Eastport, yet no one spotted Vivi's figure, although her voice could be heard echoing over the waves. Is she giving a speech? It seems Vivi won't be coming, Nami said, her face filled with reluctance as she gazed toward the shore. Zhongli, Zoro, and Sanji waited in silence, while Luffy and the others wore expressions of discontent. Suddenly, Vivi's voice rang out from afar. Everyone, thank you so much for everything during this time, but I'm sorry, I cannot go with you. Huh? What is she talking about? Luffy crossed his arms and pouted. Vivi continued, although I long for adventure, my love for my country is too great. So, tears streamed down her face as she cried out, if we meet again someday, will you still call me a companion? Zhongli chuckled joyfully, then stopped Luffy from responding loudly by pointing to the mark on his left hand. You mustn't speak, Luffy. A princess cannot be seen publicly associating with pirates. Oh, I understand. Thus, as disappointment washed over Vivi's face for not receiving a response, her smile blossomed again when she saw Luffy and the others standing in a row on the Mary, raising their left hands to reveal the marks that symbolized their bond as companions. Vivi realized that was their unique reply. Chapter 65, Bounty Update. Robin boards the ship. On a Navy ship bound for the naval headquarters, Smoker leisurely enjoyed the sea breeze on the deck. At that moment, Tashigi approached him. Commodore Smoker, the bounty for the Straw Hat crew has been updated. Smoker accepted the bounty notice, displeased. Didn't I tell you not to call me Commodore? Those old fools are really confused. To cover up the pirates' achievements, they attribute the liberation of Alabasta to me. Utterly tedious. He began examining the bounty notice in his hands. Tashigi remained silent, instead staring blankly out at the sea. The bounty for the little thief hasn't changed. But the Sniper S has increased by 5 million. Blackleg Sanji now has a bounty of 50 million berries. Huh, why isn't there a photo of him? And is this guy really Blackleg? I remember him being quite normal, Smoker mused, scrutinizing the abstract bounty notice before turning to Tashigi. Tashigi snapped back to reality, replying, I'm not sure. If I recall correctly, his previous bounty notice looked like this too. Smoker frowned at the abstract image, deciding to ignore it and toss Sanji's bounty notice aside to continue reviewing the others. Pirate Hunter Zoro, bounty of 72 million berries. 72 million? Is that for real? Tashigi exclaimed, snatching the bounty notice to count the zeros after 72. Hey, are you seriously underestimating me? Smoker was incredulous at Tashigi's doubt regarding his math. Roronoa Zoro, alongside another member of the Straw Hat crew, Zhongli, defeated 100 bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak, and he single-handedly took down Baroque Works Mr. 1, Ms. Doublefinger, and Mr. For an Alabasta, severely injuring Ms. Merry Christmas, allowing their sniper to deliver the final blow. He deserves this amount, if not more. By the way, you seem quite familiar with him. Smoker recalled how Zoro had been avoiding Tashigi in Loguetown. What had transpired between them? Under the inquisitive gaze of her superior, Tashigi chose to ignore it, setting Zoro's bounty notice aside and waiting for Smoker to announce the next fortunate individual's bounty. Unable to withstand Tashigi's clear gaze, Smoker moved on to the next bounty notice. Rock Gun Zhongli, bounty of 80 million berries. I wonder what has gotten into this guy. Holding on to Straw Hat Luffy while searching for food in the rain, and still hasn't he forgotten to ask me to change his title next time I issue his bounty. 80 million berries? He shot up by that much. Don't be surprised. In my eyes, this guy is likely the most troublesome existence among the Straw Hat crew. Smoker recalled Zhongli's extraordinary abilities in the rain, which rendered Sea Prism Stone ineffective and even allowed him to imbue its effects onto his weapons. Likely not a devil fruit user. Yet possessing elemental manipulation, Smoker felt that both Zhongli and Zoro deserved a higher bounty. Finally, the last bounty notice was, of course, that of the captain of the Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy. 100 million berries. Smoker set the bounty notice down and stood up, biting down on his unlit cigar, grinning. How amusing. I am increasingly looking forward to crossing paths with them again. By the way, didn't you mention that a talking reindeer also joined the Straw Hat crew? Doesn't it have a bounty? Thieving Cat Nami, position, navigator, bounty, 990,000 berries. Slingshot Usopp, position, sniper, bounty, 6 for 190,000 berries. Blackleg Sanji, position, cook, bounty, 50,000 berries. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, position, combatant, bounty, 72,000 berries. Rock Gun Zhongli, position, combatant, bounty, 80,000 berries. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, position, captain, bounty, 100,000 berries. Aboard the Mary, the Straw Hat crew gathered to peruse the freshly minted bounties, their reactions a tapestry of joy and despair. Why has my bounty increased by 5 million berries? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he scrutinized his wanted poster. Meanwhile, Nami wiped away a bead of sweat, muttering, Thank goodness. Although I'm still on the list, at least it's not too alarming. Not alarming. She fumed, flinging the poster to the ground in frustration. Sanji knelt. His complexion drained, lamenting why? I thought we had moved past this. Why is this the same picture as last time? Oh dear, the winds are particularly boisterous today. Sanji, your bounty has soared. Why the long face? Are you naturally incapable of smiling? Zhongli, feeling invigorated after his title change, jovially approached Sanji, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Damn it, 80 million is nothing to scoff at, Sanji retorted, irritated by the unexpected shoulder jolt. At that moment, Zoro, leaning against the ship's railing, chimed in. Whether 80 million is impressive or not is debatable, but 50 million is undeniably pathetic. He flashed a mocking thumbs down at Sanji, eliciting a furious response. You green-haired bastard, are you looking for a fight? Huh, do I look intimidated by you? You flamboyant chef. Zoro promptly drew his sword, and a brawl erupted between the two. The instigator, Zhongli, nonchalantly strolled away, hands tucked behind his back. Chopper, noticing Zhongli's lack of enthusiasm, greeted him with a forlorn expression. What is the matter, Chopper? You seem downcast, Zhongli inquired. Chopper, with teary eyes, stammered. Zhongli, why can't I fight like a man? Why don't I even have a wanted poster? Ah, so your sorrow stems from the absence of a bounty. Zhongli began to offer consolation, but was interrupted as Luffy approached, pointing excitedly at his own wanted poster. Hee, I have 100 million. Wah. Chopper burst into tears, overwhelmed. What? Are you crying tears of joy? But this is my bounty, and I'm not crying. Thud, thud, thud. Before Luffy could finish his thought, Nami delivered a barrage of punches. Don't bully Chopper. She cradled Chopper and led him aside, gently soothing him. Well done. Zhongli observed Luffy's battered head and lamented Nami's formidable prowess. I sincerely apologize. Luffy raised his hand in mock surrender. As the crew reveled in the light-hearted atmosphere brought by the bounties, a voice shattered the tranquility. Oh my, how lively. Has something delightful occurred? A voluptuous black-haired beauty appeared on deck. Ms. All Sunday, what brings you here? Nami gasped in disbelief. Ah, it's that beautiful elder sister. An enemy. The enemy has arrived. Usopp shouted, clutching a bewildered Chopper. Zhongli restrained Zoro, who was ready to draw his sword, and turned to Luffy. Luffy, with a finger in his nose, remarked, so you've already boarded the ship? Indeed, I wonder if you welcome my presence? Robin smiled at Luffy, who reciprocated with a grin. Hee, then come aboard and be our companion. Chapter 66, The Ship That Fell from the Sky. A companion? I look forward to working with you all, Robin said, reclining on a chair on the deck, resting her chin on her hand. Usopp and Nami shouted at Luffy. Are you really going to let her on board? She's one of Crocodile's people. Hee, don't worry, she's not a bad person. Since Ikaram was unharmed and had personally said that Robin saved him, and given that she had rescued him twice, Luffy deemed Robin a good person. Moreover, Zhongli had previously mentioned wanting to invite Robin aboard, so why not make her a companion? I have no objections, Zoro declared, returning to his habitual sleeping spot. He rarely voiced dissent against Luffy's decisions, unless they were excessively abstract. Instead, he preferred to observe quietly. Sanji, however, succumbed swiftly, emerging from the kitchen moments later, elegantly presenting a slice of cake to Robin. Oh, ethereal love. It has left me battered and bruised, yet your beauty, like lightning, has struck me anew, leading me once more into the abyss of love. I pour my heart into this offering. Enjoy. Ah, thank you. Robin beamed as she savored the cake. Ah, Nami-chan. I've prepared a cake of love for you too. You wouldn't be jealous, would you? Nami snatched the cake and slapped it away, exclaiming, who would be jealous of your pathetic offering? Glancing at Zhongli, who was engaged in cheerful banter with Robin, Nami angrily took a large bite of her cake. Your companions are quite amusing, Robin remarked, playfully teasing the three intellectuals. Zhongli replied with a smile, by universal reason, they are also your companions. At that moment, Nami approached Robin and said, I don't know what your intentions are, but if you dare to cross the line, I will toss you overboard. Of course, I shall remember that. By the way, I secretly brought some of Crocodile's gems with me. Nami's expression shifted instantly upon seeing the glittering gems. Oh dear sister, I adore you. I wouldn't throw you overboard for anything. Nami, control your expressions, Zhongli admonished, facepalming. Damn it, Zhongli, what do you know? Nami exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhongli's neck, exerting enough pressure to leave him gasping for breath. I surrender. I surrender. Humph. Nami released Zhongli and began counting the gems Robin had given her. Just then, Luffy approached Nami from behind, asking, Hey, Nami, what island will we be heading to next? Nami pondered for a moment. It should be Autumn Island. Autumn Island? So the fruit can keep bearing? How amazing! Luffy exclaimed with delight. You fool. Fruits also need time to grow. Sanji reprimanded, tapping Luffy on the forehead. Look, a ship, Zhongli suddenly exclaimed, glancing upwards. A ship? What is that? The crew turned their gaze skyward, witnessing an enormous pirate ship plummeting from the sky. Damn it, is that what they call a flying ship? Nami was the first to react, directing Zoro, quickly steer the ship. Got it. Zoro dashed to the control room, adjusting the heading. Unfortunately, it was too late. The colossal pirate ship crashed into the sea, sending waves soaring over 10 meters high. The Mary sailed through the tumult like a mere toy vessel. Deflect. Zhongli enveloped the Mary in a protective shield to withstand the onslaught of the waves. Everyone, hold on tight. Don't get tossed overboard. Luffy stretched his arms around the railings of the Mary. The others clung desperately to whatever they could grasp. Robin, I will protect you. Oh dear gentlemen. It would be wise to secure yourself first, Zhongli cautioned. Zhongli embraced Nami, who had leaped into his arms, reassuring her, don't worry, I'll keep you safe. You scoundrel Zhongli. Let go of Nami, Sanji shouted, flailing in agitation, but the crashing waves forced him to hold on tightly to the railing. Bam! The Mary was knocked off course by the waves and began to drift away. Once the Mary moved beyond the area of the giant ship's descent, tranquility finally returned. As Nami attempted to steer the Mary back onto its original course, she suddenly noticed that the log pose on her wrist was pointing straight up at the sky. Is this log pose broken? It remained fixed, pointing upwards. What? That's impossible, Sanji exclaimed in astonishment. Robin, deep in thought, surmised, it must not be broken. The log pose in your hand is being drawn towards an island with stronger magnetic forces, thereby updating the record. If the pointer is directed upwards, could it be in Sky Island? A Sky Island? What is that? An island floating in the sky, Luffy shouted in surprise. Usopp looked up and said, but there are no islands in the sky. Robin shook her head, I don't know. To be precise, it's the sea that's floating. The sea? Wow. There's actually a sea floating in the sky. Let us go. Steer upwards. We must hurry to embark on this adventure. Bang, bang, bang. You fool. You can't steer upwards, don't you know that? Nami shattered one person's fantasies with 3 swift punches. Although sailing upwards is impossible, it is undeniable that there are islands in the sky. The log pose cannot be mistaken. Zhongli looked up, pondering which cloud might harbor the Sky Island. Even you say so, Nami frowned. At that moment, Robin smiled and remarked, indeed, in the Grand Line, the only thing we can trust is the log pose. So refrain from blindly adhering to your so-called common sense. Well then, what should we do now? The log pose is stuck, and we cannot proceed to the next location. Oh dear, that's your job. Navigator Mississippi Robin then approached a coffin that had fallen from the sunken giant ship onto the Mary. Piecing together the skull inside and deducing from its condition and the preservation of the teeth that this was a ship from a 200-year-old expedition that set sail from the South Sea. An expedition ship should possess various records of exploration. At that moment, Luffy and Usopp returned from their exploration of the continually sinking giant ship. I found something amazing. Everyone. Look. Hee. Luffy unveiled a map in his hands, instantly provoking cheers from Usopp and Chopper. Is this a map of the Sky Island? Nami gasped. So the Sky Island truly exists? Hey, is it really possible? Water can flow upwards? Zoro, who had been silently observing everyone, also spoke up. Fool. We've been to Reverse Mountain before. Isn't the water there flowing upwards? Sanji lit a cigarette, contentedly exhaling smoke. Chapter 67, Salvage of the King Ape Pirates. Sanji was right. Since such a large ship can ascend to the sky, we surely have a way to reach it. Thank you for your trust, Nami-chan. Sanji twirled with glee upon receiving her affirmation. At that moment, Zhongli spoke. Then let us search the sunken ship and see if we can find any information about flying to the sky. But that giant ship must have sunk to the seabed. How can we search? Oh, are we to venture to the seabed? I want to go. Luffy shouted excitedly. We don't need to go ourselves. Let the professionals handle the salvage. Professionals? Clang, clang, clang. What is that? A strange sound drew the Straw Hat crew's attention. A pirate ship with a monkey holding symbols appeared before them. Is this the place of the wreck? Hey, sir. Director? That's what you call me. Prepare for the salvage operations. All wrecks belong to me. We. An individual resembling a monkey shouted excitedly from the bow of the monkey pirate ship. Zhongli, is this the professional you mentioned? Nami covered her face. Ha. That monkey uncle is quite amusing, Luffy laughed heartily. At that moment, the monkey uncle called out to the merry crew, Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? This is our territory. All wrecks in these waters belong to me. You haven't interfered, have you? No. Why would we engage in such thankless labor? Nami waved her hand, but suddenly realized that Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were nowhere to be seen. Where's Luffy? Wasn't he just here laughing? Ah, they slipped away secretly. What? Didn't you say to leave the salvage to the professionals? Why didn't you stop them? Nami yelled angrily at Zhongli. Zhongli shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I could do. Luffy insisted on going on an underwater adventure, and according to general reasoning, I cannot obstruct the captain's decision. Hey, you guys! The monkey uncle shouted at the Straw Hats. Oh no, has he noticed? Nami and Usopp gasped in shock. We're about to commence the salvage. Please enjoy our splendid performance. The monkey uncle struck a pose, proud of himself. Thankfully, he's an idiot. Nami and Usopp sighed in relief. Quickly, lower the salvage cradle and begin. Soon, the monkey pirate crew busily set to work, while Luffy and the others scavenged at the seabed. Seriously, there's nothing here. Luffy grumbled, but since they were underwater and wearing diving suits, his words were inaudible to the other two. Suddenly, the wreck trembled, causing Luffy and his companions to sway. What is happening? Is the ship rising slowly? I know. It's that monkey uncle. They each spoke their thoughts, unaware of what the others were saying. Yet they all reached a consensus. It was certainly the doing of the monkey pirates. Ha ha ha, so you all came from the East Blue? The monkey uncle chatted with Zhongli from across the ship. It was absurd. While Luffy and the others remained underwater, Zhongli was leisurely conversing with a potential enemy. If that monkey uncle were to discover that Luffy and the others were beneath the seabed, it would spell disaster. Usopp and Chopper, who had transformed into their human forms, were providing air to Luffy and the others, murmuring to themselves. Wait a minute, Zhongli, look in the sea. There seems to be something enormous. Chopper's exclamation immediately drew the attention of both crews. Director, don't call me that. I don't know what to do. The monkey uncle was sweating profusely. Oh dear, what if Luffy and the others are swallowed by that giant creature below? Nami cried in despair. At that moment, a gigantic sea turtle surfaced, continuously chewing on the wreckage of the sunken ship. The air tube was also connected to its mouth. Zhongli, what should we do? Luffy and the others have truly been eaten. Nami shook Zhongli vigorously, rendering him speechless. Huh, why has the sky suddenly turned dark again? Chopper cried out in distress. A series of unforeseen incidents left everyone in a state of confusion, while Zhongli and Robin appeared remarkably calm. You seem to know quite well what is happening. Robin turned to Zhongli. Don't say silly things. I just feel that the situation isn't as dire as it seems, Zhongli replied. Just as he finished speaking, Luffy and the others tumbled back onto the Mary. Zhongli pointed at the trio and continued, See, I told you they'd return. You bunch of idiots. Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere with our salvage work? The monkey uncle realized that Luffy and the others had returned from the turtle's mouth, and it dawned on him that Nami had deceived him about no one being beneath the wreck. Dare to steal our work. Unforgivable. Just as he leaped onto the Mary to confront the Straw Hats, the crew of the monkey pirate ship erupted in cries of alarm. What are you all arguing about? The monkey uncle turned around in annoyance. Then, through the fog, 5 giants larger than the turtle emerged, seemingly preparing to hunt, brandishing their spears toward everyone. Full speed ahead. Monsters, run. The crew united, unleashing the untapped potential of their voyage, which had never been seen since their departure. The Mary sailed away from the area where the giants had appeared at a speed 3 times faster than when they rushed to Alabasta. Having escaped the perilous waters and arrived in a relatively tranquil sea, the Straw Hat crew sprawled across the deck, indulging in well-deserved rest. Amidst them, Zhongli leisurely sat on the railing, observing the sky while casually fishing. How terrifying it is. I can hardly believe such colossal monsters exist in the Grand Line, Nami exclaimed, still shaken by the recent encounter. Indeed, this is my first time witnessing such spectacles as well. Uncle Kong, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, noticed the peculiar gazes cast upon him by the crew. What on earth is happening? Why are you on our ship? Nami pointed at him, her discontent palpable. Uncle Kong chuckled awkwardly. It all happened so suddenly. I'll leave right away. By the way, Uncle Kong, are you a pirate in these waters? Do you know the way to Sky Island? Luffy asked, absent-mindedly picking his nose. A pirate? Oh, you don't need to flatter me. Uncle Kong blushed. But upon realizing that Luffy and the others were interested in reaching Sky Island, he froze momentarily, then forced a smile and said, Sky Island? That's merely a legend. Isn't it? My ship is over there. I must take my leave. With that, he leaped into the sea, departing in a manner that felt oddly familiar. That method of leaving seems somewhat reminiscent, Usopp mused, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Zhongli cast a mysterious smile at the retreating figure of Uncle Kong. Chapter 68. Arrival at Gaia Island. Ugh, Zhongli's smile is so disgusting. Absolutely. Disgusting. Nami and Usopp whispered to Chopper, critiquing Zhongli's expression. Hey, you two little critters. Can you keep your distance? Do you think I'm deaf? And don't corrupt Chopper. Zhongli replied, exasperated. Nami-chan, I specifically picked up some pretty shells for you. Sanji knelt, presenting a few shells he had scavenged among his gathered odds and ends. You idiot. Who cares about that? Didn't you find any navigation logs down there? And you brought back this junk. Nami yelled angrily at Luffy and the others. All right, Nami, here, take this. Robin approached Nami with a smile, handing her an item. Is this a permanent pointer? Where did you find it? While Zhongli was chatting with that gentleman Kong. I took a moment to sneak onto their ship and swiped this permanent pointer, Robin explained. Nami, wiping away a tear of gratitude, felt relieved. Indeed. Allowing you on board was a wise decision. So, are we not going to Sky Island? Luffy pouted as he observed Nami holding the new pointer. Nami shrugged. We have no idea how to reach Sky Island. That is true. Then let us head to the island indicated by the pointer, Luffy stated nonchalantly. You're changing your mind too quickly. Usopp exclaimed, playfully punching Luffy on the head. At that moment, Robin interjected, it's fine. As long as we leave before the magnetic force is fully charged, the record pointer in Nami's possession will still lead us to Sky Island. Upon reaching Gaia, we can gather some information about Sky Island. What do you think? Is Gaia the name of the island? Great. Then let us set sail for Gaia. We have been sailing all along, Usopp muttered under his breath. The warm breeze feels so good. Gaia must be a spring island. Luffy reclined in his designated spot at the bow of the ship, speaking leisurely. It should be. The climate is stable. We must be entering the waters of Gaia. Nami extended her hand, savoring the warm sea breeze. Suddenly, 3 flying seagulls plummeted onto the deck. What? What is happening? These seagulls? Chopper exclaimed in shock. They were shot down, Zhongli stated. Indeed, I sensed something flying toward us from the direction we are heading. Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. A glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. Sanji presented 2 servings of dessert to Nami and Robin, saying, this can't be. There are no islands around. And I haven't heard any gunfire. Huh? Are you questioning my judgment? Humph. I don't wish to converse with those who haven't awakened their observation haki. TCH. You call that awakening your observation haki? It's so hit or miss. You want to know how you die in battle, Mosshead. Do you want to practice? Who is afraid of you? Thus, the two began to brawl on the deck. Go, go. Luffy and the others cheered them on. So what do you think? Robin said with a smile, observing the lively scene before turning to Zhongli. She was quite eager to hear his conjectures. Zhongli crossed his arms and replied, what do I think? Just open your eyes and see. Nami delivered a punch to Zhongli's head. Stop being sarcastic. Speak seriously. All right. In my opinion, it's highly likely that there's a remarkably powerful sniper with observation haki who shot down those 3 seagulls. Is that really possible? We haven't even seen an island yet. Can anyone really hit 3 seagulls from such a distance? That's why I say it must be a sniper with exceptionally strong observation haki, combined with superb skills. It seems some formidable individuals have arrived on Gaia Island. If that's the case, shouldn't we think of a way to reach Sky Island ourselves? Maybe not going to Gaia Island isn't such a bad idea. Nami suggested timidly, stepping back. Speaking of observation haki, Nami, it seems you haven't trained much these past few days. Nami's heart sank slightly, and she laughed. Isn't it because I was helping Vivi defeat Crocodile? I had no time for training. Well then, now you have the time. Come train with me. Robin, you should join as well. Even though you just boarded, I have to take responsibility for you. As you command, Mr. Zhongli. Surprised to see Nami at a disadvantage in front of the crew for the first time, Robin was curious about what this training would entail. After sailing for a while longer, Luffy shouted from atop the ram, Gaia, we're almost there. Set sail, Mary. Huh, where did Zhongli and Miss Nami and Miss Robin go? They seem to have gone to the training room. Usopp and Chopper pointed towards the training room. Sanji immediately dashed into the kitchen. Miss Nami and Miss Robin are training hard. Leave the nutritious feast after training to me. TCH. Colorful Kappa. Zoro sheathed his sword and returned to his resting spot. Hugging his sword. Oh, are we really arriving? Zhongli emerged from the training room with Nami and Robin. Sanji's voice echoed from the kitchen, Nami-chan, Robin-chan. Just wait a bit longer. Your nutritious meals will be ready soon. Thank you, Sanji. Nami wiped away an imaginary sweat, relieved that they arrived at Gaia early. Otherwise, she would have suffered Zhongli's relentless training. Gaia is not a place we can't go. It smells delicious. Hey, Sanji, what about my portion? You? We'll be in Gaia shortly. You can find your own food. We're running low on supplies, and I need to restock. Fine. I'm used to Sanji being so infatuated with women. By the way, why do all the ships docked at the port look like pirate ships? Usopp observed, drawing such a conclusion. Idiot. What pirate would dare dock openly at the port? Ahahaha, Nami, you have a point. At that moment, Luffy chuckled. Hee hee, what an interesting place. I'm off. As the Mary found a suitable spot to dock, Luffy eagerly jumped off the ship. Hey, Luffy, wait for me. This island should provide me with plenty of fun. Zoro followed closely behind Luffy, wielding his 3 swords. The timid trio watched as Luffy and Zoro swaggered into the town on the island, sensing an ominous premonition. Thus, Nami turned to Zhongli and urged, Hey Zhongli, hurry up and follow them. Don't let them cause any trouble. All right, I'm off to eat. Sanji, you take care of Nami and the others. I'll bring back whatever ingredients you need. Can you even choose ingredients? Very well, I shall provide you with a list of ingredients. Nami-chan, Robin-chan, please enjoy. Sanji placed 2 nutritious meals before Nami and Robin, then retrieved a list from his pocket and handed it to Zhongli. Chapter 69, Blackbeard Teach. Why are you here as well? Zoro inquired as he observed Zhongli approaching. Well, I was concerned that you 2 might cause a ruckus. Nami asked me to keep an eye on you, while also assisting Sanji in procuring some ingredients and gathering intelligence about Sky Island. Humph, that woman, Zoro grumbled discontentedly. Hee hee. So where shall we seek information about Sky Island? Let us search the taverns in this town. They are bustling with people, a veritable mix of characters. And I can indulge in a meal as well. All right, then we shall go eat. You understood that part, didn't you? Zhongli remarked with exasperation. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead. Someone has fallen off their horse, and they're spitting blood. Ah, is there a kind soul who could help me up? A frail-looking man with long hair called out to the gathering crowd. Is he a patient? Should we assist? Luffy turned to the others. Zhongli waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely not. Approaching a sick person could lead to contagion, especially someone on the brink of death. They likely suffer from an incurable disease. Huh, an incurable disease? Even Chopper can't cure it? Well, in that case, I'll pass. Being ill is quite uncomfortable. Luffy pouted before circumventing the fallen figure, while Zoro cast a casual glance at him and followed suit. Zhongli chuckled lightly, similarly ignoring the ailing man as he departed with Luffy. Ah, the heavens have fallen. Humanity has lost its essence, lamented the fallen man. Huh, what is that sick person babbling about? Luffy scratched his head. Nothing of consequence. He merely wandered into the wrong scene, Zhongli replied, stifling his amusement as he led the way. Eventually, the trio arrived at a completely deserted tavern. Zhongli, you mentioned that taverns would be bustling with patrons. Why is there not a soul in sight? If it weren't for the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, I would assume this place was abandoned. Luffy exclaimed as he bounced around the empty establishment. At that moment, a bearded man swayed into view, addressing the 3. My dear guests, how is it that you entered without my permission? This places me in quite the predicament. Our tavern is currently reserved by Lord Bellamy, so I must insist you leave before he discovers your presence. You see, this is your flaw. If the place is reserved, you ought to announce it at the entrance. Very well, Luffy, let us take our leave. Oh, are we not dining? Idiot, did you not hear the proprietor say this place is booked? Zoro smacked Luffy on the head before following Zhongli. Oi, what is going on? Who are these penniless fools? A man with blue hair entered, cradling a blonde woman in his arms, addressing the owner with displeasure. Lord Sachis, who are they? Enough. You are not worthy of speaking. I cannot be bothered to listen. He then turned to Luffy and the others. Scram, you little pests. Can I hit him? Luffy asked Zhongli. Sure, you hit him, and then I'll take my turn. Hey, Zhongli, you scoundrel. Did you not say you feared we would cause trouble? Why are you joining in? Zoro shouted at Zhongli. Oh, but he was quite irritating in his words, Zhongli said, digging in his ear. Moreover, we are pirates. How can we be called pirates if we do not cause a ruckus? Fine, you hit him, and then I'll take my turn. Zoro conceded, as he too was eager to engage. Uft, you 3 little pirates dare to strike me, Sachis? Sachis and the blonde woman burst into laughter, while the tavern owner remained silent, as he could not prevent someone who was eager for death. Rubber pistol. Luffy launched a punch at Sachis, who foolishly attempted to withstand the blow, only to be sent flying. Although Sachis had already rolled his eyes during his flight, Luffy followed up with a rubber whip before choosing to relent. Seeing Sachis knocked out, the blonde woman screamed, pointing at Luffy and his companions. You brutes. How dare you harm Sachis? He has a mere bounty of 30 million, but Lord Bellamy will surely retaliate against you. 30 million? Who is that? Luffy glanced at Zhongli and Zoro, perplexed. Ah, it seems your bounty has not been updated yet. How curious. We have seen the new bounty posters. What? Does your captain lack the funds to purchase newspapers? Zhongli remarked, using his Geo powers to lift the unconscious Sachis back to the blonde woman. At that moment, the blonde's voice trembled. WH, what do you intend to do? Zhongli paused before responding. Though it may be somewhat ambiguous, I must confess, I intend to do you. Geo-burial. The blonde woman was abruptly dragged underground, her body ensnared while only her head remained above for air, and Sachi's was treated similarly. This technique was typically meant to bury one's adversaries entirely, but Zhongli had no intention of killing them. He merely sought to impart a lesson. Hey, how am I supposed to act now? Kill them? Zoro remarked, staring at the two who were merely heads above ground. That is no concern of mine. Luffy, let us depart and find another tavern. All right, time for some food. With that, the trio swiftly exited the tavern and sought out another location to dine in the town. You fools, the one over there, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and report to Lord Bellamy that we have been assaulted, and find someone to extricate us. Go? Yes. Yes. As Luffy and his companions recklessly confronted the hyena pirates, the tavern owner was momentarily stunned, and after being scolded by the blonde woman, hurried off to seek out Bellamy to complain. Meanwhile, Zhongli and the others were blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of Bellamy as they reveled in their feast at a nearby bar. Hey, uncle, this cherry pie is utterly dreadful. Hey, old man, this cherry pie is absolutely divine. Huh. Luffy, pausing his meal, exchanged puzzled glances with a tall man beside him. Oh, it's Blackbeard. Zhongli halted his game of rock, paper, scissors with Zoro, peering at Blackbeard next to Luffy. Just as in the original tale, he was missing 3 teeth. Noticing Zhongli's gaze, Blackbeard looked back curiously, then picked up a nearby cup and drank, while Luffy simultaneously gulped down his drink. This liquor is horrid. This liquor is exquisite. At last, their eyes met. You brat, has your tongue gone awry? Blackbeard scoffed. Luffy immediately retorted, not at all. Clearly, it's your brain that's malfunctioning. Meanwhile, the tavern owner, wiping glasses, interjected mildly. Are you two jesting at my expense? Chapter 70, Hyena Bellamy. Humph, forget it. Please pack 50 cherry pies for me to take home. Luffy, unwilling to be outdone, declared, I want to buy 51 portions of meat to take home. Huh. Then I'll have my cherry pies changed to 52 portions. I'll change my meat to 53 portions. Do you want to fight? Watching the two roll up their sleeves, Zhongli hurriedly intervened. All right, Luffy, we can't possibly eat that much meat. Boss, please help me prepare the ingredients according to this list. Thank you. Zhongli placed the shopping list Sanji had given him in front of the tavern owner, seeking assistance, which conveniently saved him the trouble of searching. Please hold on. The owner took the list and headed to the back. Young man, buying so much, are you setting sail? Blackbeard resumed his seat, awaiting his cherry pies. Luffy replied nonchalantly, of course. We're off to find Sky Island. Sky Island. Ha ha ha. Due to the earlier near conflict between Blackbeard and Luffy, the patrons in the tavern were, to some extent, observing the unfolding situation. Upon hearing Luffy express his desire to seek out the Sky Island, I could not help but burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Luffy inquired, digging into his nose. At that moment, a man entered the tavern, silencing all the patrons. Indeed, a foolish pirate, seeking the Sky Island? What a laughable notion, ha ha ha. As the man continued to chuckle, the hushed customers tentatively joined in his laughter. Ha 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 ha. That must be Bellamy, I surmised. He does not come with good intentions. Sorely sipping his drink, Zoro remarked casually to Zhongli, when our comrades are harmed, how can we remain courteous? Besides, he is a pirate too. Zhongli chuckled softly in response. Luffy straightened his straw hat and said, so, what is so funny? Bellamy scoffed at the trio. Hey, I can't stand you little pirates. To believe in such outdated tales, the Sky Island? The mystery of the Sky Island has long been unraveled. Countless ships have been swept into the air by the knock-up stream, only to plummet back into the sea. The old pirates, upon seeing those falling ships, fancied a floating island in the sky and made it their lifelong dream to find it. How ridiculous. Knock-up stream? Zoro queried, perplexed. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was fixated on Bellamy, and no one acknowledged him. Thus, Bellamy proclaimed with arrogance, the era of pirates venturing forth with dreams should have ended long ago. After all, we all set sail in search of treasure. Isn't it far more befitting of a pirate to engage in plunder and enjoy life? Dying for some so-called dream is foolishness that is simply nauseating. Is that so? So that is how you feel, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Then turned away from Bellamy to await the owner to bring out their packaged ingredients with Zhongli. You little brat, how dare you ignore me? Bellamy's expression darkened as he saw Luffy's back turned to him. Humph, I came all the way to see what kind of pirates dared to strike my first mate. And I find you lot to be such lowly scum. The patrons, upon hearing that Sachi had been beaten by Luffy and his companions, immediately covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. A bounty of 30 million. I hear you've even updated your wanted poster? How laughable. What can a bunch like you possibly increase in bounty? Bellamy taunted as he approached Luffy from behind, casting a glance at the grinning Blackbeard. I heard 3 pirates with straw hats arrived. You're not one of them, are you? Ha ha ha, I'm not with them. Just then, the tavern owner emerged with the packaged cherry pie and the ingredients Zhongli requested. Blackbeard took the cherry pie and began devouring it right away. Hey, dear patron. You're eating here, yet still want me to pack some? Are you truly jesting with me? Ha ha ha. I simply found it amusing. I'll pack another once I'm done. He then shifted his chair a bit further away and happily resumed eating the cherry pie. TCH. Seeing Blackbeard had moved away, Bellamy disregarded him. Straw Hat Luffy, you and your companions have injured my first mate. Prepare to accept my punishment. Grabbing Luffy by the head, Bellamy attempted to slam him into the bar, but just as Luffy was about to hit the counter, Zhongli swiftly seized Bellamy's wrist. Zhongli, we can't fight here. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zhongli glanced at Zoro, who shrugged, then replied, if we aren't fighting, can we at least dodge? I'd rather not take a beating for nothing. At that moment, Luffy pried open Bellamy's hand that was gripping his head, realizing, oh right. He. Then let us be off. He released Bellamy's hand and swaggered out, with Zoro closely following. You bastard. Stop right there. Bellamy, furious at Luffy's blatant disregard, attempted to chase after him, but alas, his wrist remained ensnared by Zhongli, making it impossible for him to leave. Let me go? You damned fool. Bellamy threw a punch at Zhongli, which was easily evaded. After receiving the ingredients from the owner and settling the payment, they followed Luffy out of the tavern. You little brats are truly courting death. Bellamy fumed, his legs transforming into springs. What's that? Is that Bellamy's fruitability? The tavern patrons gasped. But before Bellamy could strike, his lower half was suddenly dragged into the ground, leaving him immobile. What is going on? The customers were bewildered. It was clear that Luffy and his companions had done nothing, yet Bellamy had been pulled underground. Ha ha ha. The so-called 55 million bounty Bellamy has been defeated by 3 little pirates. Blackbeard approached Bellamy with the newly packaged cherry pie. Bellamy's expression darkened as he retorted. What nonsense. I merely let my guard down momentarily. Is that so? Ha ha ha. I'm rather curious about their bounty now. Hey, did anyone buy today's newspaper? You bastard, what's with that attitude? I am Bellamy. Bellamy glared at Blackbeard in fury. Blackbeard sat cross-legged beside Bellamy, his towering figure dwarfing Bellamy even when seated. With a dark aura emanating from his hand, he gripped Bellamy's neck. I don't care who you are. If you want to live, speak properly. Feeling his fruitability rendered useless, Bellamy panicked. Wait a moment, I'll go by it now, is that all right? Humph. Blackbeard yanked Bellamy from the ground with a swift motion. Cough cough, you trying to kill me? Stop your prattling. Hurry and get the newspaper. I'll be waiting here. As he spoke, Blackbeard opened the packaged cherry pie and began munching on it. The tavern owner was left speechless, unwilling to engage with Blackbeard. After Bellamy departed, Blackbeard continued to eat the cherry pie while chuckling. Ha ha ha. The era of pirates sailing forth with dreams has long since ended. A person's dreams will never cease. Ha ha ha. Chapter 71, The Great Deceiver, Nolan. So, Zhongli, where do we head now? Once outside the tavern, Luffy scratched the back of his head and asked. It seems these idiots regard the Sky Island as a mere fantasy. Pressing further will yield no results. Zoro was right. Let us return and confer with Nami and the others. Oh, fine. The 3 then made their way towards the Going Merry, fortuitously encountering Robin and Nami, who were out shopping for clothes. Oh, you all disembarked too? Zoro remarked flatly. Robin smiled gently. Yes. I went with Nami to purchase some clothes and also to gather intelligence on the Sky Island. You jerk. You initially said it was just for clothes. That is why I went with you. Who knew you'd end up brawling at the tavern? Nami shouted angrily at Robin. Ah, but look, we VE returned safely. Haven Tiwi? Robin replied, handing a map to Zhongli. Luffy leaned in to take a look, exclaiming, wow, is this a treasure map? Hardly. It's merely a map of this island. Nami retorted, clearly displeased. It seemed Robin had played a prank on her. There's an X marked here. So there's a route to the Sky Island, right? Zhongli pointed to the marked spot on the map and inquired of Robin. I'm not sure. But I've heard it's home to an old man named Mont Blanc Kureha, who was expelled by Gaia. He's a dreamer, much like you all. Looking for Kureha? What do those 2 women want with that old man? Isn't that area controlled by the Monkey Mountain Alliance? Indeed, who knows? But I suspect those 2 are after the gold. Gold. Yes, gold. At that moment, Bellamy, having finished purchasing the newspaper for Blackbeard, was sulking in a tavern. You bastards. Is that imbecile truly worth a bounty of 100 million? It is utterly ludicrous. That rotund fool actually believed it. Thinking he could capture such a scoundrel to claim the reward, He is indeed the epitome of foolishness. Upon overhearing the patrons at the tavern discussing the gold of Mont Blanc Kurikai, Bellamy approached, seizing one of the pirates by the collar. Bellamy, he grinned maliciously, pray tell. What is this about gold? And who is this Mont Blanc Kurikai? Share every morsel of knowledge you possess. Haha, good Sir Bellamy. Are you acquainted with the tale of the great deceiver, Nolando? The great deceiver, Nolando? Of course, I am familiar. I hail from the North Sea. Why do you ask? Wait, Mont Blanc Nolando, Mont Blanc Kurikai? Could it be indeed, Sir Bellamy? That Kurikai is a descendant of the great deceiver Nolando. And the island of Gaia is the very setting of that legendary fairy tale. Bellamy stroked his chin and erupted into a thunderous laughter. Ha! It is astonishing. The fairy tales I heard as a child transpired right here. How delightfully intriguing. So, this Mont Blanc Kurikai seeks to uncover the gold spoken of by his forebears on this island? Indeed. He has returned to this isle to absolve his ancestor of the heinous lie he spun, tirelessly scouring the depths for gold, and he has indeed discovered a few nuggets. Bellamy's mirth vanished as he patted the pirate he had been interrogating on the shoulder and continued, how foolish. Does he truly believe that a handful of gold can absolve his ancestor's transgressions? Another dreamer lost in delusions. In that case, I shall graciously accept the gold. Tell me, where does this fool reside? Hey, Zhongli, can we truly trust that gorilla? Nami remarked, casting a wary glance at the leading gorilla pirate crew. Shortly after setting sail on the Mary, Luffy and his companions encountered another pirate crew of the Simian Alliance, the gorilla pirates, akin to the monkey pirates. After Zhongli explained their intention to reach Sky Island and their friendship with the monkey pirates, the gorilla cheerfully led them to seek Kurikai. Wow, impressive. As they approached their destination, a magnificent castle emerged before their eyes, eliciting gasps from Luffy and the others. However, as they sailed to the other side, they discovered that the opulent castle was merely a facade. What a letdown. It's just a fake. Luffy exclaimed, crestfallen. Ha ha ha, dear guests need not be astonished. It is merely a cardboard cutout. The actual house is no larger than what lies behind the cardboard. Curse you. You're too slow with your explanations. Nami retorted, glaring at the chuckling gorilla. Ha ha, it appears the old man is not home. You may wait here for a spell. Are you not joining us? Usopp inquired. Of course not. I must continue salvaging sunken ships. Honestly, that guy wouldn't he just abandon us in some random place and flee, would he? Usopp fretted, watching the pirate ship drift further away. Not at all. This is our intended destination. Nami pointed to the map. What is this? The Great Deceiver, Nolando? Is this an ancient book? While wandering around the house, Nami stumbled upon a book resting on a wooden table fashioned from tree stumps. The Great Deceiver, Nolando? I believe I read this in my youth. Sanji, you read this as a child? Nami asked, pointing at the cover. But this book was only published in the North Sea. Why, I was born in the North Sea. Did I never mention this? First time hearing of it. So why did you come to the East Blue to become a chef? Usopp queried. Sanji chuckled. Oh, where one hails from is of little importance, is it not? Do you not wish to see what this book has to say? Not interested, Zhongli and Zoro replied in unison. You two blockheads. Soon, Sanji began a one-on-one duel with Zhongli and Zoro. Honestly, what a farce. Nami sighed, shaking her head as she opened the fairy tale book. In a certain kingdom of the North Sea, there lived an adventurer named Mont Blanc Nolando. Each time he returned from the sea, he recounted his escapades in fantastical ways. Yet the truth of these tales remained known only to him. One day, upon returning from the sea, he reported to the king of a distant island piled high with gold. The king, elated by the news, immediately led 2,000 soldiers to the island Nolando spoke of. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally reached the location described by Nolando, only to find themselves surrounded by dense jungles. Consequently, Nolando was sentenced to death for deceiving the king, and his previously spoken marvelous adventures were branded as lies, earning him the moniker of the Great Deceiver, Nolando. Chapter 72, Mont Blanc Kurikai. Closing the fairy tale book, Nami sighed, shaking her head. Indeed, the fate of a deceiver ought to be death. Hey, don't look at me when you say that. Usopp shouted angrily at Nami. Oh, and who might you be? Are you here for the gold? An elderly man with a diamond-shaped face climbed ashore, eyeing Luffy's group warily. Wow, that old man has a chestnut on his head. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Gold? Where? This is Nami. Zhongli facepalmed and stepped forward. You must be Mr. Kurikai, correct? We are friends of the gorillas and monkeys, here to find you, not for the gold. When did we become friends with that gorilla? Zoro muttered under his breath. Isn't that preferable? Better than fighting for no reason, you green-haired fool. Huh, what did you say? Bang bang. As Zoro and Sanji were about to brawl, Nami forcibly intervened. Casting a glance at the bickering Sanji and Zoro, she surmised they were likely not malevolent. Thus, Kurikai addressed Zhongli. Are you friends of those two ruffians? Very well, what brings you to me? We wish to go to Sky Island. Luffy exclaimed eagerly. Before Kurikai could respond, he fainted. Diamond-faced old man. Quick! Is there a doctor? Fetch a doctor. Foolish Chopper. Aren't you the doctor? Usopp exclaimed, slapping the flustered Chopper. Oh right. Chopper hurried to Kurikai's side. It's not suitable for examination here. Help me carry him into the house while I retrieve my medical tools from the ship. After a while, Chopper completed his examination. This old man has decompression sickness. It is a condition occasionally suffered by divers, yet it is quite rare for it to become chronic, as in his case. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Chopper finished speaking, Kurikai groggily awakened. My apologies, dear guests, for the trouble. You mentioned wanting to go to Sky Island, correct? Luffy smiled brightly. Yes. Do you know how to get there? Oh ho ho ho. So you believe in the existence of Sky Island? Is it not real? Kurikai looked at Luffy. Who knows? However, one person did speak of it, and that person is the great deceiver Nolando, whose descendants are also ridiculed by the world. So, do you still believe in the existence of Sky Island? Why not? Sky Island is Sky Island. Nolando is Nolando. Should we abandon our quest for Sky Island because of him? Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Kurikai paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Is that so? So you all think that way? What an amusing bunch. I don't. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper raised their hands. Ignoring the timid trio, Kurikai turned his attention back to Zhongli. You are indeed correct. Nolan is Nolan, and we are we. Yet, the world delights in conflating Nolan with us, his descendants, dismissing his words as lies, thereby ridiculing us. So, the elder is a descendant of Nolan? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. You mean you were unaware? I assumed that was the reason you sought my counsel regarding the Sky Island. Zhongli interjected. Let us set that aside for now and discuss how we shall journey to the Sky Island. Speaking of which, Kuroki rose to retrieve a nautical journal, stating, Nolan did not mention how to reach it either. Did he ever visit the Sky Island? Luffy inquired. Indeed, he did. Let me see. In the year 1120 of the Sea Circle calendar, on June 21st, he sailed on a single-person vessel resembling a snowboard. Its propulsion was a product unique to the Sky Island, yet I have never grasped the skill to control it, always failing to command the lively sky fish and sky sea as described here. Sky sea? Weiba? How remarkable. The trio of Luffy gazed at Kuroki with wide eyes, brimming with excitement. Feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny, Kuroki handed the nautical notes to them and continued, to my knowledge, there is a phenomenon in this sea where day suddenly turns to night. I know of this. We encountered it before, and several enormous monsters appeared afterward. Usopp raised his hand. Let us set aside the monsters for now. The truth behind the abrupt transition from day to night is simply due to a thick layer of clouds obstructing the sun above us, which we refer to as the accumulated emperor clouds. I suspect that the so-called Sky Island lies above them. Really? Is that true? Nami exclaimed, astonished. It is indeed a possibility. While experiencing the night, I observed the sky closely. The clouds bore no resemblance to ordinary clouds but appeared as if solid ground was floating above us. Since Zhongli has mentioned it, Kuroki interjected, what I am about to say is crucial. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you wish to reach the Sky Island, you must be prepared for death. There exists a current in the Grand Line known as the Soaring Current. If you follow this current, you shall ascend to the heavens. However, I have heard from a rogue in Magic Valley Town that the Soaring Current will propel your ship into the sky and then let it fall into the sea, correct? Zoro remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, that is generally the case, which is why finding the right timing is essential for success. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately gestured to Luffy. Forget it. Luffy, this is far too precarious. If we fail to ascend, we perish. If we do ascend and find no Sky Island, we also perish. Moreover, the overlap of the accumulated emperor clouds with the soaring current is uncertain. I believe we should abandon the idea of going to the Sky Island. Exactly, Luffy. And look at the Mary. It simply cannot withstand such tumult. Usopp exclaimed anxiously. Kuroki glanced at the Mary, docked by the shore, and said, indeed. Your vessel cannot endure the soaring current. However, should you insist on journeying to the Sky Island, do not worry. Since you are friends of the apes and gorillas, I shall have them assist in reinforcing your ship. Before you reach the soaring current, I will also ensure they provide you with an escort. As for the overlap of the accumulated emperor clouds with the soaring current, based on my deductions, while it cannot be deemed entirely accurate, I believe it will likely occur tomorrow at noon. Is that perfectly timed? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Luffy smiled broadly. That is splendid. Since you have resolved to go, Why not stay at my home tonight? Tomorrow, we shall set forth southward, and we should be able to locate it. Just as Kuroki intended to recline back onto his bed, Zhongli interjected, Mr. Kuroki, since you mentioned we will be heading south, do you possess any tools to indicate direction? Our record pointer has been pointing toward the Sky Island without any directional tools. I neglected to mention, Kuroki placed a large, golden pendulum carved with a peculiar bird before them. Wow, how beautiful. Is it gold? Indeed. This is the gold I previously mentioned. Over the years, we have been diving and salvaging, and we finally discovered this gold, which further convinces me of the existence of the golden island that Nolan spoke of. The bird depicted here is called the southern bird, found in the southern forests. You must capture one. Tomorrow's voyage will rely solely on it to indicate our direction. Luffy grasped Usopp and Chopper. Excellent. Let us go capture a bird now. Wait a moment. Kuroki halted Luffy, retrieving 3 nets. Nolan recorded that the call of the southern bird is quite peculiar, resembling the one carved on my gold piece. Remember these 2 points, and you should locate them quickly upon entering the forest. Are there many southern birds? Nami inquired, puzzled. To say there are many would be an exaggeration. Yet to say there are few would be misleading. The forest is vast, making it quite challenging to locate them. I only possess 3 nets, so you should split into 3 groups. I shall now call the apes and gorillas back to assist you in repairing the ship. Good luck. With that, Kuroki exited the house. Hey, you're a patient. Don't move around, Chopper cautioned, but Kuroki paid no heed. Zhongli patted Chopper's head. Let him be. After all, he is striving for our dream of reaching the Sky Island. Why is he working hard for our dream? Chopper scratched his head. Zhongli shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps he too harbors an unfulfilled dream. Regardless, let us go capture birds. The Straw Hat crew split into 3 groups. Luffy forcibly paired Usopp and Chopper. Zhongli teamed with Nami, while Sanji partnered with Robin. Zoro was tactfully declined from action by Zhongli, who cited his poor sense of direction, leaving him at Kuroki's residence. Disgruntled as he began his routine exercises. TCH. That rascal Zhongli. Saying finding me is harder than finding the southern bird. What nonsense. Observing Zoro squatting with a massive barbell, Kuroki and the returning apes and gorillas were left in awe. Is this fellow even human? Meanwhile, in the forest, the group attempting to capture the birds faced numerous trials, having evaded death but not without difficulty, as the southern bird had unleashed a swarm of insects upon them. What the hell? The southern bird can control the insects in the forest. The mantises with blades for forelegs chased us relentlessly. Usopp gasped, panting heavily. Exactly. Thankfully, I had Zhongli's shield for protection. Heh. Nami grinned at Usopp. Miss Nami, I too can protect you quite well, right, Robin? Sanji swayed toward Nami, his eyes roaming. Just then, Robin remarked, indeed, the gentleman is quite reassuring. Thank you for the compliment, Robin. All right, enough banter. We should start thinking about our next steps. Zhongli pondered, knowing that with his strength, he could surely capture the southern bird if it were to appear before him. Yet, it did not show itself. At that moment, an unusual bird call echoed from above the group. Chirp, chirp. Chopper, what is it saying? Luffy asked, tilting his head back and adjusting his hat. It says, how could you fools possibly capture me? You rascal, did you show yourself just to mock us? Sanji grumbled as he lit a cigarette. In the forest. I see you wish to ascend. Zhongli glanced at Sanji and then directed his gaze toward the southern bird. You have quite the audacity. You were fortunate to have evaded me earlier, but now, prepare to be captured. Rock bird, arise. With a swift motion of his right hand, Zhongli summoned a rock elemental, which soared toward the southern bird. As the southern bird sensed impending danger, it attempted to flee, only to be suddenly restrained by 2 hands that appeared on either side of its wings. Second round of flower palm. The rock bird extended its claws, perfectly grasping the southern bird's wings before soaring back to Zhongli's side. We've caught the southern bird. Let us return, it declared. Ha ha ha, incredible, Zhongli. Luffy exclaimed, leaping onto Zhongli's back with unabashed laughter. Usopp wiped away non-existent sweat, remarking, what was that, Zhongli? Robin, you too captured the southern bird so easily. You could have just come out from the start. You fool. If the southern bird hadn't shown up voluntarily. Do you expect Zhongli and Robin to traverse the entire forest alone? Nami retorted, delivering a punch to Usopp's head in frustration. If it were me and Robin, traversing the entire forest wouldn't be a problem, especially if Miss Nami joined us, Usopp countered. I would rather not walk so far, Robin chuckled, covering her mouth. As the group returned to Kalikai's residence, they found a multitude of unfamiliar individuals sprawled across the ground. Meanwhile, Zoro had already commenced training for the next task. Are they not cold, lying on the ground like that? Luffy questioned. You idiot. These people are clearly knocked out by Zoro. Usopp exclaimed. Ah, you're back, Kalikai greeted, holding a cigarette and carrying timber for ship repairs. Usopp was the first to inquire, Uncle Kalikai, who are these people? A bunch of pirates who attempted to steal my gold, but they were all handled single-handedly by Zoro. Truly commendable for someone undergoing such inhuman training. He easily dispatched that gang of pirates, Kalikai replied. Upon closer inspection, Zhongli recognized them as Bellamy and his crew. It seems leaving Zoro behind was indeed the right choice. Enough talk. I shall return to ship repairs. How about we hold a feast tonight? A feast? That sounds splendid, Luffy exclaimed, instantly filled with excitement. Honestly, Green Algae Head. You could have at least cleaned up after taking care of those guys, Sanji remarked, kicking each member of Bellamy's crew back onto their ship, followed by a kick that sent their vessel adrift, allowing it to follow the currents to its fate. Yo-ho! Feast! Feast! As night fell, Luffy began shouting about the feast. Kalikai and his companions had completed modifications on the Going Merry and acquiesced to Luffy's wishes, indulging in a grand feast within the house. During the celebration, Kalikai recounted tales of the land of gold and the Golden Bell, evoking gasps of astonishment from Luffy and his companions. Naturally, Nami was the most excited, exclaiming upon seeing gold in the skeleton's right eye, "Is that real?" "I'm uncertain," Kalikai responded. "That's how Nolan documented it." "Wow, Uncle, you really like Nolan too," Usopp shouted. "Ha ha ha, who knows?" The following day, the crew boarded the modified Going Merry, now adorned with 2 pairs of wings, to bid farewell to Kalikai. "Diamond Uncle, goodbye," Luffy called from the bow of the ship, turning to wave at Kalikai before shouting, "Sky Island, here we come." Chapter 74, Soaring into the Clouds. Incredible. This creature truly faces south. Luffy and his companions teased the southern bird. "Chirp chirp. What is it saying?" Usopp asked Chopper. "It says, just wait, I want to face south. Let us see how you navigate." The southern bird then struggled to turn in another direction, but soon reverted to facing south, prompting laughter from Luffy and his companions. As they approached 10 o'clock, they reached their destination. The sky was clear. Would the Kinjite clouds truly appear here? Nami sensed the air, detecting no signs of the Kinjite cloud's arrival. Just then, a shout rang out from the monkey pirate ship. "Captain, southwest, we've spotted the Kinjite clouds." Hee. Was that a slap in the face? "Zhongli, you scoundrel." Bang bang bang. "I truly apologize. One should never mock women, especially those who command a ship. The Kinjite clouds have appeared, but what about the sea currents?" Sanji leaned against the ship's railing, exhaling a puff of smoke. At that moment, information arrived from the gorilla's side. 10 o'clock. We've confirmed waves moving against the currents, likely forming a massive vortex. It's a precursor to an eruption. Let us hurry over. Yo-ho. Forward, Going Merry. Luffy shouted from the ship's bow, only to be met with a punch from Nami. "You idiot. Stop sitting there, help out." The Going Merry found itself wedged between the gorilla pirates and the monkey pirates, absorbing the brunt of the massive waves. What an exhilarating experience. This is my first time. Zhongli and Zoro worked together to steady the sails, both equally thrilled. Now this is adventure, haha. We're entering the vortex. This eruption is the most magnificent I've ever witnessed. You all can do it. The gorilla, holding a microphone, shouted to Luffy and his crew who were already engulfed by the vortex. "Oh, thank you for the escort. Goodbye," Luffy shouted back, entering the vortex. "You never mentioned this would happen." The timid trio huddled together, trembling. "Luffy, let us get out of here. This is too dangerous for reaching Sky Island." "No, why not?" Zhongli interjected. "It's too late. We're about to be swallowed by the vortex." No sooner had Zhongli finished speaking than the vortex vanished without a trace, the sea surface seemingly returning to calm. What just happened? Luffy was left awaiting the exhilarating ascent, but the abrupt halt left him feeling frustrated. Did the sea currents disappear? Wonderful, we're saved. Usopp immediately scooped up Chopper, weeping with joy. "No, this is bad." Nami's face went pale. The vortex merely sank beneath the waves. It will erupt back into the sky any moment now. "Ha ha, at last I found you, Straw Hat Luffy, and your crew. I shall gladly take your heads." Just as the group prepared for the impending eruption of the sea currents, a highly unpleasant laugh echoed from afar. "It's that lunatic," Luffy remarked nonchalantly, digging his nose, prompting Usopp's retort. "How can you point fingers at others? TCH, do you want to fight?" Zoro unsheathed his sword, only to be stopped by Zhongli. "Wait, the skyward currents are about to erupt. Ignore them. Hold on to the ship, or you'll be thrown off." Zoro considered Zhongli's words, deeming them reasonable, and thus moved aside to watch the ruckus from Blackbeard's crew. The rest of the crew followed suit, each finding their place and ignoring Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's crew, aboard an enormous raft, looked on in confusion. "Captain, It seems they don't want to pay you any mind. Poison Q remarked. The fighting champion, Burgess, grumbled, what a bunch of arrogant fools, thinking their bounties are so high. Captain, let us go teach them a lesson. Ha ha ha, Burgess. Don't rush. They're just welcoming us by standing there, right? Blackbeard chuckled, taking a swig from his drink. At that moment, Van Auger's observation Hockey suddenly sensed something amiss, calmly telling the others, this is bad, everyone. No sooner had he spoken than the sea surface around the Going Merry began to bulge, and a towering column of water erupted forth. This column propelled the Going Merry skyward, while simultaneously scattering the large raft that Blackbeard's crew was aboard. Whoa, we're really flying. Incredible. The Going Merry soared at a vertical angle, propelled upward by the skyward currents. The journey to Sky Island was set to be smooth sailing. The onlookers, the gorillas, the monkeys, and Kalikai, offered blessings to the Straw Hat crew. We're rising higher and higher. Usopp exclaimed, clutching Chopper, his voice trembling. Hee hee, this is so much fun. Stop playing around. Luffy, the ship's hull is beginning to lift off the water's surface. If this continues, we will be thrown overboard and plummet into the sea. Huh, what should we do? Zhongli, do you have a solution? Can you conjure a dragon to lift us up? You fool. If it were that simple to elevate us, why would we even seek the knock upstream? Nami, it's up to you now. Suddenly addressed by Zhongli, Nami felt a bit dazed. She was at a loss for what to do. The knock upstream is still a current, after all. You are our navigator. With Zhongli's reminder, Nami finally grasped her role. Hoist the sails immediately. Zhongli is correct. The knock upstream is indeed a current. And I can sense the updraft generated by geothermal heat and steam below us. Hurry, hoist the sails. Understood. Hoisting the sails at once. Luffy commanded with a grin. Starboard side, adjust the helm to port. Align the ship with the current. Acknowledging her commands, Nami skillfully maneuvered the Merry, which was propelled upward by the updraft, escaping the dire threat of disaster. We're back on course. Seeing the Merry ascend smoothly, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, the future Pirate King's navigator. Zhongli remarked, smiling as he approached her. Nami blushed, feigning modesty. Oh, you flatter me, future Pirate King's combatant. Upon hearing the title Pirate King, Luffy couldn't resist joining in the banter. He, I will definitely become the Pirate King. All right, we get it, Zhongli said, brushing Luffy aside. When suddenly a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. After a brief scream, the Merry safely reached its destination, and the Straw Hats collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. This is so uncomfortable. Why does it feel like breathing has become difficult? Usopp moaned, feeling nauseous and unwilling to rise. At that moment, Luffy struggled to crawl to the ship's railing and excitedly called out to everyone. Everyone, look, so many clouds. Luffy, are you being ridiculous? We are in the sky. Of course there are many clouds. Usopp lay on the deck, sticking out his tongue. Luffy means something different, Nami said, gripping the railing as she surveyed the surroundings. We are floating on clouds, and everything around us is a vast expanse of white. What? Usopp exclaimed, utterly astonished. But we can't see any islands here. And the log pose is still pointing upwards. Nami raised her wrist to show the log pose to everyone. At that moment, Zhongli interjected, so, does that mean we need to go even higher? There appears to be a waterfall over there. Shall we investigate? The crew looked in the direction Zhongli pointed and indeed saw a drop-off in the distance. They thus steered the Merry forward. Oh no! I see a cow charging towards us on a square cloud. Chopper, peering through a telescope, suddenly shouted, capturing everyone's attention. Huh, what are you talking about? Zoro asked, digging at his ear while looking over the side of the ship. Suddenly, a figure wearing a horned mask leaped onto the ship. I shall eliminate you. TCH. Come and try it, Jade shield. Just as Zoro was about to be struck by the masked assailant, Zhongli swiftly conjured a shield around him. What is this? A paramecia user? With his attack thwarted, the masked figure immediately retreated. Just then, another person clad in armor boarded the ship. Are you an enemy as well? Sanji attempted to light a cigarette, but failed, so he approached the armored figure instead. The armored figure introduced himself. I am the Sky Knight. Gonfer. Sky Knight. How cool. Luffy exclaimed, unperturbed and grinning. But you still haven't answered me. Are you allied with that guy? Allied? Certainly not. I intended to assist you. But I didn't expect him to flee before I could intervene. It's a pity I couldn't earn a service fee. By the way, you are from the Blue Sea, correct? Blue Sea? Chopper asked, puzzled. The Sky Knight continued. The term Blue Sea refers to those who dwell beneath the clouds. Here, we call this place the White Sea, and above it, we refer to as the White Sea. Luffy nodded. I see. So the Sky Island is located atop the White Sea? Indeed, but let's not dwell on that. Although it seems you may not need it, I'll leave you with this. The Sky Knight tossed a whistle to Luffy. I am a mercenary here. There are plenty of gorillas like the one who just attacked you. Should you need assistance, simply blow the whistle, and I will come to your rescue. However, each whistle call requires a fee of 5 million Agos coins. It's up to you to decide. 5 million. Nami gasped, though unsure of what Agos coins were. She felt it was exorbitant. Isn't that too much? That is my lowest price. No haggling allowed. Wait, you don't know what Agos coins are? Did you not come from the top of the West Blue? Now it was the Sky Knight's turn to be surprised. There are only 2 ways to reach the Sky Island. If you did not come from the West Blue, then it must be via the knock-up stream. I didn't expect you all to take such risks. No, we ascended with the knock-up stream, came the reply. Remarkable. You must be a crew of capable and daring navigators. By the way, if you wish to reach the Sky Island, you can ascend through the gate to heaven over there. I wish you all good fortune. With that, he mounted a speckled, winged horse and took off into the sky. He flew away on a strange creature, Zoro remarked flatly. Speaking of which, Green Algae Head, what's your deal? You couldn't even handle one masked guy. If it weren't for Zhongli's shield, you would have been knocked out. Huh, you fool with curly eyebrows, you know nothing. Just as I was about to draw my sword, I suddenly felt weak. Otherwise, I would have taken him down. Sanji kicked at the air, is that so? I felt nothing. It seems you were just too weak. What did you say? Zoro unsheathed his sword, ready to strike at Sanji, but Zhongli intervened. Enough. It was likely due to the high altitude and thin air. Zoro has not yet acclimated to this environment, but he should be fine now. Hearing Zhongli's explanation, Zoro sheathed his sword. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that you lack the ability to adapt to sudden circumstances. Huh, do you want to fight? Who is afraid of you? Zoro and Sanji finally began to bicker, but this time Zhongli did not intervene. Instead, he approached Nami. How are we? Can we navigate towards that direction? The gate to heaven mentioned by the Sky Knight was the same place they initially intended to reach at the waterfall. Yes, we can. But we must pass through these towering clouds. Nami glanced at Luffy and the others, who were bounding about on the clouds, feeling a headache coming on. Hey, you guys, can you see the path ahead? Chopper quickly replied, I can. Let me see. Next, the Mary will turn left, and then, after several twists and turns, the Mary finally arrived beneath the waterfall, which was the gate to heaven as described by the Sky Knight. Yoo-hoo, are we finally reaching the Sky Island? Ha ha. Luffy shouted excitedly. At that moment, a clicking sound echoed through the air. Click click. Are you here to fight, or just for sightseeing? An elderly lady with wings and a camera asked the crew. Regardless of either, to ascend, each person must pay a fee of 1 billion Agos coins as per the law. 1 billion. That's even more than the Sky Knight's fee. Nami felt on the verge of tears, but recalling their goal of reaching the Sky Island, she asked, how much is 1 billion Agos coins in berries? Berries? Are you from the Blue Sea? 1,000 Agos coins equal 1 berry, so 1 billion is equivalent to 100,000 berries. 100,000 berries? That's still exorbitant. Nami lamented, feeling utterly despondent. What is the big deal? It's just 100,000 berries. Nami, hurry and give this old lady the money. I want to venture to the Sky Island soon, exclaimed Luffy. What do you mean it's only 100,000 berries? It's clearly 800,000 berries. But we only have 50,000 berries on the ship. The old lady suddenly revealed a knowing smile and addressed the group. I merely wish to inquire about your intentions. Even without money, you may ascend. Really, old lady? Then we shall go to the Sky Island. Luffy's bright eyes filled with excitement, and the old lady, feeling pleased, summoned a fast shrimp to carry the Mary away. She then spoke to the air. Heaven's Gate Supervisor, report. Almighty God and esteemed priests, please impose divine punishment upon the 8 illegal entrants heading to the Kingdom of God. Chapter 76, The Island of Gods. Oh, how extraordinary. The fast shrimp sped through a canal made of clouds with the Mary. It's so strange, Nami pondered, stroking her chin. If we could go to Sky Island without money, why did that old lady initially charge us? Was she trying to profit from us? Who knows? Zhongli chuckled lightly. Perhaps she simply wished to avoid having us pay an entrance fee, only to be wanted once we arrived on Sky Island. No way. We should quickly return and pay the entrance fee to the old lady. Weren't you just saying we had no money? Zhongli raised an eyebrow at Nami, who looked a bit sheepish. Well, actually, I have a little money left. I just wanted to negotiate the price. But I didn't expect the old lady to let us go up immediately. As expected of you, Nami, managing to negotiate for 8 people at 50,000 berries, Zhongli remarked, surprised by Nami's tactics. However, their conversation was somewhat distant from the others, who remained unaware of their exchange. At that moment, Luffy shouted, everyone, we're about to reach the exit. The Kingdom of God, the holy land in the sky. Woohoo, how cool is that? With the group's anticipation and Nami's unease, The Mary burst through the clouds, arriving in a new realm. It's Sky Island. So beautiful. Among a vast expanse of white clouds, numerous buildings emerged. The Mary slowly approached the island where these structures stood. Wow. The entire ground of the island is made of clouds. As soon as the Mary docked, Luffy couldn't contain his excitement and dashed onto the island, prompting the others to eagerly follow suit. After experiencing various peculiarities by the seaside, music wafted from nearby. Not far away, a winged figure was playing a harp. Ah, is that an angel? Sanji was the first to rush over, with Luffy hot on his heels. Hey, be careful. That person might be with the gorillas. Usopp shouted at the two, but they paid him no mind and quickly reached the harpist. Hey so, who are you? Hey so, what is that? Ah, indeed, she is an angel. Sanji could not help but start swaying upon seeing her beauty. Just then, Zhongli approached and said, We came from the Blue Sea. You must be a resident of Sky Island, right? The Blue Sea? How astonishing. The beautiful woman covered her mouth in surprise, about to introduce herself when distant shouts interrupted. Conies. Hey so, it's my father. Father. Hey so. Luffy looked perplexed, wondering why they added hey so after their conversation concluded. A small boat sped towards them at an incredible pace. What a strange thing. What is that? Luffy pointed at the boat. That's my father. Oh wait, you meant Weibel, right? My apologies. Weibel? Is that the Weibel? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Conies' father's botched landing. My sincerest apologies. Are you all unharmed? Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself? Chopper replied. Oh. Following Zhongli's command, Chopper went to check on Conies' father. Rest assured, I am fine. The clouds here are quite soft. By the way, Conies, are these your friends? Yes, father, we just met. They say they came from the Blue Sea below. From the Blue Sea? That must have been a difficult journey. Since that's the case, please come to my home as guests. I just went fishing, and the catch was quite good. Oh, right. My name is Pagaya, forgive me. No, you needn't be so polite. We are the ones who should feel awkward. Thus, the group began to follow Pagaya to his home, while Nami, having learned to operate the Weibel, wanted to play on the sea for a while longer. Zhongli, recalling that Nami was not particularly reckless, allowed her to do so. Damn it. Sink down. Luffy cursed as he struggled with the Weibel, frustrated at not having mastered it, which resulted in him falling into the void of the sky. He soon faced a combined assault from Zhongli and Sanji. After traversing a mystical cloud-cutting area, they arrived at Pagaya's home. Are these shells the wind shells that enable the Weibel to move? Zhongli inquired, pointing at a pile of shells inside the house. No. These contain sound shells, Conies explained as she picked one up to demonstrate. Blue Sea, she declared, then pressed the top of the shell, causing her earlier words to play back. Wow, how marvelous. There are also lamp shells, flame shells, and image shells, she continued, showcasing them to the straw hats before tossing one to Zhongli. This is the wind shell you mentioned. It can store wind and release it when needed. Quite intriguing. Zhongli remarked as he tossed the wind shell to Usopp. Do you know where these shells can be purchased? We could procure a batch for thorough research. What do you think, Usopp? Understanding immediately, Usopp replied, Indeed, if we can integrate the properties of these shells with our weapons, it would significantly enhance our arsenal. Weapons. Indeed. Many weapons on Sky Island are related to various shells. If you wish, I can help you procure a batch. Thank you very much. Zhongli responded, only to be pulled aside by Usopp. Hey, Zhongli, we only have 50,000 berries. How much can we actually procure? Why are you asking me? Go ask Conies. True. With that, Usopp approached Conies, realizing that if the shells were expensive, he would have to be selective in his purchases. After a hearty lunch, Sanji noticed that Nami was missing while piloting the Weibel on the sea. I have a bad feeling, Conies grimaced, addressing the group. What's wrong? Luffy, still caught up in his excitement about food, asked. Conies continued, surrounding the entire island. There is a place easily reachable by Weibel called God's Island, which is an area forbidden for anyone to tread. It is the domain of the gods. The domain of the gods. Do gods really exist in this world? Luffy asked, scratching his nose. Seeing Luffy's dismissive expression, Conies quickly added, Of course. This is the kingdom of God, ruled by the omniscient and omnipotent God Enel. Oh, is that so? The omniscient and omnipotent God, and a place we absolutely cannot step foot in? He will definitely go there. Looking at Luffy's smiling face, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, and Sanji all shared a sudden thought. Ha, does Luffy really want to go? But we still don't know if Nami went over there. How about this? Let us leave a few people here to wait for Nami's return, and we'll head to God's Island to search for her. What do you think? Sounds reasonable. Let us set off. Chapter 77, Illegal Intrusion. Meanwhile, on God's Island, Nami had indeed wandered in by mistake. How peculiar. These trees are enormous. What an eerie feeling. I should return. As Nami piloted the Weibel through the inner rivers of God's Island, sensing something amiss, she quickly turned to leave. Just then, a cry for help echoed from the forest. Who goes there? Nami quickly hid, witnessing a massive bolt of lightning strike down, followed by the voices of 4 individuals conversing nearby. Oh dear. Why is Lord Enel taking matters into his own hands this time? What should we do now? Certainly, there are matters at hand. The next wave of illegal intruders has infiltrated our nation. I have just received a notification from Granny Amazon that 8 individuals from Qinghai have arrived by boat. Is it true? How splendid. 8, you say? Just enough for each to have 2. However, one can never be certain. Perhaps they have all entered my trial? Humph. You are overthinking it. They will undoubtedly choose my trial. 8 illegal entrants? It seems that Zhongli was indeed correct. But what precisely is this trial they speak of? After the departure of the 4 individuals and a dog, Nami cautiously piloted the Wayfarer back to Angel Island. We must hasten our departure from the Sky Island. Meanwhile, on Angel Island, just as Zhongli and the others were about to set sail, they were intercepted by a squad identifying themselves as the Sky Police. You are the 8 illegal entrants from Qinghai, are you not? Illegal intrusion? Captain McGinley, surely you are mistaken? They are good people. Conies, who had descended with the Straw Hat crew, hurriedly addressed the leader of the opposing group. Illegal intrusion? When did this occur? Sanji remarked nonchalantly. We did not pay an entry fee earlier. Have you forgotten? Indeed, that is the case. TSK, that damned old hag. Zoro suddenly recalled something and spoke irritably. Although you have committed a crime, as long as you accept the punishment, you can be released on the spot and continue your sightseeing. Is it really that simple? What then is our punishment? Usopp raised his hand to inquire. Quite straightforward. You must pay 10 times the entry fee, totaling 800 billion Agus coins. What? 800 billion? That is 8 million. Impossible. Impossible. We cannot possibly produce that. Usopp waved his hands dismissively. Cannot produce it? So, you intend to resist? With all due respect, we are a direct unit of the divine officials. To defy our enforcement would only compound your transgressions. I care not. We have no money, Luffy. Attack. Usopp hid behind Luffy, directing him to charge. Just then, Nami's voice rang out from afar. Everyone, do not engage with them. What do you mean do not engage? Can you afford 8 million berries? Hearing Usopp's retort, Nami seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though the speed of the Wayfarer suddenly increased. Nami piloted the Wayfarer straight onto the shore, crashing into Captain McGinley and sending him flying. 8 million berries. That is exorbitant. Then, realizing the gravity of the situation, Nami felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, it is troubling. Why would you strike an innocent bystander? Zhongli chuckled. It appears you are unable to contain your excitement at the mention of a hefty compensation. Nami returned the Wayfarer to Conies, stating, we must quickly vacate the Sky Island. If we provoke that deity, we shall be doomed. Deity? Did you see that deity? Luffy exclaimed excitedly, turning to Nami. No, but on the Island of the Gods. I witnessed a bolt of lightning strike a person dead. Perhaps that was the deity's divine power. Summoning lightning? How cool. Let us depart swiftly, Miss Conies. Until we meet again, and thank you for sending us off with such generous funds. After expressing gratitude to Conies, Zhongli activated shields for everyone and called for them to board the ship and leave. Ah, Conies, our meeting was brief. Yet my affection for you burns like a fervent flame. Enough, Sanji, let us flee. Chopper, with his little legs, scurried towards the Mary. 6 petals bloom. From the Mary, 6 hands appeared out of nowhere, pulling Chopper aboard. Thank you, Robin. It's nothing, but it seems there has been an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, blocking Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp from getting too close to the ship. Lightning? What is happening? Is it that deity? The 3 halted, curiously gazing at the web of lightning before them. Zhongli had to remind them. Why are you standing there? Hurry over here, with my shield. What have you to fear? Oh, Usopp quickly reacted, darting through the lightning web, followed closely by Luffy and Sanji. This deity's power has no effect on them. Captain McGinley, who was ordering his subordinates to shoot arrows at the Straw Hats, was utterly astonished. Conies was equally surprised. This was their first time witnessing individuals unafraid of divine power. Hooray! We set sail. Destination, Island of the Gods. Luffy shouted with excitement, only to be met with several thumps from Nami. You fool. Did I not say that place is dangerous? We must hasten our exit from the Sky Island. Ah, while I too wish to leave. It seems we only considered how to ascend, not how to return. Robin chuckled, covering her mouth. It appears so. We are doomed. The timid trio was in a frenzy upon the deck. If that deity's attack is merely as it was earlier, with Zhongli's protection, we shall be fine, Zoro remarked. holding his sword on the deck. Zhongli, do not leave my side. The timid trio immediately clung tightly to Zhongli's leg. I can protect you too, Nami-san. Unfortunately, Nami took no notice. So what shall we do now? Return the way we came? Usopp mimicked a ship with his fist and then simulated it plummeting from the sky, finally spreading his hands with a loud bang. We would die, right? Wouldn't we really die? Did we not say we were going to the island of the gods? Surely there must be a way down there. You fool, Luffy. I see you merely wish to witness that deity. Nami easily saw through Luffy's intentions and rewarded him with 2 hefty thumps. Just then, an ultra-fast shrimp emerged from the bottom of the ship, seizing the Mary and sprinting towards the island of the gods. What? What is happening? Where does it intend to take us? Forget it, let us just kill it. Indeed. Such a large shrimp would provide a meal. Yuzhong shield. It blocked that swarm of sky fish. You are free to unleash your abilities. Zoro and Sanji leapt from the Mary onto the ultra-fast shrimp. Perfectly suited. 3-sword style, tiger hunt, supreme meat grinder. The 2 attacks struck the ultra-fast shrimp, killing it and allowing the Mary to come to a halt. However, at that moment, 4 peculiar entrances appeared before them. Chapter 78, The Trial. Resist the power of the deity? Absurd. A man with a white turban, elongated earlobes, and bare upper body, adorned with thunder drums, scoffed. Let me see what you can accomplish, Qinghai people. Yahahaha. A trial? Is this what they refer to as a trial? Hey, Nami, do you recognize these 4 entrances? Usopp inquired, puzzled. Nami shook her head. I am not sure, but when I was on the island of the gods, I heard 4 individuals mention trials. It seems these must be the 4 trials they spoke of, right? But what are they? According to Nami, this is not even the route to the island of the gods. Who cares? It looks like there is much fun inside. Let us go in. Hey, Luffy. That shrimp surely brought us to a bad place. We should leave quickly. No, Zhongli interjected. All right, let us heed Luffy. Besides, wherever we go is unsafe. So why not see what path that deity has chosen for us? What? That shrimp was sent by that deity to take us away? And we killed it. What difference is there now between us and seeking death? Usopp cried out in alarm, yet the others remained remarkably composed, except for Nami and Chopper. Shall we proceed? I have no objections. I also wish to meet that deity. Ah, this seems to be getting interesting. So, Luffy, you decide which trial to undertake? Listening to everyone's choices, Luffy grinned widely. All right, then we shall embark on the trial of the sphere. It seems like it will be a jolly, good time. Thus, the crew piloted the Mary into the entrance of the trial of the sphere. However, as soon as they emerged, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. The Mary ultimately crashed onto the water's surface, and with a sudden crack, the unexpected sound of breaking tensioned every nerve in everyone. Hey, did you all hear that? Zoro said, rubbing his head. Yes, the Mary. You idiot, Luffy. You idiot, Zhongli. This is all your fault. The Mary, with Usopp peering over the ship's edge, cursed incessantly. It seemed quite serious. We should find a place to repair the ship. Usopp wiped his brow, relieved that the vessel was still seaworthy. I concur with Robin's suggestion. Let's halt our journey and mend the ship before proceeding. Agreed. Due to unforeseen circumstances, even amidst an environment filled with peculiar orbs, Luffy ceased his playful demeanor. They wished to stop, yet someone was intent on preventing them from doing so. Haha. Thank you for choosing my trial of the spheres. A winged man resembling a ball appeared before them, sitting atop one of the spheres. Who are you? We have no time for games. Luffy complained, adjusting his straw hat. I am one of the priests serving the omnipotent god Enel, Appu. You call it a game? This is a trial. Gum pistol. Luffy, uninterested in Appu's prattling, aimed to knock him away, only to have his strike effortlessly evaded. After dodging Luffy's attack, Priest Appu retaliated with a direct assault. Jewel shield. Bam! An invisible force emanated from Appu's hand, slamming Luffy to the ground. However, thanks to Zhongli's protective barrier, Luffy stood unharmed. Is that observation hockey? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji spoke in unison. What hockey? This is called mind net. It is a power taught to us by the great god Enel. Appu retorted. Regardless of your mind net, since we know your abilities, it will be much easier to deal with you now. Zoro unsheathed 2 swords and charged at Appu above, only for a sphere to suddenly appear before him. TCH. Is this a hindrance? Just as Zoro was about to slice the sphere, he sensed danger emanating from within it and quickly withdrew his blades, kicking the sphere towards Appu instead. Appu, initially anticipating Zoro to be blown away by the fireball, was taken by surprise when Zoro kicked the sphere toward him. As he attempted to escape, Sanji had already appeared behind him. You seem quite fearful of that sphere, don't you? Why not try it yourself? Sanji kicked Appu towards the fireball Zoro had sent. Boom. An explosion ensued, and Appu plummeted from the sky. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy extended his arm and delivered the final blow, sending Appu flying away. TCH, if the priests are this weak, there is hardly anything to fear. Sanji remarked nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. Indeed, Zoro sheathed his swords and returned to the ship. The crew, witnessing their foe easily dispatched, collectively sighed in relief. Zhongli mused as he observed Appu's trajectory. To have the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew unite against a single adversary. You are indeed the first. Appu protested. I never wished to be this first. After defeating Appu, they encountered no further resistance and eventually arrived at an inland lake featuring a central altar. This location is quite suitable. Let us haul the Mary up and repair the hull before setting sail again. Following Usopp's suggestion, the crew collectively pushed the Mary onto the altar. Why are there so many sharks around here? As they maneuvered the Mary onto the altar, the surrounding sharks eyed them hungrily, but Sanji dispatched them with a swift kick. Phew, finally done. Next, let us gather some wood from the forest. Usopp gasped, but the others were resting and paid him no mind. Meanwhile, Zoro scrutinized the Mary with a contemplative expression. What are you planning? Zhongli inquired. Zoro cleared his throat. I've recently found that weights no longer suffice for my training. When I pulled the Mary up earlier, I felt that long-lost strain. Usopp, overhearing Zoro, exploded in anger. You idiot, Zoro. The Mary is not your training tool. I naturally understand that. Thus, I am contemplating how to replicate that feeling of pulling the ship. Zhongli could only chuckle, as he was unfamiliar with the world of exercise enthusiasts. In the village of Unying, home to the Shandians, a man tattooed on his left eye and arm spoke to a young girl. Aisha, does your mind net say a priest's voice has vanished? The girl, who had awakened her mind net, calmly replied, Indeed, Wappa. Just recently, a priest's voice suddenly disappeared. The man named Wappa laughed heartily. Huh? Truly a divine favor. Now is the perfect moment to strike against the priests. The opportunity to reclaim the land and ignite the lamp of Shandora is at hand. Chapter 79, The Adventure in Sky Island. Huh, are you all leaving too? Usopp asked, gazing curiously at Zoro, Sanji, and Robin, who were preparing to depart. Yes. Didn't he that God send us here? Since he hasn't shown himself, I shall go find him, Zoro replied with a proud grin. Upon hearing this, Usopp rushed to Sanji, attempting to cling to him. Then Sanji, let us gather wood together. Gods are terrifying, aren't they? What are you talking about? Sanji pushed Usopp away with his foot. I'm going out to protect Robin. And you, Robin, what is your purpose in going out? Nami queried, puzzled. This altar appears to have a long history. So I wish to explore other parts of the island. If I find any ancient gems, it could be of some assistance to us. Robin said with a cheerful smile. Nami quickly raised her hand. I want to go too. Are you all departing? Then I shall guard the ship, Zhongli declared resolutely as he sat on the deck. You have my gratitude for your efforts. Originally reluctant to leave, Nami began gathering her belongings to join Robin and the others. Hey, Luffy, remember not to think about adventures yet. Gather the wood first and come back to take me with you, understood? Yes, I got it, Usopp admonished Luffy. But Luffy paid little heed, grabbing Chopper and extending his arm to swing to the shore. Hey, I haven't disembarked yet, Usopp exclaimed anxiously. Zoro, unable to stand by, tossed a vine to Usopp. Hurry up and get over there, don't get lost. That should be advice for yourself. Usopp retorted but knew he had no time to waste, snatching the vine and swinging to the opposite bank. TCH, grabbing the vine Usopp tossed back. Zoro swung over to join the others. Now, the wood-gathering team consisted of Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, while the exploration team comprised Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and Nami. The only one remaining to guard the ship was Zhongli, the solitary elder. The nearest rock element lay beneath the altar, which posed a challenge. It would be troublesome if enemies appeared. Zhongli scratched his head, watching as the others disappeared into the forest, feeling a sense of foreboding. Where on earth can we find wood? There are plenty of trees, but I should have brought Zoro along, Usopp lamented as he followed Luffy. Is it just these trees we need to find? Why didn't you say so earlier? You idiot. These trees are useless. They haven't been cut into planks. Just then, Chopper chimed in. But no matter how hard we look, we can't find pre-cut boards in the forest. That's true. It seems I've had my intelligence lowered by someone, Usopp realized. Never mind, let us chop down some trees and drag them back to Zhongli. He can chop them too, Luffy said cheerfully. See, bringing Zoro along would have been the best choice. Enough chatter. Watch me. Gum Gum Rocket. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Luffy began unleashing a flurry of punches at a tree, and soon, a massive tree toppled beneath Luffy's onslaught. You fool. If you want to take down a tree, at least do it near the altar. Do you plan to drag it all the way back? Usopp smacked Luffy on the back of the head. That's Chopper's job. ISN, Chopper a reindeer? He can pull things. Chopper's face immediately contorted in horror. You scoundrel. Reindeer can't pull such a massive tree. Can they? Fine, fine. I'll leave the task of repairing the Mary to you all. Let's embark on an adventure. Luffy whistled as he sauntered away, leaving Usopp and Chopper exchanging bewildered glances. Are you the intruders from the Blue Sea? What do you intend to do to the land? Before Chopper and Usopp could respond, a man's voice startled them. Turning around, they beheld approximately 20 individuals brandishing various weapons, fixating their gaze upon them. Who are you? The oppressive atmosphere compelled Chopper and Usopp to huddle together in fear. Now, it's our turn to question you. The man at the forefront, adorned with tattoos on his left eye and arm, wore a disgruntled expression. We're just here to gather wood to repair our ship. Usopp stammered. The man scoffed. Utter nonsense. Do you have any idea how far the nearest shore is? There are plenty of large trees by the coast. Why venture here to cut down trees? Enough. I had no intention of wasting more words with you. Eliminate them. Upon receiving the man's command, his companions surged toward Usopp and Chopper. We're doomed. Chopper, run. I know that without you telling me. Chopper transformed into his beast form and bolted, while Usopp clung tightly to Chopper's neck. You're hurting me. Loosen your grip a bit. No. If you let go, I'll be finished. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted behind them, and just as Chopper's front feet left the ground, bombs detonated with pinpoint precision. Enough. The commanding man ordered a halt to their pursuit, surprised by the speed at which the two fled. Let them be for now. The priest and the deity are our true targets. Having evaded the Sandia people's pursuit, Usopp and Chopper paused to catch their breath. What on earth were those guys? Chopper panted, sticking out his tongue. Just then, another voice broke their tension. As they contemplated escape, a figure wearing a straw hat peeked out. It's you two. What is this? Aren't you also eager for adventure? Did you manage to haul that tree back? You're quick. How can you still say that? Bang, bang, bang. Luffy, dissatisfied after being beaten by Usopp and Chopper, pouted. What the heck? Why are you hitting me? Ultimately, Luffy relented as Usopp pulled him back, insisting that he first protect the two and return to the Mary before they could venture out again. Meanwhile, the exploration team arrived at a half-dilapidated house. Is this the other half of that old man's house? How did it end up here? Sanji gazed in astonishment at the structure, mirrored by the expressions of the others. Nami interjected. I thought it was strange back then. The old man's house clearly had a second floor, yet there was no staircase. So the stairs are on the other side. Oh, so the part of Skypiea that was split off was propelled to this height of 10,000 meters? Truly remarkable. Nami suddenly perked up, if that is the case. The land of gold recorded by Nolan didn't sink into the sea, but has been floating in the sky all along. The Sky Island is the land of gold. Chapter 80, No Big Deal, Trouble Version. Zhongli, seated on the deck, sensed something amiss, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Glancing around, he saw an abundance of lush trees. Indeed, why did Usopp and the others venture into the forest for wood when there's plenty here? With that thought, Zhongli seized a vine and swung ashore, climbing a tree to extract his axe, commencing to prune the towering trees. These trees are quite massive. The branches should suffice. Boom, boom, boom. After severing 3 branches, Zhongli leaped down and began cutting the branches into planks. At that moment, an individual riding a bird approached the Mary, unleashing a torrent of flames from the bird's beak that ignited the ship's sails, engulfing the entire mast in flames. Scoundrel, this is bad. Rock bird, rock dragon. Upon witnessing the Mary ablaze, Zhongli instantly understood the situation. The priest has arrived. Damn it, it's my fault. I became so engrossed in crafting planks that I forgot to guard the ship. You're courting death. Quagmire dragon. Zhongli conjured a rock dragon that swirled through the water, absorbing moisture before lunging at the Mary to extinguish the flames. He then rode the rock bird toward the assailant. Oh, so there's still one person left here. I thought you all were foolish enough to abandon your ship. Zhongli threw a left hook toward the intruder, who wore a disdainful expression. I am Shura, one of the 4 priests, and your movements will be captured by my mind web. Moreover, it's laughable that you choose to strike me with your fists instead of wielding a weapon. Shura sidestepped Zhongli's punch, unaware that it was merely a feint. With his fist missing, Zhongli swiftly twisted his body, seizing his weapon for a horizontal swing. In the blink of an eye, Shura had no time to evade, raising his spear to block, only to find Zhongli's strength overwhelming, sending him crashing to the shore. You insolent fool. Shura, humiliated by being struck down by a blue sea dweller, summoned his pet back for another confrontation. Stay there. Rock grave. Riding the rock bird, Zhongli raised his hand, attempting to entomb Shura in the earth. However, As the rock grave formed, Shura had already executed a backflip, landing on his pet's back. Gazing at the quaking ground, Shura no longer underestimated Zhongli. You nearly cost me my life. Enraged, Shura commanded his pet to charge at Zhongli. Trial of binding. Instantly, items materialized around Zhongli. And Shura chuckled triumphantly. Move. Once ensnared by my rope cloud, you will be at my mercy. Ordinary foes would have been ensnared by Shura's rope cloud. But Zhongli was no ordinary opponent. He was acutely aware of the new entities surrounding him. Jade Shield. A semi-transparent pillar radiating golden light manifested around Zhongli, shielding him. Your rope cloud bears some resemblance to Doflamingo's strings. Doflamingo? Who is that? No. How do you know of my rope cloud? Observing Zhongli, who was still on the offensive and unfazed by the rope cloud, Shura felt a twinge of panic for the first time. Zhongli sensed Shura's inability to anticipate his attacks, his expression shifting to one of alarm. With a single shot, he sent Shura flying, taunting, "Are you flustered now? The psychological fortitude of your priests leaves much to be desired. Are you jesting? In the face of an adversary like you, I would never panic. Blue Sea Dweller, you shall perish. Otherwise, when the great god Enel descends, death will be a torment in itself." Zhongli paused, then chuckled. "May I interpret that as your admission that your god is brutal?" Hearing Zhongli's words, Shura immediately panicked, his speech faltering. "Why are you re-talking nonsense? I meant to say that God Enel's power is unparalleled. Even if you seek death, Lord Enel would only make your demise more grotesque." "No, wait. Haha. Spare me the explanations. Meet your end. Rock Dragon Devour." As Shura spiraled into a frenzy of self-justification, his focus waned, allowing Zhongli to clandestinely conjure a rock dragon to ambush from behind, swallowing both him and his pet bird before plummeting to the ground. "You scoundrel! Shura, how could you let your guard down?" Shura's words were cut short as the rock dragon crashed to the ground. Rock grave. In a seamless combo, Zhongli entombed Shura and his pet bird within the earth. Observing the surrounding devastation and the fallen trees, Zhongli nodded. "I initially sought only branches, but since so many trees have been affected by this battle, I shall make do with what I have." Zhongli approached a tree and began to carve. Upon inspection, he realized that the original mast was irreparable and thus decided to replace it with a new piece of wood. At that moment, Luffy and the others returned. "What on earth has transpired?" Usopp exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. What was once merely a need to reinforce the ship's bottom had escalated into a catastrophe, with the mast now reduced to charred remnants. "Hey, Zhongli, what exactly happened? Weren't you supposed to guard the ship? How could you allow the Mary to sustain such grievous damage?" Usopp shouted at the Mary, though Zhongli was not aboard at that moment. Hearing Usopp's furious outburst, Zhongli felt a twinge of guilt from a distance. It was he who had pledged to safeguard the ship, yet through a bizarre oversight, the mast had been burnt. "I sincerely apologize, Usopp. It was my failure to protect it adequately." Emerging from the forest, Zhongli approached the trio, accompanied by a rock dragon carrying the timber he had harvested. "What do you mean by inadequate protection? What exactly occurred?" Usopp confronted Zhongli with fervor, prompting Zhongli to recount the incident involving the attack of the Shura. "Damn it, it had to happen while you were away chopping wood. And why on earth did we venture into the forest for timber?" Usopp lamented. "I apologize, Zhongli. I let my anger get the best of me. By the way, you weren't injured, were you?" Upon learning the details, Usopp, though saddened, refrained from further reproach. "How could I possibly be injured? In hindsight, I should have kept a shield over the ship at all times. But let us not dwell on that. Usopp, do you think the wood I brought back is sufficient? If not, I can gather more." Gazing at the 2.5 piles of planks and a single wooden post, Usopp nodded affirmatively. "It's more than enough. I will start repairing the Mary right away." Repairing the ship. "I'm in too," Luffy declared, opting to stay behind with the others rather than embarking on another adventure, joining them in mending the vessel. Not long after they began their repairs, Nami and the others returned to the shore. Zoro, observing the missing mast of the Mary, queried with a hint of confusion, "Hey, what happened?" Chopper leaped onto the ship's railing and reassured the group, "It's nothing serious.